Chapter 1. This system has arrived at quite the opportune moment. In the spring of the 11th year of Konoha, by the stream outside the village, 6-year-old Zhongqufeng lay on the grass, hands cradling his head as he gazed at the sky. The water babbled gently as it flowed, and the air was infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers and fresh grass. Alas, life is truly difficult. Without a mobile phone, I cannot even watch anime, he exclaimed in frustration. I shouldn't have whimsically decided to watch Naruto Next Generations. Now, here I am, transported to the early days of Konoha, destined to be nothing more than cannon fodder. Zhongqufeng was not originally from this world. He had been a spirited young man, freshly graduated from university, determined to return to his hometown and contribute to its development, with a profound love for Naruto. However, he had recently heard that the so-called non-flammable Boruto had seemingly ignited interest. As a fan of Shippuden, Zhongqufeng had initially dismissed Boruto, but curiosity led him to click on it, only to find himself utterly consumed by it. His soul was then transported to Konoha, 5 years after its founding, where he became the leader of the Yunzhong clan. Though the title sounded grand, the Yunzhong clan consisted of only 3 members, including himself and his parents who had passed away 2 years prior. In essence, Zhongqufeng was merely a standard orphan transmigrator. What kind of clan leader is this? He fumed, sitting up abruptly. Based on his previous live studies of Naruto history, he knew that in about 6 years, the first Shinobi World War would erupt. Despite the current tranquility, once war broke out, lives would be worth less than dirt, with corpses strewn everywhere and rivers running red with blood. However, there was both good news and bad news. The good news was that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would not send children to the battlefield. The bad news was that Hashirama would already be deceased by the time the war broke out. If he wasn't going to be sent to the front lines, who would? Surely, he would be dispatched to the most perilous positions. This is utterly infuriating. Despite his current lack of ambition, Zhongqufeng had once been filled with confidence, eager to showcase his talents in the ninja world and realize his dream of becoming Hokage. However, after his parents perished on a mission 2 years prior, that ambition had been extinguished. His father had been a formidable ninja in the village, likely of Chunin rank, yet he had still fallen so easily. As an orphan without connections or bloodline limits, making a name for himself in such a tumultuous period of the ninja world seemed like a foolish dream, unless he caught the eye of the Hokage. But Zhongqufeng had long since lost interest in such matters. Now, he merely wished to live a tranquil life. If fortune smiled upon him, surviving until the era of Boruto should not pose a problem, or so he hoped. Deep down, he vowed that if he did reach that time, he would definitely give Boruto a walking stick. Regardless, I still have a considerable inheritance at home. He'll retrieve my father's will shortly and live a quiet life as an ordinary person. Suddenly, a resonant mechanical voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Ding. The host has uttered the phrase, tranquil life. The tranquil life system has been activated, binding the living area to Konoha. Congratulations, the host has survived for 6 years in Konoha. Reward, a beginner's gift package. This series of notifications left Zhongqufeng momentarily stunned. Wait a minute. When I was determined to make a name for myself in the ninja world, I had to beg and plead. Yet now that I wish to live a quiet life, you show up? I can't believe this. After a moment of frustration, Zhongqufeng gradually calmed down, organizing his thoughts and feeling a flicker of curiosity towards this oblivious system. The tranquil life system? By its name, it should assist me in achieving the perfect state of relaxation. Let's give it a try. With eager anticipation, Zhongqufeng commanded, System, open the beginner's gift package. The beginner's gift package has been opened. Congratulations, the host has obtained all attributes base chakra yin, yang, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning. 1 card of chakra equivalent to Hitaki Kakashi's chakra capacity. Bloodline limit. Crystal release weaknesses have been eliminated and partial ninjutsu has been mastered. Strength is the foundation of a tranquil life. The system hopes the host enjoys a peaceful existence. Gazing at the rewards provided by the system, Zhongqufeng's mind momentarily short-circuited. What part of this allows me to enjoy life? Are you simply bullying the honest? This system, which offered false promises, shattered Zhongqufeng's 2-year plan for a peaceful, ordinary life. After a while, Zhongqufeng feigned nonchalance, saying, well, there's no choice. Strength is indeed the foundation of a tranquil life. What utter nonsense! This is pure deception. Yet, no matter how much he cursed, the system remained silent. Somewhat resigned, Zhongqufeng used his thoughts to open the system panel, which clearly displayed his current strength. Name, Zhongqufeng. Age, 6. Strength, Ninja mid-grade, Chakra 1 card. Bloodline, Crystal release. Talent. All attributes chakra. Tranquility value. 1000. Chaos value. 0. Mid-grade ninja at 6 years old? That's barely acceptable, but I'm quite pleased with the crystal release bloodline. He understood perfectly well that a 6-year-old mid-grade ninja in Konoha would be considered a genius. Yet on the battlefield, a mid-grade ninja was merely cannon fodder. Having come to terms with this, he realized that since he could no longer live peacefully as an ordinary person, he should find a way to relax as a ninja instead. As long as he planned carefully, nothing would be insurmountable. Yin Xufeng furrowed his brow. To survive the First Shinobi World War, my current strength is far from sufficient. Moreover, the Konoha of this era is hardly peaceful. The Uchiha clan's rebellion and the 5 Kage summit both directly or indirectly led to the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War. Danger lurked everywhere. Next, Yin Xufeng observed the values of tranquility and chaos on the panel, their purposes becoming clear. Simply put, if anyone near the main body or a clone attempted to harm Konoha, a chaos event would be triggered. Successfully resolving, it would increase the tranquility value, which could be exchanged for various items in the system store. Living in Konoha for a day earns 100 tranquility points. If he failed, the chaos value would rise, and should it exceed 70, Yin Xufeng would lose the strength provided by the system until the chaos value fell below 70 again. However, his self-trained abilities would remain unaffected. All significant historical events in Konoha would also be regarded as chaos events. In addition to chaos events, there were other methods to earn tranquility points, but those would require Yin Xufeng to explore on his own. Calculating, Yin Xufeng remarked, with 6 years until the Shinobi World War, I should have ample time to amass strength. And for the ambitious yearning, who seeks to claim the title of the first ninja village, they will undoubtedly make their move. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Time to return to the village and retrieve my father's will. Just as he prepared to head back, he suddenly noticed a figure in the distance approaching him. Who could that be? Yin Xufeng's heart raced with caution. Although this forest was not far from the village, its complex terrain made it easy to lose one's way. He himself had memorized the route by chance during a misadventure 2 years prior, treating this place as his secret hideout. Ordinary people would never venture into this forest. The only possibility was a ninja. Yin Xufeng carefully concealed himself behind a large tree. As the person drew closer, Yin Xufeng discerned that it was a man dressed in plain clothing, appearing to be in his 20s, with a scruffy beard. This is definitely suspicious. Could he be a spy? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Chaos event triggered. Yearning village has dispatched a spy to gather intelligence, poised to instigate war. Indeed, things are becoming rather interesting. Chapter 2. Which old thief dares to plot against me from the shadows? Crystal release. Crystal mirror. A pristine crystal mirror materialized before Yun Zhongqufeng, reflecting his image. Crystal release. Crystal clone technique. As the ninjutsu was performed, the image in the mirror slowly stepped forth, an exact replica of Yin Xufeng. The two Qufengs exchanged nods, understanding each other's intentions. The clone then set off toward the Yun spy, while the original remained in wait. Damn it, why is this forest so convoluted? I should have taken the main road after all. I'm just an ordinary person now, muttered Tan Bien Sensei, grumbling to himself. Ah, if only my strength were greater, I wouldn't have been sent to play the role of spy. As Tan Bien Sensei continued his complaints, a small child suddenly appeared before him, startling him greatly. Whose unfortunate child is this? You scared me half to death. The clone Xufeng smiled. Ha, sorry about that, uncle. You seem a bit lost. Hearing this, Tan Bien Sensei rolled his eyes and feigned fatigue. Indeed, I'm from the capital. My sister married into Konoha, and I intended to pay her a visit, but I ended up lost in this forest. Allow me to guide you out. I'm somewhat familiar with this area. Tan Bien Sensei immediately assumed an expression of gratitude, exclaiming, Is that so? I'm truly grateful. To an unknowing observer, he would undoubtedly appear as a hapless older brother lost in the village of Konoha, seeking to reconnect with family. Alas, the first individual he encountered was Yu Zhongqufeng. Old man, there's a reward for taking you out. I'm hungry now, Yu Zhongqufeng stated, his demeanor suggesting he was merely attempting to swindle. Tan Bien Sensei maintained his smile, recognizing the boy's intent. Just wait a moment while I search, he feigned, delving into his pack. Soon, his movements came to a halt. Come closer, I have some cakes for you, he beckoned. Yu Zhongqufeng's face lit up with a smile as he approached. However, when the two were merely a meter apart, Tan Bien Sensei suddenly sprang forth, drawing a sharp kunai from his pack and viciously plunging it into Yu Zhongqufeng's chest. Huh, little brat, don't play ninja games in your next life, he mocked, observing the blood spilling from Yu Zhongqufeng's mouth. Though your acting is commendable, you've underestimated me, considering you've lived for over 20 years. Yet, instead of a despairing gaze he anticipated to witness as life slipped away, he was met with a smile. Thus, it is you who shall perish. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering crystal echoed, followed by a flurry of sharp crystal shards. Each fragment was as keen as a dagger, falling like rain with nowhere to evade. Before long, Tianbian Sansi was riddled with holes, resembling a sieve. Yet, he seemed to possess a resilient spirit, still clinging to life, albeit incapable of resistance. Zhongqufeng emerged from behind a tree, gazing down at the gasping Tianbian Sansi. I did not underestimate you, rather. It is you who has become somewhat arrogant. Crystal? Tianbian Sansi gasped with his remaining strength. Indeed, these are authentic crystals. If you had truly managed to kill me, you might have found yourself overnight wealthy. Zhongqufeng jested. Spare me, my daughter has just been born. I'm sorry, but I, too, have things I must protect. Crystal release, crystal prison technique. A blinding white light flickered beneath Tianbian Sansi, and a massive transparent crystal encased him completely. A beam of sunlight filtered through the treetops, striking the crystal prison and reflecting a dazzling array of colors, undoubtedly a priceless work of art. Tion. He promptly stepped forward to receive the envelope handed over by Senju Hashirama, carefully storing it away. Hokage-sama, Tobirama-sama, I shall take my leave now, he stated respectfully. Senju Hashirama smiled warmly. Do return and nurture your growth with your father's will in mind. Yuzuke nodded and turned to exit the Hokage's office. The moment he closed the door behind him, a cacophony of voices erupted within the room. Do you know why Tobirama-sama is so furious? Inquired a member of the Senju clan, scratching his head. It seems one of Tobirama-sama's plans has gone awry, but the details elude me. Such matters are beyond our knowledge. After all this time, it was your cunning at play, and you dare cast me a glance? Bah. Although he had identified the culprit, he maintained a facade of innocence. Responding with a smile, thank you, uncle, I shall take my leave now. Once outside the Hokage building, he felt liberated to voice his true thoughts. You second Hokage. Just wait 30 years, and I shall show you what it means to be overrun by the village children of the South. Of course, the present was not the right moment for such antics. He conjured a water jutsu, sending himself swiftly into the sewers. What a jest! Is it so easy for anyone to conjure water from thin air? He decided to return home to uncover the contents of his father's will. With that, he made his way towards the domain of the Yuzuke's clan. Brother, my plan has failed. The spy perished en route. It must be the nefarious Uchiha clan. Tobirama Senju exclaimed fiercely within the Hokage's office. Hashirama, hearing this, could only sigh. What does this have to do with the Uchiha clan? I must say, your approach is not conducive to peace. I am merely taking precautions. Besides, the spy was dispatched by their hidden cloud village. I was merely capitalizing on the situation, only to have it thwarted unexpectedly. Woe betide the one who interfered. Tobirama had inadvertently learned that the hidden cloud village had sent a spy to Konoha. He had intended to capture and interrogate them upon their arrival in Konoha, but that plan had ultimately failed. Observing his brother's fiery demeanor, Hashirama could only respond resignedly. In that case, proceed as you wish. I trust your judgment. Upon hearing his brother's words, Tobirama's anger finally began to subside. Hashirama's perspective was somewhat naive. The current peace was merely a consequence of the other ninja villages yielding to Konoha's strength. Should anything happen to Hashirama, it was likely they would be besieged in an instant. By the way, who was that white-haired child from earlier? Indeed, he is from the Yuzuke's clan. I have observed that he has already refined his chakra, and his capacity surpasses that of an ordinary ninja. Senju Tobirama also nodded in agreement, having closely observed the young Yuzuke's when he first laid eyes on him. The chakra contained within that diminutive form was already on par with the elite ninjas of the village. If provided with proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha's future. It seems the Yuzuke's clan is poised for resurgence. Senju Hashirama remarked earnestly. Were it not for the Yuzuke's clan's failure to master their family's secret ninjutsu, they might never have allied with Konoha. This highlights the drawbacks of a lineage with a solitary heir. What are your thoughts regarding this child, elder brother? Senju Hashirama pondered for a long moment. He possesses considerable talent, and I am inclined to take him as my apprentice. However, I must further observe his character. Let it be so. If both his talent and character prove exceptional, we shall accept him as our disciple. Achu. While making his way home, Yuzuke's felt a peculiar warmth in his ears and subsequently sneezed. Who is speaking of me behind my back? Could it be the Hokage? Unbeknownst to him, he was entirely unaware of the conversations taking place within the office. Nevertheless, he did not believe that the first Hokage would fail to perceive the chakra already residing within him. Rather, that was precisely his intention. To live a tranquil life in Konoha. There could be no better title than that of the Hokage's disciple. Just look at the likes of Tika and Mito. Despite their senility and lapses in memory, they have managed to create quite the mess within Konoha, yet they harbor no ambitions. Their only shortcoming lies in their abilities. And they ultimately live to see the events of the Boruto era. Even if one is the head of a prominent clan, they must still address them as elder. Thus, Yuzuke's chose to make a small display in front of Shinja Hashirama. However, entrusting the village to these individuals lacking in capability can only be seen as a reluctant decision of the second Hokage. In his youth, the third Hokage, Hiruzen, could still be referred to as a ninja hero, but the elderly Hiruzen is no longer worthy of such praise. As he continued to walk while voicing his grievances, he soon arrived at a grand estate. The buildings within the estate were adorned with the emblem of a white crane soaring amidst the clouds, which represents the Yuzuke's clan, Yuzuke's crane hidden. The clan's territory is quite expansive, reportedly acquired through the efforts of Yuzuke's grandfather, who passed away 3 years prior to Konoha's founding. Due to the lack of servants, the vast estate appeared rather desolate. Yet, Yuzuke's had grown accustomed to such solitude, even when his parents were alive. The household comprised only 3 individuals. It was little different now. Upon entering the house and finding a place to sit, Yuzuke's commenced the unsealing of his father's will. He was curious to discover its contents, especially since it had been specifically instructed that it should only be opened at the age of 6. Gently unfurling the letter, the first thing he saw was his father's aspirations for his son's future, accompanied by greetings and apologies. Yuzuke's, you are now 6 years old. Have you grown taller? Forgive your father for only being able to meet you in this manner. As I gazed upon the will left by my father, I noticed that not a single word of affection was inscribed within its lines. Yet, amidst the clouds, I could distinctly perceive the depth of his love. Oh, dear old man, how difficult it must have been for you, a man of few words, to pen so much. In my memories of him, he was always a reticent individual, seldom expressing himself to either his son or his wife. As I read quickly, I came to realize for the first time that my father was, in fact, a deeply sentimental man. Though he was often silent, his love for his family was unwavering. Suddenly, the admonitions came to an abrupt halt. The final words left me uncertain, causing me to rub my eyes in disbelief, yet they were clearly inscribed. Chiefing. Within my chamber lies a concealed door. Remove the obscuring paintings, and you shall uncover the secret technique of our Yunzhong clan. Yundan. If you can master it, our clan shall rise once more. Stunned, I momentarily froze, convinced I was not hallucinating. The techniques of the Yunzhong clan? Yundan? Were we not merely a modest family with a slight fortune? Was my perception of our status so misled? Chapter 4. I was prepared to give up. And now you reveal that we possess a secret technique? If Yunzhong Shan were still alive and heard me speak thus, he would surely have me experience what true paternal love feels like. Once, our clan was renowned throughout the ninja world, yet here I was, reducing it to a mere wealthy family. Alas, father, I find you to be as frustratingly late to the game as this wretched system. I had resigned myself to a life of tranquility, ready to embrace a peaceful existence. And now you tell me we are exceptional, possessing a secret technique. Despite my grumbling, I resolved to venture to my father's chamber in search of that concealed door. To be honest, upon discovering that our family harbored a secret technique, my initial reaction was one of bewilderment, followed closely by exhilaration. Though I have already mastered the crystal technique, acquiring another ninjutsu only enhances my strength and security. Moreover, this Yundan could ensure the survival of our lineage within the ninja realm, highlighting its formidable nature. Conversely, it must be challenging to learn, otherwise, why had I never witnessed my father employ it? Well, I shall go and see for myself. If I cannot learn this Yundan, I would have no choice but to kneel before my father's grave and confess, Father, this Yundan is too difficult. Today, we sever our father-son bond. Please seek another worthy successor. Filial piety yields strength. The residence of Zhongqufeng was not far from his current location, and he arrived in no time. The furnishings within the room remained unchanged since his father's lifetime. with the only alteration being that Zhongqufeng occasionally invited individuals to tidy up the space. His gaze was immediately drawn to the calligraphy that his father had mentioned. With great care, he removed it and placed it on a nearby table. These were heirlooms passed down through generations and held significant value. Indeed, behind the painting, an incongruous square stone was revealed, inscribed with the hidden pattern of the Zhongqufeng. Upon gently pressing it, the wall's bricks shifted, and soon a dark passage materialized before him. Without hesitation, he swiftly entered. As he advanced, faint glimmers illuminated the walls, providing sufficient light for his journey. He pressed on relentlessly until he arrived at his destination. A vast and brightly lit chamber. Countless display cabinets were filled with an array of scrolls and ninja tools. It was evident that this was the true treasure of the Yunzhong clan. Upon witnessing the vast collection, Zhongqufeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! I once believed my family was wealthy enough, yet it appears my perspective was rather narrow. With so many ninjutsu techniques, mastering them all would likely take a decade." However, these scrolls were not the purpose of his visit. They would remain here for the time being. His priority was to locate the yearning technique. He approached the heart of the secret chamber, standing before a display cabinet that contained only two items, a scroll and an exquisitely ornate sword. Its hilt adorned with swirling clouds. The scabbard featured two cranes in flight, and the wooden sword stand was inscribed with the words "Crane's Call Sword." What a magnificent sword! It shall be mine from this day forth. He then turned his attention to the scroll beside it, which he presumed contained instructions on mastering Yearning. Upon unrolling the scroll, the content left him utterly astounded. Yearning, a ninjutsu developed by the ancestors of the Yunzhong clan, is a technique born from the fusion of water, fire, and wind chakra, classified as a bloodline elimination. The difficulty of its mastery is exceedingly high, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Once struck by the yearning technique, the victim's organs may freeze and lead to death, or worse, they may disintegrate into mist and vanish. Zhongqufeng found himself in a state of cognitive disarray. He had assumed that the family's yearning was merely a formidable bloodline limit. Never did he dare to imagine it was classified as a bloodline elimination. This technique, a fusion of three distinct chakra natures, is known only in the realm of Naruto, specifically the dust release technique of the second Tsuchikage, Chinsha. Ahem. I misspoke. It is, in fact, the dust release, original world separation technique practiced by the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and his disciple, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. As Zhongqufeng shook his head, the day's tumultuous experiences left him feeling as though he had not yet awakened, as if still ensnared in a dream. As he continued to observe, a headache began to set in. The complexity of the situation was overwhelming. The task of merging three chakra types in varying proportions seemed insurmountable. The interplay of 5 chakra natures, each counteracting the other, made the extraction of 3 to form a singular entity exceedingly challenging. However, while it may pose a significant challenge for those lacking a systematic approach, for someone like me, equipped with a system, the difficulty was merely appropriate. System. Open the exchange shop, he commanded, eager to discover the offerings available. A light blue interface materialized before his eyes, revealing an array of enticing products, much to his delight. The more items the shop contained, the happier he felt, as he was bound to redeem them eventually. A cursory glance revealed numerous intriguing items: a mobile phone, a computer. To his astonishment, luxuries he had once enjoyed were now available in the shop. Despite his desire to acquire these 2 products immediately, he lamented the exorbitant calmness value required, 5,000 points for each. Together, they amounted to a staggering 10,000 points of calmness, a daunting prospect indeed. Straw sandals, put them on for a sensation akin to flight, made him want to exclaim in frustration, what utility did these serve? He resolved to seek something more immediately useful, with mastering the cloud release being of utmost importance. Yet, as he prepared to scroll further, his peripheral vision caught sight of an item. What in the world? A Naruto mobile game? And it costs 50,000 calmness points? He scoffed. Who would frivolously spend such an amount on a game? However, upon reading the description, a cunning smile crept across his face. Any player in the Naruto mobile game will earn 1 point of calmness for every 100 coins they recharge. I take back what I previously said. This is truly a commendable game. Acquiring this game would effectively allow him to exchange money for calmness points directly. Yet, if he were to recharge personally, Even 1,000,000 coins would only yield 10,000 calmness points. But how could Zhongqufeng ever spend his own money? Such a treasure must benefit the entire world, allowing all ninja to experience the joy of being patted on the head. A plan began to form quietly in his heart. This matter required careful deliberation and a gradual approach. He soon ceased to pay any further attention. After scrolling for quite some time, he managed to uncover several items that would aid in the cultivation of ninjutsu. 1. Clear mind. Enhances the speed of ninjutsu cultivation. 100 tranquility points per day. 2. Wind and fire symphony. Increases the speed of cultivating wind and fire release techniques. For 1,000 tranquility points, both items appeared quite appealing. However, the first one had a time limit. It required 100 tranquility points each day, and it was uncertain how long it would take to master cloud release. In the long run, it would undoubtedly be a considerable loss. The second item only enhanced 2 types of chakra, wind and fire, which provided some utility for cloud release, but not significantly. What truly captivated him was the final item. 3. Genius. Possesses an exceptionally profound understanding of chakra nature transformations, enabling effortless development of ninjutsu. 15,000 tranquility points. Chapter 5. Ancestry of a sword immortal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How exorbitant. 15,000 tranquility points. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't gather enough. Fortunately, the first purchase in the shop came with a discount of 10%, bringing the total to precisely 1,500 tranquility points. What? You ask why you wouldn't save up for the Rinnegan or the Sharingan. Allow me to elaborate. Simply put, such options did not exist. Moreover, should he actually acquire them, would he dare to utilize them? Perhaps in the future, the shop might introduce the Rinnegan or something similar. But that was not something he needed to consider at the moment. He had to focus on the present. System, exchange for genius. A fleeting azure glow enveloped him, and Zhongqufeng felt as if he had consumed a golden elixir. His mind was exceptionally clear. He immediately reopened the scroll to examine it once more. The cultivation methods that had previously seemed obscure now appeared remarkably straightforward. Numerous ideas for developing ninjutsu flooded his mind. At this moment, Zhongqufeng could only think of 2 words: excellent item. Though he had nothing left, it truly was a remarkable acquisition. With this, his speed in cultivating cloud release would significantly increase. With a month remaining until the commencement of this year's Ninja Academy, Zhongqufeng hoped to master cloud release before then. With the buff from Genius, practicing cloud release would be as effortless as an elderly lady blowing her nose, deftly and effortlessly. The Ninja Academy has been of paramount importance to both the first and second Hokages. It serves as the foundation for the future of Konoha, and both leaders have invested considerable effort into its establishment. The results have been remarkable, as the first cohort of 36 students has now graduated and commenced their assignments on relatively safe missions. Among them, the most outstanding individuals, Saratobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Gate, Akimichi Torai Phone, and others, have been taken under the wing of Senju Tobarama to receive guidance alongside the esteemed Hokage. It is evident to discerning minds that these 6 possess boundless potential for the future. Consequently, both commoners and noble families are eager to send their gifted offspring to the Ninja Academy, hoping to gain the favor of these 2 distinguished leaders. His aspirations align with this trend. He had previously made a modest impression in front of the Hokage and intended to deepen that impression upon entering the academy, ultimately aspiring to be accepted as a disciple of the second Hokage. Such a plan flowed seamlessly like water. Once the second Hokage steps down, he would support the third Hokage, and when the third grows old, he would nudge him aside to assist Minato. Though termed as assistance, it primarily involved mere verbal contributions, which he could take or leave. The less he was listened to, the more leisurely he could enjoy his days. His main objective was to savor a tranquil life while addressing the chaotic events triggered by the system. As long as Konoha remained stable, all would be well. With a heart full of optimism, Zhongqufeng meticulously planned his future. Yet, the unfolding of events remained uncertain. A month swiftly passed, during which Zhongqufeng diligently practiced his cloud release technique, though his progress was rather disheartening. The difficulty of mastering this technique far exceeded his expectations. Every time he seemed on the verge of success, he faltered at the last moment. I admit, I had been overly ambitious in my initial declarations. Each day, the tranquility points accumulated, as he was unsure of what to purchase, and he now possessed 3,000 points. After concluding his training, Zhongqufeng retired early for the night. For the next day marked the commencement of the school year, and he wished to avoid being late on the very first day. The following morning, he was awakened by the system's notification: live a tranquil day in Konoha and earn 100 tranquility points. Zhongqufeng had long regarded the system as his natural alarm clock. He swiftly dressed, completed his morning routine, and departed his home. The Ninja Academy was located in the heart of Konoha, near Hokage Rock, not far from the Hokage's office. On his way, Zhongqufeng observed numerous children of similar age, most accompanied by their parents on the way to the academy, though some ventured alone. Upon noticing Zhongqufeng, many of them turned their gazes upon him, dressed as if he were a celestial swordsman. It was hardly surprising that he attracted attention. His appearance was certainly a departure from the norm. He donned a flowing white robe, adorned on the back with the emblem of the Yunzhong clan. The sleeves were intricately embroidered with a few celestial cranes, and at his waist hung the ancestral Himing sword. His silvery hair danced gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman. The other children were either clad in simple attire or dressed in their family's uniform. Yet, it was undeniable that even among the prominent clans of Konoha, none could rival the ethereal elegance of Zhongqufeng's ensemble. Could my esteemed ancestor, Zhonghuachan, be an ancient sword immortal? After all, the various paintings and garments in my home seemed utterly out of place in this world, but he soon found this notion rather amusing. A legendary sword immortal reaching the zenith of cultivation. With a mere breath, mountains could crumble and rivers could shift. With a laugh, the heavens could change hue. With a single strike, one could tear through the void and escape to another realm, eventually arriving in the world of Naruto. Even novels would shy away from such audacity. Moreover, if he truly were a sword immortal, the Yunzhong clan would have long since unified the ninja world. What of Otsutsuki Kagaya? What of Otsutsuki Ishiki? With a single sword strike, they would be unrecognizable. As Zhongqufeng strolled, his imagination ran wild, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the Ninja Academy. By then, nearly 300 to 400 children had gathered outside the gates. Among them were the Byakugan-afflicted Hyuga and the grim-faced Uchiha, among others. However, the majority appeared to be commoners. It wasn't long before the academy's head began to divide the children into several classes. Each class comprised approximately 50 students, and Zhongqufeng was assigned to Class 1. The classroom was newly constructed and quite spacious, and as Zhongqufeng observed his surroundings, he noticed a small girl from the Uchiha clan, her purple hair adorably styled. After seeking her permission, he took a seat beside her. With no lessons underway yet, the children, all around 6 years old, were in their playful prime. Although they were still unfamiliar with each other, it took little time for some to form bonds. Zhongqufeng found it intriguing to watch, yet perhaps due to his status as a traveler, he could not bring himself to join in their frolics. Hello, I am Marahoshi Koshuk. What is your name? Turning to his side, he saw a small boy with his hair tied up, smiling at him. At first, he was taken aback by the name, but it quickly dawned on him. Wasn't this the true eternal genin of Konoha? A veteran from 4 generations. So this was what he looked like as a child. Rather endearing, indeed. Finally encountering someone he recognized, albeit unilaterally, filled Zhongqufeng with joy. Greetings, I am Zhongqufeng, the head of the Yunzhong clan. The girl seated beside him seemed eager to respond to his introduction, but held back her words. Meanwhile, Marahoshi Koshuk continued. Then we are acquaintances. I have 2 friends, let me call them over. After speaking, he set aside the matter. Having traversed through time for so long, Zhongqufeng found himself devoid of friends. Thus he welcomed Maruxing Guji's enthusiasm not only without disdain, but with a hint of anticipation regarding the individuals he might summon. At that moment, Zhongqufeng recalled that he did not even know the name of the girl sitting beside him. So he inquired, Hello, my name is Zhongqufeng. What is yours? The girl responded with a sweet smile. Hello, classmate Qufeng, I am Uchiha Chiri. It is worth noting that Chiri is a character original to the anime. Adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, a member of the Konoha police department, and for the sake of the plot, I may have made her a few years younger than she ought to be. Chapter 6. Have I entered the class of extras? Good heavens, yet another significant figure. Zhongqufeng had initially assumed she was merely an ordinary Uchiha girl, only to discover that she was Uchiha Chiri. Surely, she must have activated her Sharingan by now, for she is the progenitor of the forbidden technique, Izanami. Had it not been for Uchiha Itachi's use of Izanami, the 4th Great Ninja War would have claimed even more lives. I wonder how many tomo she possesses. Uchiha Chiri seemed to sense Zhongqufeng's surprise and asked, "What is the matter? Classmate Qifeng? You appear rather astonished." Zhongqufeng quickly waved his hands. "It's nothing, nothing at all. I just suddenly thought of something else." Uchiha Chiri smiled lightly. "I see. It seems that classmate Qifeng's attention is rather scattered." Feeling a bit embarrassed at being teased by a young girl, Zhongqufeng exchanged a few casual remarks before they both returned to their own tasks, as they were still unfamiliar with one another on this, their first day. After a while, Maruxing Gujia approached with two boys in tow. At first glance, Zhongqufeng was taken aback. He noticed that one of the boys behind Maruxing Gujia had striking crimson eyes. Initially, he assumed this boy belonged to the Uchiha clan, but upon closer inspection, he began to deduce the boy's identity. "Qifeng, I'm back. These two are my friends." Zhongqufeng stood up and greeted them. "Hello, my name is Zhongqufeng." The two boys, having been informed by Maruxing Gujia that they were to meet the head of the Yunzhong clan, had expected someone arrogant, yet were pleasantly surprised by his humble demeanor. Naturally, they were also intimidated by Zhongqufeng's reputation, thinking he was the young head of a prestigious family. In reality, he was merely an orphan with a modest inheritance. All the ninjutsu scrolls in his home could barely encircle Konoha. "Hello, I am Heijiao. I look forward to your guidance." The other boy with crimson eyes spoke as well. "I am Shiri Jinhong. Pleased to meet you." Indeed, within the village of Konoha, aside from the Uchiha clan, only Shiri Jinhong possessed red eyes, the master of illusions in Konoha. It is said that his illusions cannot be countered even by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, but this remains to be verified. Ultimately, during the tumult of the Nine Tails, he sacrificed himself to protect the younger generation. As for the name Yumino Irika, it is not unfamiliar to Zhongqufeng. He is indeed the father of Yumino Irika. What a remarkable gathering of notable individuals, he mused. Yet, it seems they are all mere supporting characters. What kind of a training camp for extras is this? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the time to commence class arrived. A young man entered from outside, prompting the students to sit up straight in respect for their teacher. The instructor nodded in satisfaction and began, "First and foremost, I would like to congratulate each of you. Your presence here signifies that you possess the potential to be ninjas, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall surely become one in the future." He continued with his self-introduction. "My name is Saratobi Mizuki. Until your graduation, I will serve as your teacher. I am 25 years old, and this is my inaugural teaching experience. My skills are regarded as average within the village, and I have a passion for sports. My dream is to nurture students who can stand on their own." He then invited everyone to introduce themselves. Initially, the students were somewhat shy, but gradually they began to open up, boldly sharing their hobbies and aspirations. Even if some dreams were far-fetched, it mattered little, after all. The dreams of childhood are the purest. Zhongqufeng listened intently to each dream. Maruhoshi Kogen aspired to become a formidable ninja, while Yuhi Kurenai wished to master the art of illusions. Yumino Irika's ambition was to become a teacher. "I am Uchiha Q," he declared, "and I disdain you weaklings. As a member of the Uchiha clan, my aspirations are too lofty for you to comprehend. That is all." With that, he nonchalantly returned to his seat. A look of disdain etched upon his face, as if observing a swarm of insects. His words incensed the entire class, many casting him furious glares. However, Uchiha Q appeared indifferent, not sparing them a glance. What an insufferable wretch. He must be made to pay for his arrogance. Indeed, as my mother always said, the Uchiha clan is filled with haughty individuals. How infuriating. We are all students. What makes him so superior? The classmates expressed their discontent, distancing themselves from him. Uchiha Q, however, merely scoffed, relishing the separation. This was precisely what he desired. These commoners should tremble before the Uchiha clan's renown. Seated beside Zhongqufeng, Uchiha Chiri furrowed her brow, clearly displeased by Q's remarks. Soon, it was her turn to introduce herself. "Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Chiri. My hobby is indulging in sweet treats. I harbor no dislikes, and my dream is for peace, where villagers and clansfolk can coexist harmoniously." Her demeanor was poised and graceful, reminiscent of a refined young lady. With a gentle smile, she exuded an aura of warmth, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Initially, when the name Uchiha Chiri was mentioned, everyone cast disapproving glances in her direction. However, upon hearing her self-introduction, it became apparent that this girl was not at all like Uchiha Q. The scrutiny directed at Uchiha Chiri softened somewhat. Zhongqufeng expressed mild surprise, discovering that Uchiha Chiri's aspirations bore a resemblance to his own. Greetings, I am Zhongqufeng. My interests lie in a tranquil life and the serene act of counting money. I harbor a disdain for plans, and my dream is to live peacefully forever. Upon the conclusion of Zhongqufeng's introduction, the entire class was momentarily taken aback. A passion for quietly counting money? A dream of perpetual tranquility? What absurdity was this? Could one not be more serious? Beside him, Chiri could not contain her laughter, though fortunately, she went unnoticed, sparing herself from embarrassment. This self-introduction earned Zhongqufeng a nickname within the class, Brother Tranquility, which was quite fitting indeed. All right, I am now aware of everyone's dreams. I hope you all achieve them in the future. Now, let us commence our lesson. Following this, Sarutobi Mizuki outlined the various classroom regulations before diving into the first lesson, which focused on understanding chakra and how to refine it. This lesson was essentially tailored for the common folk. Families of a certain standing would have imparted foundational knowledge about chakra long before their children attended school. Conversely, most commoners, whose parents were not ninjas, relied solely on the academy for their education. In class, the children of commoners listened intently to Sarutobi Mizuki, while only a few from noble families were engaged. The rest were distracted. Zhongqufeng was among those attentively absorbing the lesson. Uchiha Chiri quietly remarked, "Zhongqufeng, you seem to be listening so earnestly. Haven't you learned about chakra before?" Chapter 7. How can you be more arrogant than I? Upon hearing this, Zhongqufeng scratched his head. Ah, no. I've learned it long ago. However, everyone's understanding of chakra may differ, and I merely wish to listen more. This was not an attempt by Zhongqufeng to establish a cliché academic persona. Rather, it was as he stated. He sought to glean insights from others' experiences. After all, his progress in developing cloud ninjutsu had been less than stellar, and he hoped that listening to others might provide some assistance. Upon hearing Zhongqufeng's response, Uchiha Chiri realized her hasty judgment had been quite presumptuous, leaving her feeling rather ashamed. "I apologize, Zhongqufeng. I should not have so casually formed an opinion about you." Zhongqufeng waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence. Did the knowledge imparted by the teacher prove useful to you? There is a hint of truth, but not much. It appears that Zhongqufeng is indeed quite remarkable. In reality, this is merely a fabrication by Zhongqufeng, intended to preserve the teacher's credibility within the class. The content delivered by the teacher is, in fact, exceedingly rudimentary and offers no assistance whatsoever in the development of cloud ninjutsu. Once Zhongqufeng ascertained the ineffectiveness of the teacher's teachings, he ceased to pay close attention, engaging instead in casual conversation with Uchiha Izumi, and the two quickly grew familiar with one another. Zhongqufeng was taken aback by the humility of this prodigious Uchiha, who displayed no trace of arrogance and lacked the fervent desire for recognition typically associated with the Uchiha clan. This left Zhongqufeng with a very favorable impression of her. As their conversation flowed, the first lesson came to a close. Judging by the expressions of the others, it seemed they had all grasped the fundamentals of chakra extraction. Sarutobi Mizuki had already informed everyone of the remaining agenda for the day, which was to encourage the students to commence their attempts at chakra extraction. This task is a rite of passage for each cohort, as it serves to distinguish the prodigies from the ordinary. The initial endeavor to extract chakra typically requires about a day, while those with superior aptitude may succeed within just a few hours. Once the class concluded, Maru Hoshi Kyuk approached. "Chiefing, you must have already extracted chakra, right?" "In truth, I only managed to extract chakra last month," he inquired. Somewhat perplexed, aren't the children from the clans supposed to learn about chakra at an early age? Zhongqufeng chuckled softly in response. "My family follows a direct line of inheritance, and I am the sole descendant. My parents perished 2 years ago." Just as Maru Hoshi Kyuk intended to express his apologies, he was interrupted by Zhongqufeng. He was not particularly bothered by it, and since it was unintentional, there was no need for apologies. "Enough about me. How about you? Did you comprehend everything the teacher taught?" Maru Hoshi Kyuk scratched his head and chuckled. "It's all right. I understood the concepts of chakra extraction, and I can catch up on the rest through reading." Upon hearing this, Zhongqufeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that all knowledge is documented in books, and reading certainly holds its merits. At that moment, a haughty voice interjected inopportunely. "No wonder you're a commoner. You can't even grasp such simple knowledge. You might as well give up on becoming a ninja." Instantly, the entire room fell silent. Zhongqufeng didn't even need to raise his gaze to know. This must be one of the nefarious Uchiha clan. "What did you say?" Maru Hoshi-kyuk exclaimed angrily, slamming his hands on the desk. Uchiha-kyu, don't think that just because you belong to the Uchiha clan, I won't dare to confront you. I'm not afraid. With a fiery determination, he rolled up his sleeves and strode towards Uchiha-kyu, intent on teaching him a lesson. Yet, Kyu remained utterly unfazed, instead regarding Maruhoshi Kuka with a mocking gaze. Just as the tension was on the brink of eruption, Hayama Ichika and Yuhi Akane timely intervened, restraining Maruhoshi Kuka. Observing this scene, Uchiha-kyu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, see. Even your impoverished friends understand that in the village of Konoha, the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. Bound by his two friends, Maruhoshi Kuka seethed with frustration. Akane, Ichika, let me go? I need to teach this guy a lesson. Witnessing the trembling rage of Maruhoshi Kuka, Uchiha-kyu displayed a look of disdain. How dare this mere commoner speak to me in such a manner? The Uchiha clan has played a pivotal role in the foundation of Konoha. What is your standing? This declaration left the faces of all present commoners contorted with displeasure. They yearned to retort, to show this arrogant individual a taste of humility. However, the overwhelming strength of the Uchiha clan instilled fear in their hearts. None dared to provoke such trouble, fearing it might bring calamity upon their ordinary families. Only a few prominent families had the audacity to speak a word of justice on behalf of the commoners. In truth, while most clans in Konoha harbored their own pride, they never looked down upon the commoners as scornfully as the Uchiha clan did. This disdain might very well be a reason for the Uchiha clan's unpopularity, leading to their ultimate downfall. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had made remarkable contributions to the establishment of the village, but what relevance does that have to you? Uchiha-kyu was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Within his family, he was not considered a genius. He had sought to assert his dominance over the commoners at school. Yet now it seemed he was being chastised instead. He glanced at Yuzuki Kage, noticing that while his attire appeared exquisite, the clan emblem was unfamiliar to him. And he had never heard of the Yuzuki clan, assuming him to be a commoner. Oh, who are you? Do you think donning fine clothing grants you entry into noble clans? Yuzuki Kage remained unperturbed, finding the arrogance of this young boy exceedingly excessive. As one who possessed a system, how could he allow anyone to outshine him in hubris? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you, young man, are indeed quite arrogant. To put it plainly, when Konoha was founded, you weren't even a mere cell yet, relying on your family name to insult and belittle others. Are you merely seeking validation? Your actions will not earn the respect of the Uchiha clan. You are merely tarnishing your family's reputation. Uchiha-kyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What enraged him more was the inexplicable sting in each of Yuzuki's words, piercing right through to his core. To be lectured for so long by a commoner was an affront he found utterly intolerable. Nonsense. The laws of this world dictate that the weak must bow to the strong. You commoners were destined to be subjugated by us from the moment of your birth. Silence. Kyo, you are tarnishing the family's honor. Zhongqufeng had intended to engage in a battle of wits with this individual for many more rounds, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Chiri interjected, cutting Kyo off. Chiri-sama, Chapter 8. False Peace. Uchiha Kyo had more to say, yet ultimately swallowed his words. As he had stated, the weak must yield to the strong, and Uchiha Chiri was the family's prodigy, having awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 5, bearing the weight of the clan's expectations. In contrast, Kyo, at 6, had yet to open his eyes and was undoubtedly of lower status. Let us bring this farce to an end. I apologize on behalf of Kyo and hope that you will not take this matter to heart. The Uchiha clan is certainly not what you may believe. Chiri's words quelled the tumult, restoring a modicum of dignity to the common children. Their perception of the Uchiha clan shifted slightly, yet a portion remained unconvinced, fully believing their parents' warnings to steer clear of the Uchiha. At that moment, Muruksen Gujia was released by his two friends and approached Zhongqufeng to express his gratitude. He then cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Chiri before returning to his seat. In his view, it was Zhongqufeng who had elevated the Uchiha clan with his words. Uchiha Chiri, compelled by the family's reputation, had no choice but to intervene, and he now held no fondness for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chiri chuckled wryly. It seems that Gujia dislikes me a bit. Zhongqufeng shrugged. It is understandable, after all. Kyo's actions have incited public ire, and his initial stance is not without justification. Chiri comprehended this reasoning. Her intention in attending the Ninja Academy was to ameliorate the village's prejudices against the Uchiha clan, yet it appeared that Kyo had dismantled those efforts. As a talent from the Uchiha clan, Chiri was neither arrogant nor did she view others through a lens of prejudice. She firmly believed that the ninjas of her clan should not hold themselves aloof. It was evident that she, like Uchiha Kagami, belonged to the relatively moderate faction within the Uchiha clan. Influenced by Kagami, Chiri chose to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Otherwise, a prodigy like her would typically receive training within the clan. Changing the family's and the public's perception of the clan is indeed a formidable task. Zhongqufeng smiled. It is not as difficult as it seems. Why is that? As long as your strength is formidable, your kin will invariably heed your words. Just as the seemingly tranquil shinobi world exists merely under the pretense of peace, compelled by the strength of the Hokage, Uchiha Chiri was taken aback by classmate Chiefing's unexpected remarks. However, upon reflection, he realized that in order to gain the approval of the clan's antiquated elders regarding his and his brother's philosophies, one could not bypass the significance of strength. After all, without power, all discourse remains mere speculation. Would that not render him akin to Q, resorting to the oppression of others through sheer might? Chiri stated with deliberate intent. Yet, the distinction lay in their motivations. Q relished in the satisfaction derived from subjugating and humiliating others for personal gratification, while Yu endeavored to foster harmony between the clan and the villagers, seeking to facilitate the Uchiha's genuine integration into the village. Chiri chuckled, remarking, "Classmate Chiefing, you are indeed an intriguing individual. It seems you harbor no disdain for the Uchiha." Upon hearing this, Chiefing returned a gentle smile. "We are all members of this village, and the Uchiha are also a part of Konoha. There is nothing to dislike." The moment Chiri first encountered Zhongqufeng, he sensed that he was unlike his other classmates, though he could not articulate why. When Marahoshi Koji was mocked, Chiefing, despite their brief acquaintance, spoke up courageously, displaying no prejudice against the Uchiha clan, which others feared or detested. Indeed, classmate Chiefing is a remarkable person. After a while, Sarutobi Mizuki returned. It was hard to believe he was unaware of the events that transpired in the classroom, yet he chose not to mention it, and promptly commenced the next lesson. "All right, students, the entirety of today's lesson will revolve around your attempts to refine chakra, applying the knowledge we acquired in our previous class." His words instantly commanded the students' attention. The ridicule they had endured from Uchiha Q during recess left them feeling profoundly disheartened. Now, as they prepared to begin refining chakra, enthusiasm surged among them. At the tender age of 5 or 6, they believed their talents were on par with anyone else's, and soon they began to practice diligently. Without successfully extracting chakra, they could not proceed with subsequent lessons. However, for those who had already mastered chakra extraction, the experience grew rather tedious. They refrained from conversing, fearing it might disturb their peers, and with no option to escape class on the first day, they could do little but sit in silence. After nearly 3 hours had passed, someone finally succeeded in refining chakra. "Jihong, excellent work. To achieve chakra extraction in just 3 hours is truly commendable." Chiefing was not surprised by this outcome. Soon after, both Marahoshi Koji and Heikaku also succeeded in extracting chakra. Such a pace would be a remarkable feat, even for the scions of prominent clans. Sarutobi Mizuki nodded subtly to himself. "It appears this cohort boasts a fair share of prodigies. I must report this to Lord Hokage, along with the incident from earlier." As a member of the Uchiha clan, although Uchiha Q had yet to awaken his eyes, he had successfully harnessed his chakra from an early age. Witnessing these commoners, whom he regarded with disdain, extracting chakra for the first time at a pace that surpassed his own, he felt an indescribable fury brewing within him. What incensed him further was that Uchiha Chiri, the prodigy of their clan, failed to speak up for him and instead sided with those ordinary folk. "That white-haired guy, I shall make him pay during practical classes." At that moment, he noticed Zhongqufeng seemingly engrossed in the serious endeavor of refining his chakra as well. Q scoffed quietly. "I thought you were someone of significance, but you were just a mere commoner." Consequently, he felt increasingly confident about the upcoming examination, for he had already mastered ninjutsu. His strength was undoubtedly superior to that of the white-haired youth. Should Zhongqufeng overhear Q's words, he would surely respond with an eye roll. In truth, Qufeng was merely unwilling to squander time idly, and thus dedicated his efforts to training in cloud release. Should he succeed in mastering this bloodline technique, his dream of a tranquil life would be well within reach. Seeing Qufeng diligently practicing beside him, Chiri assumed he too was striving to improve and followed suit. Like a contagion, the other students in the classroom began refining their chakra as well, with the exception of Uchiha Q. The first day of school concluded, and half of the common children had failed to extract chakra. This indicated their lack of innate talent, suggesting that their future achievements would likely not exceed the level of Ch. Among the students, some were elated while others were despondent. Zhongqufeng belonged to the former category, although he too experienced failure at the last moment during his training. He felt he was on the brink of discovering the underlying issue. With a few more attempts, he might unlock the cloud release technique. After school, Maruhoshi Koji and others greeted Qifeng, inquiring if he wished to return home with them. Qifeng agreed, and, after bidding farewell to Chiri, the four departed the classroom together. However, the unfortunate reality was that their paths did not align. The Yunzhong clan's territory lay in the opposite direction from the homes of the other three. Thus, Zhongqufeng had no choice but to make his way home alone. Chapter 9. The Impending Rebellion of Uchiha Madara. That evening, at the Uchiha estate, Uchiha Kagami inquired, "How was school today, Chiri? Did you make any friends?" Upon hearing Kagami's words, Chiri's mind drifted to Zhongqufeng, and she pondered that perhaps she and Qifeng could be considered friends. Yes, his name is Zhongqufeng, the head of the Yunzhong clan. Brother, have you heard of the Yunzhong clan? Uchiha Kagami contemplated for a moment, recalling that he had indeed seen some references to the Yunzhong clan in a family tome, albeit with scant details. The most elaborated points noted that, despite their small numbers, their clan was exceedingly powerful, wielding the formidable cloud release secret technique capable of dispersing foes into vapor with a mere gesture. I have heard of them, but I do not know much. They are merely a formidable clan. After hearing this, Jili felt a twinge of curiosity. According to what Feng had previously mentioned, their family lineage was strictly passed down through a single heir. There could be no more than 4 or 5 members in the family, could there? How could such a lineage be deemed formidable? However, since her brother had asserted this, it must hold some truth. Jili recounted the events that transpired at the academy in detail to Uchiha Kagami, eager to glean her brother's perspective on the matter. "You handled this well," he remarked. "That child, Q, has been indoctrinated with such notions since childhood by his grandfather. It is not something that can be altered overnight." Jili nodded in response, as she had a fair understanding of familial affairs. Those old men, led by Uchiha Q's grandfather, were all followers of Uchiha Madara, constantly urging their clan members to abandon Konoha and rally behind him. The Uchiha are the Uchiha of Konoha, she reflected. This statement resonated profoundly. The statement made by Yuzuke's perfectly aligns with the philosophy of Kagami. Kagami holds a significant reputation among the youth of the Uchiha clan. They respect Uchiha Madara, yet do not follow him fanatically. Instead, they aspire to genuinely integrate into the village and promote the growth and prosperity of their clan. This faction's voice had been quite feeble until Uchiha Kagami became a disciple of Senju Tobarama, leading to an increasing number of followers. Most of them are weary of the endless conflicts and wish to lead a stable life within the village. They firmly believe that once Uchiha Kagami matures, they will undoubtedly succeed. Yuzuke's is a thoughtful child, destined for great achievements in the future. Does brother hold Yuzuke's in such high regard? Uchiha Kagami nodded, especially moved by the sentiment that the Uchiha are part of Konoha. This is what he strives for, a world where neither the village nor the Uchiha require war. He intends to report this matter to his master tomorrow. If Yuzuke's is fortunate enough to receive his master's guidance, he will undoubtedly benefit greatly. However, Uchiha Kagami believes that the Hokage and his master have likely already noticed Yuzuke's. Chiri, it is essential to nurture a good relationship with your friend. Suddenly, he felt a premonition that Yuzuke's might be the key to their success. Chiri was surprised by her brother's esteem for Yuzuke's but had always harbored a favorable impression of him, so she gladly agreed to her brother's request. "You should rest early. Chiri, we have classes tomorrow." "Yes, brother, you too." While Chiri enjoyed a cozy evening chat with her brother, Yuzuke stared at the system prompt on his personal panel, unsure of how to respond. Name: Yuzuke's age, 6 strength. Chakra level: Chunin 1 card bloodline. Crystal release, cloud release, progress 55, talent, all attribute chakra. Genius com value, 31,005 chaos value days until chaos event. Uchiha Madara's rebellion, 365 days. According to the system prompt, Uchiha Madara will attack Konoha in a year, ultimately facing Senju Hashirama in a decisive battle, where he will be defeated and killed. Yet, in a year, Yuzuke's would only reach the strength of a J-nin at best, completely unable to assist. Such grand spectacles as the Ascended Buddha and the Nine-Tailed Susanoo are not events for ordinary individuals to partake in. This is indeed quite a predicament. If a task is deemed a failure, resulting in an increase of 70 or 80 chaos points, it could lead to a complete downfall. The 5 chaos points accrued from eliminating a spy from the Cloud Village did not diminish even after a month. If there were an increase of 70 or 80 points, it would almost declare his life over. At that moment, Yuzuke suddenly recalled an extraordinary item he had glimpsed in the store last month while exchanging for talent. Although it was quite expensive, if he wished to intervene in the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, this was the only way forward. Since the method of resolution has been determined, it is time to contemplate how to accumulate the tranquility points, as that particular item requires a staggering 60,000 tranquility points. Zhongqufeng anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, wishing fervently for Konoha to be teeming with spies from other nations, so he could eliminate one each day. He merely implored the second Hokage to refrain from any further schemes. Perhaps he should stroll around the streets more often, who knows? He might indeed catch a spy or two. It is time to sleep. Dreams encompass all possibilities. Embracing this delightful hope, Zhongqufeng peacefully drifted into slumber. In his dream of Konoha, even Senju Hashirama appeared as a spy dispatched from another country. Trust me, I am sorry for everyone. Such is the burden of the Hokage. The means to earn tranquility points slipped from his mind, for life itself is paramount. One must not lose sight of what truly matters. A principle upheld by Zhongqufeng. As the citizens of Konoha gradually succumbed to slumber, the lights in the Hokage office remained aglow. Sarutobi Mizuki was presently reporting to Senju Hashirama about the day's events at the academy. Hashirama's expression transitioned from stern to one of gradual satisfaction. Is that so? Qifeng said that? Indeed, Lord Hokage. Although Qifeng is quite young, his thinking is remarkably agile. While Maru Star Kai possesses considerable talent, he tends to act impulsively and was easily provoked by Uchiha. Senju Hashirama nodded. Maintaining a calm mind is crucial at all times. The more one is angered, the more one must strive for composure. However, there is no need to be overly harsh on children just beginning their education. Impulsive enthusiasm is a common trait at this age, and it will undoubtedly evolve with gradual learning. It is not a concern. With proper guidance, these children will become the pillars of Konoha's future. Yes, Lord Hokage. Subsequently, Sarutobi Mizuki reported on several other matters and future curriculum planning. Senju Hashirama waved his hand, indicating that Mizuki could manage the details himself, expressing his confidence in Mizuki's abilities, and allowed him to return for some rest. Are we all striving for our dreams? Where are you now? Outside, Konoha had succumbed to the embrace of night, with only a few lights still flickering. At this moment, Hashirama felt his heart brimming with fulfillment, as if the weariness of the entire day had been swept away. For all my clansmen who follow me, I shall create peace with my own hands. A formidable aura surged upwards, causing cracks to fissure the walls. Should anyone be nearby, they would likely be overwhelmed by this magnificent presence. Before long, Hashirama scratched his head and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I may have gotten a bit carried away. He glanced at the fractured wall with a hint of remorse, realizing he would need to trouble the repairmen once again. Time to head home. Otherwise, Mizuki will surely be upset again. It seems that even the legendary god of shinobi is merely an ordinary husband at heart. Chapter 10. Why does his gaze possess such complexity? On the playground outside the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Suya organized a practical combat class for the students. It had been half a month since their first lesson. During this time, they had participated in a practical session focused primarily on the art of shuriken throwing, which served both as instruction and assessment. Today's combat class involved pairs competing against each other, leading to a mix of excitement and trepidation among the students. Those who had dedicated themselves to their training were brimming with confidence, aware of their strengths and weaknesses, while the habitual slackers were likely to face the consequences of their laziness. Do you feel confident about today's combat class, Kufu? Chiri inquired with genuine concern. She had witnessed Kufu's previous encounter with Uchiha and feared potential repercussions. Despite Uchiha being somewhat inferior to her, his prowess was still formidable. Rumor had it that he had mastered ninjutsu even before enrolling in school, marking him as a prodigy among his peers. Chiri, however, was only aware that Kufu was a commendable individual with great ideas, yet she remained oblivious to his true capabilities. Whenever she inquired about Kufu's strength, he would humbly claim to be quite weak, which only heightened her concern. I should be fine, Kufu said, scratching his head. I doubt I'll be unlucky enough to be paired with Uchiha Q. This was precisely what troubled Chiri, as she understood that Uchiha Q and his brother, Shana, harbored long memories of grudges. Should one offend him, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance at the earliest opportunity. Witnessing Kufu's nonchalant demeanor only intensified her worry. Yet, Kufu's primary fear was inadvertently inflicting harm upon Uchiha Q. The gentle breeze seemed to perceive the concern lingering within Jili, and thus reassured him, "Fear not. Have you forgotten that I always secure the top position in our practical classes?" Zhongqufeng consistently ranked among the elite in the class, excelling in both theoretical and practical assessments. Yet he remained humble and unpretentious, earning the admiration of his peers. With Qifeng's unwavering confidence on display, Jili decided to refrain from further admonitions, recognizing that such behavior would be unbecoming of a lady. After all, she had already offered her counsel. Yuanfei Shui. Once the organization of discipline was established, commenced the discussion regarding the day's practical training. Today marks the inaugural practical lesson for our first-year Class 1. And I hope each of you will showcase your utmost capabilities. Though this is a practical exercise, safety must remain our foremost priority. Thus, during combat, please refrain from inflicting serious harm upon one another. Given that this was the students' first foray into practical training, their excitement and impulsiveness were understandable. Consequently, Yuanfei Shui meticulously outlined numerous safety protocols before proceeding to the grouping of students. Nara Masato with Hinata Kuais, Akimichi Taya with Yamanaka Taichi, Yuanfizi Ku with Shimura Den, and Uchiha Jili with Waihaya Kane. Upon hearing her pairing, Jili offered a subtle smile to Qifeng, conveying a silent assurance that she would not allow any harm to befall his friend. The gentle nod of acknowledgement from Qifeng was not a reflection of his disdain for Shiri Zhenhong, but rather an acknowledgement of the overwhelming disparity between them. When Maruhoshi Kosuka learned that he was to face his good friend Ichijo, he felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. He had hoped to make Uchiha Kyo kneel in submission today. However, there was little he could do, as Saratobi Mizu was a man of strict principles. Once a decision was made, it could not be altered. All he could do was clench his fists in frustration, vowing to make Uchiha Kyo pay next time. Next was the match between Yunji Tsufeng and Uchiha Kyo. Yunji Tsufeng rubbed his forehead, realizing that he had indeed spoken the truth. He had no desire to engage in a game of back and forth with Uchiha Kyo, reminiscent of the age-old saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. He merely wished to play a minor role and finish the match quickly. He had made plans to dine with Chiri at the Akimichi Clan's barbecue restaurant at noon. Satisfying one's hunger was of utmost importance. Uchiha Kyo, as ever, wore his signature proud demeanor, his gaze imbued with a mixture of 5 parts disdain, 2 parts aloofness, and 3 parts indifference as he regarded Yunji Tsufeng. The intensity of his gaze made Tsufeng feel uneasy, causing him to subtly lean towards Chiri and inquire, "Has Uchiha Kyo been reading some domineering CEO novel lately? His eyes are so complex." What is a domineering CEO? Chiri asked, puzzled by Tsufeng's odd expression. "Oh, it's nothing, just a term I coined. It's normal for you not to understand." Chiri did not press further, sensing that the story's conclusion might lead her to peculiar knowledge. With Saratobi Mizu's command, the first round of matches commenced. There was hardly any suspense as Nara Masato quickly succumbed to defeat, which did not surprise the audience. After all, the true strength of the Nara clan lay in their secret techniques, while the Hyuga relied on their Byakugan and physical prowess. Students took turns stepping up to compete, with Saratobi Mizu diligently recording each participant's strengths and weaknesses for future training. The match between Chiri and Shiri Zhenhong concluded, and it must be said, Zhenhong's prowess was commendable, though he simply fell short against Chiri. In contrast, Ichijo and Maruhoshi Kosuka were evenly matched, but ultimately, Ichijo's stamina waned, placing him at a disadvantage. "Quickly, let us get out of here. Such a weak performance is embarrassing enough." Uchiha Kyo taunted mercilessly from the sidelines. Yet the crowd seemed to choose to ignore him. It was as though they did not regard him as a person at all. Only Maruhoshi Kosuka was incited by his provocations, though he was ultimately restrained by Ichijo. Uchiha Kyo called out to Yunji Tsufeng, "Come on, commoner. Today I shall show you the prowess of the Uchiha clan. Let us see if you dare to be so arrogant again." Having spoken, he proceeded to the arena, while Zhongqufeng casually adjusted his ears and strolled forward with an air of nonchalance. Jili couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of concern. He remained uncertain whether Qifeng truly possessed the strength of indifference or was merely feigning composure. Begin. As the command echoed, Uchiha Jing transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards Qifeng with a kunai poised to strike at his right arm. Maru Shingujia, standing nearby, felt his pupils constrict in shock. So fast. Uchiha Jing's speed exceeded his expectations, and he clenched his fists, aware that he was no match for Uchiha Jing. Yet, with a mere sidestep, Yunzhong Qifeng evaded the attack. Seizing Jing's wrist, he effortlessly disarmed him, tossing Uchiha Jing back. With this failed attempt, Uchiha Jing refrained from recklessly advancing again. Frustration welled within him. How could this be so swift? He felt astonished that a technique he had practiced for so long could be neutralized so easily. In a fit of fury, he hurled 5 shuriken at Qifeng, attempting to suppress him. Although the wooden shuriken lacked lethal force, a hit would still draw blood. However, these projectiles posed no threat to Qifeng, who merely drew his kunai to deflect them with ease. At that moment, Uchiha Jing swiftly closed the distance to Qifeng and leaped into the air, delivering a kick to Qifeng's right shoulder as a feint. Yet, his smile quickly vanished as he realized that his foot had been firmly grasped by Yunzhong Qifeng. Straining with all his might, he found himself unable to break free. He had never anticipated that this commoner would possess such strength. A wave of humiliation washed over him. Could it be that I truly must resort to that? Let go of me. Uchiha Jing bellowed in rage. After several failed attempts to break free, his anger boiled over. Very well, Yunzhong Qifeng replied with a calm smile, then released his grip, causing Uchiha Jing to stumble backward in surprise. What followed was a powerful kick that landed squarely in Uchiha Jing's abdomen, forcefully expelling his saliva in all directions. Die. Uchiha Jing was now consumed by fury, unable to accept that he had been so casually defeated by a commoner he deemed beneath him. His wounded pride compelled him to take desperate measures. In a discreet motion, he swiftly swallowed an unknown pill and began forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Fire release, great fireball technique. Chapter 11. My family lacks everything except money. Sarutobi Mizuki rushed forward to intervene, but for reasons unknown. Uchiha Jing's speed in forming seals and unleashing his jutsu was far too rapid. It was already too late. Water release, water barrier. Sarutobi Mizuki unleashed a water technique to extinguish the raging flames. Yet the thick smoke and vapor obscured the state of the battlefield. However, an instinctive feeling told him that Uchiha Q was undoubtedly up to no good. Kage, my classmate. Uchiha Kariri's pupils widened in astonishment, and soon, a crimson hue spread through them, swirling into the shape of Tsutomu. This was the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. She had successfully awakened her Tsutomu Sharingan at the tender age of 5. The surrounding classmates were rendered speechless, even failing to notice Kairi activating her Sharingan. Kage. Maruhoshi Kogen was the first to rush forward, but was halted by the teacher. Damn it, this guy is a murderer. This lunatic actually attempted to ambush Kage with ninjutsu. The classmates were greatly alarmed by this sudden turn of events. Kage was well-liked, and nearly everyone in the class was his friend, which fueled their anxiety. At this moment, Kairi was filled with guilt. She ought to have kept a closer eye on Kage. But she never anticipated that Uchiha Q would be deranged enough to want to kill him. Moreover, Q's speed in releasing ninjutsu was astonishingly rapid, to the point where even the teacher could not intervene in time. In a moment of desperation, she activated her Sharingan, hoping to peer through the smoke to assess Kaze's condition, but what she saw left her dumbfounded. Teacher, Kage is not on the battlefield. There is only a stone? Indeed, Kairi was uncertain. How could Kage have transformed into a stone? Furthermore, this stone appeared to be anything but ordinary. Sarutobi Mizuki, upon hearing this revelation, was equally bewildered. How could he have turned into a stone? Wind release, gale palm. The technique was merely intended to disperse the smoke and vapor, thus requiring minimal chakra. As the gust erupted from his palm, the classmates finally beheld the scene clearly. They saw Uchiha Q, his body seemingly drained as if by a ghost, shriveled and emaciated. Yet, they did not catch sight of Kage amidst the clouds. Instead, they beheld a translucent pink crystal sculpture, identical in appearance to Kage, glimmering in the sunlight. Teacher, can the great fireball technique really transform someone into crystal? Maruhoshi Kogen asked in astonishment. Sarutobi Mizuki was at a loss for words, simply muttering nonsensically. It can turn people into fertilizer. Idiot, that's not me. Kage, from within the clouds, playfully tapped Maruhoshi Kogen's head. Startled by the sudden tap, Kogen felt a surge of annoyance, only to realize that Kage had appeared behind him. Hey, Kage, you're not dead. Kage retorted. Were you so eagerly wishing for my demise? Maruhoshi Kogen scratched his head and grinned foolishly. No. Of course, I'm happy you're okay. As long as you're fine. Kage, you certainly scared us quite a bit. Teacher Saratobi felt a twinge of apprehension. The first time he brought students along, a life was lost, and he could only imagine the repercussions from his family. Kage, unfazed, reassured Teacher Saratobi that he was unscathed, and then proceeded towards Uchihaku. When Shifeng turned his head, he noticed Chili gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Rest assured, I shall not take his life. As the wind-bearer approached Uchihaku, who lay on the ground like a discarded puppet, he effortlessly lifted him with his bare hands. It was a light and effortless motion. With a swift gesture, he aimed towards a robust tree and hurled Uchihaku high into the air. Crystal release, hexagonal shuriken dance. With a flourish of his hand, countless hexagonal crystal shards swirled and twirled through the air, reflecting sunlight in a dazzling display akin to a grand light show. The hexagonal crystals struck the edges of Uchihaku's garments with precision, exerting a powerful force that sent him flying several meters away, ultimately pinning him firmly against the tree without inflicting a single scratch upon his skin. Was this crystal? Chiri believed he had a fair understanding of ninjutsu. Yet the technique displayed by the wind-bearer was entirely unfamiliar to him. A thought emerged in his mind. Could this possibly be a bloodline limit? With a casual clap, the wind-bearer brushed off the dust from his clothes, seemingly indifferent to the revelation of his crystal release. In truth, this was precisely the spectacle he wished to showcase. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly employed a different jutsu. Shortly thereafter, numerous ninjas detected the commotion and hurried over. Upon understanding the situation, Saratobi Mizuki promptly took Uchihaku away. According to protocol, causing harm with malicious intent within the village required intervention from the Hokage, leading to either imprisonment or execution. In any case, Uchihaku's fate would not be a favorable one. Windbearer, what is this jutsu of yours? Saratobi inquired. Master Saratobi, this is my bloodline limit, crystal release. Good heavens, a bloodline limit. And it's in his class. Moreover, according to my research, crystal release has never been documented in history. This matter must be reported to the Hokage. Classmates, we shall conclude today's lesson here. Everyone may return and rest for the day. We will resume our studies tomorrow. Naturally, the students erupted in cheer at the prospect of a break, fully aware who was responsible for this unexpected half-day off. After expressing their gratitude to the wind-bearer, they dispersed, leaving only Chiri standing in place. To think the wind-bearer is this formidable, it seems my worries were unfounded, Chiri lamented. Ahem. Today I shall treat you all. Eat as you please. What do you say? Chiri suddenly brightened with a smile. All right? Just watch. I shall eat you out of house and home. My clan, the Yonku, lacks nothing but money. The two exchanged knowing smiles and made their way toward the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. In the Hokage's office, Senja Hashirama was busy reviewing documents. Having taken note of the earlier events, he had intended to investigate personally but was halted by Tobarama, who reasoned that the Hokage could not attend to every matter and should allow his subordinates a chance to learn. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Saratobi Mizuki entered. Hokage-sama, Tobarama-sama, I must apologize for my failures. Please impose the necessary punishment. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for self-reproach. Now, tell me, what transpired? Saratobi Mizuki meticulously reported the situation from the practical lesson to Lord Hokage. Tobarama's expression darkened as he remarked, the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan is indeed restless. How dare they engage in combat within the village? Hashirama felt a sense of exasperation regarding the situation, but fortunately, Kage had not sustained any injuries. This indicated that Kage had become proficient in their family's cloud release techniques. Cloud release? Saratobi Mizuki found himself perplexed, inundated with terms he did not comprehend. Lord Hashirama, Kage mentioned that his ability is crystal release. At this revelation, both Senja Hashirama and Senja Tobarama could no longer remain composed, their table cracking under the force of their reactions. What? Crystal release? Is it not cloud release? Chapter 12. I shall personally take him as my apprentice. Saratobi Mizuki was taken aback by their response, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Why yes, Kage indeed claimed it was crystal release. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama was filled with delight. Quick, elaborate. Saratobi Mizuki then spoke earnestly. I witnessed Kage perform two ninjutsu. One involved him turning into a crystal sculpture after being struck by a fireball, which I believe resembles a branch of the substitution technique. The second technique allowed him to conjure numerous crystal shuriken from thin air, exhibiting greater power and speed than ordinary shuriken, making them densely packed and difficult to evade. After a moment of contemplation, Senju Tobarama remarked, "It appears this young man has mastered crystal release for some time. Otherwise, how could he have learned such ninjutsu? I have never heard of a bloodline limit known as crystal release." Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement, having always held high hopes for Kage. He believed the young man would eventually master cloud release, but he had underestimated Kage's innate talent. Noticing the favorable mood of the two men, Saratobi Mizuki tentatively inquired, "Earlier, Lord Hokage and Lord Tobarama mentioned cloud release. Could it be that Kage has also mastered a second bloodline technique?" Senju Hashirama shook his head. "You are still too unfamiliar with your student. Do you not even know about the Kumo clan?" Upon hearing this, Saratobi Mizuki felt a wave of shame wash over him and repeatedly apologized. Youth must engage in diligent study. If a student poses a challenging question in the future and you cannot respond, would that not undermine your credibility? Tobarama's words resonated with him, and he admitted, "Indeed, I have grown complacent." Senju Hashirama's laughter broke the somewhat heavy atmosphere. "Ha ha ha, do not worry, go ask Sasuke. He will surely know about the Kumo clan." After expressing his gratitude, Saratobi Mizuki exited the Hokage's office, chastised by both the Hokage and Tobarama for his lack of knowledge, vowing never to let such an oversight occur again. Inside the office, Hashirama and Tobarama discussed Kaze's crystal release. "Brother, I believe there is no need for further observation of this young man. This morning, Kagami shared some of the things he has said, and I find his intellect and character commendable. Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Tobarama felt quite pleased. Taking this prodigious youth as his apprentice would undoubtedly make the task of teaching much more effortless. Therefore, I shall take him under my wing, and we shall instruct him together. No, this time, I shall personally accept him as my disciple. Tobarama was taken aback by his elder brother's assertion, though it did not entirely surprise him. After all, the wood release was a unique skill possessed solely by him. Perhaps he could offer substantial assistance in the development of bloodline limit techniques. Numerous explanations flooded Tobarama's mind regarding his brother's desire to personally mentor the boy. But he knew that if Hashirama were to discover them, he would surely burst into laughter. In truth, Hashirama simply yearned to take on an apprentice. Although they were jointly teaching Tobarama's 6 pupils, they were not truly his own disciples, and he perpetually harbored the desire for one. Unfortunately, the number of prodigies in Konoha was quite limited, with only a handful truly capable of astonishing him. It was not until a month ago, with the emergence of a young talent from the Cloud Village, that he was genuinely impressed. Prior to that moment, he had never encountered the boy known as Kage, only aware that he was the sole heir of the Cloud clan. However, upon their first meeting, he was astounded. The chakra contained within the boy's diminutive frame rivaled that of elite shinobi. Hashirama had initially believed Kage would master the Cloud clan's secret techniques, but to his astonishment, the boy had also mastered the unprecedented crystal release, a bloodline limit of remarkable potential. Truly, the potential of youth knows no bounds. Should this child mature, he could potentially surpass even myself. Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at his brother. Who knows? Who can say whether he will indeed flourish? The future is notoriously elusive. While prodigies are never in short supply, most meet their demise early, burdened by the very title of genius. "Where's that boy?" Hashirama inquired. "I have sent someone to search for him." Meanwhile, Kage remained oblivious to the fact that the Hokage wished to personally take him as a disciple. His only intention was to be recognized as the second Hokage's pupil, albeit he somewhat underestimated his own talents. Among Tobarama's 6 disciples, perhaps only Saratobi Izashi and Uchiha Kagami possessed comparable potential to Kage, albeit temporarily, as Kaze's gifts were not fixed. "Kage-kun, do order some more meat. One to you?" "I am still rather hungry," said a young girl. Upon noticing the stack of empty plates on the table, Kage was somewhat astonished. How could this child, nearly 6 years old, consume so much? Yet, despite his surprise, he had encouraged her to eat freely, and he certainly did not mind the expense. "Boss, bring me 20 more plates of meat." Encountering such a valued customer, the proprietor was all smiles and promptly assured him that it would be delivered immediately. At that moment, Chiri felt a bit embarrassed, yet for some reason, she never liked to feign ladylike behavior in Kaze's presence. "Kage-kun, can your wallet still manage?" she teased. Kage waved his hand dismissively. "What is this sum? I am more concerned about whether your stomach can hold up." Chiri struck a determined pose. "Of course. Every evening when I return home, I practice with my brother, so I must eat well at noon. This stands in stark contrast to the gentle breeze that flows through the clouds. He, fearing that an excess of food might impede his evening training, contented himself with only an 8/10 full meal at noon. He possesses a keen awareness of his current weaknesses. Although he has attained the prowess of a yearning through the system, his physical skills remain rather feeble. Thus, he dedicates his evenings to honing his physical abilities. After a while, the proprietor wheeled over a cart laden with 20 plates of meat, perhaps out of goodwill, or perhaps in an attempt to retain the patronage of these two affluent individuals. He generously added an extra plate of meat and vegetables. Hewand, shall we have a sparring session sometime? Geely inquired. With a smile, Hewand replied, what prompted this sudden thought? Geely, wearing a serious expression, replied earnestly. I wish to ascertain the extent of the gap between myself and you, Hewand. Taking a moment to touch his nose, Zhongqufeng remarked, I am quite feeble, the kind that would perish at the slightest strike. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Although Zhongqufeng initially intended to evade the situation, Geely showed no inclination to let him off the hook, his gaze fixed intently upon him, making Zhongqufeng feel rather embarrassed. All right, I concede, let us eat swiftly. Geely responded with a radiant smile, only to have his expression shift to one of grave seriousness, as if he had recalled a matter of great import. Zhongqufeng, you must be exceedingly cautious of one individual. Who might that be? Geely's demeanor turned somber, devoid of any jest. Uchiha Shana. Chapter 13. Come with me. I will handle the rest. Oh? Zhongqufeng was not entirely unfamiliar with the name, though it did not resonate deeply with him. Uchiha Shana was a staunch reactionary of the Uchiha clan, holding an unwavering admiration for Uchiha Madara. During the tenure of the second Hokage, he instigated a rebellion with the intention of assassinating the second Hokage, ultimately being sentenced to life imprisonment. Geely's tone grew considerably serious as he recounted this event, even reducing the frequency of his hands' movements in the act of eating. He is the brother of Jing, and both siblings had been indoctrinated by their grandfather's ideology, believing that only by following Uchiha Madara could the Uchiha clan be revitalized. That old man, leveraging his status as an elder, propagated the belief of allegiance to Madara within the clan. However, the majority had grown weary of war and were content with their current lives. Upon hearing such words from Geely, Zhongqufeng understood the necessity of being cautious regarding Uchiha Shana, having physically confronted his younger brother and left him in such a disheveled state. It would be rather surprising if the elder brother refrained from seeking retribution. Moreover, the fact that he could instigate rebellion in the future indicated that he was certainly not one to be trifled with. Trouble was bound to find him. Very well. I shall be vigilant. Thank you, Geely. Geely smiled gently, assuring him that it was nothing before returning to her meal. How delightful it was. Such delectable food was rare in his household. The Akimichi clan had a profound appreciation for gourmet cuisine. Otherwise, such exorbitant prices could not be justified. This meal cost nearly 1,000 ryo, a sum sufficient to sustain several families for half a month. Geely certainly had a hearty appetite. At that moment, two ninjas from the Senja clan entered the barbecue restaurant. Upon stepping inside, they spotted Zhongqufeng and approached him. Greetings, you must be Zhongqufeng from the clouds. We meet again. Zhongqufeng initially wondered who it was, only to realize it was the guard from the day of the will. Had he not divulged a bit of information, Zhongqufeng might still be in search of that detestable planner. Ah, it's you from that day. Is there something you need? Would you care to join me for a meal? The Senju ninja shook his head and replied, No, Lord Hokage wishes to speak with you. Once you finish your meal, please accompany us. Upon hearing this, Zhongqufeng surmised the reason for the Hokage's summons. Noticing that the meat on the grill had been consumed, he settled the bill with the proprietor and prepared to follow the guard to the Hokage's office. Geely, observing that the Hokage sought Zhongqufeng, sensed the urgency of the matter and remarked, Since Lord Hokage has summoned you, I shall refrain from intruding further. Thank you for your generous hospitality today. You should come along with me. Haven't you admired Lord Hokage for quite some time? Geely's eyes sparkled with excitement, her large, glistening orbs fixed on the guard. Is it truly permissible? The guard scratched his head, appearing somewhat conflicted. I'm afraid it's a bit complicated. Lord Tobarama specified that Lord Hokage only wishes to see Zhongqufeng. Before Geely could respond, Zhongqufeng interjected, Just follow me. I will handle the rest. Geely was not a timid girl. Since Lord Zhongqufeng had expressed his intention, there was no reason for her to hesitate. However, it seemed she would owe him another favor. She had long admired the Hokage, viewing him as a paragon, yet such an opportunity to meet him in person was rare. and she was resolute in not letting it slip away. The guard, sensing her determination, ceased to refuse. After all, if she claimed to be capable, he had no reason to doubt her. To continue to deny her would be an unnecessary imposition, and he had no desire to offend. With the agreement settled, the quartet departed from the barbecue restaurant and made their way back to the Hokage building. Throughout the journey, Zhongqufeng maintained an air of ease, casually observing the surroundings, while Zhili, likely due to the impending encounter with her idol, exhibited signs of nervousness, fearful of committing any faux pas that might leave a negative impression on the Hokage. In truth, her worries were unfounded. "You two may enter now." The Hokage and Lord Tobarama are inside, announced the two Senju ninjas as they resumed their duties. Consequently, Qifeng and Zhili entered the Hokage's office. "Haha, Qifeng. It has been a month since we last met, hasn't it?" Hashirama exclaimed with a hearty laugh, exuding none of the aloofness typically associated with his position. Rather, he resembled an amiable neighbor. "Good afternoon, Hokage and Lord Tobarama. This is my friend, who has long admired you and regards you as her idol." The words spoken by Kage caused Chiri's face to flush a deep crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, rendering her speechless and stammering. "T2 esteemed adults, greetings at noon. Ah, Uchiha Chiri. I am aware of your identity as Mirai's sister." Chiri, who had presumed that the Hokage was unfamiliar with her, was unexpectedly addressed by name, filling her with immense satisfaction. "Kaze, I summoned you today primarily to pose a singular inquiry. Please, esteemed sir, proceed. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" This question left Kaze in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't it customary for the second Hokage to take him as a pupil? Why was it the first? If memory served correctly, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were all disciples of the second Hokage Tobarama, albeit under the joint tutelage of the two brothers. Was he now to become a direct disciple of Senju Hashirama? This felt like a significant leap in lineage. "I would be honored," Kaze exclaimed with enthusiasm. What a rare opportunity this was, one that could only come once in a lifetime. To forego it would surely lead to regret. While becoming the disciple of the second Hokage would be admirable, it paled in comparison to the honor of being Hashirama's student, just by a smidgen. Upon Kaze's affirmative response, Hashirama burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple." Kaze bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Master, I humbly pay my respects." Hashirama felt a wave of emotion, yet feigned indifference as he replied, "There is no need for such formalities between us." Kaze, upon hearing this, straightened himself, not out of pretense, but from genuine respect. Even if he had become Tobarama's disciple, he would have displayed the same reverence, for he valued the teacher-student relationship deeply. Chiri was taken aback by the scene unfolding before her, having initially believed that the Hokage summoned Kaze to discuss the practical training of the day, only to discover it was to accept him as a disciple. To be honest, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy at that moment. However, she bore no jealousy. Kaze excelled in both theory and practice within the academy, consistently ranking first and maintaining the best rapport among his peers. Such an outstanding individual being chosen as a disciple by the Hokage did not incite her envy. Noticing the shy girl beside Kaze, Hashirama contemplated briefly before addressing her. "Chiri, you are Mirai's sister and a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. If you are willing, you may also train under me, though whether you become my disciple depends on your performance." Chapter 14. A healthier future. Upon hearing this, Chiri swiftly dispelled all distractions from her mind and, with remarkable speed, declared, "I am willing." Her voice was so loud and her response so rapid that Kaze turned to her, thinking, "This girl is truly impressive. My ears are ringing. Haha. Splendid. From now on, you shall train alongside me." "What about the administrative duties, brother?" Tobarama interjected. Hashirama casually replied, "Leave that to the shadow clones. Besides, you are here, are you not?" At that moment, Tobarama shot a displeased glance at his elder brother, knowing full well that it would come to this. Although the elder brother is not particularly skilled in governmental affairs, he does manage to handle some matters from time to time. Now that he has taken on a disciple, it seems he might delegate all his responsibilities to him. After receiving a penetrating gaze from his younger brother, which conveyed a sense of discomfort, he decided to shift the conversation. "Chiefing, why not come to my house tonight? I shall have my wife prepare a sumptuous meal for you, and we can also discuss your crystal escape technique." Upon hearing this, Chiofeng realized that he was to receive personalized instruction and readily agreed. Although he had independently developed some techniques in crystal ninjutsu, their effectiveness was limited and insufficient for large-scale destruction. His master undoubtedly held significant authority in this domain. and with his assistance, Xiaofeng anticipated a much easier journey ahead. At that moment, Fei Jian suddenly spoke. Starting tomorrow, you need not attend the academy. Instead, you shall train alongside me and my elder brother, while also getting acquainted with my disciples. Both Xiaofeng and Zhili agreed in unison. And after engaging in casual conversation for a while, they departed upon receiving a mission report from a ninja. As they walked along the streets of Konoha, Zhili still felt as though everything that had just transpired was a surreal dream, an experience almost too fantastical to be real. If it were indeed a dream, he wished fervently not to awaken from it. The wind whispered with laughter, as Chiri was genuinely amused by the little girl's admiration for Hokage. Upon hearing the joyful sound, Chiri turned her head, feeling a bit bashful. Thank you, Takakazi-kun. I truly owe you a tremendous favor. I never anticipated that the Hokage would allow me to train alongside him. This is merely the beginning. If you apply yourself diligently, becoming a disciple of your master will not be an arduous task, considering your innate talent, he replied. Indeed, Chiri's abilities far surpassed those of her peers, such as T-Ka and Mito, and if she were to unlock the Mangeki Sharingan in the future, the possibilities would be boundless. Chiri's eyes sparkled with aspiration. She was already quite content with her current achievements, yet the prospect of becoming the Hokage's apprentice thrilled her even more. I will strive with all my might, she declared, brimming with determination. As they strolled through the streets, their conversation flowed effortlessly, both harboring great expectations for their future training. As the breeze began to stir, Xiaofeng contemplated his next course of action. The aspiration to become a disciple of the Hokage had not only been realized, but surpassed. He had directly ascended to the status of the first Hokage's apprentice, an indication that no one in the village would possess a higher standing than he. After all, he was the sole true disciple of the Hokage. As the apprentice of the first Hokage, he would undoubtedly hold significant influence as an elder in the future. However, Xiaofeng had little interest in power. His primary objective was to live a tranquil life and relish the beauty of existence. Nonetheless, having become the disciple of his master, he felt an obligation to protect the homeland that his mentor had tirelessly established. By the way, Xiaofeng, when shall we commence the sparring we previously discussed? Chiri inquired eagerly, her anticipation palpable as she sought to gauge the extent of her prowess compared to his. Any time is suitable, you may decide, he replied. After pondering for a moment, Chiri suggested, since you will be visiting the Hokage's residence tonight and we are scheduled to train tomorrow, let us make it tomorrow evening. Sounds good, Xiaofeng readily agreed. In his prior confrontation with Uchiha Kyo, he had not exerted any of his true strength. The fool had effectively sealed his own fate. Since eliminating the Yunin spy, Xiaofeng had been diligently honing his taijutsu and ninjutsu, consistently developing his cloud techniques, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. His chakra had already reached the level of a J-nin, yet due to a lack of practical combat experience, the system displayed his capabilities as that of a Ch-nin. Engaging in a friendly bout with Chiri would provide him with a clearer understanding of his current strength. All right, I shall return to the clan grounds now. See you tomorrow, Chiri exclaimed with a radiant smile as she waved her farewell. Until tomorrow. As he watched her figure gradually disappear into the distance, Xiaofeng prepared to head home and commence his training in cloud techniques for the day. At the Uchiha clan grounds, an aged, raspy voice inquired, have you seen your brother? I have. He has ingested forbidden medicine. He may not survive. Who provided it to him? A boy, around 15 or 16, with crimson eyes and 3 tomos spinning within them, responded. Withdraw it. Shauna, do you intend to strike me? The old man retorted angrily. Under the old man's fierce reprimand, Uchiha Shauna begrudgingly retracted his Sharingan, but, still agitated, exclaimed, he is merely 6 years old. His future is limitless. How could he perish so soon? The elder sighed softly. He took the medicine of his own accord, believing it would enhance his chakra to defeat a classmate. The elder's emotions were indeed complex. After all, Uchiha Kyo was also his grandson. While not a prodigy, he was certainly superior to the common folk. So it was unfathomable that he would act so recklessly, stealing a substance without understanding its effects. Ultimately, not only did he lose the contest, but he also forfeited his life. The clan would now face repercussions due to his deliberate act of harm. Such disgrace could not be concealed, even by an elder of the Uchiha clan. The elderly man spoke with grave seriousness. This matter must cease here. The troubles of Kyo are entirely self-inflicted. You must not continue to stir up further discord. Otherwise, our lineage will lose all semblance of respect within the family. However, Uchiha Shauna was wholly unconvinced. Uchiha Kyo was his beloved younger brother, his sole sibling, and he could not simply perish in such a manner. If you refuse to inform me, I shall investigate it myself. I will ensure he pays the price. Uchiha Shana bellowed, and with that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. This action infuriated the old man, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. The meticulously crafted plans he had nurtured for years were on the verge of being obliterated by these two unfortunate children. His only aspiration was to follow in the footsteps of Uchiha Madara and restore the former glory of the Uchiha clan. Yet, if these two fools brought shame upon the family once more, his status as an elder would likely be stripped away. Why must my fate be so cruel? He lamented. His son and daughter-in-law had perished, leaving behind these two children, whose talents were mediocre at best and whose intellect was lacking. He was the sole elder, nearly buried in the earth himself, struggling to uphold the lineage, only to face the prospect of a tarnished reputation in his twilight years. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, and yet another spurt of blood escaped his lips. Chapter 15. The bystander at this moment. Zhongqufeng was at home diligently practicing the cloud release ninjutsu, unaware that, due to his actions, a distressed Uchiha elder was suffering in silence. He was at a critical juncture. Should he succeed in this phase, he would master the cloud release technique. Otherwise, it would take him much longer to achieve it. The air around Zhongqufeng was enveloped in a delicate azure energy, his eyes tightly shut, and a grave expression adorned his face as beads of sweat cascaded down his temples. He endeavored to merge the three elemental chakras of water, fire, and wind in accordance with the instructions inscribed on the scroll, a task far from simple. While the water and fire chakras held equal strength, the introduction of wind chakra would inevitably amplify the fire while suppressing the water, thwarting the quest for perfect amalgamation. Although the scroll provided a suggested ratio, in practice, Zhongqufeng discovered that adhering strictly to the ancestral proportions rendered success unattainable. With a muffled thud, Zhongqufeng's countenance suddenly turned pale, another failure. The backlash from the unsuccessful chakra fusion, though not severe, caused a disarray in the internal flow of his chakra, necessitating a thorough reorganization before he could continue his training. Yet, for Zhongqufeng, this was merely routine. He had faced countless failures over the past month. Despite this setback, he had finally discerned the appropriate ratio. This time, he was certain of his success. After meticulously reorganizing his chakra, he attempted the fusion once more, mentally reciting 44 parts water, 31 parts fire, 25 parts wind. This was the ratio he had painstakingly derived after numerous attempts over the month. Indeed, when he adhered to this ratio, the three chakras balanced each other, none overpowering the others, culminating in a harmonious fusion. With a deep exhale, a dense mist billowed from Zhongqufeng's lips. He could distinctly feel that, compared to the mist technique, the cloud release was markedly thicker, with reduced visibility and an increased chill. At last, he had succeeded. Little did anyone know the hardships he had endured over these past days. Initially, he had followed the ancestral proportions. Yet failure had haunted him until he was compelled to discover his own. However, a question lingered in his mind. Why had his father not divulged this information? Was it a test of his resolve? The depths of his father's intentions eluded him. Yet, had Yun Zhongshan still been alive, he might have chuckled and said, "Son, I had forgotten." Regardless, he had finally succeeded in mastering the cloud release, adding another layer of security to his capabilities. He pondered which technique was superior, dust release or cloud release, but knew that only the battlefield would provide the answer. Glancing out the window, he realized time was slipping away. He hurriedly shed his clothes to bathe, having worked up quite a sweat during his training. He was to visit his master soon and could not afford to present himself with an unpleasant odor that might tarnish his first impression. Upon completion, Zhongqufeng adorned himself in a fresh outfit, mindful of the significance of his inaugural visit to his master. He wore the formal attire of the Yunzhong clan, a black robe embroidered with gold thread depicting the revered Yunzhong crane, exuding an air of nobility. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he felt an essence of a heroic spirit enveloping him. Outside, the sky had gradually darkened. It was nearly time. With her long white hair neatly tied, she stepped out of her home. As she walked along the bustling street, the vendors began to pack up their stalls, preparing to return home. While a few restaurants remained open, their business thriving. The various scenes around her brought a profound sense of relaxation to Zhongqufeng, reminiscent of the tranquil and delightful days spent at her grandfather's countryside home during childhood. The sound of a boisterous mother calling her children home for dinner echoed from a few streets away, creating a picturesque atmosphere. In that moment, She found herself beginning to understand the aspirations of Hashirama Senju, grasping the depths of his resolve to establish and protect the village, even at the cost of his own life. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, she arrived at the Senju clan's territory, which appeared rather ordinary from the outside, lacking the ethereal ambience of her own Yunchong clan. Each return home felt akin to entering a realm of cultivation. In contrast, the Senju clan's domain resembled a large estate, bustling with life and warmth. Unsure of where her master's residence was, she approached a random bystander for assistance. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where the Hokage's home is?" The man paused, his mind racing with disbelief. How could this child be so affluent? If she was mistaken, the patterns on her clothing were embroidered with gold. Such craftsmanship was rare. "Who are you? Why are you looking for the clan leader?" he inquired. "Oh, I was sent by the Hokage. I am his apprentice." The bystander nearly exploded at this revelation, unable to bring himself to glance at Zhongqufeng's golden embroidered attire again. Today's children not only possessed wealth but also seemed to have an extraordinary capacity for boasting. Before he could respond further, a figure emerged from the clan's territory. "Ah, there you are, young one. My brother has been waiting for you." Standing at the entrance was Tobarama Senju, his expression serious and evidently displeased. "My apologies, Lord Tobarama. I lost track of time after finishing my training." Noticing the child's respectful demeanor, Tobarama decided against further reprimands and led her into the clan's residence. Outside, the bystander was left in a state of bewilderment, realizing that the child truly was the apprentice of the clan leader. Within 5 minutes, half of Konoha village had learned of this news, and the heads of various clans were inquiring, eager to discern who possessed such fortune and perhaps to forge connections. Inside the Senju clan, as everyone observed the child brought in by Lord Tobarama, envious glances were exchanged. "Come inside. I'm feeling rather hungry," Zhongqufeng responded, following Tobarama into the house. Upon entering, she spotted a woman with 2 bun hairstyles and red hair. Before she could react, Zhongqufeng promptly greeted, "Hello, master." Upon hearing the child's words, Uzumaki Kushina's face lit up with a smile. "What a sweet-talking child. Come, change your shoes and join us for dinner. Your master has been waiting for you for quite some time." Zhongqufeng, with an expression of apology, said, "I am truly sorry, esteemed teacher's wife, for making you wait." Upon hearing this, Mito merely smiled, remaining silent. At that moment, Zhongqufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Goodness, do you realize who this is? She is the princess of the Uzumaki clan. What woman from the Uzumaki lineage does not possess a fiery temperament? If one does not utter some sweet words to placate her, you can be certain that there will be dire consequences in the future." As the gentle breeze and the door creaked open, Su Feng stepped inside, only to find an exquisite spread of dishes already laid out before him. Pillar stood by the dining table, eagerly awaiting, nearly drooling in anticipation. Upon noticing Su Feng's arrival, he feigned anger and exclaimed, "Su Feng, why have you arrived so late? Do you perhaps harbor some grievances against your master?" As the wind whispered through the heart, he secretly muttered, "Master, your acting truly leaves much to be desired." Yet, on the surface, he feigned innocence, saying, "Master, the reason for my tardiness is that I have successfully cultivated the family's secret technique today." Chapter 16, Testing Ninjutsu. Upon uttering these words, the entire room fell into a profound silence. It is evident from the wind energy that Senju Hashirama is at a loss for what expression to wear. After a considerable pause, it is Tobarama who first breaks the silence. "Kage, are you referring to the cloud release? Have you mastered it?" In the depths of his heart, Zhongqufeng silently scoffed. Goodness, what a spectacle! The legendary Tobarama Senju truly is a snob. The moment he learned I had mastered cloud release, he ceased even addressing me as a mere child. "Indeed, Tobarama, I have acquired the art of cloud release." Ha! A hearty laugh erupted, as it was none other than Hashirama Senju who had regained his composure. "Splendid. Zhongqufeng, you truly deserve the title of Konoha's most prodigious talent. A double Kekei Jinkai." Upon hearing Hashirama's praise, Zhongqufeng discerned that although both brothers were aware of cloud release, they lacked familiarity with it. He feigned a look of hesitation and began, Master, actually, cloud release is a Kekei Ta." Hashirama, having just adjusted his expression, found himself in a state of confusion once more, bombarded by a cascade of unexpected information that left his mind momentarily in disarray. Even Uzumaki Mito was taken aback. While the concept of Kekei Jinkai was not particularly rare, after all, her husband possessed one or two, It was the mastery of such techniques that distinguished genius from mediocrity. Those who struggled might find themselves ensnared in a web of ineptitude. However, a Keki Itita was an entirely different matter. Such abilities were exceedingly rare across the ninja world. She had heard of the terrifying prowess of cloud release. Yet the Kumogakure clan had only remained in seclusion, abstaining from the conflicts of the various clans, thus evading recognition. Little did she expect that cloud release was indeed a Keki Itita. No wonder the Kumogakure clan, comprising merely 2 or 3 individuals, could uphold such a legacy. Ahem. Chiefing, you have truly astonished your master today. To successfully master a Keki Itita, you are undoubtedly a prodigy of Konoha. Tobarama, unlike his elder brother and sister-in-law, was not as surprised. He had witnessed cloud release techniques before. At that time, he suspected that the technique was not a Keki Genkai, and as he developed his own jutsu, his conviction only grew stronger. Today, Chiefing's revelation had substantiated his beliefs, and he felt quite pleased, as it indicated a profound understanding of ninjutsu on his part, even if most of his developed techniques had been prohibited by his elder brother. Let us dine first, and afterward, we shall venture out to practice. Mito had already discerned the intentions of the 2 Senju brothers. However, having prepared such a splendid feast, she insisted they finish it. All right, let us eat. Once we are done, I wish to witness the marvels of cloud release and crystal release, Hashirama expressed with great interest. It must be said, Mito's culinary skills were truly exceptional. The group quickly devoured the entire spread. Following their meal, they departed the clan grounds in search of a spacious area, devoid of onlookers. Mito seemed eager to witness Chiefing's talents as well, thus she accompanied them. Wood release, wood clone technique. Branches sprouted from Hashirama's form, intertwining to coalesce into a humanoid figure, its visage mirroring that of Hashirama himself. Now, unleash your jutsu upon the wood clone. Fear not, you shall not cause harm. Chiefing nodded thoughtfully, his expression turning serious. With a swift motion, he performed the crystal escape, 1 arrow lotus technique, swiftly forming seals in the air. Gradually, a crystal lotus bud materialized in his hand, resembling a work of art. Seemingly devoid of lethality. Like a javelin, it was hurled toward the wooden clone created by Hashirama. The wooden clone, observing the incoming attack, extended its left hand to block. The instant the crystal bud made contact, it blossomed open, its petals expanding to several times their original size, instantaneously transforming into a crystal lotus. The wooden clone shook its hand, unscathed, as such a level of ninjutsu posed no threat to it, unless the chakra levels matched its own. The lotus was effortlessly deflected, crashing to the ground and shattering into fragments, while Hashirama, wearing a smile, remarked, "Impressive. Such a formidable ninjutsu. Did you develop it yourself?" Chiefing nodded. He held a deep affection for the art of crystal ninjutsu and had persistently endeavored to refine it. Although he had already mastered certain techniques of the Crimson Lotus, they were not his own creations. With the advantage of his innate genius, he believed it was far more beneficial to develop his own methods. His abilities were formidable, capable of endangering the lives of ordinary ninjas with a mere lapse in vigilance. Hashirama was thoroughly impressed by Chiefing's prowess, especially considering that a mere 6-year-old had managed to innovate such a technique. He couldn't help but marvel at Chiefing's extraordinary intellect. Even Tobarama, a master in the creation of ninjutsu, expressed admiration for this particular skill. Mito inquired whether these crystals could indeed be fashioned into ornaments. Chiefing confidently affirmed that these crystals would not dissipate. Once formed, they were genuine and tangible, demonstrating his thoughtfulness. He conjured a sizable crystal column for Mito to take back and craft into jewelry. "Have you developed any other ninjutsu?" Tobarama inquired, his fondness for the child growing steadily, to the point where he contemplated taking him under his wing from his elder brother. Chiefeng nodded slightly and inquired, "May I ask if Lord Tobarama possesses any living creatures?" Upon hearing this, Tobarama swiftly retrieved a sealing scroll, and upon its unbinding, a rooster materialized before the assembly. Hashirama, puzzled, questioned, "Isn't it better to conduct experiments using wooden clones?" Chiefing scratched his head and said, "Master, the wooden clone is too powerful. It hardly affects it and appears rather unremarkable." Upon hearing this, Hashirama nodded and continued to observe his disciple's actions. Crystal release, crystal poison. A small crystal spike slowly materialized in Chiefing's right palm. He then thrust it directly into the back of the rooster, causing the spike to penetrate its body. The rooster immediately began to screech, but Chiefing held on to it tightly, preventing its escape. After approximately a minute, the rooster's movements grew sluggish, and its body visibly began to crystallize from the wound. Even its feathers were not spared from this fate, and ultimately, after letting out a final cry of despair, it transformed into a stunning crystal sculpture. Excellent. Hashirama promptly expressed his approval. This technique was particularly suited for ambushing foes during combat. One moment they were fighting, and the next, they were encased in crystal. Truly remarkable. As Hashirama gazed at the crystallized rooster, he felt immense pride in having such an extraordinary disciple. At merely 6 years old, Zhongqufeng had already developed such a complex ninjutsu. While this move might not be lethal to stronger opponents, it would still compel them to expend chakra to resist it. In battle, this distraction could prove detrimental. If one failed to resist, they would gradually succumb to crystallization. Although the technique was somewhat malicious, in the realm of warfare, the more vicious the technique, the better. Instilling fear in your enemies would deter them from waging war recklessly. Well done. Your crystal release is exceedingly potent. Nurture its development, for I believe you possess the capability. Receiving his master's acknowledgement, Zhongqufeng felt elated, considering this was the god of ninjas, the very pinnacle among countless shinobi. Now, let us attempt cloud release. Hashirama had been eagerly anticipating this. Chapter 17. The morning determines the day. Zhongqufeng nodded slightly and rose to stand opposite the wooden clone. He had only recently mastered a few techniques of the cloud escape ninjutsu and was uncertain of their true efficacy. Whether he could inflict any significant damage upon the wooden clone remained an enigma, particularly with the cloud escape, cloud sword technique. From the vortex emerged a silken mist, enveloping his figure in an instant. With a sharp, piercing sound that sliced through the air, 3 swords forged from the very essence of cloud shot forth, striking directly into the chest of the wooden clone. They swiftly dissipated back into mist, despite the clone being pierced by the cloud blades. No wounds were left upon its surface, it bore no visible injuries. Yet, the chilling essence of the clouds had infiltrated its being, freezing its organs. Hashirama could keenly sense the state of the wooden clone. There were no external wounds, but internally the organs had already succumbed to frost, without prompt intervention. Death would soon follow. Such a technique was formidable. Even a being of the wooden clone's stature was affected, and a mere ordinary ninja struck by it would surely meet their demise. Tobarama nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing its potency. However, he noted that with timely medical attention, survival was indeed plausible, albeit accompanied by severe after-effects. Both brothers, having intuitively grasped the might of the cloud release, held a deep respect for its power. The hand seals employed during the technique's execution revealed that this was not an advanced ninjutsu, merely ordinary in nature. It was implausible that the Cloud clan possessed only such rudimentary cloud techniques. Hashirama retracted the wooden clone and approached Tobarama, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With you safeguarding the future of Konoha, I can rest easy, my dear apprentice. Zhongqufeng merely nodded in silence when Mito spoke up, saying, "It is quite late. Let us return and rest." Zhongqufeng, you should stay at my place for the night. The brothers Tobarama and Hashirama also glanced up at the sky, realizing that it was indeed late and time to head back for some rest. Zhongqufeng, do stay at my home for the night, Mito urged. To embrace the wind is only natural, otherwise it would be a slight to both my master and mistress. A good minner, I shall heed your counsel. This evening's cultivation has reached a satisfactory conclusion, yet it seems that true rest remains elusive. Upon returning home, the group soon succumbed to slumber. For television is still a rarity in this world, and mobile phones are even less common. With few distractions to occupy their time, they could only take leisurely strolls after dinner before retiring for the night. Despite the monotony, a profound tranquility enveloped them. At the break of dawn, Zhongqufeng was roused by the system. Live a day in Konoha peacefully and earn 100 points of tranquility. With today's edition, Zhongqufeng had amassed a total of 4,700 tranquility points. However, he was still far from acquiring the life-saving item he would need when Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha. Over the past month of wandering through Konoha, he had yet to uncover a single spy or trigger any chaotic events. He felt it necessary to seek out alternative methods, for waiting idly was undoubtedly not a sustainable strategy. With a swift motion, Zhongqufeng rose from his slumber, neatly making his bed before adorning himself in his garments and departing the guest room in search of a place to freshen up. At that moment, he noticed that his teacher's wife, Mizuhito, seemed to have risen long before him and was currently engaged in the preparation of breakfast. "Good morning, Mizuhito," he greeted. "Good morning. Zhongqufeng, you are awake quite early. Wouldn't you prefer to indulge in a bit more sleep?" she inquired, her thoughts reflecting that such a young child should relish the luxury of slumber, for once adulthood arrives, such opportunities would become scarce. No, Mizuhito, I am accustomed to this routine. It has become a habit, he replied. Yet the truth remained that were it not for the incessant announcements of that infernal system each morning, Zhongqufeng might have easily slept until the afternoon. Nevertheless, the system's reminders ensured that tardiness had never been a concern, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Under Mizuhito's guidance, Zhongqufeng performed a quick ablution, and by the time he settled at the dining table, Chuzhan had also awakened. With bleary eyes, Chuzhan bore none of the dignified air of a Hokage, appearing instead much like an overworked middle-aged office worker returning home after a long day. A dangerous thought suddenly emerged in Zhongqufeng's mind. Perhaps now is the opportune moment to eliminate the Hokage in a clandestine manner. Hashirama, yawning and somewhat disoriented, remarked, Zhongqufeng, why are you up so early? It's just a habit, master, Zhongqufeng replied. Hashirama gently patted Zhongqufeng's head, saying, it's best for a young one like you not to burden yourself with such pressure. These times are no longer like the past. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Zhongqufeng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Master, you worry too much. With Zhongqufeng's words, Hashirama ceased his gentle admonitions. Aware that Zhongqufeng had lost both of his parents while on a mission, thus, Hashirama felt compelled to offer him additional care. Even though Zhongqufeng exhibited a maturity beyond his years, in Hashirama's eyes, however, he remained merely a child. Before long, Tobarama arrived, vibrant and impeccably dressed, presenting a stark contrast to Hashirama. After breakfast, Hashirama dispatched a shadow clone to the Hokage's office to manage administrative duties. The first day of training his disciples was too significant to miss, as it would haunt him for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Tobarama had informed his students the day prior to assemble at dawn atop Hokage Rock. Let us depart. It seems our companions have also arrived, Tobarama remarked. After bidding farewell to Mido, he positioned himself behind Hashirama and Zhongqufeng, resting his hands on their shoulders. In an instant, the trio materialized above Hokage Rock. Such strength, such speed. Zhongqufeng marveled. This must be the space-time ninjutsu, the flying thunder god technique, a formidable skill developed by Senju Tobarama. Ultimately, it was inherited by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was honored with the title of the Yellow Flash in the ninja world. Just moments ago, Zhongqufeng had scarcely felt anything, and now the surroundings had transformed entirely. The marvel of this extraordinary space-time ninjutsu left him in awe. Tobarama, noticing the expression on Zhongqufeng's face, smiled and inquired, so, Zhongqufeng, would you like to learn? He held a particular fondness for this prodigious young man, softening his typically serious demeanor. In the distance, Tobarama's other disciples believed they had awoken too abruptly that morning, still struggling to shake off their slumber. Could it be that their master possessed such gentleness? Master Tobarama, I believe I am not suited for this ninjutsu. I am merely curious about the fluctuations of space and time, Zhongqufeng replied. Tobarama, undeterred by Zhongqufeng's rejection, responded with a warm demeanor. In a few days, I shall share with you the insights behind the development of this technique. Upon hearing this, Kage felt truly delighted. It was as if someone were directly feeding him. A heartfelt thanks to Lord Tobarama. Tobarama always exhibited immense patience towards geniuses, provided their talents were sufficiently radiant. Just like Kage, who at the tender age of 6 had already developed several exceptionally powerful ninjutsu, whether viewed from the side or from above. Tobarama's fondness for this child only grew stronger, intensifying his desire to claim him from his elder brother. Chapter 18, Konoha F6. Hey, Danzo. Did you see that? The master is smiling at that child. Sarutobi Hisashi incessantly shook his companion, attempting to convey that this was all a delusion. Danzo, suppressing a wave of dizziness, muttered, Stop shaking, Hisashi. I'm about to be sick from breakfast. Finally relenting once he saw that Danzo was on the verge of losing his balance, Hisashi released his grip. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why their usually stern master was exhibiting such tenderness today, especially not towards him. It was then that Uchiha Kagami quietly mumbled from the side. But his faint voice was still picked up by Hisashi. He hooked his arm around Kagami's shoulder, declaring with righteous fervor, Kagami, do you know something? Speak the truth. Uchiha Kagami, observing the exuberant Hisashi, chuckled helplessly. He is Kage of the Kumogakure clan, the apprentice of the Hokage. In that instant, Hisashi felt as though it might have been better to remain in ignorance than to be burdened with such knowledge. He slumped to the ground, a look of despondency on his face. When did the Hokage take on a disciple? How was I unaware of this? Kagami smiled lightly. Just yesterday. The majority of Konoha was already aware. Hizashi turned his gaze towards his companions, only to receive nods of affirmation in return. Kagami then inquired, by the way, do you all not recognize the Kumobikure clan? Upon hearing this, several of them suddenly recalled that this child belonged to the Kumobikure clan. Only T-Rune Kamaru and Mitomeko were left perplexed, as they were commoners. At this moment, Danzo elaborated, the Kumobikure clan is an ancient lineage, the origins of which remain a mystery. The clan has a singular bloodline, adept at manipulating clouds and mist, with individuals of formidable strength, rarely provoking anyone. Revitalized. Hizashi nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, it is said that the previous clan head, Kumagakusen, failed to master their secret techniques, which compelled the Kumobikure clan to join Konoha. Meanwhile, Akimichi Takef, enjoying some snacks, expressed a curious interest in this namesake of his, occasionally interjecting his thoughts. So, does this mean the child has already mastered that secret technique? T-Rune Kamaru asked. Why is that? Sarutobi Izashi's eyes widened in astonishment, perplexed by Kokono's statement. Kokono, feeling exasperated, rubbed the twitching corner of her eye and exclaimed, really? Hizashi? You are the young clan leader of the Sarutobi clan. How can you not understand this? Upon hearing this, Hizashi sprang up with a start, retorting, I don't appreciate that remark. How could I possibly be unaware? I merely intended to lighten the mood. Yet, as the others awaited his profound insight, he stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Resigned, Hizashi sighed. All right, I truly do not know. Please enlighten me. Tobarama observed Hizashi and discerned that he was not merely feigning ignorance. He remarked, a 6-year-old child who has been accepted as a disciple by the Hokage must possess exceptional qualities. Otherwise, the Hokage would not take on a pupil without reason. Is it really that simple? Kokono mocked from the side. Hizashi's face flushed crimson, yet he stubbornly replied, PSH, I was just pretending. How could I not know? I was merely testing you all. Congratulations on passing. The group exchanged bemused glances, but they had to admit that without Hizashi, the atmosphere of their team would likely be perpetually dull. Hey, you lot. Hurry over here. Hearing Tobarama call them, they quickly jogged over, fearful of incurring their master's wrath. Good morning, Master Hokage-sama. Hizashi and the others greeted respectfully. Tobarama merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Hashirama beamed. Good morning, children. After scanning the assembled group with his gaze, he inquired, Kagami, where is your sister? At this moment, Kagami suddenly recalled that he had forgotten about his sister. He apologetically replied, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. We were competing to see who could reach the mountaintop first. Shinja Hashirama helplessly rubbed his forehead, surprised that the usually diligent Kagami could make such a blunder. It seemed that youthful exuberance still held sway over him. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the horizon of their vision, sporting an expression of irritation. Kagami, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of Chiri. Although Chiri was quite upset, she knew better than to act out in the presence of Tobarama and Hashirama. Thus she chose to forgive her brother this time. Now that everyone is present, let us take a moment to introduce ourselves, starting with Kage. Yunjong Kage stepped forward with a warm smile, saying, Hello everyone. I am Yunjong Kage, the leader of the Yunjong clan. I look forward to working with you all. Hello, I am Uchiha Chiri, Kagami's sister. I hope to learn from you all, she added. Next came the introduction of Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions, of whom Zhongqufeng believed he had a considerable understanding. Seizing the opportunity, he meticulously observed the features of each individual. Their appearances deviated significantly from the elderly visages he had envisioned. Sarutobi Hizashi, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, presented himself with meticulous detail. A flicker of brilliance danced in his eyes, and the glances of his comrades conveyed a subtle admiration. It was evident that he was the leader of this small team. Danzo, in contrast, spoke with a calm demeanor and clear logic, unmistakably a man of intellect. The stark difference between him and Sarutobi was noteworthy. It is worth mentioning that he bore no scars upon his chin at present. Mito Minyan, adorned with spectacles, appeared rather unremarkable, likely to be overlooked even amidst a bustling street. To Zhongqufeng's surprise, the youthful Tsunade was revealed to be a striking beauty. Her hair styled in a bun lent her an air of spirited elegance. Akimichi Zhongqufeng, on the other hand, possessed a rather ordinary physique, embodying the archetypal portly figure. Nevertheless, being chosen as a disciple by Lord Tobarama implied he possessed considerable talent. Finally, the Pai Seed or assistance was Uchiha Kagami. The expressions on the faces of his peers indicated a strong camaraderie with him. He exuded a composed yet approachable demeanor, radiating warmth and humility that made others feel at ease. With deep blue hair and the quintessential Uchiha handsome visage, he would undoubtedly captivate countless admirers in a school setting. The wind of change has truly witnessed the future leaders of Konoha. Setting aside the merits or flaws of their elder years, the youthful spirits among them radiate vitality. Each individual shines like a newborn sun, exuding an aura of confidence. All right, now that everyone is acquainted, the rest will be gradually refined through our interactions in the future. Hashirama Senju proclaimed with a hearty demeanor. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the village, prompting Tobarama and the others to follow suit. The expansive view from this vantage point allowed them to overlook the entire village. The industrious early risers and the children on their way to school all came into focus. A tapestry of life unfolding before their eyes. After all, the future of Konoha is undoubtedly entrusted to you. Upon hearing these words, an indescribable feeling surged within them. Perhaps it was the trust bestowed by the Hokage, or perhaps it stemmed from their profound love for the village, or for myriad other reasons, regardless of the source. In that moment, they each planted a seed named Konoha in their hearts. One day, this seed will take root and sprout into a towering tree that stretches across the sky. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the flames of life will persist. Chapter 19. The Will of Fire Within Oneself? Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a proud smile upon hearing this. I know. This is the will of fire of the first Hokage. Hashirama gently patted Hiruzen's head with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, my friend, this is my will of fire. But what is your will of fire? Upon hearing this, the group paused, seemingly unprepared to ponder this question. Your will is our will, Hokage-sama, Danzo replied earnestly. As the wind whispered, Yuzuki cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, who, at this moment, bore little resemblance to the shadow of Konoha he would become. Though he rarely smiled, Yuzuki could discern a spark of light within his eyes. No. You must cultivate your own will, Hashirama declared sternly, his tone startling those present. Upon your return today, reflect deeply upon my words and uncover your own will of fire. Present your insights to me in 1 week. The overwhelming presence of Hashirama was formidable, leaving the inexperienced youths utterly overwhelmed. They could only nod in agreement, while Yuzuki, striving not to appear ostentatious, cautiously followed suit. The words spoken by Akadu Takakaze to his master were somewhat conjectural. Yet he had begun to form his own understanding of the will of fire. Mitsu, what do you think the Hokage truly means? Akadu Takakaze continued munching on snacks. Having just pondered for a moment, he concluded that he did not possess his own will of fire. The Hokage likely did not wish for all of us to construct the village solely according to his vision. Otherwise, we would merely become puppets executing commands. Upon hearing this, Akadu Takakaze nodded, as Mitsu's words enlightened him. If all went as expected, the second Hokage would certainly be Tobarama. Naturally, the Hokage had confidence in his younger brother. However, the third Hokage was likely to be chosen from among their group. Should the selected individual be one who could only adhere to the thoughts of their predecessors without understanding the necessity of adaptation, then the village would inevitably face challenges. Nearby, Danzo had also heard Mitsu's words and began to reflect. The Hokage's remarks had sparked a realization within him. He had consistently upheld the Hokage's will, even fantasizing about his own future as Hokage. My own will of fire? He was uncertain. Since childhood, he had followed the two masters for training and learning. Their philosophies and intentions had permeated every aspect of his being. Not only Danzo, but also the others, aside from Takakaze and Chiri, wore expressions of confusion, especially Sarutobi Izashi, who darted between his 5 teammates, inquiring incessantly. This ultimately provoked a wrathful response from Koharu, who delivered a sound thrashing before he settled down. Inside, Hashirama felt a tinge of worry. This posed a challenge for them, and if they could successfully decipher it, a bright future awaited. In truth, he could only blame himself. Had he not awakened too late, he would not have placed such a burden upon these children. Children, do not be overly anxious. Take a moment to reflect on my words, Hashirama consoled. Today's challenge is somewhat difficult, so I shall not require additional training. We will conclude here. For the monkeys, mastering ninjutsu was no longer the primary concern. Enhancing practical combat abilities took precedence. Typically, Tobarama would conduct practical drills with them, but since the elder brother had spoken, they would disperse. Upon hearing the announcement of dismissal, Sarutobi Hizashi and the others stumbled down the mountain. Meanwhile, Akadu and Chiri trained in taijutsu with Hashirama for the entire morning, both feeling greatly enriched by the experience. Whether it was Takakaze or Chiri, they shared a commonality: strong ninjutsu but weaker taijutsu. Senja Hashirama had also focused his efforts on taijutsu. The morning's training had indeed exhausted them, yet they bore no complaints, as it was the fastest way to enhance their strength. By noon, Hashirama allowed Takakaze and Chiri to disperse for rest. Elder brother, why did you pose such a question today? You never used to say it this way. Tobarama had long harbored a sense of perplexity regarding the words spoken by his elder brother earlier that morning. Although they had jointly guided Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others for many years without ever articulating it outright, the essence of his brother's thoughts was clear. He wished for them to inherit his will. However, why had he suddenly wavered today? Hashirama, hands on his hips, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Is it not because of the disciple I have taken under my wing?" This revelation only deepened Tobarama's bewilderment. Could such a mere child truly sway his brother's convictions? Observing the confusion etched across his younger sibling's visage, Hashirama decided to dispense with the suspense. Last night, I had a private conversation with Kif. Initially, I inquired about his experiences in mastering the art of cloud release, but he spoke in such a manner that it sparked a revelation in me. Oh, Tobarama responded, intrigued. He mentioned that his family's ancestors had passed down a comprehensive method for practicing cloud release, detailing the precise ratios of various elemental chakra. Tobarama nodded, acknowledging that families possessing secret techniques often leave behind such instructional methods for the benefit of their descendants. Yet, for reasons unknown, Kif struggled to replicate the technique as described in the scrolls and, in the end, was compelled to independently discover the correct chakra ratios, ultimately achieving success. At this point, Tobarama began to grasp the crux of his brother's message. The transition of the Hokage title bore a distinct difference from the circumstances surrounding the Cloud Clan. I am akin to the ancestors of the Cloud Clan, having imparted a fixed will of fire to guide the future generations in managing the village. Perhaps for many generations, they would uphold my vision and ensure the village's continuity. However, if an unforeseen calamity were to strike during a particular era, my doctrine of fire might prove inadequate to save the village, especially if the Hokage fails to adapt. Just as the Cloud Clan's techniques were lost despite generations of study, the village could face utter ruin. Perhaps, after several generations, an individual like Kif, who understands the necessity of adaptability, may emerge to lead the village anew. Yet, the harm inflicted upon the village during that interim would be immeasurable. Hashirama's voice grew increasingly impassioned, his fervor unmistakable. He could not bear the thought of the village he cherished, the very village he would protect at all costs, potentially vanishing from history at some future juncture, much like the countless clans that perished during wartime, leaving scarcely a ripple in the grand tapestry of the world. Indeed, I pondered throughout the night whether I should subject them to such a trial. After all, my will is sufficient to ensure the prosperous lives of several generations. Yet, I ultimately resolved to place my faith in them. At this moment, Tobarama found himself at a loss for words, simply placing a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder. Regardless of the decision Hashirama would make, he would offer his unwavering support, though he too possessed his own standards. If they could not withstand the trial, then the village could not be entrusted to them. The village was initially established to fulfill the dreams of the elder brother. Yet as he witnessed its gradual growth and prosperity, he unconsciously developed a deep affection for this place. Fortunately, they still had ample time to nurture the fledglings until they were ready to leave the nest, at which point perhaps they could relish a moment of respite. Senja Hashirama gazed at the sun high in the midday sky, a warm smile gracing his lips. Trust in them. The youth possess boundless potential. Chapter 20. Are you not placing undue pressure on an old comrade in his 40s? After departing from Hashirama, the two famished individuals decided to indulge in a hearty feast. They returned to the familiar barbecue restaurant, to the well-known array of over 20 plates of meat, where Takafumi and Yuri revisited the place where their dreams began. Since their last meal together, Yuri had fallen in love with this establishment, not solely for its delectable offerings, but because it was here that she was guided into training by the esteemed Hokage. However, she owed much of this fortune to Takafumi. Without his encouragement, she doubted her talent would have drawn the Hokage's personal mentorship. As was customary, Takafumi treated Yuri to this meal. She felt somewhat resigned to her current predicament, thinking that the debts she owed him were insurmountable enough already, so she might as well accrue a bit more. After all, one cannot be burdened by too many debts. Yet, in truth, Yuri had no clear idea of where Takafumi required assistance. He lacked nothing, Neither money, nor jutsu, nor mentors. He seemed to want for nothing. This left Yuri at a loss regarding how to address the obligations she felt, forcing her to navigate her path one step at a time. Notably, the verdict regarding Uchiha Q had been rendered. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for intentionally employing ninjutsu within the village, attempting to inflict severe harm or even kill fellow ninjas. However, due to his consumption of forbidden substances leading to a rapid decline in vitality, Q's grandfather provided a substantial compensation to Takafumi. Having secured Takafumi's forgiveness, Q was taken back to the Uchiha clan's grounds for treatment. Should he recover, he would continue to serve his sentence. If not, his fate would be sealed. In truth, the Uchiha Q remains largely indifferent to the gust of wind. Though that youth did indeed exhibit a murderous intent in the end, his meager strength is utterly insufficient to warrant concern. The windswept individual had no time to divert attention for such a trivial character. Since the other party was willing to settle privately, it seemed only courteous to grant them a favor, especially when he himself had not sustained any injuries and had no reason to be at odds with money. Moreover, with a master now as his backing, anyone contemplating action against him would need to carefully consider their own strength. According to the information relayed by Zhili, it appeared that Uchiha Kyo had ingested a forbidden drug passed down through their family lineage. It was unclear how that young man had procured it, as he had apparently disregarded the instructions before consumption. Fortunately, the situation was detected early, and there was a high probability of recovery, provided that the lost vitality could be replenished. There were numerous herbs available for this purpose. However, it had severely compromised his fundamental health, likely rendering him incapable of bearing children in the future. On this matter, the windswept individual expressed indifference as they continued to converse and soon polished off 20 plates of meat. "Thank you once again for your hospitality, Kaifeng-kun," Zhili cheerfully remarked. "No need for thanks, as long as you are happy," he replied, after settling the bill amidst the proprietor's almost maniacal grin and the insistence to return. The two departed the barbecue restaurant. As they were parting ways, Zhili turned to Kaifeng and said, "Kaifeng-kun, please do not forget our agreement for tonight." With a sigh of resignation, I pressed my forehead, initially believing that the young girl, having received guidance from the Hokage, would have forgotten this matter. To my surprise, she still held it in her thoughts. "Very well, I shall certainly arrive this evening." Upon hearing this, Chiri revealed a satisfied smile and skipped cheerfully in the direction of home. As the gentle breeze stretched and prepared to return home for a much-needed slumber, it had indeed been a tiresome morning of rigorous training. Truly, the esteemed Hokage was relentless in his demands. While some basked in joy, others were engulfed in worry. Amidst the clouds, the carefree breeze rested peacefully at home, whereas Sarutobi Hizashi flitted about in a frenzy, akin to a headless fly. "Hizashi, cease your incessant pacing. My head is throbbing." Sarutobi Sasuke observed his son meandering about after his return from the Hokage's quarters, refusing to divulge the matter at hand. All he could do was engage in futile speculation. Had his son offended the Hokage? Was he suspected of instigating rebellion and caught red-handed? The most dire outcomes raced through the elder's mind, causing his anxiety to mount. Upon hearing his father's words, Hizashi gradually came to a halt, though his demeanor remained fraught with urgency. "Hizashi, speak to your father. What transpired?" With this inquiry, Sarutobi Sasuke steeled himself. If his suspicions regarding his little monkey's transgressions were accurate, he would promptly seek atonement. "Father, today the Hokage presented us with a riddle that I cannot fathom," Hizashi replied, his face etched with frustration. Sasuke, though, secretly exhaled in relief, realizing that the matter was indeed trivial. His heart had nearly raised to the point of contemplating a familial betrayal. Yet, he maintained an air of wisdom, feigning an understanding of the vicissitudes of life. "My foolish child, do share your thoughts with me." Hizashi, witnessing his father's sudden transformation from a mischievous old man who often spied on the women's bathhouse to a sage-like figure, couldn't help but smirk. Nonetheless, he recognized that his father's experience surpassed his own, and perhaps he could provide guidance. "The Hokage has tasked us with discovering our own will of fire." Hizashi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked upon his venerable father with admiration. However, Sarutobi Sasuke merely turned away, extending his palm towards Hizashi, gently shaking his head. Delighted, Hizashi exclaimed, "Father, are you suggesting that I boldly tell the Hokage no?" "Not quite," Sasuke replied, shaking his head with a demeanor of resignation. "What your father implies is that you should politely decline and seek counsel elsewhere." Hizashi, overwhelmed, sputtered a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Tears of despair welling in his eyes. If only you could simply express yourself. Sarutobi Sasuke chuckled softly, scratching his head, his already sparse hair appearing even more fragile, swaying like a candle flickering in the wind. Isn't it a matter of pride to have a wise father? Sarutobi Izashi struggled to rise to his feet, only to realize that the true malignancy within his home was the old man. Stumbling out of the room, he cast a glance at his son's departing figure and let out a soft sigh. Seizing the moment while the grandeur of the elder's demeanor still lingered, he murmured, "Oh, foolish child, this dilemma cannot be resolved by others. It is a burden you must bear alone." A gentle breeze swept over him, and in that instant, Sasuke felt as if his most cherished possession had slipped away. As he brushed his hand over his head, he found no trace of hair left, and a stream of tears involuntarily cascaded from the corners of his eyes. This must be the poignant sorrow of middle age. Such occurrences were not confined to the Sarutobi household. The others too found themselves lost in contemplation of their wills of fire. The children remained oblivious to the intentions of the Hokage, yet the elders possessed a glimmer of understanding. Thus, they refrained from intervening, allowing the younger generation to seek their own paths. Chihiro and Kif were still young and had only recently been accepted as disciples by Hashirama. Consequently, they had not yet engaged deeply with Hashirama's will of fire. However, this proved to be a fortuitous circumstance, as their vibrant minds might enable them to grasp the essence of their own wills of fire more profoundly. Chapter 21. The insidious lethal strike. When Kif awoke, the sky was still dim, roughly around 3 o'clock. This slumber had replenished his energy significantly. With ample time before his spar with Chihiro, he felt no rush and decided to explore the development of new ninjutsu. As for cloud release, he had only just begun to grasp its fundamentals and was far from proficient. Moreover, he had yet to master even the cloud release techniques documented by his clan, rendering further development unnecessary at this stage. In contrast, crystal release, bestowed upon him by the system, had seamlessly integrated with his being, making its application as effortless as breathing. Thus, it was imperative to delve deeper into its techniques. However, this process was undeniably tedious. Repeating the same motions numerous times often yielded less than satisfactory results. Yet, Kif was blessed with a genius buff, which significantly alleviated the challenges of developing ninjutsu. After more than an hour, as the sun began its descent, Kif concluded his training, donned a fresh outfit, and prepared to venture outside. Though there were no servants in the household, Kif made it a point to hire help periodically for cleaning. After all, how could the esteemed head of the family take on the role of a mere janitor? Zhongqufeng and Zhili had arranged to spar above the yen rock at dusk, as doing so within the village would attract undue attention. Their match was merely a casual exchange, not warranting such a grand display. It was now the time when classes had ended, and Zhongqufeng encountered several former classmates along the way. They inquired, with a sense of curiosity, why Pingjing had not been attending school lately. Taking the wind, he spoke evasively, failing to provide a direct answer. After all, how could he tell these children, who had only just begun their schooling, that he had become a disciple of the Hokage? Such news might shatter their spirits. He had hoped to encounter Maru, Hoshi, and Kyuk, but upon passing the school and finding no sign of them, he resolved to ascend the mountain instead. Oh, the absence of the Flying Thunder God technique indeed made the journey feel rather sluggish. As it turns out, this mountain was quite high. Chiri had come to appreciate this fact earlier that morning, while Kage had merely hitched a ride with Tobirama, thus feeling little of the exertion. After nearly 20 minutes of climbing, they finally reached the summit, where the sky began to take on a dusky hue. Standing there, gazing down upon all of Konoha, evoked a unique sensation. Before long, Kage heard commotion along the path they had taken, assuming it to be Chiri's arrival, yet he remained vigilant. When Chiri's figure finally appeared, he relaxed his guard. "I apologize for the wait, Kaze-kun," Chiri said somewhat apologetically, feeling remiss for being late despite having invited Kage to spar. "No trouble at all. I've only just arrived," Kage replied. "Are we to begin?" he inquired. "Ah, there is no need to rush. By the way, Kage, have you developed your own will of fire?" Chiri had always found Kaze's perspective enlightening and, though she had formed some insights regarding the Hokage's recent challenge, she wished to consult him. "It's merely a rudimentary form. Perfecting it will require considerable time. Not something that can be achieved overnight or succinctly articulated," Kage explained. Chiri nodded in understanding. "Let us commence. I have an unsettling feeling about this place. More specifically, It was a sensation that had arisen only after Chiri's arrival, akin to a prickling unease at his back. "Then I shall begin," she declared, her pupils swirling into the shape of 3 tomo. Without hesitation, Chiri activated her Sharingan, entering her most formidable state for the battle against Kage. Having grasped Kaze's strength during their earlier confrontation with Q, she was cautious not to underestimate him. In a swift motion, she leapt before Kage, her kunai aimed at his arm. Unfazed by her attack, Kage sidestepped and seized her arm. Just as he was about to throw her, Chiri summoned her strength, breaking free from his grasp and leaping into the air to launch 3 shuriken. Crystal release, crystal mirror technique. A translucent, pale pink crystal mirror manifested between Chiri and Kage, effectively deflecting the shuriken she had thrown. Crystal release, mirror image technique. The figure of Kage suddenly vanished, and even with her Sharingan activated, Chiri could not detect him. How infuriating! Where could he be? A bead of sweat trickled down from her temple. Chiri had thought that activating her Sharingan would allow her to suppress Kage for a while, yet she had underestimated him. There he is. Just as she noticed the anomaly in the crystal mirror, Kage emerged from it, his upper body outside, while his lower half remained trapped within the mirror, as if severed in 2. Crystal release, dancing shuriken. With the hand seals completed, Kage unleashed a multitude of shimmering crystal shurikens, scattering them like flowers in the wind, rendering evasion impossible. Realizing the imminent danger, Chiri understood that if she did not respond with full force, defeat was inevitable. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from her mouth, a signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Chiri, a true prodigy of the Uchiha, conjured a fireball that was more than twice the size of the one Kyo had unleashed. The sky was filled with crystal shurikens, which met the blazing fireball, and in their collision, both were reduced to nothingness. The wind, still half concealed within the mirror, bore an air of readiness to slip away at any moment, leaving Chiri somewhat helpless. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Chiri unleashed 5 fireballs towards the midair figure of the wind, each as exquisite as the flower it was named after. Yet beneath this beauty lay the signature technique of the Uchiha clan, the shuriken. The phoenix fire enveloped the shuriken, rendering it nearly imperceptible. However, this technique proved less effective against the wind. Just as the attack was about to make contact, the wind's form slowly retreated back into the mirror. The crystal mirror, struck by the phoenix fire technique, only bore slight cracks without shattering. As the external assault subsided, the wind cautiously emerged, only to be met with a kunai that precisely struck its target, penetrating the skull and embedding itself deeply within. The body of Zhongqufeng immediately drooped helplessly, suspended in midair. A lethal blow. Zhongqufeng. Jili was rendered utterly bewildered by the scene before her, her mind going blank. She had not even noticed from where the shuriken had come. Yet it had already pierced through Zhongqufeng's head. Fear engulfed Jili's heart as she glanced back toward the woods, but her Sharingan revealed nothing unusual. However, she could not pursue the assailant. Zhongqufeng still hung in the air, uncertain if there was still hope for rescue. Jili turned her gaze toward Zhongqufeng, only to find that the bloodied figure had transformed into a crystal sculpture with the shuriken embedded in its head. Jili collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air as if she had survived a calamity. Zhongqufeng is unharmed, was her first thought, for she had witnessed this technique just the day before. Indeed, the half-figure of the crystal sculpture in the mirror began to shatter, fragments cascading down. From the mirror emerged another Zhongqufeng, who greeted Jili with a smile. Apologies, Jili, for causing you concern. Chapter 22. You delivered yourself right to my door. Ah, Zhongqufeng-kun, I am so relieved that you are safe. Tears glistened in Jili's eyes. If anything were to happen to Zhongqufeng, not only would the village suffer the consequences, but she herself could never forgive her own inadequacies. The wind swirled as he emerged from the mirror, landing gracefully below, while the crystalline reflection above shattered into countless fragments and vanished. He approached Jili, offering comfort. Do not weep. See, I am perfectly well. Jili quickly wiped her eyes with her hand, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Who was crying? I was merely startled by the smoke. Zhongqufeng offered a tranquil smile, choosing not to provoke her further. The earlier ambush had not taken him by surprise, rather. He had sensed an inexplicable unease in this place from the very beginning, an underlying discord that kept him on high alert. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to strike within the village. At this moment, Jili had also composed himself, adopting a calm demeanor. The adversary likely lurked in the shadows, poised to launch another attack. Thus, this was not the time for idle conversation. Zhili scanned the forest with his Sharingan, leaving no corner unchecked, yet still found nothing of consequence. Zhongqufeng gently patted Zhili on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not be anxious, Zhili. That individual has already departed." Indeed, Zhongqufeng had ascertained that the assailant lurking in the shadows had vacated, for the unsettling sensation that had plagued him was now absent. Zhili glanced back at Zhongqufeng, observing his sincerity, and thus began to relax. Upon reflection, it seemed improbable that anyone would jest with their own safety. "It is all my fault. Had I not insisted on this sparring session, we would not have encountered such trouble," Zhili lamented, burdened with guilt. Had it not been for Zhongqufeng's formidable ninjutsu, she feared she might have already met her end. "It is not your fault. Someone seeks to take my life. Even if you had not invited me to spar, they would have plotted against me elsewhere," Zhongqufeng replied, offering some solace to Zhili, though her anger lingered. It was not merely Zhongqufeng who had been ambushed. The integrity of their practice session had also been compromised. Though Zhili had begun to comprehend the disparity between herself and Zhongqufeng, her frustration remained palpable. "Zhongqufeng, do you know who that assailant was?" Zhili harbored a suspicion in her heart, wishing to confirm whether it aligned with Zhongqufeng's own thoughts. With a resigned gesture, Zhongqufeng expressed his exasperation. "It must be Uchiha Shana. Who else could it be? His brother was on the brink of death, naturally seeking to vent his frustrations upon me." Zhili harbored similar sentiments. She had previously cautioned Zhongqufeng to be wary of this Uchiha Shana. Little did they expect that an encounter would transpire so swiftly, and that he would resort to a covert attack. Zhili, incensed, clenched her teeth in fury. "That damned Shana, launching a lethal ambush from the shadows. And we possess no evidence. Do not fret. He cannot possibly refrain from striking again. Tomorrow, when he sees me unscathed, he will undoubtedly make another attempt." Zhili nodded in agreement, for she understood the temperament of the Uchiha clan better than anyone. Particularly, Shana, as a radical element, was known for his ruthless nature and penchant for retribution. "I shall return home tonight and inform my brother," urging him to remain vigilant against Uchiha Shana. After contemplating, Zhongqufeng believed that Uchiha Kageme's strength should not fear Uchiha Shana. Although Shana possessed considerable power and impressive talent, he still fell short in comparison to Kagame. However, his sister, concerned for her brother's safety, kindly informed him, feeling there was no need for her to feign knowledge to warn Chiri, as it was ultimately a matter between siblings. As the lights of Konoha began to dim, Zhongqufeng suggested, "It is nearly time to return. Soon it will be completely dark, and that could pose a problem." Chiri responded affirmatively. Although the effects of her Sharingan would not hinder her, Zhongqufeng might encounter some difficulties. Nonetheless, she did not mind escorting Zhongqufeng home. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly found herself distracted. Noticing Chiri's distant gaze, Zhongqufeng waved his hand before her eyes, but she remained oblivious. Ultimately, he gently tapped her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. "What are you thinking so seriously about?" Zhongqufeng teased. Chiri's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "It's nothing. Let us hurry down the mountain." With that, she hurriedly dashed away, leaving Zhongqufeng somewhat perplexed. As they descended, Chiri endeavored to calm her racing heart. This evening had been a significant lapse in composure. Her pace quickened, prompting Zhongqufeng to match her speed, and together they made their way back to the village. "Zhongqufeng-kun, I will head back first. Be careful on your way." "Yes, goodbye." "Don't worry. This is the village. It's quite safe." After exchanging farewells, they parted ways to return to their homes. Once Chiri had left, Zhongqufeng's expression grew increasingly somber. Being ambushed had left him quite displeased. He had intended to lead a tranquil life in Konoha, savoring the experience of another world. However, it seemed he had inadvertently thrust himself into the spotlight, only to be struck down and then seek vengeance. Oh, sometimes it truly feels as though one does not provoke others, yet others insist on provoking you. With a sense of resignation, Zhongqufeng shook his head and continued towards home. The village lights had dimmed considerably, with only a few homes still aglow. Upon returning home, Zhongqufeng removed his clothing, which had become soiled with dust from the recent skirmish. His once white hair appeared somewhat gray under the soft illumination. It was time for a bath. After preparing the water, Zhongqufeng sank into the tub. Although he had navigated the battle with ease, a lingering fatigue enveloped him. The soothing warmth of the bath provided a measure of comfort. Yet the thought of training in martial arts with his master the following day filled his heart with an indescribable bitterness. This was solely due to the intensity of his master's regimen. However, it was not merely a matter of his master being overly strict. Rather, It stemmed from the limited knowledge he could impart to Zhongqufeng regarding ninjutsu. In order to achieve a balanced development of both ninjutsu and martial arts for Zhongqufeng, Hashirama was compelled to employ this rigorous method to swiftly elevate Zhongqufeng's physical prowess. Taking a breath of fresh air, I submerged my mouth beneath the water, producing bubbling sounds in an attempt to elevate my spirits. In a previous life, I would resort to such actions whenever I felt disheartened. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. Due to Uchiha Q's near brush with death during a spar with the host, Uchiha Shana resolved to seek vengeance for his brother. I swear, I exclaimed, still submerged. But instead of words, a larger bubble escaped my lips, causing me to choke on the water. Cough, cough, cough. At present, the singular thought occupying Zhongqufeng's mind is that today is decidedly unfavorable. He has been ambushed yet again, and the water he inhaled nearly suffocated him. However, amidst these tribulations, there is still a glimmer of fortune. Just when he was lamenting the insufficiency of his calmness points, someone unexpectedly arrived to offer assistance. It remains unclear why this act of reprisal against himself could be classified as a chaotic event. Could it be due to his status as a disciple of the Hokage? Regardless, it is undeniable that Uchiha Shana is not an adversary to be underestimated. He is a paragon of the Uchiha clan, far surpassing the mediocre Yunin ninja encountered previously. Since you, the devoted brother, have come to me willingly, I shall certainly accept your challenge. Chapter 23. Are you perhaps a privileged individual? While I may jest, the feasibility of overcoming Uchiha Shana remains uncertain, for his prowess is indeed formidable. Currently, my own strength can only be classified as a special jonin, with a considerable distance yet to cover before reaching the rank of jonin. As for chakra, I possess a mere fraction, and utilizing several advanced ninjutsu in battle would deplete my reserves entirely. The most expedient method for enhancing my chakra lies within the system's marketplace, however. Without a reliable means of accruing calmness points, I am hesitant to make any moves. Should Uchiha Madara launch an assault on Konoha, I must ensure that I have amassed the requisite 60,000 calmness points to exchange for that crucial item, lest I find myself in peril. Alas, why is it that all members of the Uchiha clan seem to revel in creating trouble? I can somewhat comprehend why Tobirama placed particular emphasis on the Uchiha clan. They certainly have a penchant for stirring up discord. Nonetheless, there are still many Uchiha individuals whom Zhongqufeng does not find distasteful, such as Kagami and Chiri. After much contemplation, he could not devise a strategy to contend with Uchiha Shana, so he opted to abandon the matter and retire to bed. The consistent demeanor of Zhongqufeng suggests that, if necessary, he would not hesitate to relocate to his master's residence. He finds it hard to believe that Uchiha Shana would dare to attempt an assassination within the territory of the Senju clan. The moment he climbed into bed, Zhongqufeng fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted by the day's events. Fortunately, Zhongqufeng's disposition is not one to take things too seriously. He believes that there is nothing that a good night's sleep cannot remedy. As the night passed, the following morning found Zhongqufeng and Zhili leisurely strolling along the streets, appearing quite relaxed, with smiles brightening their faces. Zhongqufeng stretched lazily and smiled at Zhili beside him, saying, "Today is truly a fortunate day. Master is quite busy and hardly trained us, allowing us to leave early." Zhili pouted, not appearing particularly pleased. "I wish to practice a bit longer. Lord Hokage dismissed us. At this rate, when will I ever be able to defeat you?" Zhongqufeng shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Well, perhaps I shall not take things so seriously next time. Why must I force myself to conquer you?" Sighing, he continued, "Though my brother holds a certain prestige within our family, he remains unable to contend with those stubborn elders. I yearn to mature swiftly so that I can assist him." Zhili appeared somewhat despondent. Despite her strength being considerable among children, it was far from sufficient. Noticing Zhili's demeanor, Zhongqufeng refrained from teasing her and instead offered words of comfort. "Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. At what age does one accomplish certain feats? Could your brother rally a group of clansmen at the tender age of 6? The answer is no. As long as you make progress each day, that is what truly matters." Although Zhili felt touched by his words, her concern for her brother lingered. "Rest assured, your brother is a disciple of Lord Tobirama and has a solid backing." Reluctantly, she accepted this perspective. Yet she was aware that Lord Tobirama harbored little fondness for the Uchiha clan, leaving her puzzled as to why he had taken her brother as a pupil. "What shall we do now?" With her spirits lifting, Zhili resumed her lively demeanor. Upon getting to know her better, One would realize that her ladylike airs and mannerisms were only displayed in the company of strangers. In truth, she was a vivacious little girl. I don't know. It is still quite early. How about we see what your brother and the others are up to? She suggested. They must be undertaking some missions, I suppose. Since we have no other plans, let us proceed. With this agreement, the two set off toward the designated area where ninjas of the village accepted missions, hoping to encounter them or perhaps await their return. As they approached the mission acceptance site, the crowd thickened, predominantly composed of adults, with the youngest among them being around 15 or 16. Naturally, the presence of two young children like Zhongqufeng and Zhili drew considerable attention, prompting some to inquire whether they had lost their way. With a sense of resignation, Zhongqufeng could only state that they were there to seek someone. Many individuals recognized him, as it was impossible to conceal the identity of a Hokage disciple. Nevertheless, this did not lead to a significant crowd gathering, for everyone was quite occupied. The Hokage disciple held no real authority, who would linger around a mere child. Zhongqufeng found this situation rather pleasing. The thought of being the center of attention was suffocating to him. Zhongqufeng, look, it's your brother and the others. Following Zhili's. Zhongqufeng indeed spotted Uchiha Q and the others. Let us go over. With that, Zhongqufeng walked alongside Zhili. Hey, I say, old man. Is there not a more challenging task available? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of the middle-aged ninja who had issued the task, clearly dissatisfied with the assignment he had been given. The middle-aged ninja remained unfazed by Hiruzen's remarks, responding calmly, given your qualifications, this is the most challenging task you can undertake. To him, it was common to encounter such fledglings. He had once been in a similar position and had elevated a rookie's task upon similar complaints, only to never see that ninja again. Sensing the middle-aged ninja's apparent disdain for his abilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled up his sleeves, ready to demonstrate his prowess. However, TZ, standing nearby, restrained Hiruzen, preventing him from embarrassing himself. You see, senior, we are disciples of Lord Tobirama. Our master has instructed us to undertake tasks that are more difficult than usual as a form of assessment. Here is his letter. TZ explained the reasoning with clarity, producing a letter from within his robe and presenting it to the middle-aged ninja. After glancing at the letter, confirming it bore Lord Tobirama's seal, the ninja found himself unable to oppose. Well then, let us go with this one. The middle-aged ninja pointed to a task on the scroll marked with an A. A task designated for only the village's elite ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rushed forward to examine the task they were about to accept. Eradicating bandits? Surely not. This is an A-rank mission? It was not just Hiruzen who was puzzled. His companions were equally bewildered, as bandits were typically just robust ordinary people, hardly a match for ninjas. Generally, such missions to eliminate bandits were assigned to fledgling ninjas, primarily to acclimate them to the realities of combat. A ninja had to become accustomed to killing to be deemed competent. Having long surpassed that stage, Hiruzen and his peers were understandably taken aback by the assignment. I say, old man, you aren't intentionally mislabeling a C-rank task as an A-rank, are you? The middle-aged ninja glanced at Hiruzen. Kid, you didn't just leverage connections to become Lord Tobirama's disciple, did you? Why are you so anxious? As Sarutobi Hizashi overheard this individual mock him, a surge of anger welled up within him. Just as he was about to erupt, he was restrained by Danzo. Kakashi stepped forward to examine the mission scroll closely, and it soon became evident why a task to eradicate a band of mountain bandits was classified as A-rank. Chapter 24. Take Me Along. The mission involved the elimination of a bandit group at the border of the Land of Fire, comprising approximately 50 ordinary bandits, 5 wandering warriors, and 2 rogue ninja from the Land of Wind. The task was rated A, and it was advised that no fewer than 3 elite ninjas undertake it. Calm down, Hizashi. This mission is quite challenging, Danzo admonished, still holding Hizashi back as he struggled to break free. However, a single remark from Kakashi gradually soothed his agitation. Kakashi had always been a reliable member of the team, earning the trust of his comrades. Exchanging glances, the others stepped forward to scrutinize the mission scroll. Confirming Kakashi's assertion, it was indeed a formidable task. Amidst the solemnity, Hizashi stated, the task is certainly arduous, but we have developed a strong synergy as a team. If we proceed with caution, we should encounter no significant issues. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged ninja who had previously ridiculed him raised his head to scrutinize the young man before him, as if he were suddenly transformed. This was precisely why Hisashi's brash and carefree demeanor was not met with disdain. During missions, he often proved to be the most dependable member of the team, and he served as their leader. While both Danzo and Hisashi possessed comparable leadership abilities, Danzo lacked a certain quality that was singular to Hisashi. Hisashi is correct. We have become remarkably in sync as comrades. Such minor tasks are no match for us, Koyuki encouraged, her voice unwavering. As the sole female ninja in the group, her prowess was on par with her male counterparts. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choji munched on snacks, offering encouragement through his hearty eating, his silence eloquently conveying his support. "Brother, what are you all up to?" A sweet voice chimed from the crowd behind them. Uchiha Kakashi momentarily thought he was imagining things until he spotted his sister and Choji pushing through the throng. "Kakashi, Choji, what brings you two here?" "We are about to embark on a mission," he inquired, slightly taken aback to see his sister, as they were supposed to be training under the Hokage at this hour. With a grin, Chiri replied, "Hee, the Hokage had matters to attend to, so he only briefly taught us a few techniques before letting us go." Kakashi mused that the Hokage, despite being preoccupied with affairs of state, would likely send a shadow clone to instruct his disciples. Nevertheless, he reasoned that the Hokage's decision to allow them to leave must have been deliberate, so he chose not to dwell on it further. "All right then. Did you two come to find me for something?" he asked. Chiri gestured towards Choji, saying it was Choji's idea to come. I merely followed him. After listening, Mirror felt a sense of helplessness. His little sister had almost become a mere shadow of Zhongqufeng. Previously, she had never exhibited such an attitude around peers at home, which left him with no choice but to commend Zhongqufeng. "Mirror, are you set to embark on a mission? Could you take me along?" Upon uttering these words, not only was Uchiha Mirror taken aback, but also Chiri and the rest of the group were astonished. Did this little child truly comprehend the gravity of his statement? "Enough of this nonsense. Not only is it impossible for me to take you, but should any misfortune befall you, Lord Hokage would surely flay me alive," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed loudly to Zhongqufeng. However, this was not merely a fleeting whim of Zhongqufeng's. After the system notification triggered a new chaotic event last night, he had begun to contemplate this matter. Over the past few days, Zhongqufeng had traversed the village multiple times, deliberately passing by individuals he deemed suspicious. Yet, despite this effort, he had failed to trigger a single chaotic mission while exploring the entirety of Konoha. There was not a single spy within the village. Yet the threat posed by Uchiha Shana loomed ominously, compelling him to devise a means of accruing tranquility points. He yearned to encounter bandits or rogue ninjas outside the village, hoping they might instigate a chaotic event. Otherwise, he would have no inclination to venture forth on a mission, as the comforts of sleeping peacefully at home were far more appealing. "What must I do to persuade you to take me?" he insisted earnestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now serious, recognized that Zhongqufeng's words were not to be taken lightly, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chiri tugged at Zhongqufeng's sleeve, asking, "Zhongqufeng, are you all right? Why the sudden desire to undertake a mission? This could involve taking lives." Zhongqufeng merely nodded in response. He had already taken a life before, and once one has crossed that threshold, the distinction between killing more or less becomes inconsequential. "Do not be anxious, Gili. I merely wish to venture out for some training. Brother Ryzen would not harm me." Gili, upon hearing this, slightly relaxed, for the earlier scene had been quite unsettling for her. Hey. Do not speak as if we are about to depart. I can never agree to that." Sarutobi Ryzen's stance was resolute. In his eyes, a 6-year-old like Zhongqufeng was meant to be safeguarded within the village. Allowing children to undertake missions would fundamentally contradict the tenets set forth by the First Lord. It was akin to sending children into battle. "How about we spar? If my abilities earn your respect, then you may take me. If not, I shall not persist." The determination of Zhongqufeng is resolute, for should this opportunity be missed, one cannot foresee when the next will arise. Recently, the bandits have been largely eradicated, with those in flight retreating to the borders of the Land of Fire, where they have clustered with a handful of samurai and ninjas forming a small faction. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively annihilate this group, the Land of Fire would enjoy an era of remarkable peace. Meanwhile, missions from other nations are unlikely to trigger chaotic events, compelling Zhongqufeng to cling tenaciously to this chance. Although it remains uncertain whether his aspirations can indeed be realized if he does not make an attempt, there will be no possibility left to grasp. At last, Zhongqufeng has come to grasp the meaning of how arduous it is to earn money and endure hardships. Of course, in this context, Money refers to the value of tranquility. Huh. Sarutobi Nikazane appears somewhat bewildered. Why is this lad so determined? Is he truly willing to go to such lengths just to eliminate a bandit? Perhaps one of those bandits is his sworn enemy? Chiri, on the other hand, has resigned herself to the situation, thinking that whatever happens, happens. She is no longer inclined to be shocked. She believes that Zhongqufeng's fervent desire to train stems from the ambush he suffered at the hands of Uchiha Shana last night. Otherwise, how could the usually laid-back individual known as the brother of tranquility behave in such a manner? I say, young man, are you serious? Of course, I'm not jesting. As she observes Nikazane's determined stance against Zhongqufeng, Haruno Koharu intervenes. Nikazane, why are you following him into this folly? He is still just a child. Sarutobi Nikazane chuckles. Fear not, Koharu, I will not harm him. In stark contrast to Nikazane's unwavering confidence, Kagami harbors a subtle apprehension that this mission may indeed involve an additional participant. Silently musing, Nikazane, do not underestimate the situation. Be cautious. Chapter 25. The contest. Sarutobi Nikazane first accepted the task, subsequently leading a group of companions, along with Zhongqufeng and Chiri, to their usual training grounds atop Hokage Rock. Zhongqufeng, are you truly certain you wish to challenge me? Sarutobi Nikazane reiterated, still perplexed by the boy's obstinacy. However, he does not believe that Zhongqufeng can genuinely match him in combat. While he acknowledges the child's considerable talent, he must remember that Zhongqufeng is but 6 years old. Brother Nikazane, I am utterly serious. A gentle breeze whispered through the air as tensions mounted between the two parties, signaling the imminent clash. Xiaochun turned to Tuanzong, inquiring if he could avert this impending conflict. It is already too late to halt this battle. As Rizhan has taken a keen interest, Tuanzong replied with a hint of detachment. Hearing this, Xiaochun refrained from further words. If even Tuanzong deemed it impossible to intervene, all that remained was to hope that Rizhan would not become overly reckless during this sparring match. You may strike first. I shall grant you a single move, Rizhan declared with unwavering confidence. Zhongqufeng nodded, recognizing that since his opponent had shown restraint, there was no need for hesitation. He would strike without delay. With a swift leap, he advanced toward Hizashi, rapidly crouching to sweep his left leg toward Hizashi's lower body. However, such a rudimentary maneuver was utterly inadequate for Sarutobi Hizashi, who effortlessly evaded the attack with a nimble leap. In an instant, he produced an iron rod from seemingly nowhere, and as he descended, he propelled himself back into the air by thrusting the rod against the ground. With both hands firmly gripping the rod, he spun in midair before unleashing a powerful strike downward toward Zhongqufeng. As the wind shifted, Zhongqufeng deftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the heavy iron rod that crashed down, cleaving the ground beside him into countless fissures. Quite nimble, young Zhongqufeng, was the taunt from Sarutobi Hizashi. Yet Zhongqufeng chose not to respond. He had begun to grasp the extent of Hizashi's formidable prowess. It was imperative to remain vigilant, for this was his first encounter with a ninja of such caliber, and any lapse in concentration could lead to defeat. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, creating distance between himself and Hizashi. Crystal release, hexagonal shuriken dance. A multitude of hexagonal crystals was projected by Zhongqufeng, converging upon Hizashi from all directions, their brilliance reflecting in the sunlight. While a solitary shuriken might pose little threat, the sheer volume of crystals unleashed in this assault rendered it nearly impossible to evade. And the blinding reflections delighted Zhongqufeng, who relished this jutsu. Although it lacked overwhelming power, it was adept at revealing vulnerabilities. Even a mere second of exposure could prove fatal. In the face of this barrage of crystalline shurikens, Sarutobi Hizashi remained unperturbed. With a grin, he planted his iron rod into the ground and countered by hurling a few shurikens of his own, but these were insufficient to counter Zhongqufeng's technique. Shuriken, shadow clone technique. As Hizashi completed the hand seals, the few shurikens he had thrown multiplied instantaneously, exceeding tenfold. The shurikens collided with the crystals, erupting in a shower of sparks and fragments, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. When the haze settled, both combatants emerged unscathed. Hizashi's curiosity towards the young boy grew, pondering whether he should take this encounter a bit more seriously. Zhongqufeng was not surprised by this situation. He merely did not expect Sarutobi Hizashi to have developed the shadow clone technique for his shuriken at this time. Now that his interest was piqued, Sarutobi Hizashi decided against hesitating and, seizing his staff, swung it decisively towards Zhongqufeng. In a swift motion, Zhongqufeng retrieved a scroll from his pocket. unsealing it to unveil the ancestral treasure, the crane's cry sword. The moment the blade was drawn from its sheath, a resounding crane's call echoed forth. Without pausing to admire its beauty, Zhongqufeng brandished the sword to parry against the assault of Nippon's day slash. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, as the iron staff made contact with the crane's cry sword, it seemed to dissolve into clay, shattering into two pieces. Sarutobi Nippon was equally bewildered. How could his staff have broken? It had been crafted at great expense by a skilled artisan. What manner of sword is this, so exceptionally sharp? With a gentle whisper, Zhongqufeng declared, the clan among the clouds, the sword of Crane's call. Upon uttering these words, he brandished his sword and lunged towards Rizhan, deprived of his weapon. Rizhan's offensive capabilities waned dramatically, and gradually, the tides of battle shifted in Zhongqufeng's favor. However, being relentlessly pressured ignited a growing fury within Rizhan. Unable to contain himself, he bit into the flesh of his right thumb and smeared the blood across his left hand. Spirit summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted from beneath Rizhan's feet. Once the smoke dissipated, a small, clothed monkey materialized on the battlefield. Yuan Demon. Let us show him our true colors. Although the little monkey was initially oblivious to the situation, it promptly responded to the command of Yuan Fei Rizhan. In an instant, its body twisted and transformed into a large black staff, adorned with two yellow segments. Observing from the sidelines, Rizhan's comrades began to worry as they witnessed him summon even the Yuan demon, hoping he would maintain control over the situation. Zhongqufeng felt a twinge of envy upon seeing Yuan Fei Rizhan's spirit beast, yet he lamented the difficulty in finding a formidable spirit beast of his own. The spirit beast of Yuan Fei Rizhan was a member of a lineage bound by contract solely to the Yuan Fei clan, possessing unparalleled wisdom and strength, rendering it impossible for others to establish a contract with it. While Zhongqufeng pondered this, Rizhan charged forward with his large staff, the Rui Jinggubang, which could extend and retract at will, making it challenging for Zhongqufeng to find a safe position. The ferocity of Rizhan's assault intensified, and Zhongqufeng was left to barely fend off the onslaught with his Crane's Call sword. In conjunction with the Yuan demon, Rizhan's strength had surged significantly compared to before. Give up, Zhongqufeng. I concede that your prowess is commendable, but the execution of this task remains perilously risky. Zhongqufeng maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed despite being at a disadvantage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen launched yet another assault, Zhongqufeng's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he remarked with a hint of nonchalance, I have yet to exert myself. As Zhongqufeng suddenly infused a copious amount of chakra into the Himing sword, the blade radiated an overwhelming brilliance. With each breath he took, dense clouds materialized around him, swirling in an ethereal dance. Cloud sword technique, Crane's Call. With both hands firmly gripping the hilt, he unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy, which was accompanied by the enveloping mist. This technique, known as the Cloud Sword Technique, was a specialized swordsmanship practiced by the Cloud clan, harmonizing perfectly with the art of cloud transformation. Zhongqufeng had only just begun to grasp the rudimentary aspects of its first form. Under the influence of the sword energy, the clouds morphed into a soaring cloud crane, striking the target, Sarutobi Hizashi, in an instant. The mist that had transformed into the crane surged into Hizashi's body at that very moment. The immense sword energy, interwoven with cloud transformation chakra, rendered Sarutobi Hizashi immobile after he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Although the numbing sensation dissipated swiftly, an icy chill lingered in every joint of his body. Leaning on his Rui Jinggubang, he rose from the ground, his gaze towards Zhongqufeng now laden with gravity. This peculiar sword technique was one he had never encountered before, and the mist that had invaded his being must surely be the cloud transformation his father had spoken of. The near-death sensation of freezing was truly unbearable, and even now, his body still felt frigid. I acknowledge your strength. You can accompany us. Chapter 26, Crystal Transformation, Mirror Palace Demon Slaughter Array. I acknowledge your strength. You can accompany us. Yet, before Zhongqufeng could utter a word, Sarutobi Hizashi continued. But the battle must go on. I know you have not yet unleashed your full potential. Zhongqufeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement, prompting a smile from Sarutobi Nikizane. Meanwhile, Chickish Koban supported her forehead with her hand, initially believing the contest was at an end, only to be surprised that Nikizane was truly invigorated. Mito gate and adjusted his glasses, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this all along. What can you expect? You have known Nikizane long enough to understand his character. Uchiha Q echoed in agreement, a subtle smile gracing his face. Today, he had formed a fresh impression of Chiefing. Recognizing his composure during battle and his ability to remain unflustered even in the face of adversity, instead maintaining a calm demeanor to identify opportunities. Cheery, brimming with enthusiasm, observed the match between Chiefing and Sarutobi Nikizane, initially the most anxious among them. However, she soon realized that Chiefing's prowess surpassed her expectations, alleviating her concerns. Sarutobi Nikizane, having loosened his joints and feeling a slight relief from the cold, prepared to continue the fight. He dismissed the summoning of Saruma, evidently gearing up to employ ninjutsu to determine the outcome, as ninjutsu was his forte, while taijutsu merely served as embellishment. Doton, Dori Taiga. In an instant, the ground beneath Sarutobi Nikizane transformed completely into a torrent of mud, surging towards Chiefing with astonishing speed in a vast coverage area, rendering half the arena inundated with sludge, leaving no room for evasion. With swift hands, the wind was summoned as intricate seals were formed, and then palms struck the ground. Instantly, countless crystalline spikes erupted from the earth, erecting a protective barrier that thwarted the encroaching mud, preventing a single droplet from breaching its defenses. Observing this, Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled. For raising a crystal wall amidst such a vast expanse of mud undeniably magnified the target. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. A fearsome dragon's head emerged from the soil. Its Mulagape as it unleashed a torrent of earthen projectiles upon the resplendent crystal wall. Despite the crystal's superior strength, the relentless barrage of concentrated assaults began to mar its surface with fissures. Yet, even so, the crystal wall remained steadfast. While Yinkong continued to channel chakra to mend the structure, the scene reached a stalemate. A bead of sweat trickled down Hizashi's temple. It was evident he had underestimated the defensive capabilities of the crystal wall. However, retreating from the offensive now would mean complete defeat. Resolute, he hastily formed new seals. Tens, who had been driven into the trees by the mud, sensed impending danger upon witnessing Hizashi's actions and shouted, "Hizashi, you cannot control that jutsu yet." But it was too late. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Flames erupted from Hizashi's mouth, transforming into a ferocious dragon that surged forth, colliding with the crystal wall alongside the tumultuous mud. Hizashi strained to steer the fire dragon's trajectory, lest it ignite the entire forest in its wake. This combined ninjutsu had been a concept he had long pondered. It had never successfully executed until now. The juxtaposition of the frigid mud and the scorching flames birthed myriad fine cracks within the crystal wall, and ultimately, under the relentless assaults of the Earth Dragon Bomb, it shattered with a resounding crash, disintegrating into a myriad of fragments that vanished into the mud. In an instant, the mud and flames consumed the sanctity within the crystal wall. The battlefield was engulfed in a haze of fire and sludge, rendering everything else invisible. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi belatedly realized the magnitude of his actions today. He abruptly ceased all ninjutsu, quelling the flames and mud, and quickly surveyed his surroundings. Yet, he found no trace of Yukong. Just as panic began to set in, a voice emerged from the depths of the mud. Crystal release, Mirror Palace Demonic Killing Formation. Before Hizashi could discern the source of the voice, the ground erupted with an explosion of crystalline vines, ensnaring him within a colossal cage. Soon, countless buds blossomed upon the vines, transforming into shimmering crystal mirrors. The incessant transformations left Sarutobi Hizashi dizzy, and he felt an overwhelming sense of peril, acutely aware that his life could be at stake at any moment. At that moment, the metamorphosis continued. Every mirror revealed the silhouette of Yukong, who slowly emerged, leaving only his lower half ensconced within the glass. As he formed seals, a crystal lotus bud manifested in his palm. Crystal release, One Arrow Lotus. Countless voices echoed from the mirrors as the wind took shape, and in an instant, a flower bud was hurled towards the sun-slicing blade. As the barrage of flower buds rained down upon him, threatening to pierce him like a sieve, the sun-slicing blade exclaimed, "I surrender." In that fleeting moment, the multitude of flower buds blossomed simultaneously into sharp, lethal crystal lotuses, with sunlight cascading from the heavens, transforming the entire prison into a resplendent palace. The sun-slicing blade found himself mere inches away from the petals of the crystal lotus, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet, before long, the entire prison, along with the crystal lotuses, shattered and collapsed, dissolving into a myriad of sparkling crystal fragments that ultimately vanished from sight. Sarutobi Hizashi, exhausted, sank to the ground. Gasping for breath, not merely from the fright induced by the wind's technique, but primarily due to the extensive chakra drain from maintaining the jutsu for so long. Are you trying to kill me? Sarutobi Hizashi uttered, irritation evident in his tone, genuinely believing for a moment that the wind intended to take his life. At that juncture, the wind emerged from the earth, scratching his head and chuckling. How could I? It's just that you, big brother Hizashi, are too formidable. I could only threaten you. Sarutobi Hizashi's face betrayed disbelief, yet he could not deny the truth. This child was indeed powerful, despite being merely 6 years old. In a manner akin to Sarutobi Hizashi, the wind's final attack was also a desperate gamble, a technique he had only conceptualized and never executed in practice. Today, necessity had driven him to employ it. This crystal release, Mirror Palace Murder Formation, was indeed a synthesis of several jutsu. The initial growth of the crystal vines was a new technique developed by the wind, which he named Crystal Release, Crystal Creation, achieved by sowing crystal seeds that sprouted and flourished. The seeds that bound Sarutobi Hizashi were buried in advance within the crystal wall when Hizashi shattered the wall. The seeds were embedded into the earth along with the fragments. Fortuitously for the wind, had the seeds been sown farther from Sarutobi Hizashi, he would have been the one to fail today. Big brother Hizashi, can I join you? The wind asked, scratching his head and grinning. Sarutobi Hizashi, not one to harbor grudges, quickly dismissed any lingering feelings from their earlier skirmish. He placed an arm around the wind's shoulders, replying, Of course, little brother. Sarutobi Hizashi, always keep my word. Hearing the news from the wind, he felt utterly at ease. In his quest for tranquility, he had exerted every effort, which was no small feat. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new feature. Chapter 27, Task List and Character Encyclopedia. Zhongqufeng momentarily found himself in a daze, his entire body becoming rigid. Risen sensed something was amiss and gently shook Zhongqufeng, inquiring, What is the matter, my dear brother Zhongqufeng? As Feng regained his senses, he hastily waved his hand, saying, It is nothing. I simply expended too much chakra and am feeling somewhat fatigued. Rijan nodded in agreement, recognizing that he too had depleted a considerable amount of chakra, making it evidently impractical to embark on a mission at that moment. Then you should return home and rest. We shall set out again tomorrow. Zhongqufeng was eager to comprehend the state of the system and wholeheartedly agreed to the proposal for the daily challenge. The others nodded in acceptance as well. Thus, the competition concluded with Zhongqufeng successfully joining the team for the mission, and everyone returned home to recuperate and prepare for their departure the following day. Once the gathering disbanded, Zhongqufeng hurried back home, feigning exhaustion from excessive chakra consumption. In truth, he was perfectly fine. Upon arriving home, he immediately accessed the panel. Name, Zhongqufeng. Age, 6 strength, peak ch Nin chakra, 1 card, bloodline, crystal release, cloud release talent, all attribute chakra. Genius com value, 49005 chaos value. Uncertain, would you like to activate the new system features? Without hesitation, Zhongqufeng chose to proceed. He was in a state of utter bewilderment as the inexplicable system suddenly unlocked new functionalities. Due to the host accepting their first life mission, the following features have been successfully unlocked. Mission orders. For each successful completion of a task within the village, the system will grant random rewards based on the task's level. Character Encyclopedia. Unlocking corresponding characters in the encyclopedia will yield a certain amount of com value, with an extremely low probability of receiving a mysterious reward. As the system concluded its introduction of the 2 new features, Zhongqufeng's face broke into an almost maniacal grin. Fortune favors me. With a loud shout, Zhongqufeng expressed his thoughts. For a long time, there had been no reliable method to accumulate com points, relying solely on daily check-ins and chaotic events. However, with a mere 100 points from daily check-ins and the unpredictable nature of chaotic events, Zhongqufeng had managed to amass only 4,900 com points since the awakening system was introduced. All thanks to those daily check-ins. Now it was a relief. He could finally earn com points through completing tasks or collecting illustrations. A sense of assurance washed over Zhongqufeng. He could now face the impending rebellion led by Uchiha Madara without the fear of being rendered powerless by the system's backlash. Life is truly wonderful. The fatigue endured throughout the morning was worth it. The battle against Sarutobi Hiruzen primarily drained him mentally, as Zhongqufeng lacked substantial combat experience. He had relied solely on the intensive training provided by Hashirama over the past few days, along with the peculiar ninjutsu, which caught Saratobi Hiruzen off guard. Should they engage in combat again, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chiefing to secure a victory. After all, Saratobi Hiruzen and his companions were seasoned ninjas, having faced numerous life-and-death situations and undertaken countless missions. In contrast, Chiefing had, at most, taken the life of one unfortunate spy. The gentle breeze now enveloped Chiefing, who was in high spirits, humming to himself that today was a splendid day, leisurely wandering about the house. However, he suddenly halted, as it dawned on him that he had overlooked a critical issue. If he were to casually accept a task such as catching a cat or cleaning up garbage, would that not also unlock new functionalities? With a soft sigh, Chiefing resolved not to dwell on this matter with the system, as there was no need to mar his joyous mood on such a delightful day. Yet, as the saying goes, patience begets calm waters. But taking a step back may lead to greater frustration. He truly could not suppress this indignation. If he had unlocked all the functionalities from the outset, would he have needed to take such risks? After all, if samurai and ninjas could share the same bed, surely there could be some camaraderie. But alas, it was his own clamoring that led him to insist on joining, even going so far as to bestow a beating upon the team leader. Now, to express a desire to withdraw, how could that even be possible? It was simply out of the question. Yet, despite this, had Chiefing not resolved to accompany the Saratobi clan in their endeavor to eradicate the mountain bandits? Had he not chosen to take that step forward, he may indeed have failed to unlock new functionalities. Chiefing was not oblivious to this logic. He merely wished to vent his frustrations upon the system. After a bout of curses, he whimsically turned his attention to the newly unlocked features. Upon opening the task panel, he found that it recorded but a single mission: the relentless pursuit of the impending task to clear the mountain bandits. At first glance, it appeared rather unremarkable, with no indication of potential failure. Could it be that this was indeed a benevolent gesture? Was it possible that, aside from monetary gain in the real world, one could also reap rewards from the system? The act of seizing the wind is utterly untrustworthy, given the system's inherent nature. One might find oneself burdened with a chaotic score of 10,000 upon failure. With a resolute heart, Yunzhong took it upon himself to accept the mission, vowing that failure was not an option, for he could not afford to grant the system any opportunity to exploit his shortcomings. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards another feature, the character compendium. As the wind stirred, a thought crossed the mind, and the character encyclopedia unfolded like a book, revealing a series of images akin to identification photographs upon the panel. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the characters depicted were all from the world of Naruto. Yet the majority of the illustrated compendium appeared rather somber. He located an image of his master, Hashirama Senju, and tapped it with his finger, prompting the system's voice to resonate once more. Ding! Character unlocked. Hashirama Senju. Reward: 1,000 tranquility points. What a revelation! His master was worth such a considerable sum. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Accumulating 1,000 points would require him to sign in for 10 consecutive days. Regrettably, this reward was a one-time benefit, not subject to repeated unlocking. How marvelous it would be if the compendium could be modified to allow for the unlocking of characters from different eras, permitting each character to be harvested repeatedly. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. After several attempts, he understood the mechanics of this system. Any ninja in the compendium that had intersected with his reality, regardless of the nature of that interaction, could be unlocked. Characters such as Maru Hashikage, Akane Yuhi, and Kaido Ai were all present in the compendium, albeit yielding lower tranquility points. For instance, the likes of Saratobi Hiruzen and renowned figures such as Tobarama Senju each granted a handsome sum of 1,000 tranquility points. Notably, Uchiha Izumi also fell within this category, possibly due to her development of the Izanami technique. In any case, this was indeed a bountiful harvest. Presently, his tranquility points had soared to 16,300. This sum was a fortune for him. With such a technological boon at his disposal, he could easily take home a smartphone or computer. However, for the cautious Chiefing, he had no intention of squandering his tranquility points on electronic gadgets that offered him no immediate benefit. Strengthening his abilities was the paramount truth. He needed to seek items that could enhance his prowess, for it was better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. The information on his tasks was not necessarily reliable. Intelligence often required time to circulate, thus the threat from that counterfeit force could have significantly escalated. Chapter 28. The Will of Fire from Tobarama. As the wind beckoned, the system store unfolded before me, a dazzling array of products once again gracing my vision. Unlike the last time when trepidation held me back, I now possessed a considerable fortune, akin to a weasel infiltrating a henhouse, eager to procure anything I desired. Yet, upon encountering the exorbitant prices of certain items, the bravado of a wealthy newcomer began to wane. Indeed, the reality of financial constraints loomed large, as money remains the utmost source of discomfort. System, search for chakra-related products, I commanded. With my directive, the items within the store began to ascend and descend in a flurry. In no time, all chakra-related offerings appeared at the forefront, ready for my selection. Among them were the strengthening fruit, which enhances the quality of chakra and amplifies the potency of ninjutsu, costing 2,000 tranquility points, in the 1 card of chakra, equivalent to the chakra capacity of Kakashi Hatake, priced at 5,000 tranquility points. After deliberating for an extended period, I ultimately concluded that these 2 items were the most suitable for my current needs. The remainder of the merchandise was predominantly peculiar, with some even reducing chakra, audaciously priced at a staggering 10,000 tranquility points. Having made my decision, I hesitated no longer and expended 7,000 tranquility points to acquire both items. As they fused with my being, I felt a warm sensation coursing through me, until my entire body began to radiate a deep crimson hue, engulfed in a fervent heat. Chifeng hurriedly dashed to the bathroom and poured a large bucket of cool water over his head. This brought him some relief. He gasped for breath, somewhat bewildered by the experience, for he had not felt this way during his initial fusion of the bloodline limit. Could it be attributed to the simultaneous elevation of the 2 chakras within him? Fortunately, this sensation did not linger for long, and his body returned to its usual state. Chifeng glanced at the panel, noting that his chakra had transformed into 2 cards, elevating his strength to that of a jonin. This was a foresight of Chifeng-S, as an increase in internal chakra would invariably enhance one's prowess. Although a greater reservoir of chakra translates to augmented power, it can also lead to superficiality. Thus, it is essential to hone various skills to ensure that strength and chakra remain in harmonious balance. Today can be deemed remarkably fruitful, as Chifeng is finally able to utilize his calm value to exchange for goods, alleviating his previous concern of amassing the requisite 60,000 to confront Uchiha Madara. His strength has been incrementally bolstered, rendering him substantially more secure. Setting aside future uncertainties, at present, Uchiha Shinedo lurks somewhere, preparing a lethal strike against Chifeng. However, he no longer fears him. Should he dare to approach, he shall be vanquished without hesitation. Although Zhongqufeng possesses a serene disposition and enjoys a laid-back lifestyle, he is by no means one to be trifled with. A gentle breeze swept past, causing him to shiver. It was only then that he realized he was still drenched. Hastily, he shed his soaked garments, dried himself off, and nestled into bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. "Brother, are you truly at ease?" In the Hokage's office, Tobarama's expression was grave. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. "Did you not witness the boy's prowess? While it is true that the monkey was careless and unfamiliar with his opponent, a loss is still a loss. Should he find himself in battle, the monkey could encounter serious troubles." Tobarama had no retort. In truth, both he and Hashirama had been observing Zhongqufeng's duel with Sarutobi Hiruzen the entire time. Initially, Tobarama had never entertained the notion that Zhongqufeng could emerge victorious. He believed that while Zhongqufeng possessed notable talent, his abilities were surely inferior to those of Sarutobi. However, reality delivered a stinging blow to his assumptions, as the monkey, much to his dismay, actually lost. The corners of his brother's mouth nearly reached the heavens in delight. Hashirama, noting his brother's somber demeanor yet restrained by his elder brother's authority, could not help but chuckle. "Ha, Tobarama, do not be too anxious. I shall dispatch a wood clone to follow them. Consider it a form of trial. But brother, did you not resolve to keep the children away from the battlefield? What difference does this make?" Tobarama questioned, believing he understood his brother's intentions, yet remaining oblivious to Hashirama's true thoughts. Had it been anyone else, I would have firmly disagreed. Tobarama was taken aback by this revelation, and before he could respond, he heard, "Zhongqufeng is unlike others. He is innately intelligent. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra, and intellect are all of exceptional caliber. To coddle such a talent in a garden, shielding him from even the slightest tempest, would surely be to ruin him." Upon hearing this, Tobarama ceased his impatience and calmly replied, "You are right, brother. I have been overly stubborn." Hashirama approached Tobarama, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You are not stubborn. You merely care deeply for Zhongqufeng's safety." Tobarama gazed up at his brother. whose ever-present reassuring smile instilled a profound sense of comfort in anyone who beheld it. Zhongqufeng, much like you, possesses an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu development, which is why you harbor such fears, anxious that this fragile sapling may snap in the wind. Just as with Banju and Wacken, brother, the loss of their two younger siblings remained a taboo subject for Hashirama, yet today he broached it willingly. Rest assured, I have a strong feeling that Zhongqufeng will one day become an even more remarkable ninja than I. Until then, I shall ensure his safety. For I am indeed his master. Tobirama nodded in acquiescence, refraining from further speech. Since his elder brother had articulated his stance, as a younger sibling and subordinate, he naturally lacked the authority to object. With the presence of the wood clone, the safety of the children was assured. He was uncertain when this sentiment had taken root within him, but at times, Tobirama felt as though all the children of Konoha were his own progeny. During moments of respite from administrative duties, he often found himself visiting the ninja academy, observing the young ones fervently pursuing the path of the ninja, dedicated to safeguarding their village. A smile would unconsciously grace his face. Tobirama believed this was emblematic of his own will of fire. Regardless of how formidable he and his brother were, they would inevitably age. Only by nurturing the tender sprouts could the trees continue to thrive. As the aged branches of their generation, they would, after exhausting their final vestiges of energy, transform into the nourishing soil that would enable these young ones to flourish. This was precisely why Tobirama felt compelled to intervene when Hashirama tacitly endorsed the mission for the young. In his eyes, the elder generation of ninjas had yet to exhaust their light. Assigning a 6-year-old to undertake a mission was an affront to him. Ha ha ha, Tobirama. Truth be told, you would probably make a more fitting Hokage than I, Hashirama exclaimed, playfully patting Tobirama's back, his laughter echoing. Tobirama's lips curled into a slight smile. Who knows? After all, I have never served as Hokage. They exchanged knowing smiles and seamlessly resumed the tasks that had been interrupted by the discussion regarding the mission for the young one. Every matter, great or small, in Konoha had to be reported to the Hokage, without Tobirama's assistance. Hashirama feared he might very well succumb to exhaustion within the confines of his office. Yet, even if faced with double the paperwork, Hashirama would never voice a complaint. For this was the village he cherished deeply. Chapter 29. The first mission the following morning, after washing up. Kage prepared himself and set off towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Sarutobi Azashi. Given the necessity to embark on a mission, wearing a robe would undoubtedly prove cumbersome. Thus, Kage donned the battle attire of the village's ninjas. To his surprise, he found that his home actually possessed a suitable outfit for one of his age. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Kage was astonished to discover that he was the last to arrive, despite believing he had come early. It seemed that the others had outpaced him. Among this group, he also recognized a very familiar figure. Hey, Kage. Chiri waved enthusiastically, beckoning him to come closer. Chiri, what brings you here? Kage asked, puzzled, as he thought Sarutobi Hizashi would not have permitted this. Chiri clenched her small fist and playfully threatened. It was my brother who allowed me to come, and everyone else agreed. You don't mind, do you? In the face of Chiri's threat, Kage feigned fear, repeatedly exclaiming, I wouldn't dare object. With Chiri here, we will undoubtedly accomplish the mission with ease. The mirror, unable to bear the sight any longer, reached out and playfully tousled Jili's hair, leaving it in disarray. Remember, Jili, this time, you must stay closely by my side. While I do not expect you to vanquish the mountain bandits, it suffices that you do not fall victim yourself. Jili, undeterred by his brother's lack of trust, felt no anger nor offered any rebuttal. He simply assured him that he would behave. With a raised brow, Takakaze noted that Chiri's demeanor was quite unusual. In truth, Chiri did not wish to appear so submissive. But who could fathom the lengths she went to last night in pleading with the heavens and earth for her brother to bring her along? Every possible tactic, from coercion to allure, had been employed before Uchiha Kagami reluctantly acquiesced. Takakaze had anticipated this development. A spirited girl like Chiri would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. The only reason that Nichiren consented to Chiri's unreasonable request was due to Uchiha Kagami's assurance that he would assume sole responsibility for her safety during the mission. Well then, since everyone is gathered, let us set forth, exclaimed Sarutobi Nichiren, his enthusiasm palpable, as this mission could be regarded as their graduation examination. Had it not been for his considerable chakra expenditure the previous day, he would likely have already infiltrated the bandits' den by now. The group inspected their toolkits. ensuring they were adequately equipped with shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and other necessities. They had also stocked sufficient provisions for the journey. With everything in readiness, the gates of Konoha creaked open, and for the first time, Takakaze and Chiri formally embarked on the path of mission execution. They were fortunate to be born in a relatively peaceful era. Prior to the establishment of villages, 6-year-old children were already thrust into the battlefield. In that age, a ninja reaching the age of 30 was considered remarkably fortunate, a truly lamentable reality. The group traversed the well-trodden path at a brisk pace. Notably, since awakening his system, Takakaze had not found the leisure to frolic in the woods as he once did. His days were now filled with various forms of training. Sarutobi Nichiren slowed his pace and addressed the group. Everyone, gather closer. I shall share the specific intelligence I obtained from my father. Upon hearing this, the group complied without hesitation. Nichiren's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, was a formidable ninja within the village and the esteemed leader of the Sarutobi clan, known for guiding them into Konoha and holding significant prestige within the community. The intelligence Nichiren referred to likely stemmed from some bounty organization or the black market. These informants relished the prospect of war, eager to profit from the chaos. The 5 samurai, with their leader comparable to the village's elite ninjas, posed a threat. While the others were hardly formidable, the group nodded in understanding. They had encountered many samurai, most of whom were inept and lacked the true essence of a warrior, rendering them easily vanquished. Among their adversaries were 2 rogue ninjas from Sunagakure, twin brothers proficient in fire and wind techniques, respectively. They had escaped the relentless pursuit of the Sand Village and established themselves as rulers within the Land of Fire. Their combined wind and fire assault was exceedingly potent, requiring careful attention to separate and defeat them. Understood. The intelligence may be succinct, yet it provides a glimpse into the enemy's true capabilities, preventing any lapse in caution that could lead to irreparable consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Mirror spoke. The primary objective of the wind and fire combination is to amplify the power of the flames. However, should there be a sufficiently potent water release to suppress them, they would pose little threat. Xiaochun, your mastery of water release, can you successfully subdue them? Danzo inquired from the side. Xiaochun, uncertain, shook her head. Without direct engagement, it's difficult to ascertain, but I can certainly diminish their jutsu's potency. During mission execution, it is most unwise to boast about one's abilities or to misjudge one's own strength. To recklessly assume an important task in a team operation and subsequently fail would spell a dire crisis for the entire group. I too am proficient in water release. Alongside Sister Xiaochun, we should be able to handle it, Zhongqufeng interjected nonchalantly. Risen smiled. Zhongqufeng, I did not realize you were adept at water release. To be precise, he excels in all 5 nature transformations. Although this statement may sound boastful, no one scoffed at Zhongqufeng. All had witnessed his prowess firsthand, and thus held unwavering faith in his capabilities. In their previous match against Risen, they had only glimpsed a fraction of his crystal release techniques, leaving them with a mere inkling of Zhongqufeng's true strength. A competent ninja, like Zhongqufeng, should always keep their true abilities shrouded in mystery. Xiaochun chuckled. If we cannot defeat them separately, then I will collaborate with Zhongqufeng to resolve the situation using water release. The group nodded in agreement. Though their battle strategy was still in its infancy, it appeared sufficient to accomplish the task at hand. Subsequently, the conversation ceased, and everyone focused intently on their journey. Meanwhile, Chiri ran alongside them, brooding in silence, somewhat vexed by the earlier disregard shown by the others. Yet, what could she do? After all, she had clung stubbornly to join them. Had she possessed strength akin to Zhongqufeng's, she would surely have been acknowledged. It was lamentable that a prodigy of the Uchiha clan should resort to such tactics. The disparity between her and Zhongqufeng was indeed vast. If only I could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, perhaps I could bridge the gap with Zhongqufeng, she mused inwardly. However, the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan is an arduous endeavor. Even her brother had yet to open his eyes. Surely she could not surpass him in this regard. Regardless, I must exert myself to the fullest and demonstrate my worth in this mission. Although Chiri was somewhat humble, pride coursed through the veins of the Uchiha clan. Mirror glanced back at his sulking sister and could not help but smile faintly. Do your best, Chiri. Let me see how far you can go. Chapter 30. The Elder's Plea is one of the 5 great nations of the ninja world. The Land of Fire is exceedingly rich in resources and boasts vast expanses of territory. After a day of relentless travel, the group had only traversed half of their journey. To reach the border of the Land of Fire, they would require at least another day's trek. The day's march had left everyone somewhat fatigued, and the only sustenance available was the notoriously unpalatable military ration pills. According to the map, a small village lay ahead, offering a chance to rest. "It has been a full day since we set out this morning. It is time we took a break," remarked Nichiren. This mission was not time-sensitive, so there was no need to rush. "Wonderful. We won't have to sleep in the wild," exclaimed Koyuki, her face radiant with joy. Although ninjas are trained to endure various environments, a night spent outdoors could leave a young girl's skin parched and worn. The prospect of resting in a village, possibly indulging in a warm bath, was indeed delightful. Not only Koyuki, but the rest of the group also yearned for a respite in the village. "Let us reach the village before sunset," they agreed, quickening their pace. If they did not arrive before nightfall, they would be forced to camp under the stars. At this moment, Chiri was beginning to struggle, occasionally needing to rest on Mirai's back to regain her strength. In contrast, Kaifeng seemed utterly unfazed, ambling along with an ease that only deepened Chiri's envy. She felt an almost overwhelming urge to dissect Kaifeng, questioning whether he was truly human, given his stamina throughout the day. "Kaifeng, aren't you tired?" Chiri inquired softly from Mirai's back. "Not particularly. I am somewhat weary, yet it is manageable," Kaifeng replied. Mirai glanced at Kaifeng, noting that despite his youth, his physical prowess rivaled that of Nichiren. Chiri, hearing this, ceased her inquiries and succumbed to sleep on Mirai's back, having reached her limit. Fortunately, Nichiren and his companions arrived at the village before dusk. They found a suitable inn where they could finally enjoy a restful night. To their surprise, the inn featured a hot spring. What a delightful way to unwind before sleep. However, it was curious that the villagers appeared listless, devoid of energy. They paid little attention to the arrival of Nichiren's group, with some even hastily packing to leave with their families. Only the innkeeper seemed relatively normal, warmly welcoming Nichiren and his companions. The elderly proprietor, with a kindly visage, appeared to have weathered many storms, showing no signs of fear towards the young ninjas. "Are you esteemed ninjas here to eliminate the bandits?" he inquired. The proprietor, uncertain, inquired, yet Sarutobi Hisashi discerned a plea in his eyes. "Indeed, elder. Have those bandits begun to affect this village?" Hisashi felt a twinge of doubt. After all, there lay a full day's journey between them, and surely the brigands would not venture so far. "Ah, it is not merely that." Observing the expression on Sarutobi Hisashi's face, the shopkeeper revealed his plight. "Our village is modest, primarily reliant on a few small shops for sustenance. However, due to the bandits, merchants and travelers alike now circumvent this route. With no visitors to the village, survival has become a pressing concern. Should no one address those brigands, we fear for our very existence." At last, Sarutobi Hisashi comprehended the gravity of the situation. Though small, this village occupies a crucial junction among several others, akin to a transit station, providing weary travelers a place to rest. Witnessing the dire state of the villagers' livelihoods, he resolved not to delay further and assured the shopkeeper that he would remedy the bandit threat. As news of his commitment spread, the villagers erupted in cheers, finally grasping a glimmer of hope to expedite the resolution of the bandit issue and restore normalcy to the village. Hisashi collaborated with the villagers to meticulously devise a tactical plan, ensuring no bandit could escape to another mountain and continue their reign of terror. Following a night of recuperation, the group set forth, rejuvenated and brimming with determination. They departed at dawn, maintaining a swift pace, enabling them to reach the border of the Land of Fire by afternoon. The nation had neglected such regions, resulting in a chaotic mixture of individuals, including rogue ninjas from Sunagakure, finding refuge and power within the Land of Fire. The border area, predominantly shrouded in dense forests, provided ample cover for foes. However, Uchiha Kagami quickly detected the bandits' trail with his Sharingan, and the group followed him closely, ultimately locating their lair. It was a secluded valley, with an entrance barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. As twilight descended, visibility in the forest diminished, leaving only Kagami and Chiri able to see clearly in the dark due to their Sharingan. The guards at the entrance were sparse and easily dispatched within moments. The group stealthily infiltrated the valley, with Sarutobi Hisashi directing everyone to adhere to the plan. Before nightfall enveloped the area, they aimed to eliminate all adversaries, first the foot soldiers, and ultimately the ninja. Risen, calm, and decisive, issued commands, during which Torikes continuously absorbed the mastery and judgment displayed by Sarutobi Risen over the situation. After all, Torikes would also be tasked with executing missions in the future. Just as everyone was preparing to embark on their assignments, Torikes retrieved 7 miniature crystal orbs from his ninja tool pouch. However, these orbs resembled crystal seeds more than they did traditional crystal spheres. The wind caller distributed the crystal seeds, giving each person one. This is a ninjutsu I have developed, which can help you withstand a single instance of physical damage. The crowd nodded in agreement, accepting the gifts without hesitation. In the presence of top-tier warriors, the significance of the crystal seeds was self-evident. No one could be entirely confident of remaining unscathed in a battle against such combatants. Commence. With a commanding shout, several figures transformed into fleeting shadows, darting off in every direction. Only the wind caller remained, tasked with completing his own objective, to seal off the entire valley. Crystal release, creation of crystals. In the palm of his hand, he gradually conjured 50 crystal seeds, scattering them at the valley's entrance. As the wind caller channeled his chakra, tendrils of crystal burst forth from the earth, intertwining to form a vast network of crystalline vines. The branching extensions embedded themselves deeply into the walls of the valley entrance, securely blocking it. Chapter 31. Chaos. Yet, this was not the end. Who could say if there existed other hidden exits within this expansive valley? Should that nefarious thief manage to slip away and escape to another mountain, countless others would suffer the consequences. Crystal release, crystal explosion technique. The wind cradled in the palm birthed an irregular crystal orb, roughly the size of an adult's head. With a sudden force, it was hurled into the air above the valley, soaring beyond the surrounding cliffs. With a resounding explosion, the orb shattered instantaneously, scattering into oblivion. Its crystalline shatter echoing within the valley, alerting the bandits on guard. Yet, after a brief moment, they discerned no immediate threat and returned to their indifference. However, the earlier crystal explosion had sown the seeds of crystal all across the periphery of the valley. At this moment, the wind was fervently expending a vast quantity of chakra, fervently urging the seeds to sprout. This was the first time the wind had employed such a grand scale of ninjutsu, and the chakra consumption was staggering. A full 1 card of chakra had been depleted, accounting for half of its total capacity. Nevertheless, the rewards were promising, unnoticed by anyone. The wind had completely enveloped the outer edges of the valley with crystal vines. Had it not been for the ample preparation of crystal seeds in advance, there would likely be not a drop of chakra remaining within. The consumption was as anticipated, and it was time to recuperate, leaving the minor lackeys to their own devices. Utilizing such an immense amount of chakra at once was somewhat burdensome for the 6-year-old frame of the wind. To avoid compromising the ensuing battle, it was necessary to rest momentarily and regain composure. Approximately 20 minutes later, the wind rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire, and made his way toward the heart of the valley. This was to be the final battlefield. Although referred to as the bandits' lair, it bore little distinction from a small village. The sole difference seemed to be the malevolence of its inhabitants. The deeper he ventured, the more corpses and blood he encountered. It appeared that these individuals had perished in an instant, displaying a certain expertise in their demise. Some bore additional scars, and it was needless to say who had delivered their fatal blows. Just as the wind passed a modest dwelling, a thunderous bellow erupted. "Your life now?" A raggedly dressed, middle-aged man brandished a chipped blade, lunging at the wind with a smile that hinted at his malicious intent. Taking a mere glance, Zhongqufeng extended his left hand towards the bandit. In an instant, a crystalline vine erupted from his sleeve, ensnaring the bandit with unyielding tenacity. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that this vine was unlike the previous one. At its apex resided a serpent's head adorned with sharp fangs. Crystal release, crystal venom. The serpent's head lunged towards the bandit's nape, delivering a vicious bite that injected venom into his body. The bandit's form swiftly began to crystallize from his neck, leaving him no time for even a final utterance before his entire head transformed into crystal. The entangling vine was then retracted back into Zhongqufeng's sleeve. Such a minor adversary hardly warranted the expenditure of chakra, yet Zhongqufeng sought to experiment with his ninjutsu. Remarkably, this technique was inspired by Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands. Regardless of Orochimaru's overall prowess, his array of life-preserving ninjutsu undoubtedly ranks among the finest in the ninja world. Zhongqufeng had drawn much inspiration from Orochimaru. For instance, during his battle with Zhili, his movements within the crystal mirror were reminiscent of Orochimaru's snake techniques. The combination of this snake vine and crystal venom proved remarkably effective. Without lingering any longer, Zhongqufeng proceeded towards the center to rendezvous with Ri Zhan and the others. The sounds of battle echoed closer, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the meeting point, The skirmish had already commenced, with Uchiha Q and Danzo confronting the most formidable of the 5 samurai. Rijan, Xiaochun, and Xiao Dao Chu Feng faced 2 ninjas. Mito Gaten was engaged in combat against 4 samurai, but found himself overwhelmed, forced to fight a defensive battle. Due to the perilous nature of the situation, Ji Li was not present. "Brother In, I shall assist you." Crystal release, crystal mirror, crystal release, crystal clone. Both techniques unleashed simultaneously. 2 clones of Chu Feng emerged from the mirror, effectively countering the 2 samurai, alleviating some of Mito Gaten's pressure. "This will suffice. I can handle these 2 samurai. Go assist Rijan." Without hesitation, Chu Feng sprang into action. Fully aware of his capabilities and refraining from recklessness in such a critical moment. On Rijan's front, the trio struggled to exert absolute dominance over the 2 rogue ninjas from Sunagakure, while the rogue ninjas were equally unable to subdue Rijan and his companions. The situation reached a stalemate until Chu Feng's arrival signaled the time for a counteroffensive. Multiplication technique. Xiao Dao Chu Feng accurately gauged the moment, enlarging his hand dramatically before delivering a powerful slap that sent the fire adept, Ro1, flying. Seizing this opportunity, Rijan and Xiaochun launched a vigorous assault on the wind adept, Ro-Jin, successfully separating the 2 brothers. Devoid of their combined ninjutsu, each brother still possessed formidable strength. Fire release, fire bullet barrage. Ro1 rapidly formed seals, subsequently unleashing a stream of fireballs from his mouth like a machine gun. Although each fireball's potency was minimal, their sheer volume was overwhelming. The autumn path, enlarged due to duplication, undoubtedly became a living target, with his palms continuously scorched by relentless flames. Water release, water barrier. With a forceful exhale, Take Few unleashed a torrent of water, creating a formidable barrier before the 2 combatants. Luowan's fireball was promptly extinguished upon contact with the aqueous shield, releasing billows of steam into the air. Infuriating. This wretched boy excels in water techniques. He must be eliminated first. In an instant, Luowan surged forward, charging at Take Few. Autumn Path Take Few utilized the art of multiplication, transforming his physique into a colossal form. Fists clenched as he anticipated Luowan's movements, then delivering a powerful downward strike. Just as the blow seemed destined to connect, Luowan swiftly altered his course, narrowly evading the attack. Had he not, he would have faced certain death or debilitating injury. Qifeng smiled faintly, steadfastly holding his ground, for he understood that he had companions to guard him. With Luowan's initial strike thwarted, the opportunity had slipped away. Any subsequent attempt to launch a surprise attack was nearly impossible. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The abundant water unleashed from the water barrier swirled around Qifeng, ultimately coalescing into a fearsome water dragon that surged toward Luowan. How could this little brat wield such a technique? Cursed be it. Fire release, flowing fire technique. Luowan inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of flames that twisted like a river, rapidly entwining around the water dragon, seeking to obliterate it. The water dragon, in turn, extinguished the swirling flames, resulting in a violent clash that erupted into a cloud of steam, obscuring the view of Qifeng's situation from the onlookers. Chapter 32. Crisis, the rampaging fire tornado. Within the steam, Qifeng murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself. Cloud release, cloud spear technique. Exhaling billowing white clouds. Qifeng made a grasping gesture, and the clouds converged in his palm, forming a long spear of white vapor. He exhaled once more, merging this with the steam produced by the battle, and with the aid of the clouds, he effortlessly pinpointed Luowan's location. He aimed the spear and hurled it forth. The anguished cry that followed brought a smile to Qifeng's face. Whether it was steam or mist, as long as he infused it with cloud vapor, the entire expanse would bend to his will. In the clouds, Qifeng was the master of all. While others struggled to see through the steam, Qifeng thrived within it. Moreover, his cloud vapor evaded even the ocular prowess of the Sharingan. As an elder brother, Luo-Jin immediately recognized his younger sibling's voice. He broke free from the encirclement of Risen and Xiaochun, racing toward his brother without a second thought. Luowan, steady yourself. Use that technique. Luo-Jin discerned the direction from his brother's previous cry and plunged into the cloud vapor. Upon touching Luowan, he found his brother's body chillingly cold, as if encased in ice. Luowan struggled to utter a few indistinct words. Luo-Jin, I'm dying. After using that technique, just run. With eyes brimming with rage, Luo-Jin screamed almost frantically, What are you saying? You are my brother. We escaped from Sunagakure together. Luo Wan shook his head, fully aware of his dire condition. Breathing had become an arduous task. His lungs felt as though they were frozen, and he knew he would not survive. Come on. Witnessing Luowan's resolute demeanor, Luoji nodded, filled with unwillingness and fury, as he thought of how they had fled Sunagakure together. Yet today, his brother lay dying in this desolate ravine. Wind release, tornado technique. He unleashed a furious gale, scattering the entire expanse of cloud vapor. The debris of houses and various ruins generated by the battle were swept away. Subsequently, the fierce winds converged, twisting and spiraling into a colossal storm. The immense suction seemed intent on dragging everyone into the eye of the tempest to be torn asunder. Fortunately, Akiato Torikes, with his substantial physique, managed to maintain his footing amidst the storm, cradling the others in his grasp, thus sparing them from a dire fate. Little did they realize they had underestimated the prowess of the two individuals. This was their final dance, a culmination of their efforts. Would it suffice to withstand the onslaught? Fire release, great fire flow. Ramaru, straining against his battered body, expended the last vestiges of his chakra to unleash a torrent of flames. Unlike the previous flames, this surge was even more ferocious and tumultuous. The roaring inferno met the storm and instantly ascended skyward. The winds fanned the flames. In that moment, Ramaru's fire surged exponentially. The fiery torrent twisted upward with the storm, transforming into a massive fire tornado. You all shall perish. Accompany us to the grave, roared Rojo in a frenzied rage. While Ramaru had already succumbed to death in his brother's embrace after releasing his jutsu. It seemed Rojo was not inclined to flee, but rather intended to perish alongside Torikes and the others. Torikes, holding everyone aloft, sprinted toward the valley's entrance. However, the storm's pull was immense and was advancing toward them. Thus, their predicament was exceedingly grim. Damn it! What now? Is there any solution? Saratobi Hiruzen's expression was grave. The severity of the situation exceeded his imagination. He could not comprehend why such formidable ninjas would choose to betray their village. Kohara weakly shook her head. The combination of these two jutsus has already reached S rank or surpassed it. What about you, Torikes? Do you have any plan? Hiruzen inquired urgently, fearing that if they delayed any longer, they might all meet their end. My chakra is nearly depleted. I cannot perform such a powerful water release. Moreover, even with ample chakra, the jutsu I could unleash would be insufficient to counter Rojo and Ramaru's fire tornado. Trouble. Cheery. Uchiha Kagami suddenly realized that his sister was still hiding in a certain house. He was about to leap down to find her, but was firmly restrained by Dans. Do not rush. The tornado has not yet reached the building. Your sister may not be in danger. However, if you jump down, you will undoubtedly be at risk. Dans was correct. They had placed Chiri in a house far from the epicenter, and they had yet to reach her location. Kagami, do not let your concern cloud your judgment, Hiruzen added, affirming that Chiri should be safe, but Kagami's reckless leap could spell disaster. At that moment, Torikes interjected. I will go find Chiri. Let us rendezvous at the valley's entrance. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, perplexed as yet another person sought to venture forth after having just counseled against it. I can assure you I will return unscathed. Trust me. As the captain, Hiruzen felt no obligation to place his faith in him. He had a responsibility for their safety. The other companions echoed in agreement, and even Kagami urged Kage to reconsider. What Danzo said is not without merit. There may not be danger in the village, and I cannot allow you to take such risks. Hearing Kagami's words, an uncomfortable sentiment washed over everyone present. If only they could be stronger. Would the situation not have unfolded in such a manner? Unyielding in his resolve, he yearned to engage in further debate. Unwilling to remain apathetic while his dear friend faced potential peril. The one in jeopardy was none other than his closest companion. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. With a resounding shout, countless robust trees erupted from the earth, sprawling like vines throughout the valley. The immensely powerful fire tornado, which had nearly driven everyone to despair, disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with the spreading branches. Only a few embers remained, flickering on the bark. It is the Hokage, someone exclaimed, pointing towards the entrance of the valley. As the crowd gazed in that direction, their anxious hearts were instantly calmed upon seeing the Hokage, who had evidently come to their aid. Mirroring the joy around him, Jing smiled broadly. His earlier gloom completely vanished, his grin stretching almost to his ears. As one gazes upon the scene, it becomes evident, does it not? Zhongqufeng is being led by his master as though he were a mere handbag. At that moment, a smile graced his lips. Fortunately, his master had arrived, for he was at a loss on how to break the impasse. He had even contemplated the risky notion of trading in the shop for items to enhance his strength, despite the possibility of exposing the system. With the absence of the tornado's pull, Zhongqufeng swiftly approached the valley's mouth. Lord Hokage. The gathered crowd bowed to Hashirama, wherever he was present. An overwhelming sense of reassurance enveloped everyone, save for their adversaries. Ha ha ha, the children must be terrified, huh? Chapter 33, Returning to the Village to Report. Hashirama laughed heartily, observing the children before him, each one covered in grime, especially Zhongqufeng, whose white hair was now tinged with dust. Risen, feeling quite remorseful, spoke up. I apologize, Lord Hokage. I have failed in my duties. Hashirama gently patted Risen's head, reassuring him. I have witnessed all your actions. Everything was executed flawlessly. It is merely that the enemy's strength exceeded our expectations. Such is the nature of intelligence. It is never 100% accurate. Remember this lesson well. Risen's heart warmed at the Hokage's words, providing him with some solace. However, a failure is still a failure, and had it not been for the Hokage's intervention, he could scarcely fathom how they would have coped. On the battlefield, their only option would have been death. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly threw herself into Q's embrace. Her voice tinged with tears. Q soothingly stroked Jiraiya's head, gently saying, It is good that you are safe. Now you understand how perilous it is to undertake a mission. Do you not? Jiraiya silently nodded, her thoughts clouded by the overwhelming presence of the colossal flame tornado. She realized she was utterly incapable of intervening in such a battle. Even the thought of fleeing felt insurmountable, but thankfully, Lord Hokage had saved her in her time of need. When she heard the Hokage's voice in that dilapidated house, all her fears dissipated in an instant. Q leaned down and quietly whispered to Jiraiya, If you wish to fight alongside Zhongqufeng, strive to improve yourself. Jiraiya, still saying nothing, tightened her grip around Q. During this operation, everyone performed admirably. Hashirama commended them. However, the pivotal moment was Zhongqufeng's surprise attack on Ranmaru, which was the turning point. Everyone concurred. Had Ranmaru not been gravely injured, the battle could have prolonged indefinitely. Hashirama then provided each individual with constructive feedback regarding their strengths and weaknesses during the conflict, enabling them to gain a clearer understanding of their shortcomings. In the world of ninjas, one must never become complacent, for it may lead to dire consequences. All right, children. The mission is complete. Let us return to the village to report, Hashirama cheerfully announced. As for the journey ahead, I shall not accompany you. As the figure of the column gradually stiffened, it ultimately transformed into wood. Rijan could not help but click his tongue in astonishment, having unleashed such a formidable ninjutsu. It turned out to be merely a clone. Danzo patted him on the shoulder. The Hokage is preoccupied with state affairs. How could he possibly attend to such trivial tasks in person? Indeed, it is undeniable that the strength of the Hokage is remarkable. This is a fact beyond dispute. For the god of shinobi is not to be trifled with. Well then, let us hasten back to report. This battle has truly exhausted us. With that, Rijan led his companions towards the valley entrance. However, upon arrival, they suddenly recalled that the entire valley had been obstructed by the wind release jutsu. Wind release? Could this ninjutsu be undone? Zhongqufeng nodded slightly and approached to touch the crystal. With a snap of his fingers, the crystalline vine network shattered instantaneously, causing all the crystalline tendrils outside the valley to collapse and vanish as well. Rijan gazed at Zhongqufeng's bloodline limit with an indescribable envy. The continuous stream of crystals, generated merely through the consumption of chakra, was akin to an unending source of wealth. Observing several sizable crystal fragments remaining on the ground, Rijan collected them. Such exquisite crystals, he intended to take back as a gift for Biwa Lake, for surely, any girl would appreciate such gemstones. With the obstruction of crystals removed, the group commenced their journey back to Konoha village. Though the mission had concluded, Zhongqufeng did not receive any rewards from the system, nor even a notification. The reason for Zhongqufeng's calm demeanor seems to stem from the fact that the mission has not yet been officially assigned. Thus, there is no sense of urgency. After all, not a single soul remains alive in the entire valley, and it stands to reason that the task must be completed. Saratobi Hizashi, Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami lead the charge, while Xiaochun, Menin, and Zhongqufeng bring up the rear, ensuring that Zhongqufeng and Chiri are well guarded in the center. Zhongqufeng, are you injured? Not at all. I'm quite strong. Zhongqufeng responds playfully. Chiri pouts in response. I knew I shouldn't worry about you. Just moments ago, She learned from Kagami that Xufeng intended to venture alone to rescue her, which filled her with profound emotion. Their relationship, having only blossomed a little over a month ago, has already prompted Xufeng to risk his life for her sake. To prevent a recurrence of such perilous situations and to avoid being left behind by Xufeng, Chiri resolves to dedicate herself more fervently to her training henceforth. Qifeng gazed at Zhi Li's expression, finding it somewhat amusing, though he was unaware of Zhi Li's thoughts. Despite their brief acquaintance, the essence of friendship cannot be quantified by the passage of time. Although the aspiration of Qifeng is to lead a tranquil life, when faced with the peril of loved ones or friends, his conscience compels him to act within his capacity. This principle defines Qifeng's character. If he were to merely evade danger and remain passive while allowing his friends to fall into crisis, he would no longer be himself. Chiri, you must persevere. You are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and shall not be inferior to anyone, he encouraged. Upon hearing Qifeng's motivation, Chiri's resolve was further fortified. Indeed, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, she would not fall short of anyone. Although they traveled under the cover of night, guided by the Sharingan of Uchiha-Q, their pace remained swift. Just as dawn began to break, they returned to the small village. Initially, the villagers were incredulous upon learning that the mountain bandits had been completely eradicated, especially since it had only been a little over a day since their departure. It was only after Nijan reiterated the events multiple times, even invoking the name of the Hokage, that the villagers finally accepted the truth. This news would soon spread to neighboring villages, and within a month, the small village would resume its normal operations. After a night of battles and travel, everyone was utterly fatigued. To prevent any mishaps on the road, Nijan suggested they rest briefly in the village before continuing their journey. They returned to the inn where they had previously stayed, warmly welcomed by the proprietor, who not only offered them delicious fruit, but also waived the accommodation fees. Nevertheless, they insisted on paying the full price, recognizing that the lives of ordinary people are not easy, and Nijan and his companions were not in dire need of money. After approximately 4 hours of rest, they set off once more, this time with the intention of reaching Konoha village without interruption. Chapter 34, The Arrival of Uchiha Shana. The group maintained a steady pace, encountering no unusual circumstances along the way. They estimated that after 3 more hours of travel at their current speed, they would reach Konoha village. Anticipating the rewards to come, Qifeng felt a sense of expectation. Though the system's prompts indicated that the reward would likely be merely a measure of tranquility. After all, the acquisition of mysterious items is a matter of exceedingly low probability. And Qifeng considered himself unlikely to possess such fortune. Thus he refrained from harboring extravagant hopes, focusing instead on obtaining a greater measure of tranquility. Just as they passed a great river, Qifeng suddenly felt a familiar sensation reminiscent of the sparring match between Nijan and Chiri atop the mountain. Qifeng understood immediately, but did not reveal it on his face. He continued to follow the main group for a while, when suddenly he crouched down, clutching his stomach. Qifeng, what's wrong? Zhi inquired urgently, noticing Qifeng's condition. I'm fine, just a bit of stomach pain. I need to use the restroom. You all go ahead. With a hand pressed against his abdomen, Zhongqufeng appeared visibly distressed, prompting Rijan and the others to refrain from lingering any longer. After instructing Zhongqufeng to catch up swiftly, they proceeded onward, albeit at a slightly reduced pace. Observing that the main group had distanced themselves, Zhongqufeng regained his composure and coldly declared, "Come out, there's no need to hide." The surroundings were eerily tranquil, save for a few birds taking flight, with no other signs of life present. Stop feigning innocence. It was you who ambushed me atop the mountain, wasn't he it? Uchiha Shana. As soon as the words left his lips, a colossal fireball erupted from the woods to Zhongqufeng's right, hurtling towards him with ferocious speed, an unmistakable signature technique of the Uchiha clan. Great Fireball Technique. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. From the gust of wind emerged a torrent of water, creating a shockwave that clashed with the oncoming fireball, the hissing of evaporating water resonating incessantly. The steam rapidly enveloped the forest, and amidst this dense vapor, a figure gradually materialized. You once had a chance at survival, but your arrogance and folly condemn you, foolish child. A pair of crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan opened, their gaze piercing through the layers of steam and locking onto the figure of Qifeng. In the face of Uchiha Shana's threat, Qifeng remained unfazed, even daring to mock. Do you think you have me cornered? It's merely 3-tomo. Do you fancy yourself Uchiha Madara? Upon hearing this, Shana erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Merely 3-tomo? I am belittled by a 6-year-old. His expression twisted into something grotesque. Then let me demonstrate the power of the Sharingan. TSK. You may not live to see it. Before Uchiha Shana could seethe with rage, Zhongqufeng swiftly formed hand seals, a smile creeping upon his lips. Cloud release, mist technique. A plume of cloud emerged from Zhongqufeng's mouth, rapidly spreading within the steam, and in no time, all the vapor was assimilated into the clouds. Uchiha Shana was astonished to discover that his Sharingan could no longer see. The water vapor now resembled white clouds. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Damn it! Uchiha Shana fumed. Yet, no one responded to him. He had intended to create a favorable environment using the steam, only to find it turned against him. Even his prideful Sharingan had become ineffective. This predicament was a consequence of Uchiha Shana's overwhelming arrogance. He had failed to conduct thorough research on Zhongqufeng, perhaps dismissing the 6-year-old entirely. Now, regret began to creep in. Yet, the arrow was already on the string, and he had no choice but to unleash it. Even without the Sharingan, I can still kill you. Then do feel free to try, Zhongqufeng replied. In that instant, Uchiha Shana swiftly hurled 3 shurikens in the direction of the voice, but all he heard was the sound of them colliding with something hard, nothing more. Such a cunning individual, employing psychological tactics. Failing to land a hit and being incessantly taunted, even the most good-natured person would struggle to endure, let alone the proud Uchiha. Fire release, great fire destruction. A blazing fan-shaped flame erupted from Shana's mouth, scorching part of the cloud away, yet it was quickly replenished by clouds from other areas. Having exerted considerable effort to no avail, Uchiha Shana grew increasingly impatient, a voice in his mind incessantly urging him. Kill him. Kill him. Are you simply going to hide in this thick mist? Like a cowardly turtle, Zhongqufeng, with a light chuckle, remarked, This is the unique bloodline limit of my clan. The Yunzo. Did you not conduct your research before attempting to slay me? At that moment, Uchiha Shana felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily rendered speechless. What did that little brat just say? Bloodline limit? A bloodline limit even superior to the Sharingan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be trying to rattle my composure. Indeed. He is quite cunning. Thus, Uchiha Shana unwittingly fortified his resolve, and his emotions surprisingly steadied. Just then, a diminutive figure emerged from the mist, revealing Zhongqufeng. Why are you so weak? Did you not claim you would kill me? This time, Shana disregarded Zhongqufeng's verbal taunt and instead drew his blade, aiming a strike at Zhongqufeng. Yet, Zhongqufeng merely took a step back, effortlessly evading Shana's slash. Impossible, Shana exclaimed in disbelief. Within his clan, few could evade his strikes. And yet, this brat had merely retreated a single step. How could this be? The wind chaser seemed intent on ensuring his demise. Thus he explained, within the mist. One's faculties gradually diminish, and the body succumbs to a creeping frost, beginning with the internal organs due to the inhalation of the mist. In essence, from the moment you step into the mist, you commence a slow descent into death. Uchiha Shana harbored no gratitude for the wind chaser's explanation. He could scarcely fathom that such a mere wisp of cloud could claim his life. In a frenzy, Uchiha Shana swung his weapon wildly at the wind chaser. Devoid of any semblance of technique, as if driven mad, his voice raised in a cacophony of shouts. Impossible. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. How could I perish at your hands? Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted forth, with this strike consuming nearly half of Shana's chakra. Its size exceeding that of a typical fireball by at least double. With a swift grasp of the wind, a vast expanse of clouds gathered before him, forming a formidable shield of vapor. The blazing fireball collided with the cloud shield, erupting into a shower of sparks, while the surrounding clouds dissipated under the intense heat. In an instant, the surroundings became brilliantly illuminated. Ha ha ha, your clouds are gone. Your time is nigh. In that moment, a gleam of confidence ignited in Shana's eyes. Believing that the tide had turned in his favor, he raised his blade to strike. But not so fast. As those 3 words escaped Zhongqufeng's lips nonchalantly, 2 crystalline vines suddenly erupted from beneath Shana's feet, ensnaring his entire form and binding him tightly. Crystal escape, crystal blade. A crystalline edge materialized on Zhongqufeng's right arm, and with a decisive swing, blood gushed forth as Shana's right arm was severed at the root. Landing amidst the grass nearby, this strike avenged a previous grievance. The excruciating pain compelled Shana to howl in agony. Yet, Zhongqufeng's movements did not cease. Fear not. Your brother shall not survive. He will join you shortly. Cloud escape. Art of transformation into clouds. With his left hand enveloping the vapor, He delivered a heavy palm strike to Shauna's chest. However, upon receiving this blow, Shauna felt no pain. He intended to mock Zhongqufeng, but soon realized that his entire body was devoid of strength. His lips felt unbearably heavy, and his limbs seemed to vanish. Panic overtook his eyes, as he could only fixate on Zhongqufeng in desperate silence. Do you know why this technique is called transformation into clouds? Zhongqufeng inquired calmly. At this, Shauna ceased his struggles, silencing his voice, his eyes void of emotion, hollow and lifeless. In the next instant, Shauna's body erupted in a thunderous disintegration, transforming into wisps of white cloud that drifted away toward the horizon, vanishing from sight. This technique, transformation into clouds, is the most essential jutsu within the realm of cloud escape, yet it also marks a mere initiation into this art. Mastering transformation into clouds grants one the ability to transmute the living into vapor, which is crucial for the further study or development of more potent cloud escape techniques. Indeed, it bears distinction from dust escape. The Wind, lost in contemplation, remarked to himself. Previously, he believed that this technique would yield effects akin to dust release. Yet it was only upon its actual application that the distinction became evident. Dust release shatters all matter within a designated area into atomic states, whereas cloud release transforms the target into vapor. This reveals a significant divergence between the two. While it may not seem as formidable as dust release, the versatility of cloud release techniques is boundless, in stark contrast to the singular nature of dust release, which is limited to the technique of original realm separation. Zhongqufeng gazed into the distance, observing the path taken by Risen and the others, estimating that he could catch up to them, for he had dispatched Uchiha Shauna in a remarkably brief span of time. Cloud release, cloud surge. A torrent of swirling vapor erupted from Zhongqufeng's sleeves, propelling him skyward like a powerful thruster. Moments later, he descended once more. What an exhilarating experience. I'm still quite inexperienced at this. As it was his inaugural attempt at this jutsu, his control was rather lacking, causing him to veer erratically and nearly collide with trees on several occasions. The wind intensified the surge of clouds, stabilizing as it ascended into the air. After numerous attempts over a period, mastery was finally achieved. In a moment of elation, several circles were traced in the sky. Hooray! Off we go. With that, he soared towards the direction of Hizashi and the others, leaving behind a trail of cloud vapor. Not long after his departure, a head, half black and half white, slowly emerged from the earth and the grass by the roadside. It is a descendant of that person, stated White with a hint of indifference. It seems so, replied Black in agreement. Despite having covertly altered the scroll, they still managed to learn. Black reached down, picking up the severed arm that had been cleaved by the wind. After all, it's merely a trivial move. If it fails, it matters not. White responded softly. Is this thing of any use? Who knows? It's simply a trivial move, Black reiterated, before gradually sinking back into the ground. Meanwhile, the wind was blissfully unaware of these events, as he was currently speeding along the wide road. In a state of cloud surging, his speed was remarkably swift. And since this technique relied solely on propulsion to maintain flight, the chakra consumption was minimal. Most importantly, it could not be utilized in combat, rendering it merely a technique for travel or showmanship. Ding! The chaotic event has concluded. Completion rate. A. Reward. 6,000 points of tranquility. Wow! This chaotic event granted a staggering 6,000 tranquility points. After waiting for a while to confirm that no one's plans had been disrupted to increase the chaos value, Wind began to revel in the air. Everything was progressing favorably. With this momentum, what was there to fear from Uchiha Madara? In a buoyant mood, Wind accelerated, finally spotting Hizashi and the others at a fork in the road. Hey, everyone! Wind called out loudly. On the ground, Hizashi's ears perked up. Did I just hear Wind's voice? Koharu turned to look back, but saw no one. You must be mistaken. There's nothing here. Impossible. Hizashi asserted with conviction. Do not underestimate my years of eavesdropping on the women's bath. Ahem, I mean, my years of patrolling the women's bath. Without hesitation, Koharu delivered a swift reprimand to Hizashi. You pervert. You can speak so brazenly about peeping. Rubbing his swollen cheek, Hizashi looked aggrieved. I truly heard it. Tobarama, watching Hizashi, couldn't he help but shake his head. How come your ears from years of patrolling didn't he inform you that Wind is up in the sky? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked up and indeed saw Wind hovering in midair, billowing clouds erupting from his sleeves. Seeing this, Hizashi turned to Koharu and exclaimed, See, I told you I heard it. Yet the outcome was yet another beating. Am I punishing you for this? You lecher. After receiving 2 consecutive blows from Xiaochun, Razanzhan found himself at a loss for words, feeling quite aggrieved. Why must one be beaten for peeking at a women's bathhouse? Isn't this something passed down through generations? At that moment, Xufeng gracefully descended, a smile adorning his face. The others were somewhat perplexed, wondering, what is going on? Did you enjoy your bout of diarrhea? Nevertheless, Xufeng's entrance was undeniably impressive. What could be more stylish than descending from the heavens? Hello, everyone. After much haste, I have finally caught up with you. Xiaochun approached and circled around Xufeng, inquiring, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Can you still fly with cloud release? In response to Xiaochun's question, Xufeng readily explained, Sister Xiaochun. This technique relies on the continuous release of dense white clouds to generate propulsion. It is not true flight. He then elaborated on its drawbacks. And Xiaochun understood that it was merely a traveling ninjutsu, yet it intrigued her, as it was her first encounter with such a technique. At that moment, the beaten Razanzhan, struggling to speak, squeezed through from behind and stammered, Since Xufeng has returned, let us continue our journey. His voice sounded peculiar, causing Xufeng to momentarily forget whose voice it was. When he turned to look at Sarutobi Razanzhan, he was even more bewildered. Sister Xiaochun, who is this pig-headed fellow? Turning slightly red, Xiaochun sheepishly touched the back of her head and replied, this is Razanzhan. Upon receiving the information, Xufeng said nothing, merely casting a knowing glance at Risen. In response, Risen nodded, as if to convey, good brother, all is understood without words. Given that Risen's speech had become a source of amusement, the responsibility of leading the group back to the village fell to Tins, who guided everyone with purpose. With Xufeng's return to the team, their pace quickened somewhat. After approximately 2 hours, they could clearly discern the gates of Konoha village. Chapter 36. The random gift box. After about 2 hours, the group could distinctly see the grand entrance of Konoha village. Sarutobi Risen exclaimed with joy, at last. We're back in the village. These past days have been exhausting. Notably, the injuries inflicted upon him by Tksh Rin had been miraculously healed by her as well. It was only upon taking notice of the situation that I realized Sister Xiaochun possesses remarkable proficiency in medical ninjutsu. The typically reticent Akadu Xufeng finally spoke up, lamenting. I have been famished these past few days, and I must indulge in a hearty meal upon my return home. His words stirred a collective recollection among the group of their recent days, sustained solely by the unpalatable soldier pills. They unanimously decided that they must treat themselves generously this time. Ironically, it was Xufeng who despised the soldier pills the most, whether in this life or the previous one. He had never encountered anything as distasteful. To ensure that ninjas could regain their strength and nutritional balance, an unholy amalgamation of ingredients was crammed into those pills, resulting in a cacophony of flavors that rendered them utterly inedible. He vowed that on future missions, he would bring some proper sustenance. For enduring those pills every day was simply unbearable. Upon reaching the gates of Konohagakure, the village guards conducted an identity verification for the group. After confirming that Hizashi and the others were not spies in disguise from foreign lands, they were granted passage. However, their return to the village did not end in dismissal. They were required to report to Lord Hokage to submit their mission results and collect their rewards. For Xufeng, this mission bore no extraordinary significance, merely an encounter with a slightly stronger adversary. In contrast, for Chiri, it marked a profound transformation. She had taken a life for the first time. The nausea and vertigo were overwhelming, but after enduring some training since childhood, she eventually regained her composure. This experience facilitated Chiri's significant growth, and it was believed that she would soon blossom into an exceptional kunoichi, capable of standing on her own. Interestingly, Xufeng himself had struggled with the act of killing during his first encounter. After all, in his previous life, he had lived in a peaceful world, never having witnessed such violence. Yet, perhaps the various trials he faced after his reincarnation had instilled in him a degree of change. Moreover, the crystalline ninjutsu he employed had reduced the spy to mere ashes, leaving no opportunity for disgust to take hold. He was dead before the sensation could register. Each subsequent act of killing for Xufeng was executed through techniques such as crystalline or cloud ninjutsu, which left almost no trace. Thus, he found it easier to adapt. Not long after entering the village, the group arrived at the Hokage Tower, their eagerness to unwind reflected in their hurried steps. The guards stationed in front of the building, recognizing the esteemed disciples of Lord Hokage and Tobarama, made no effort to impede their progress. understanding the futility of such an action. With no guards to question them, Hizashi and the others proceeded into the building without a word. A series of knocks echoed through the office, prompting Hashirama to set aside his administrative duties. "Come in," he called. The door creaked open, and the group entered. Upon seeing the return of these young individuals, Hashirama's face brightened with a smile. "You must be exhausted from your journey." Reporting to Lord Hokage, "We are not weary," they replied. As the captain, Ritsun was keenly aware of the appropriate decorum. During the mission report, he could not afford to be as casual as in private conversations. Hashirama retrieved the scroll that documented all A-grade missions, locating the task assigned to Ritsun and his team, and affixed the completion seal upon it. Addressing Ritsun and the others, he stated, "I have observed your efforts in this mission, and I have already conveyed my thoughts on your individual performances, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Take this certificate to claim your mission remuneration, and then ensure you rest well." He then emphasized, "Do not forget the exam questions I have posed to you." Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful countenances of Ritsun and his companions suddenly turned dejected, their anticipation of a celebratory feast extinguished. Observing the children's expressions, Hashirama kindly reminded them, "You have 2 days left." As soon as these words left his lips, Ritsun and the other 6 promptly dashed out with their certificates, forgetting even to bid farewell. Only Takafumi and Chiri remained in the room. After discussing some training tasks with them, Hashirama allowed them to depart. Takafumi, however, chose to withhold the incident involving the demise of Uchiha Monika, having encountered him on the way. Since he had already been obliterated, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Should this matter be addressed, the Uchiha elder would find himself bereaved of both grandsons, and he would surely seek vengeance against Takafumi. Thus, it was wiser to maintain silence. Even regarding Chiri, Takafumi opted not to share the truth, allowing her to believe that Uchiha Monika had never existed in this world. After exiting the Hokage building, Chiri and Takafumi proceeded to the designated location to collect their mission remuneration. A heavy bag filled with paper currency, amounting to approximately 50 to 60,000 ryo, was presented to them. Takafumi did not pay much heed to it. To him, such an amount was merely a drop in the bucket when compared to the wealth stored in his clan's treasury. Chiri expressed her desire to treat Takafumi to a hearty meal with the money, but he cleverly deferred her invitation until the following day. Chiri readily acquiesced, and they arranged to dine together at noon the next day. Having already treated Takafumi to 2 meals, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. But now she had the opportunity to make amends. Thus, after bidding farewell to Chiri, Takafumi returned to the Uzukage clan grounds, for he still had rewards from the system yet to claim. If he summoned the system while outside, although others could not see it, his solitary mutterings might lead them to suspect he was deranged. Unlike chaotic events, the tasks within the mission scroll required him to manually click to claim the rewards. They would not prompt him automatically. As the wind stirs with intent, a task scroll is summoned forth. Ding! Acknowledgement of the host's completed task detected. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. Ding! Task accomplished. Reward of 4,000 points of tranquility awarded. The satisfaction derived from the breeze is profound. A single A-level task yields 4,000 tranquility points. With diligent effort, one could amass a total of 60,000. Alas, the current exertion is but a means to secure a more comfortable existence in the future. The wind had thought the ordeal was over, yet the system's prompt chimed again. Ding! Due to the host completing an A-level task for the first time, this reward is doubled, and a random gift from the system is bestowed. The excitement surged within. His hands trembled. He never expected that this wretched system would be so generous. But was it merely playing the game of initial rewards? Regardless of the rest, the immediate benefits were all that mattered. Focusing on the future often led to anxiety and ultimately the loss of the present. However, this random gift was a first for him, and he was uncertain how it differed from the mysterious rewards. As he pondered, a flicker of yellow light danced before him, revealing an exquisite golden gift box. Goodness, did it really need to be so extravagant? The resplendent golden exterior was almost blinding to his eyes. Should he open the random gift box? The wind did not hesitate. With a single command, the golden gift box gradually opened. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Chapter 37, Dislike. Love. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, a spatial ring. My heavens, a spatial ring. The eyes of the wind were fixed intently on a silver ring nestled within the gift box, utterly unable to suppress the smile that adorned his face. He could hardly believe that such a serendipitous gift could contain something so exquisite. as soon as Zhongqufeng retrieved the ring. The moment it left the confines of the box, the gift box transformed into a myriad of shimmering lights and vanished. However, Zhongqufeng was far too engrossed to ponder the nature of its disappearance, intently examining the spatial ring. The ring gleamed in a lustrous silver hue, adorned with enigmatic engravings of unknown characters, while atop it rested an exquisitely pure and radiant colorless gem. Zhongqufeng eagerly adorned his finger with the ring, imitating the fantastical tales he had encountered in his previous life. As he infused his mental energy into the ring, he indeed perceived the vast expanse within. Words could scarcely encapsulate his emotions. The essence of his feelings could be distilled into two simple characters: I create. For he had not discerned the limits of this ring. Uncertain whether his assumptions held true, Zhongqufeng hastened to the family's secret chamber, diligently collecting each artifact and depositing them into the spatial ring. With the final scroll nestled within the ring, an overwhelming exhilaration surged through him. This spatial ring appeared boundless, capable of infinite storage. It is truly hard to believe that the gift bestowed by this system is so remarkably powerful. Perhaps the ring possesses ample space, and the items stored by Zhongqufeng have yet to fill it to capacity. Regardless, this ring is poised to offer Zhongqufeng substantial assistance. He will no longer need to consume military rations. His spirit soared. He had not anticipated that the system, which he had berated for so long, would so generously bestow such a treasure upon him. While luck certainly played a part, Zhongqufeng resolved to refrain from chastising the system for the next 3 days. This was indeed his utmost limit. Although his strength had increased with the system's aid, the peaceful life he once enjoyed had vanished alongside it. The days had been filled with battles, training, missions, and vengeful foes seeking his life. He greatly longed for the days spent reclining on the grass, listening to the gentle babbling of the stream. Nevertheless, Zhongqufeng possessed a remarkable ability to self-regulate, ensuring that negative emotions did not overly impact him. A touch of melancholy could even be refreshing for the soul and mind, preventing despondency. Returning to his senses, he surveyed the spacious secret chamber and decided to return all the items he had previously stored in the ring. The primary reason was that he had mastered most of the ninjutsu contained within. Although they took up little space in the ring, they created a disordered mess. Furthermore, should anything untoward occur, these items could serve as a legacy, a gift for the village. With that, Zhongqufeng exited the secret chamber. The day was still young, and there was no need to remain in the empty confines of his home. Upon leaving the clan grounds, he strolled through the streets of Konoha. By this time, most people had finished their meals, making it an opportune moment for leisurely walks. As Zhongqufeng passed near the ninja academy, he spotted 3 familiar figures. Upon seeing him, the trio called out in unison, "Hey, Zhongqufeng." Zhongqufeng waved at the 3 individuals, having not seen Kage, Akane, and a few others for quite some time. Marihoshi, Kage, and the others rushed to Zhongqufeng's side, playfully delivering a light punch to him. "We haven't seen you at school for so many days. Where have you been?" Akane chimed in. "Indeed, we thought you might have been expelled. We even asked Teacher Mizu, but he wouldn't divulge anything to us." Upon hearing the grievances of a few individuals, Zhongqufeng suddenly recalled that he had not seen Kage, Jinhong, and the others since the conclusion of their practical training session. At that time, he had not had the opportunity to explain himself before being summoned to the Hokage's office. Subsequently, he had been engrossed in training under his master and Lord Tobarama, and had not returned to school. "I am truly sorry, Kage, Jinhong, and Ijiao. In truth, since that day, I have become the disciple of Lord Hokage, hence my absence from school." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Zhongqufeng realized that his 3 companions had suddenly fallen silent, leaving him filled with regret. Perhaps he should not have spoken so candidly. He wondered if his words might have left an indelible mark on their tender hearts. After a brief moment, Jinhong, usually the most composed among them, hesitantly spoke up. "Zhongqufeng, you are truly already a disciple of Lord Hokage?" Taking a deep breath, Zhongqufeng nodded. Having spoken his mind, it would be rather petty to continue to conceal his feelings. At that moment, Maruxing Kage patted Zhongqufeng's shoulder, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Oh my, you startled me. Although it truly astonishes us that you have become the disciple of Lord Hokage, knowing that you are safe alleviates our worries." Hei Jiao also nodded, extending his heartfelt congratulations to Zhongqufeng on becoming the Hokage's apprentice, for they were indeed good friends. As the wind swept by, it carried with it a breath of relief. He had initially feared that his actions might disturb Kage and the others, but it turned out his worries were unfounded. Subsequently, he shared with his friends the experiences he had gathered over the past few days, broadening the horizons of these children who were not even ninjas. They were astonished to learn of his remarkable prowess, as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen in battle. Moreover, their camaraderie appeared to be quite strong. This revelation only deepened their yearning for the life of a ninja. The wind did not reveal the harshness of a ninja's existence to them so soon. To shatter another's dreams is the most malevolent act of all. After meticulously recounting the experiences encountered during their mission, the wind shared his insights on chakra and the cultivation of ninjutsu with the trio. Although they had yet to embark on their journey of learning ninjutsu, they would inevitably find it useful in due course. After a leisurely conversation, Marahoshi Kokai suddenly recalled that they had unfinished business and hurriedly departed. As the wind gazed at their retreating figures, a faint smile graced his lips, and he resumed his leisurely stroll through the village. Although he outwardly resembled a 6-year-old child, the essence of his soul, having traversed 2 lifetimes, was nearing 30. Remarkably, he was able to engage playfully with these genuine children, perhaps attributable to elements of his previous disposition. In that past life, friends often remarked on his youthful spirit, even in his 20s, still frolicking like a child. However, he believed that a significant part of this was due to his perception of each individual in this realm as a living, breathing entity. He did not regard them as mere NPCs or see himself as the destined hero of this world simply because he had been transported to another dimension or had watched a few episodes of anime. It was precisely because of his familiarity with such narratives that he could deeply appreciate the earnest efforts each person made for their families and community. From the esteemed Hokage to the youngest students just beginning their educational journey, Chiefing finds himself loathing the notion of traversing to this era. For it is a time rife with conflict, where human life is regarded as inconsequential. Yet, he also harbors a fascination for this age, as it grants him the opportunity to witness firsthand what the future holds for Konoha, a village shaped by his very existence. Chapter 38, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Oh, is that not Chiefing? A woman's voice emanates from behind him. The sound was remarkably familiar to Zhongqufeng. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find Aunt Kato. The one who called out to Zhongqufeng was Kato Masako, the wife of Kato Zashin. Since their families resided in close proximity, Zhongqufeng's parents shared a warm relationship with the Kato family. After the passing of his parents, Kato Zashin and his wife offered Zhongqufeng considerable care, which earned them his deep respect. At that moment, Zhongqufeng noticed that Masako was cradling a young child, seemingly around 2 years old, with striking blue hair. Is Aunt Kato here to take the little one out to play? Masako, with a warm smile and a kindly demeanor, replied, Indeed. This little one always causes a commotion at home and insists on coming out to play. Chiefing approached the still youthful Kato Duan, attempting to tease him. However, Duan turned his head away, opting to ignore Chiefing. Makosi appeared somewhat awkward, explaining, This child is rather shy. You don't visit our home frequently, so he isn't very familiar with you. Zhongqufeng waved his hand dismissively. Although he could engage with children, this 2-year-old was simply beyond his ability to entertain. After failing to amuse the child, Zhongqufeng lost interest, reasoning that the little one was still too young and that there would be ample opportunities to play in the future. He had always held a fondness for Kato Duan. Despite the latter's limited appearances, the technique of soul manipulation left a profound impression on Zhongqufeng. The ability to detach one's soul from the body and strike at enemies was incredibly powerful. There were scarcely a few ninjutsu in the entire ninja world capable of controlling the soul. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. Once the soul departed, the body became immobile, rendering it a mere target vulnerable to anyone. Ultimately, Duan met his demise due to such a fate, his youthful aspirations of becoming Hokage extinguished, leaving Tsunade with a lifelong sorrow. Are you out for a stroll as well, Zhongqufeng? Mamiko inquired, noting that she hadn't seen him in quite some time. Chiefing scratched the back of his head and sighed. The home feels so desolate. I just came out for a stroll. Upon hearing this, Mamiko's eyes mirrored a sense of sorrow. Chiefing's parents, along with her husband, were dear friends, yet they had unexpectedly departed from this world, leaving behind only this 6-year-old child. Fortunately, he was not lacking in sustenance. Whenever you feel lonely, you are always welcome to come to Annie's house, Mamiko gently reassured him. As the gentle breeze enveloped him, a wave of warmth washed over Zhongqufeng, prompting him to nod in acknowledgement. He engaged in light conversation with Mamiko, who, unlike the trio of Mariboshi, Koke, and himself, seemed to possess knowledge of the esteemed Hokage's decision to take Zhongqufeng as a disciple. Upon learning that Zhongqufeng, at such a tender age, was undertaking missions, she expressed considerable concern. She repeatedly urged him to exercise caution during his tasks, emphasizing the importance of preserving his life. As dusk gradually descended, the two began their journey homeward. Mamiko, resembling a motherly figure to Zhongqufeng, chattered incessantly along the way, her words predominantly filled with advice to look after his health, refrain from staying up late, and avoid overexertion. The wind-bearer found solace in the gentle admonitions of his elder, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Upon arriving at the clan's territory, Mommy Kato reminded him, "Make sure to rest early, wind-bearer. The training from the Hokage must be arduous. Do your best." After she turned to leave, Wind-bearer watched her return home before entering the clan grounds himself. Upon unlocking his character encyclopedia, he discovered Kato Daku and Uchiha Shana, earning a total of 1,000 tranquility points, marking the first encounter with Kato Daku since awakening his system. Uchiha Shana, though deemed ineffectual, added another measure of tranquility points to his tally. After a brief wash, Wind-bearer reclined on his bed and succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, within the Uchiha clan grounds, an elder stood before his dwelling, gazing at the myriad stars above. It seemed that fate delighted in deepening the sorrows of those already afflicted. With both son and daughter-in-law having perished, and his young grandson's life waning due to forbidden substances, existence felt indistinguishable from death. The only glimmer of hope, his eldest grandson Uchiha Shana, was now unaccounted for. Though it was said he sought vengeance for his brother, the elder feared he had met his end far from home. As he spoke, 2 streams of blood tears cascaded down his face, his voice quivering with grief. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to whirl and coalesce, ultimately forming a shape reminiscent of a shuriken. "The Manjiki Sharingan," he exclaimed, a hint of madness in his tone, unable to discern between joy and sorrow. Fortunately, the edge of the clan grounds was secluded, inhabited solely by his lineage. "It seems my time to perish has not yet arrived." The elder turned to gaze at his grandson, whose skeletal frame lay upon the bed, the flames of vengeance igniting fiercely within his eyes. "You shall all pay for this." A day later, early in the morning, Wind-bearer, along with Suji and Saratobi Izashi, assembled atop the Hokage rock. It marked the 3rd day since their return to the village after completing a mission assigned by Hashirama, and the deadline for the task had finally arrived. Although a semblance of uncertainty lingered on their faces, the previous panic and disarray had dissipated. Just as Hizashi contemplated the will of fire with his companions, Tobarama, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, arrived with Hashirama before the group. "Good morning, children." Haha. Seeing the Hokage in good spirits, the team collectively exhaled in relief. They feared that an ill-timed comment might provoke the Hokage's wrath. Tobarama's expression remained neutral, revealing little of his emotions. "You all should know what day it is today, correct?" The group stood at attention, responding in unison. "Let us hope your answers today do not disappoint us." Though Tobarama spoke thus, it was merely an attempt to instill a measure of pressure upon them. These children had been his disciples since their formative years. He could surmise what each child might articulate with relative accuracy, given that he and his elder brother jointly instructed their students. It was imperative for one to assume the role of the stern figure. Otherwise, the children would lack a sense of fear and discipline. "Monkey, you shall go first." Upon noticing Saratobi Hiruzen's inclination to retreat, Tobarama promptly called upon him. Hiruzen, on the verge of tears, had no choice but to muster his courage and speak. "My will of fire is to protect." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's lips curled into a subtle smile, though he managed to conceal it well. "What does protection entail?" Tobarama inquired. "I hold a deep affection for our village and its people. Each time I return from a mission and witness their smiling faces, I feel invigorated. Therefore, I aspire to safeguard the village and every individual within it." Tobarama nodded in acknowledgement, although Hiruzen's will of fire bore resemblance to his elder brother's. He understood that Hiruzen was not merely echoing sentiments to appease anyone. This was his genuine conviction. "I hope you will forever remember the words spoken today." Next, Danzo. As Danzo stepped forward, despite possessing his own will of fire, he was uncertain whether his declaration would provoke the ire of the 2 esteemed leaders. "My will of fire is suppression." The utterance of this term caused both Hashirama and Tobarama to pause momentarily before Danzo continued. Suppression refers to enhancing the village's overall strength, compelling other villages to submit through formidable power, thereby dissuading them from contemplating enmity against us. After Danzo's explanation, the 2 brothers remained silent for an extended period, which only heightened Danzo's anxiety. However, Hashirama and Tobarama merely viewed Danzo's perspective as somewhat too aggressive, yet it could be argued that the premise held validity. The current state of the ninja world indeed reflected such circumstances. Due to Hashirama's influence, Konoha held an unequivocal position among the 5 great ninja villages. None dared to show hostility toward Konoha. All of this was attributable to Hashirama's might. Danzo, while your thoughts are commendable, there must be a boundary, one that ensures no harm befalls anyone in the village. Do you understand? Tobarama's tone was grave, imbued with a hint of admonition. In response, Danzo bowed deeply. I understand, master, he replied, then retreated to the ranks. Following this, Koharu, Mido, Akimichi Takefu, and Uchiha Kagami each articulated their own wills of fire. Although their declarations bore minor imperfections, they all successfully passed the scrutiny. Hashirama advised them to return and contemplate further, refining their thoughts. Kage, it's your turn. Chapter 39, Withered Branches and Tender Shoots. As the gentle breeze caressed his face, Chiefing stepped forward, still perplexed by the apprehensive demeanor of those he had witnessed earlier discussing the will of fire. Yet, as he stood before the 2 revered guardians of Konoha, a twinge of anxiety crept into his heart, for he was about to articulate his own interpretation of this profound ideology. Do not be anxious, Chiefing. Share what your will of fire embodies, Hashirama offered reassuringly, having always held a deep affection for his disciple. From their very first encounter, this young man had displayed an extraordinary love for the village, prompting Hashirama to observe him, both consciously and unconsciously, ever since. Chiefing did not disappoint Hashirama's expectations. Upon entering the ninja academy, he showcased remarkable talent in ninjutsu and effortlessly mediated conflicts among his peers. His unique insights into the relationships between various clans and the village itself further distinguished him. The more Hashirama reflected on this, the more he anticipated the wisdom Chiefing would impart. In the place where the leaves of Konoha danced, the spirit of fire burned eternally. The gazes of the onlookers were tinged with confusion. The Hokage had clearly instructed everyone to discover their own will of fire, yet Chiefing seemed to. The withered branches would transform into nourishment, nurturing the tender sprouts of early spring. The crowd regarded Chiefing with a mixture of understanding and bewilderment. While Hashirama and Tobarama exchanged glances filled with pride, the youth may not grasp the significance of Chiefing's words, yet they understood. For they were the very withered branches destined to become sustenance. Why do you say this? Hashirama inquired deliberately, stepping forward with the direction of the wind. He stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing down upon the entirety of Konoha. He then turned around. The mountain breeze tousled his snowy white hair. Yet it could not extinguish the fiery resolve that burned within his heart. As a disciple of my master, I bear the sacred duty of inheriting his will. But I also possess my own indomitable spirit. The Hidden Leaf Village is akin to a flourishing tree, while we are the tender new buds, and my master, Lord Tobarama, and our elders stand as the protective branches shielding us from the storm. Yet, one day, these branches will wither, decay, and ultimately fall, transforming into the very nourishment that fosters the growth of the young shoots. In time, we too shall become branches, sheltering our descendants from the elements, and inevitably, we too will perish, becoming sustenance once more. However, as long as we can witness the tender shoots we have nurtured thriving, facing our own decline will incite no fear. Every individual will inevitably age, and the tides of time will ceaselessly flow forward like a relentless torrent, yet the hidden leaf will endure, continuing to flourish through the ages. The tale of Zhongqufeng has come to a close, and unexpectedly, a round of applause erupts from the audience, seemingly initiated by none other than themselves. From the expressions of those present, Zhongqufeng discerns that the applause is genuine, emanating from the heart rather than mocking or derision. Among the most fervent supporters stands Jili, who, witnessing Zhongqufeng brimming with confidence atop the Hokage rock, feels a swell of pride within. It is as if he declares, "Behold, this individual is my dearest friend." Uchiha Jili, just look at his exceptional prowess. Yamato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others regard Zhongqufeng with newfound admiration. Initially, they harbored a tinge of jealousy towards Zhongqufeng for having garnered the first Hokage's favor and being taken on as a disciple. However, their sentiments have shifted to sincere respect for him. Hashirama gazes at the young man, exuding self-assurance and vigor, and is transported back to his youth. Reminiscing about the dreams he and Madara once shared at this very spot, they had envisioned establishing a village beneath this cliff, and now, that village thrives while his old friend's whereabouts remain unknown. Approaching Zhongqufeng, Hashirama tenderly ruffles his hair, proclaiming, Undoubtedly, you are the disciple of Senju Hashirama. Zhongqufeng, you are destined to become a remarkable ninja. Hashirama's words of praise are abundant, for he understands that even if he should one day be absent, the village will continue to flourish. He rarely speaks of the will of fire to Zhongqufeng, nor does he impose the expectation of inheriting that will upon him. Yet, this 6-year-old prodigy has already embraced and comprehended his ideals. Zhongqufeng feels elated by Hashirama's commendation, as his own convictions have been validated by his master. What he has expressed today is from the depths of his heart, not a mere attempt to garner attention. He has charted a course for his future, marrying at an appropriate age, raising children, guiding them well, and serving as an elder in Konoha to ensure the village's steady progress. A simple, unadorned life would suffice. Yet, should he find a few promising young apprentices to carry on his legacy, it would be a delightful bonus. Nevertheless, he remains unconcerned should that not come to pass. All right, Zhongqufeng, you may return now. It is Jili's turn. After bowing to the wind direction pillar, Chiri returned to her group. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic applause from Chiri seemed to have made the ever-energetic Chiri forget that she was supposed to take the stage after the wind direction. It was only when her name was called that she suddenly realized. With the brilliance of Zhongqufeng preceding her, her own resolve would undoubtedly appear rather ordinary. Should she incur Lord Hashirama's criticism for this, it would be utterly disastrous, especially since Chiri was currently the only one without a mentor. All the others had masters to guide them, while she merely trained in close proximity to the Hokage, having benefited from Zhongqufeng's influence. With a hint of trepidation, Chiri stepped forward and, slightly anxious, began to articulate her will of fire. My will of fire embodies integration and unity. Noticing that the audience displayed no particularly remarkable reactions, she relaxed a bit and continued. Long before attending the academy, she had often heard villagers caution children against provoking members of the Uchiha clan. Hashirama furrowed his brow at these words. He had indeed heard of such matters. The Uchiha clan was largely perceived as arrogant, often treating villagers with disdain, leading to a tarnished reputation among the populace. Hashirama found himself powerless in this regard. As one of the founding clans of Konoha, he felt it inappropriate to intervene directly. Perhaps it was this very mindset that allowed the Uchiha clan to become increasingly haughty, further damaging their reputation. Initially, upon hearing such remarks, Chiri felt only sorrow and sadness, questioning why she was subjected to such disdain without having done anything wrong. Her tone carried a tinge of bitterness and sorrow as she spoke. As she grew, she discovered many children within her clan shared her struggles. They too wished to integrate into the community, yet often failed due to the Uchiha's notorious reputation. For a long time, she had prided herself on being an Uchiha prodigy, believing she could easily alter perceptions of her clan. However, she soon found her capabilities limited, leading to feelings of frustration, yet she refused to concede defeat. At this moment, Chiri shed her initial timidity and tension. Standing before her peers, before the very ninjas she idolized, articulating her seemingly fragile yet resolute aspirations. I long for our clan and village to unite as one. I wish for everyone to come together, free from discrimination and fear, regardless of which clan a child belongs to. They should be able to forge friendships and become trustworthy companions. In this instant, Chiri shed the demeanor of a privileged young lady, embodying the essence of a steadfast ninja. Chapter 40. Time flies. Turmoil approaches at this moment. Chiri had relinquished her previous airs, resembling a determined ninja. Though I may not yet possess the ability to realize these dreams, my resolve remains unyielding, until the day it comes to fruition. Jili's words garnered the approval of everyone present, particularly from Uchiha Kai, whose eyes brimmed with satisfaction. The younger sister, who once merely trailed behind him, was now gradually embarking on her own path of growth. However, to embody such a resolve was an arduous task. Fortunately, her elder brother stood by her side, ready to offer his support. Encouraged by the affirming gazes of the crowd, Jili felt a surge of motivation. The kindness reflected in their eyes was invigorating. Well done, Jili. It is heartening to witness such thoughts and awareness at such a young age. The acknowledgement from Hashirama bolstered Jili's confidence. Yet it was Hashirama's subsequent words that sent her into a state of ecstatic joy. I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? In a fervent nod, Jili eagerly proclaimed, I am willing. Hokage-sama, I am willing. Hashirama's spirits soared, convinced that the challenge he had set was indeed a sagacious choice. It granted him insight into the resolve harbored within these children, allowing him to identify potential leaders who could guide Konoha into the future. Being a Hokage transcended mere prowess. It required a genuine love for the village, a willingness to protect every villager as family. Only such individuals were worthy of the title of Hokage. Ha ha ha, good child. Remember to call me master next time. Tears of happiness welled in Ji Li's eyes as she realized she had finally become a disciple of the Hokage, the ninja she admired most. The strongest man in the entire ninja world. Master. Hashirama gently ruffled Ji Li's hair, signaling her to rejoin the group. Children. Today I have grasped the essence of each of your wills of fire, and it fills me with joy. Apart from Kage and Ji Li, you have all become exceptionally skilled ninjas. However, I urge you to remember that your will of fire must be founded upon the honor of the village and the safety of its citizens. Never should you prioritize your personal aspirations over the security of the village and the lives of its people. Hashirama's tone grew serious, inadvertently revealing a hint of authority. If anyone were to act contrary to this principle, it would undoubtedly be a grave misstep. He needed to ensure these children understood this vital lesson. Upon hearing these words, Kage and the others promptly assured Hashirama that such an event would never transpire. Following this, Hashirama calmed his demeanor and, after imparting a few additional instructions, sent them all down the mountain. Only Hashirama and Tobirama remained at the summit, clad in a flowing robe. Hashirama suddenly felt a gust of wind that caused his sleeves to flutter. Tobirama, among these children, whose will do you believe is most suited to lead the village? Without much contemplation, Tobirama replied with a faint smile, Brother, you already have a candidate in mind, do you not? Hashirama turned to gaze in the direction of the village. Whenever he found himself free from administrative duties, he would come here to sit alone. At times, he would remain for an entire day. The future remains uncertain, and one must observe diligently to glean insights. Tobirama nodded. It was indeed premature to draw conclusions about these children at this point. They had yet to reach the age where selecting a successor was imperative. Before they truly set down their burdens, they would devote themselves wholeheartedly to nurturing these children, selecting the most suitable guardian for Konoha among them. Suddenly, Hashirama posed a question without preamble. Tobirama, what do you envision Konoha will be like 50 or even 60 years hence? I do not know. All I am certain of is that by then, we will have long since become mere dust. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile. Indeed, it is true. Yet, if given the chance, one would truly wish to witness what the future of Konoha holds. Every life must eventually come to an end. Just as even the formidable sage of the six paths could not escape mortality. However, ideals and aspirations can be passed down through generations. And Hashirama had already identified such a person. Time, relentless and unyielding, flows as easily as the frailty of humanity, and nearly 12 months had slipped away. Only 3 days remained until Uchiha Madara would launch his rebellion against Konoha. During these almost 12 months, Kage had accompanied Hashirama, absorbing a wealth of knowledge and honing his martial skills. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would also join Sarutobi Hiruzen and others on various missions. Zhongqufeng possesses formidable combat prowess, and naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen is more than willing to engage. This has led to a continuous increase in Zhongqufeng's tranquility points, which have now accumulated to a substantial total of 74,300. This considerable sum will undoubtedly enable Zhongqufeng to navigate through this significant chaotic event. Moreover, if circumstances permit, he harbors no desire to see his master clash with Uchiha Madara. Zhongqufeng believes that the sudden demise of Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of the shinobi world, was precipitated by his reckless use of cellular regeneration during countless battles. This unrestrained application led to the exhaustion of his cellular division, resulting in his ultimate death. Had he refrained from engaging in this confrontation with Uchiha Madara, he might have extended his life by several years. In that time, he could have potentially discovered a remedy. For the wares in the system shop are ever evolving, and perhaps there exists a product capable of facilitating cellular regeneration. At present, Zhongqufeng and Ji Li have just concluded their training and are contemplating what to have for lunch. Facing the impending threat of Uchiha Madara, Zhongqufeng felt a tinge of anxiety. Yet he restrained himself from displaying any signs of distress and merely cautioned Ji Li. Ji Li, on the night 3 days from now, it would be prudent not to stray too far from your brother. Ji Li, taken aback by his words, inquired, What is it, Zhongqufeng? Is something amiss? Ever since early morning, Zhongqufeng had seemed off-kilter, and now he was speaking in a cryptic manner that left her perplexed. I just have an unsettling premonition. Please trust me and do as I say. Although Ji Li was unaware of the specifics that Zhongqufeng was concealing, she decided to heed his advice. After all, the mere difference in their accommodations did not place them far apart. Moreover, throughout the past year, Zhongqufeng had assisted Zhili in navigating numerous crises, which fostered her trust in him. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the pair opted for a barbecue dinner. Ever since Zhongqufeng first introduced Zhili to this establishment, she had developed an affection for it and frequented it regularly over the past year. The owner had prospered immensely, renovating the restaurant entirely, leading to a flourishing business. After their meal, Zhongqufeng bid farewell to Zhili and returned to the clan's grounds. Over the past year, Zhongqufeng had scarcely found time for himself, tirelessly accumulating tranquility points. He grew increasingly convinced that this so-called tranquil life system was nothing more than a fade. Ever since its inception, his life had been anything but tranquil. System. Open the shop. Chapter 41. My Mysterious Ancestor. System. Open the shop. As the shop interface materialized, Zhongqufeng began to navigate through the myriad of products displayed. It was not that he lacked the desire to utilize the product search function. Rather, he was uncertain under which category the item he wished to purchase would fall, given its exceptional nature. During this process, when he encountered appealing products, he took note, for even after spending 60,000, he still possessed 14,300 tranquility points, ample enough to acquire some intriguing novelties. As he scrolled, his desired item remained elusive. Yet his attention was captured by another offering. Summoning seeds. Combining summoning seeds with beasts, insects, or plants can catalyze an evolution in essence, breaking the shackles of bloodlines to attain extraordinary power. 10,000 tranquility points. Ever since his first encounter with Saratobi Hiruzen, the summoning techniques he employed had ignited a spark of yearning within Zhongqufeng. Alas, while summoning techniques are relatively easy to learn, finding suitable summoning beasts is exceedingly challenging. Though there are numerous chakra-infused creatures in the world, very few can be cultivated into summoning beasts. Zhongqufeng was certain that this item was newly listed, as he had not encountered any summoning beast products during his previous exploration of the system shop last month. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongqufeng stroked his chin and mused, "This item is rather intriguing. With it, one can simply capture any promising young creature and cultivate a formidable spirit beast. Although it comes at a price of 10,000, possessing a spirit beast that perfectly aligns with one's desires for merely 10,000 tranquility points is undeniably delightful. All one needs to do is capture the young creature of choice. The rest is entrusted to the spirit seed." Having noted down this commodity, Zhongqufeng proceeded to seek out today's objective. Zhongqufeng had repeatedly inquired of the system why it did not design a collection mode for the shop. Yet, the system's intelligence was lacking, leaving it unable to provide any answers. Left with no alternatives, Zhongqufeng continued to scroll endlessly. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and a smile graced his lips. "At last, I have found it. It is for you that I have toiled for an entire year. I have nearly become a model worker of Konoha." Upon opening the product details, Zhongqufeng meticulously examined the item, the Zhongqufeng one-day strength experience card. This item becomes effective the moment it is exchanged. Once activated, one's appearance, voice, form, strength, and aura will transform entirely into that of Zhongqufeng, lasting for 24 hours with a calmness value of 60,000. Indeed, this was the very item that Zhongqufeng had heard would enable survival during Uchiha Madara's rebellion. To be honest, Zhongqufeng had always harbored a question: just how formidable was this ancestor? What warranted a product to be issued solely for him by the system? And at such a steep price? This enigmatic ancestor, shrouded in mystery, had scant records within the family lineage, merely stating that he was the originator of Cloud Release and possessed extraordinary strength. However, specifics regarding his power remained elusive, as did the question of whether he was alive or deceased. Zhongqufeng could not shake the feeling that this ancestor was not of this world, perhaps akin to himself, a traveler from another realm. After all, in the original Naruto universe, there was no mention of a Cloud Clan or Cloud Release. Thus, his suspicions were not unfounded. He sought to discern any clues while utilizing the ancestor's experience card. You might ask why he was so earnest about it. Simply put, boredom. Or perhaps he had not completed enough tasks. Who knows, he might indeed be a sword immortal. Taking his family's heirloom, the Cranesong sword, as an example, Zhongqufeng had compared it with various ores reputed to forge exceptional weapons, yet none matched the Cranesong sword's quality. After using the experience card, combat was certain. He needed to diligently remember the sensations of the moment. Perhaps he could even learn a technique or two. After all, an ancestor is still an ancestor, without some skill. He would have perished long ago in such a tumultuous era. Moreover, the possibility of being a sword immortal from another world ignited a flicker of anticipation within Zhongqufeng. Upon closing the shop, Zhongqufeng was suddenly plagued by annoyance. This wretched store lacked the option to save items, and the Ancestor's Experience card was consumable upon opening. If an adversary were to confront him directly, and he had yet to locate the item, it would be catastrophic. Were there a user satisfaction survey? Zhongqufeng would undoubtedly rate his experience as exceedingly poor. Yet, despite the complaints, purchasing was a separate matter entirely. In summary, everything was in place, save for Uchiha Madara. Zhongqufeng had never encountered him. By the time of Zhongqufeng's birth, Madara had already departed from Konoha. This left Zhongqufeng curious. How different would he be from the anime portrayal? However, strong as Uchiha Madara might be, he was merely a pawn in the grand scheme, under the illusion of having witnessed true peace through his Sharingan, which ultimately amounted to nothing more than a facade. At this moment, an epiphany struck Zhongqufeng. What if he could eliminate Uchiha Madara directly, preventing him from awakening the Rinnegan? Would that not circumvent the ensuing troubles entirely? The thoughts of Zhongqufeng are devoid of reason. If Uchiha Madara were to perish or fail to awaken the Rinnegan, Kage's plan would face considerable challenges. It was only in the throes of death that Madara bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh, utilizing Izanagi to cheat death, ultimately awakening the Rinnegan just before his demise. Nevertheless, Zhongqufeng harbors uncertainty. Perhaps without Uchiha Madara, Kage would seek another to realize her ambitions. His only recourse is to exert his utmost, for the chaos of the world bears little consequence to him. As long as he safeguards the territory of Konoha, that suffices. Moreover, his prowess continues to ascend. Even if peril looms in the future, he possesses the capability to ensure lasting peace for the village. Coming to terms with this, Zhongqufeng resolves not to dwell on it further, preferring instead to dedicate time to mastering additional jutsu. It is noteworthy that Zhongqufeng has now been bestowed with a ninja headband by Hashirama, officially becoming a ninja of Konoha. This prodigious talent, merely 7 years of age, has garnered immense attention throughout the village, particularly as the disciple of the Hokage. Numerous prominent clans are eager to curry favor with him. Yet, Zhongqufeng does not harbor disdain for this attention. After all, they are all villagers, and fostering good relations is undoubtedly beneficial. Although a saying circulates that only living geniuses are truly geniuses, cautioning against excessive brilliance that might invite calamity, Zhongqufeng's current strength renders him nearly untouchable for would-be assassins. Throughout the year, Zhongqufeng's chakra has reached 5 cards, and his abilities have ascended to a top-tier level among yearning, complemented by an array of life-saving techniques he has developed. Consequently, his sparring sessions with Saratobi Hisashi have resulted in a preponderance of victories, prompting Hisashi and Danzo to shy away from further engagements with Zhongqufeng. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for a 17-year-old ninja to be bested by a mere 7-year-old. Chapter 42. Conspiracy in the Night. Within the remote quarters of the Uchiha clan, 5 elderly men gathered, seemingly embroiled in a clandestine plot. However, their opinions appeared discordant. Some wore expressions of delight, while others were mired in conflict. Uchiha Q, the grandfather of Shizuku, inquired, "What is this? Are the 5th and 6th elders opposed to my plan?" Upon hearing this, the 2 elders hesitated momentarily, responding, "It's not that we disagree. But is this not a tad too hasty?" Uchiha Q waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, "Nay, we have been contemplating this matter for nearly a year." He then continued, "Moreover, with these eyes of mine, I am capable of accomplishing much." His pupils twisted and turned, transforming into a vivid crimson hue. The once black irises morphed into the shape of a shuriken, adorned with 4 tomo. "This is the Manjiki Sharingan," the elders exclaimed in unison. In their understanding, Uchiha Q's talent was merely average. They never anticipated he would awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. "When did you awaken your eyes?" the 5th elder inquired, his body still trembling slightly. This was something he had pursued his entire life yet could never attain. He never expected that this old man before him would possess it. Observing the astonished expressions of the elders, Uchiha Kai felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness and sorrow. 12 months ago, it was at the cost of my grandson. "What?" the elders exclaimed in disbelief. "Shin died? What happened?" Uchiha Shin had been regarded as a prodigy within their ranks, unmatched in talent among the youth. It could be said that these elders had collectively nurtured Uchiha Shin, placing their hopes upon him. How could he have met such an inexplicable demise? Uchiha Kai sighed. Though he appeared calm, he was, in fact, the one burdened with the greatest anguish. Shin had gone to avenge Kyo and had never returned. That child was a disciple of the Hokage. and it was likely he had encountered the hidden machinations left by the Hokage. The sixth elder quickly grasped the implication. Does this mean we have already attracted the attention of the Hokage? The Uchiha clan was divided into two factions, one advocating for war and the other for peace. Such a situation could not have gone unnoticed by the Hokage. If Shin had indeed fallen victim to the Hokage's schemes, they must have been under surveillance for some time. Had Efren heard the words of the Uchiha elders, he would surely have laughed for 3 days straight. What hidden hands of the Hokage? What attention from the Hokage? Was this not simply self-deception? With Uchiha Shin's meager skills, was there any need for hidden tactics? Such an overestimation of one's capabilities was laughable. Therefore, I assert that we must act swiftly. A year has already dragged on far too long. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Uchiha Kai had endured for a full year, and each day he dreamt of his grandson, who would playfully ride on his shoulders in his youth. With each awakening, a seething anger scorched his heart incessantly. The eighth elder was the first to speak. Enough of this hesitation. I concur with the fourth elder. In hindsight, not aligning with Uchiha Madara back then is a source of great regret. I too agree. The Uchiha clan must make the Shinja clan feel pain once more. The ninth elder trembled as he spoke, his frail body indicating that his time was limited. It seemed he wished to dance one last dance before his demise. Seeing that both the eighth and ninth elders had consented, the previously hesitant fifth and sixth elders could only nod reluctantly in agreement. Uchiha Kai felt a surge of elation. Had it not been for the untimely deaths of his two grandsons, he would not have resorted to such madness. This was all the fault of Konoha and Uchiha Madara. Yes, he loathed Uchiha Madara. Had he not insisted on leading the clan into the village, perhaps such circumstances would never have arisen. Yet all of this merely serves as an excuse for Uchiha Kage's own ineptitude. There were numerous occasions when he could have extricated himself from the confines of Konoha. However, at that time, Uchiha Kage had already ascended to the esteemed position of the fourth elder within the Uchiha clan, wielding considerable influence and authority. Naturally, he was reluctant to relinquish such a status to follow Uchiha Madara into an uncertain future. Now, with the tragic demise of his two grandsons, he has begun to voice complaints, merely seeking justification for his own shortcomings. Uchiha Q had perished 5 months prior, although life-restoring elixirs flowed abundantly into his system. His body resembled a vessel riddled with countless leaks. The vitality that entered him gradually dissipated, and despite struggling for over half a year, he ultimately succumbed to death. This news had reached Kage, communicated by Chiryu. For being a member of the Uchiha clan, Chiryu was obliged to attend Q's funeral. However, the gaze Uchiha Kage cast upon her that day was decidedly unsettling. Within the confines of the room, several elders convened to deliberate on their plans for action in 3 days' time, preparing to discreetly mobilize trusted clan members to partake in this endeavor. Their primary target was none other than the peace faction of the Uchiha, intending to first vanquish them and then assimilate their strength. This would empower Uchiha Kage and his cohorts to incite rebellion against Konoha with the full might of the Uchiha clan. Little did they know that atop their very roof, a youth possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan was eavesdropping on their every word. Even with a formidable presence like Uchiha Kage, who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, they remained oblivious to his existence. This young man was none other than Uchiha Kagami, the youthful leader of the peace faction and the most powerful among the younger generation of the Uchiha, holding immense prestige within the clan. Apart from the 5 elders present within the room, the remaining elders, numbers 1, 2, 3, 7, and 10, all leaned toward the peace faction. While none of them had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, they harbored no fear of Uchiha Kage. Months prior, Uchiha Kagami had sensed that the 4th elder was secretly plotting something nefarious, and he had been monitoring their activities from the shadows. Despite Uchiha Kage's overt disdain for Konoha and its high-ranking officials, frequently discussing revenge against the village, these were merely idle threats without the means to act, as there was no evidence to justify a rash response. Today, however, Uchiha Kagami had finally uncovered evidence of their intentions to jeopardize both the Uchiha clan and Konoha. At this moment, Kagami remained composed. He had anticipated this day and was not taken aback. Yet, he understood that this was not a matter he could resolve alone and needed to report to the Elder Council to deliberate on their next steps. After all, this was a family affair for the Uchiha clan, and should it escalate, it could transform into a scandal that would tarnish their name. By that time, the desires and will of the village would be eternally unattainable. Soon, Uchiha Kagami leapt lightly, soundlessly vanishing into the vast night. Chapter 43. The matters of the Uchiha clan to be resolved by the Uchihas upon returning home. Uchiha Kagami made his way directly to his father's chamber. For his father was the current head of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Kagami's grandfather served as the clan's esteemed elder. The status of Kagami and his father was undeniably prestigious. However, neither took pride in their lineage, instead continually striving for self-improvement. Gently knocking twice on the door, a steady and resonant male voice emanated from within. "Is it Kagami? Come in." Kagami responded affirmatively and pushed the door open. Inside, a middle-aged man was engaged in a game of chess with an elderly gentleman. Although the elder was advanced in years, he bore few gray hairs and appeared quite robust, persistently disputing with the middle-aged man over a move he wished to retract. Upon seeing Kagami enter, the elder casually tossed aside a chess piece, conceding the game. The middle-aged man, recognizing his father's whimsical nature, accepted the situation with a resigned smile. Cherishing the time they could still share together. This middle-aged figure was none other than Kagami's father, Uchiha Hikari, while the elder was Uchiha Jintaro, Kagami's grandfather. With a warm smile, Jintaro inquired, "Kagami, what brings you here in such haste?" Without much deliberation, Kagami relayed the information he had just uncovered. The fourth elder, Uchiha Kai, was plotting a betrayal against Konoha, with the operation scheduled for 3 days hence, and he had activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Upon hearing this news, Jintaro and Hikari exhibited little surprise, as Kagami had previously disclosed the fourth elder's clandestine machinations. Today merely marked the preparation for a formal strike, and they did not regard Uchiha Kai with any significant concern. After all, the elder's prowess was merely a reflection of the absence of stronger individuals in the family. His age did not equate to true strength. However, the revelation that this old fellow had awakened the Manjiki was indeed a cause for caution, as such an awakening could potentially double one's abilities. Jintaro appeared somewhat troubled, expressing a tone of apprehension. "This is a bit troublesome. I did not anticipate that he would awaken the Manjiki." At this juncture, Hikari calmly inquired about the details of what Kagami had overheard that evening to aid in forming an appropriate judgment. Once Kagami had recounted the conspiracy involving Uchiha Kagami and the other 4 elders verbatim, Hikari's brow furrowed in concern. A rebellion instigated by 5 elders, with the primary target being their own kin. This news, if it were to spread, would surely provoke ridicule. However, Hui Yao noticed a crucial detail. The 5th and 6th elders were coerced into agreement, albeit reluctantly. This could serve as a potential leverage point. These old men are not burdened by lofty ideals. What nonsense about following Uchiha Madara, particularly the 5th and 6th elders. 2 elderly men who cherish their lives so dearly that they hardly dare to step onto the battlefield. Such individuals are most susceptible to bribery. "Jing, I entrust you with a task." "Father, please speak." Hui Yao pondered for a moment before articulating his plan. "The 2 elders are most enamored with the power and wealth of our clan. Find a way to win them over in the coming days, as long as they do not take action." Jing appeared somewhat skeptical of this strategy. But before he could voice his thoughts, Hui Yao added, "We will settle the score with them once this is all over." Jing then nodded in agreement, accepting the task. "Father, should we inform the teacher and Lord Hokage about this matter?" Upon hearing this, Hui Yao immediately interjected with a serious tone. "No one must be told. I understand your respect for Tobirama and Lord Hokage. However, until this matter affects outsiders, it remains a family affair for the Uchiha." At this moment, Jintaro interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak. If this information were to leak, it would transform into an accusation against the Uchiha clan for attempting a rebellion. No one would care whether they are hawks or doves. Jintaro's eyes turned crimson, a 6-pointed star slowly manifesting within his pupils. Adorned with Tomo, a clear indication of the Manjiki Sharingan. Matters concerning the Uchiha clan shall be resolved by the Uchiha themselves. Jintaro emanated an overwhelming aura, his words devoid of warmth. At this moment, he was far removed from the playful old man who had recently seemed to reconsider his stance. These old men, seemingly content with a few days of peace, have lost sight of their own limitations, only to reveal their Manjiki when faced with death, daring to provoke me. Under the immense pressure exerted by Jintaro, both Jing and Hui Yao found themselves gasping for breath. For Jing, who had only recently joined Konoha with the clan, it was the first time witnessing his grandfather's power. He had always believed the old man possessed only 3 Tomo, unaware of his hidden strength. "Father, please retract your power." Upon hearing his son's plea, Jintaro gradually ceased his display, closing his Manjiki Sharingan. Truly, conflict is ever present. Jintaro, a seasoned ninja of numerous battles, reflected on the Warring States era when clans fought fiercely for territory, And now, despite the establishment of villages, the need for battle persists. What indeed does war bring to a ninja? Endless suffering seems to envelop Jintaro, whose wife, eldest son, and two younger brothers perished in the ravages of war. He has profoundly grasped the anguish that war inflicts, which is why, upon the Uchiha's integration into Konoha, he ardently urged his clan to assimilate into the village and cherish the hard-won peace. Very well, Q. Allow your grandfather some solitude. You should return and rest. All right, father. Grandfather, I shall take my leave. With that, Q turned to exit the room, inadvertently releasing a sigh of relief. He had always perceived his grandfather as a mere child at heart, yet was taken aback by his formidable strength. Although Q yearned for the Manjikyu Sharingan, he understood the immense psychological torment it demanded. Perhaps it would require the loss of his father, grandfather, or even Chiri to awaken such power. If that were the case, he would rather forego the Manjikyu. Q firmly believed that with his own capabilities, he could still ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. His aspirations were not particularly grandiose. He merely wished to safeguard his younger sister and family, and protect the villagers within his means. Thus, Q might be more suited to the role of a devoted brother or husband rather than that of Hokage. Brother, why are you home so late today? Chiri stood at the doorway, having waited for a considerable time, noticing her brother's weary demeanor. I had to report on some matters to father and grandfather, which delayed my return. Chiri grasped her brother's hand and led him inside. You must be exhausted. Do take some time to rest. Chapter 44. I love working. Working loves me. 2 days later, the ever-reliable Chiefing was awakened by the system, as usual. Ding! Congratulations, host, for living a tranquil day in Konoha. You are awarded 100 tranquility points. Chiefing had long learned to disregard the first half of this absurd opening statement, focusing solely on the reward. After all, while the system congratulated him daily for his peaceful existence, Chiefing felt no semblance of tranquility whatsoever. He was either earning tranquility points or en route to do so. Moreover, with Uchiha Obito poised to launch an assault on Konoha today, where could any notion of peace possibly reside? In the tale of the wind's reckoning. When I first watched the anime, Uchiha Madara launched his assault under the cover of night. Thus, it seems there remains a day for the wind to prepare. After all, this world has diverged significantly from the anime, rendering the events of today utterly unpredictable. I cannot help but wonder if there will be sacrifices tonight. The wind expressed with concern. Reality is not like the anime. Even with a swift response, Konoha will undoubtedly suffer casualties under Uchiha Madara's onslaught. Should the losses be too severe, it is certain that the chaotic value will escalate alarmingly. Having already incurred a rise of 5 points during the first chaotic event, only 4 remain now. Over the span of a year, I have lost a single point. If the total reaches 70 or 80 chaotic points, I fear I will be burdened with debt until my dying days. It is imperative to devise a strategy to minimize Konoha's casualties. The optimal approach would be to detect Uchiha Madara at the earliest opportunity and restrain him. However, it is unrealistic to expect Konoha's sensory ninjas to remain on standby 24 hours a day. They must rest during the night. After all, aside from the wind, the entire village believes today to be just another ordinary day. Who would expect the sensory ninjas to take up watch on a whim in the dead of night? Moreover, even upon discovery, one must possess the means to relay the warning. Contemplating this, the wind felt a wave of frustration. Perhaps I should simply have my master sleep at the gate for the night. Of course, that was merely a jest. Today, the wind need not engage in training, which affords him ample time for preparation. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. There are no alternatives. To successfully navigate this chaotic event, he must take matters into his own hands. After making a brief tidy-up, the wind ventured outside. The dawn had only just broken, and the streets were largely deserted. A few middle-aged women gathered in front of a breakfast stall, purchasing morning meals, likely hoping to provide their husbands and children with a warm breakfast upon their awakening. As the gentle breeze caressed the air, Takef revealed a warm and tender smile, and then made his way toward the gates of Konoha. Good morning, Takef. Up and about so early. Are you on a mission? The guards stationed at the entrance of the Leaf Village were quite familiar with Takef, for he was often occupied with various tasks throughout the day. No, Brother Jizuki. I am merely stepping out of the village for a stroll, Takef replied with a smile, engaging in conversation with Jizuki. Brother Jizuki, are you on duty during the day today? Jizuki grinned widely, his bright white teeth glinting in the morning light. Indeed. I just completed the shift change when you arrived. Xiufeng nodded slightly, a hint of seriousness gracing his countenance. Brother Ziqian, please ensure that the patrolling ninjas remain vigilant during tonight's shift. It may not be a peaceful evening. Upon hearing this, Gang Ziqian tensed, sensing that Zhongqufeng was not jesting. He cautiously inquired, is there a possibility that someone intends to disrupt Konoha? Zhongqufeng shook his head gently, stating, it was my master who informed me. You need only advise him to remain diligent and cautious. Under no circumstances should you disclose this to a fourth party, lest it incite panic. It is true that tonight is rather unsettled, yet it is not information passed down from Hashirama. Zhongqufeng simply wished to avoid squandering excessive time on tedious explanations. Who in the village of Konoha would doubt the words of Lord Hokage? Indeed, upon hearing that it was Lord Hokage who conveyed the message to Zhongqufeng, Gang Ziqian's expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness and gravity. Rest assured, I shall not inform anyone save for the successor ninjas. Zhongqufeng nodded in agreement and departed from Konoha with a sense of satisfaction. As for the reason for alerting the guards, even ninjas are not immune to fatigue during the night. Should Uchiha Madara launch an assault through the front gate, they would likely be the first to fall as casualties. The wind arrived at the woods outside of Konoha, a place where his dreams began. It was here that he encountered the industrious work system, which would accompany him for a lifetime, thus beginning his laborious journey. This forest encircles the entire village of Konoha, serving as a natural barrier. Reportedly created through the wood release technique by the Hokage, though its authenticity remains to be verified. Taking the wind, he extracted a diamond-shaped crystal block from the spatial ring, then crouched down to embed the crystal into the earth. The technique of crystal escape, crystal connection. The diamond-shaped crystal, nestled in the soil, began to grow rapidly. Within merely half a minute, it blossomed into a crystalline flower. The form of the crystal flower bore little distinction from an ordinary blossom, save for its entirely crystalline composition. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a tiny, inconspicuous hollow tube nestled at the center of the flower stamen. Cloud escape, misperception technique. The hand seals were completed, yet the wind did not release mist from his mouth or sleeves. Instead, the newly formed crystal flower continuously emitted mist from its stamen. Though delicate and diminutive, the mist released was anything but feeble, rivaling the potency of techniques typically unleashed by the wind himself. This marked one of the fruits of his labor over the past year. Through the crystal connection technique developed by him, he could remotely control upgraded crystalline creations to unleash ninjutsu. Not only cloud escape, but nearly all ninjutsu, aside from physical techniques, could be executed through this method. By merely planting the crystal seeds in advance, he could catch his adversaries off guard. Unbeknownst to them, the wind had already commenced a barrage of ninjutsu. In such moments, he would express gratitude for the genius buff that had significantly aided him. Yet, while ninjutsu proved advantageous, planting the seeds was far from convenient, unlike the previous valley, which was relatively small and allowed the crystal explosion to scatter seeds effortlessly. The vast expanse of Konoha posed a different challenge. With no knowledge of where Uchiha Madara might launch his assault, he had no choice but to sow seeds throughout the entirety of Konoha. Am I truly being treated as a mere laborer? After months of traversing the field, am I now to become a farmer once more? The wind howled in frustration as it gazed upon the vast expanse of the forest, exclaiming in exasperation, with such a colossal area to cultivate, how long must I toil? The notion of a salary increase is utterly absurd. The prospect of sowing seeds by hand is simply unattainable. If I were to plant them one by one, I would find myself face to face with Uchiha Madara before finishing the task. At that moment, the wind observed the birds soaring freely among the trees, and a spark of inspiration ignited within. Why not utilize the birds for sowing the seeds? It pondered, realizing the simplicity of the solution. Cloud release, flowing cloud bird technique. Chapter 45, the forest shrouded in mist. Cloud release, flowing cloud bird technique. A breath of wind escaped his lips, gradually coalescing into dozens of delicate white cloud-like birds that danced and swirled above his head. He extended his hand to touch one of the ethereal creatures, feeling its pleasantly cool surface, a delightful sensation. With a deft motion, Zhongqufeng retrieved an upgraded crystal seed, equal in number to the cloud birds, and skillfully hurled it into the bodies of the cloud birds. Subsequently, he directed the cloud birds to disperse. Upon reaching their designated positions, each cloud bird would dive down, embedding the crystal seeds into the earth, thereby completing their mission before dissipating into nothingness. After executing this cloud bird technique several times, an abundance of crystal flowers began to blossom throughout half of the forest. To avoid detection, Zhongqufeng deliberately chose a more secluded location, ensuring that, if undisturbed, It could be utilized again in the future. The flowers exuded mist, allowing Qifeng to perceive all individuals within the fog, effectively establishing a protective barrier around the village. At this point, an hour had elapsed since Qifeng left the village, and if this pace continued, he would soon fill the surrounding forest of Konoha with seeds. Fortunately, Qifeng had the foresight to prepare an ample supply of seeds. Otherwise, the continuous use of jutsu would have depleted his chakra reserves. After nearly another hour had passed, he finally succeeded in sowing seeds throughout the entire forest. He then unleashed his jutsu to stimulate the growth of the seeds and employed the crystal connection technique to link all the crystal flowers. Having accomplished all of this, Qifeng was finally able to relax. Qifeng harbored unwavering confidence in his ninjutsu. He believed that after a brief respite to replenish his chakra, he could unleash the mist perception technique, enveloping the entire forest in a shroud of fog. Even Uchiha Obito would find it impossible to evade the mist's sensory grasp, considering the sheer magnitude of his chakra. Furthermore, given Obito's disposition, he would not opt to conceal his chakra for a sneak attack. As long as Qifeng could ascertain his location at the earliest opportunity, the situation would become manageable. With a flick of his hand, he brushed away the non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh. This hidden leaf village will inevitably perish without me. Utilizing the cloud release misperception technique, a vast amount of chakra was expended in an instant, leaving him mentally fatigued, and his eyelids began to feel increasingly heavy. The breath of Qifeng became slightly hurried, evidently due to the considerable consumption caused by the ninjutsu enveloping the entire perimeter of the hidden leaf village. Fortunately, it was merely ordinary mist, which did not entirely deplete Qifeng's chakra in an instant. Moreover, the gentle morning fog in the forest permitted Qifeng to boldly unleash such an extensive ninjutsu. The so-called misperception technique was, in reality, just regular fog, a name chosen for its aesthetic appeal. Within the crystalline flowers, dense clouds of mist began to emanate, instantly mingling with the morning haze. Before long, the fog spread throughout the forest. Should anyone inadvertently wander into this area, they would likely find it quite challenging to ascertain the way out. However, there was no need for concern, as Qifeng remained acutely aware of his surroundings, ensuring such a predicament would not arise. Observing the mist thickening, Qifeng stretched languidly, intending to return to the village to inform his master or Lord Tobirama. After all, being mistaken for an enemy attack would be quite unfortunate. Upon returning to the hidden leaf village, the ninjas within indeed discerned the unusual mist enveloping the forest beyond. Each of them was filled with a sense of vigilance. Yet after Takef elucidated the situation, a collective sigh of relief was released. However, some remained perplexed as to why such immense efforts were necessary. Could it be that anyone would truly dare to invade the leaf village? The wind merely smiled, refraining from uttering a word, for fear of frightening them or being perceived as mentally unhinged. After all, who would believe that Uchiha Madara would launch an assault on Konoha today? Even Hashirama, upon hearing of Madara's presence in the village, would likely respond with joy rather than concern for the village's safety. Without engaging in idle chatter with the other ninjas, the wind made a beeline for the Hokage's office. At this hour, even if his master was still indulging in slumber, Lord Tobirama would undoubtedly be awake. Both were of similar disposition, and it mattered little whom he spoke with. In the hearts of the village's ninjas, the second Hokage could only be none other than Senju Tobirama. The wind's speed was swift, and before long it had arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. After gently knocking a few times, a voice from within beckoned to enter. "Master, Lord Tobirama, I have something to report," said the wind, bowing respectfully to the two esteemed figures as he conveyed his purpose. "Oh, what brings you here so early?" Tobirama inquired with keen interest. Given that the wind often devised extraordinary ideas and developed numerous unexpected jutsu, Tobirama held a deep fondness for him. He believed that a genius ninja like the wind deserved better than merely following his elder brother to learn taijutsu. Thus he had been contemplating ways to entice this prodigious disciple away from his brother's tutelage. "It is this. Early this morning, I ventured into the forest outside the village." After departing from the forest this morning, Qifeng provided a detailed report to Hashirama and Tobirama. Yet he refrained from mentioning that it was aimed at countering Uchiha Madara. Instead, he merely stated that it was to enhance the village's defensive measures, asserting that he could sense any incoming ninjas in an instant. The mist technique, unlike others, does not easily dissipate within the forest. Thus the cloud mist formation established by Qifeng can be considered enduring. Upon hearing Qifeng's explanation, Hashirama and Tobarama comprehended the entire situation. What a clever lad. I was just telling my brother that the commotion outside must be due to your experimentation with new techniques, and it appears I was correct, Tobarama remarked, increasingly pleased with Zhongqufeng. Among his disciples, while each possessed commendable talent and strength, their ability to develop ninjutsu fell short. Only Saratobi Hiruzen exhibited some aptitude for ninjutsu development, while the others struggled, and Hiruzen's progress paled in comparison to Zhongqufeng's. The latter managed to create 7 or 8 new techniques annually, while Hiruzen could only muster 1 or 2. Tobarama was now overwhelmed by a singular sentiment. I could have endured the darkness had I not seen the light. Prior to discovering Zhongqufeng, Tobarama frequently told Hiruzen, "Monkey, you are my most promising disciple. Do not let me down." However, now his most repeated admonition to Hiruzen became, "Look at Zhongqufeng, and then look at yourself. He develops so many techniques in a year, while you can't even produce a single one in 6 months." Consequently, Tobarama grew increasingly dissatisfied with Hiruzen while cherishing Zhongqufeng as a prized asset he wished to claim from his brother. "Zhongqufeng, you have excelled in this endeavor. With this, Konoha will become even more secure." "You must be exhausted today," Hashirama said, gazing at his disciple with pride. Recognizing his prodigious talent at such a young age for executing such expansive ninjutsu. Chapter 46. Uchiha Madara. Not worth mentioning, Hashirama expressed his satisfaction with Zhongqufeng's accomplishments, appreciating that the preparations had been made well in advance, thus the day's exertions were not overly taxing. Nodding in agreement, Hashirama acknowledged that Zhongqufeng had always been a source of reassurance for him, leaving him with a sense of inadequacy. "Why did you wish to establish the cloud mist formation outside the village?" Hashirama inquired. "I perceive that the forest surrounding Konoha serves as a natural barrier, and I thought it might be beneficial to enhance this protection further," Zhongqufeng replied. Hashirama smiled, pleased with Zhongqufeng's actions, recognizing that this would alleviate the need for a multitude of ninjas to stand guard and patrol, thereby allowing more personnel to be allocated to other essential tasks. With Konoha flourishing, many positions required filling, and Zhongqufeng's initiative would help mitigate the current personnel strain. "Well done. I shall duly record this achievement," Hashirama declared. "Thank you, Master." Zhongqufeng responded gratefully. "I came merely to report my actions, fearing they might be misconstrued as a hostile incursion. Unexpectedly, I received commendations from both esteemed leaders, and even earned a merit. This is an honor coveted by countless ninjas. However, the merits of my actions are indeed justified. The deployment of the mist technique could potentially save numerous lives in the Hidden Leaf Village." Subsequently, I engaged in further discussions about training with the 2 leaders, during which I subtly hinted that tonight might not unfold peacefully. Yet, Hashirama appeared oblivious to the implications of my words, while Tobarama's eyes revealed a flicker of contemplation. Regardless, I had completed all that I could. I had established the misperception technique and informed the guards at the entrance to remain vigilant due to the unrest expected tonight. It was almost as if I should shout in the streets, "Tonight, Uchiha Madara is coming. Everyone, beware." However, should I do so, I would likely find myself swiftly confined to a dark room. In truth, I harbored some concerns, primarily fearing that Uchiha Madara's first destination would be the Uchiha clan, rallying his former kin. I recall a conversation with Q, who mentioned that the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan seemed rather unhinged, always yearning for conflict rather than enjoying peaceful days. If Madara were to return, they would likely rush to follow him. Yet, upon further reflection, I remembered that when Madara once sought to lead his clan away from the Hidden Leaf, not a single soul chose to accompany him. Thus, it seems improbable that he harbors any lingering affection for this family. Surely, he must regard these foolish clansmen with disdain, having witnessed true peace with his own eyes. This evening, Zhongqufeng must engage in battle with Uchiha Madara, leaving no opportunity to attend to matters concerning Zhili. However, with Jing by Zhili's side, it is reasonable to assume that no harm will come to him. Today, Konoha village is unlikely to remain peaceful, the Uchiha hawkish faction, upon hearing news of Uchiha Madara's return, may very well instigate turmoil. It is my fervent hope that the disturbance does not affect too many innocents. With the esteemed Tobarama present, it is likely that no significant issues will arise. As Zhongqufeng pondered whether any detail had been overlooked, time quietly slipped away. Soon, nightfall enveloped the village, and the townsfolk returned home to rest. Given that it is the inaugural day of the Great Formation, the number of patrolling ninjas in the village did not diminish, as the practicality of the formation still requires validation. Qifeng sat cross-legged upon his bed at home, eyes tightly closed, concentrating intently on perceiving everything within the mist. Occasionally, a couple of kittens would scurry by, and now and then, a few wild boars would wander leisurely. After a considerable time of observation, he had yet to detect any life forms imbued with chakra. Just as Qifeng contemplated momentarily relaxing, a being of immense chakra strode into the mist. This figure approached with an air of leisurely exploration, surveying the surrounding fog as if on a casual stroll. At this moment, Qifeng harbored no doubts or hesitations. He exclaimed without reservation, "Uchiha Madara has arrived." The man he had awaited for an entire year had finally come. The wind whispered an ineffable medley of emotions, excitement, hesitation, anger, relaxation, and so forth. Yet, fear was notably absent, perhaps due to the trump card he clutched so tightly. Or perhaps because throughout the year, he had meticulously rehearsed in his mind the day when Uchiha Madara would strike Konoha. This persistent mental preparation had rendered him somewhat accustomed to the impending confrontation. Regardless, the presence of this man, who could only be rivaled by Senju Hashirama, instilled a palpable tension within him. Cloud release, technique of flowing clouds and flying birds. The misty silhouettes of birds gradually took form, and as he whispered a message into one of their ears, he released it to soar towards the direction of Hokage Yen. The day had finally arrived. System. Open the shop. A pale blue shop panel unfurled before him. With no time to peruse other items, he swiftly searched for the experience card from his ancestors. At last, he found it. System exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging the item. One-day experience card of cloud transformation. Watching as 60,000 tranquility points vanished in an instant. A sharp pang of anguish pierced through his heart. After a year of saving, the expenditure occurred in a fleeting moment. Zhongqufeng believed that the heavens punished him for his vast wealth by bestowing upon him a peculiar system. In reality, he possessed immense riches. Yet the tranquility value taught him the essence of humility. However, in an instant, he felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body. Subsequently, he realized he could no longer adeptly control his own form, and his skin, voice, and appearance were all undergoing a transformation. Initially, Zhongqufeng felt a sense of panic. But recalling the system's introduction to the merchandise, he gradually regained his composure. The sensation of this experience card was indeed extraordinary. When he spoke, his voice struck him as unfamiliar, a tone reminiscent of a youthful man, yet imbued with a depth that suggested a profound understanding of the world's vicissitudes. Could it be that his ancestor was a young man? This absurd notion swiftly occupied Zhongqufeng's thoughts, for no other explanation seemed plausible. After a while, he began to regain control over his body and walked to the mirror, only to behold an entirely different individual. This person stood 8 feet tall, adorned with a jade crown, exuding an elegant and dashing charm. His hair, like Zhongqufeng's, cascaded down in white, and his long robe bore intricate patterns resembling cranes hidden among clouds. If, as Zhongqufeng speculated, the ancestor Yinchong Huaqin was indeed a sword-wielding hero from another realm, then he must undoubtedly be a strikingly handsome figure who captivated countless female cultivators. While Zhongqufeng continued to scrutinize his reflection, a wave of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind. To his astonishment, these memories were entirely comprised of the ancestors' martial arts techniques, which were in stark contrast to the ninjutsu he had learned. Overwhelmed, Zhongqufeng's mind became clouded, and it took him a full minute to regain clarity, after which he began to explore the intricacies of the ancestors' formidable skills. At present, Zhongqufeng finds himself in a state of perplexity regarding his own strength. Yet he feels an unparalleled sense of relaxation. This newfound tranquility arises from his recent contemplation of memories, which have revealed to him that Uchiha Madara is, indeed, not a formidable opponent. Chapter 47. The True Path to Peace Mist. Uchiha Madara traverses through the forest, and although many years have passed since his last visit to Konoha, he cannot recall the last time this surrounding forest was so shrouded in fog. No, there is chakra within the mist. Madara speaks calmly, having discerned the essence of the fog in mere moments. Nevertheless, he continues his leisurely stroll. He is intimately familiar with this forest, and even if the dense fog obscures his vision, he knows he will not lose his way. When did the ninjas of Konoha learn the art of hidden mist? Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, he finds himself unable to penetrate the veil of mist that cloaks the forest. The hidden mist technique can obscure the Sharingan, yet this seems overly thick. A fleeting image of an elderly man flashes through his mind. Is it the old man from the Cloud Clan? But he should have been dead by the time I departed. As Madara walks, he speculates about the potential creator of this thick fog, his thoughts driven solely by a sense of boredom. Although Madara left the village long ago, he is well acquainted with its prominent figures and is aware that the old man from the Cloud Clan has a son who is a complete failure. Thus, he dismisses thoughts of Kumogakure, never imagining that it is the son of the Cloud Clan, a mere 7-year-old child, who conjured this dense mist. Upon reaching a spot not far from Konoha, Madara halts, intending to gaze upon the moon tonight, only to be thwarted by the thick fog. Then, the summoning technique. Hashirama sits atop a rock, enjoying the evening breeze. At this hour, everyone is preparing dinner, and the smoke wafts gently from Konoha, painting a serene picture. Where are you now, Madara? A few leaves are caught in the wind, swirling chaotically in the air. Hashirama casually plucks one to toy with. He suddenly discovers a hole in the leaf, gnawed by insects, and brings it closer to his eyes. What beliefs did you hold back then? He recalls the spirited days when the two of them established their village beneath this very cliff, and a twinge of regret washes over him. The village remains. Yet he is the sole occupant. Hashirama is not a pessimistic man. After a brief moment of nostalgia, he regains his usual composure. Even if he is alone, he can still protect the village and its inhabitants. At that moment, several small white birds appear in the distance, gliding gracefully towards him. As they draw near, Hashirama realizes they are manifestations of Zhongqufeng's cloud release technique. The small birds dance around Hashirama's ears, bringing a refreshing breeze, and then, one by one, transform into wisps of cloud that enter his ears. Master, Uchiha Madara has returned. Upon hearing this, Hashirama sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy, momentarily forgetting how the child Feng could possibly know Madara. Madara has returned. After several years of separation, his dear brother is finally back. It is imperative to make suitable preparations. Just as Hashirama was about to head home to instruct Mito to prepare a splendid meal, the words of Kage struck his heart like a chilling breeze. Uchiha Madara emerged from the forest, his presence foreboding. How could this be? This thought echoed in Hashirama's mind. For this village was a creation born of both Madara and himself. How could he possibly bear ill intentions? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Kage's words indeed instilled a sense of calm within Hashirama. After years apart, he trusted his brother, but he also prepared for the worst. Without further hesitation, he leaped from the cliff, landing firmly on the ground before hastening towards home. What troubles you, brother? Why the haste? Tobirama inquired, perplexed. Seeing her husband in such a state, Uzumaki Mito felt a sense of foreboding. It was rare to witness him in such a flustered manner. Mito, quickly, don my armor. Madara has returned. This proclamation struck like thunder in the ears of Tobirama and Mito. The name Uchiha Madara had not graced their ears for a long time, seemingly omitted intentionally to spare Hashirama any sorrow. How do you know? Tobirama asked, incredulous. A ninja returning after years away surely did not come merely for tea. Kage sensed ill intent, declaring Madara's arrival was anything but benign. As the brothers conversed, Mito busily retrieved the long dormant armor, swiftly assisting Hashirama in donning it. This armor, which had accompanied Hashirama through countless battles, was thought to be retired, yet here it was, once again called to duty. I shall gather the ninjas. Tobirama turned to act, only to be halted by Hashirama's grip. Ordinary ninjas cannot contend with him, only I can. Moreover, he may not pose a threat to the village. Hashirama forced a smile, harboring faith in Madara, yet mentally preparing for the direst of outcomes. Command the clan to patrol the village. We cannot allow any ill-intentioned individuals to act against the village at this critical juncture. Tobirama nodded and promptly departed, aware that he was no match for Uchiha Madara. The protection of the village was his foremost duty. The hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan might very well take action tonight. Wretched Uchiha clan, you had best behave yourselves. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from outside the village, unleashing a torrent of blinding white smoke. From within, 9 orange-red tails thrashed wildly, and a fearsome 9-tailed fox emerged, unleashing a furious roar towards the sky. The 9 tails. Hashirama gritted his teeth as he stood atop a rooftop. At this moment, Madara's intentions became clear. Summoning the 9 tails outside the village was undoubtedly a declaration of war against Konoha. Madara, how could you make such a choice? This is our village. Hashirama leapt from the rooftop, soaring through the air. Uchiha Madara stood atop the 9 tails, commanding it to advance relentlessly towards Konoha. With style, with dragon technique, in midair, A colossal wooden dragon materialized, steadfastly catching Hashirama and soaring towards the Nine Tails. The denizens of Konoha heard the voice of the Hokage and rushed outside to investigate. However, numerous members of the Senju clan were alerting residents at every door, insisting that they remain indoors, regardless of what transpired. The Senju clan held considerable prestige within the village, leading the populace to surmise that something significant was unfolding that night, prompting them to retreat into their homes, securely locking their doors. Uchiha Madara beheld the wooden dragon above and laughed heartily. Hashirama, you have finally arrived. Hashirama, standing atop the dragon's head, questioned with a tone of reproach. Why do you seek to harm the village? Do you wish to shatter this hard-won peace? Madara sneered disdainfully. What village? What peace? They are but illusions. His eyes, adorned with the spinning tomo, revealed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. At that moment, Madara's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow as he gazed calmly at Hashirama, stating softly, Hashirama, with these eyes, I have glimpsed the true path to peace. As the wooden dragon descended, confronting the Nine Tails, Hashirama demanded, Is the peace you speak of predicated on the village's destruction? Madara, upon hearing this, displayed a look of derision. In my naivety, I once believed in the establishment of this so-called village alongside you. The immense form of the Nine Tails loomed above the clouds, allowing Madara to clearly see the resplendent moon. Thus, I must personally eradicate the naive version of myself from the past. Without hesitation, Madara commanded the Nine Tails to unleash an assault. Its sharp claws struck the wooden dragon, leaving deep gashes in an instant. Madara, are you truly intent on obliterating all our efforts? Madara remained silent, offering no reply, while Hashirama, having resolved his determination, wore a look of clarity. The Nine Tails opened its colossal maw, releasing a fusion of blue and red chakra that coalesced into a black-purple sphere, the tailed beast ball, a technique exclusive to tailed beasts. It launched the tailed beast ball towards Hashirama, shattering the wooden dragon into countless splinters upon impact. Would release, would golem technique. Just as the tailed beast ball pierced the dragon's head, a wooden bulge erupted from its body, swiftly transforming into a fearsome wooden giant with razor-sharp fangs. The formidable tailed beast ball was seized by the golem's bare hands and pressed against the Nine Tails' face. Just as the strike was about to land, a bone-like blue armor materialized around the Nine Tails' head. The tailed beast ball collided with the armor, resulting in a tremendous explosion, the shockwave devastating much of the surrounding forest. In the distance, the Hidden Leaf village was also affected by the tailed beast bomb, though the damage was not severe. Only the village walls bore immense cracks, with no casualties reported. Debris and splintered wood danced chaotically in the air, and as the smoke dissipated, Uchiha Madara stood atop the Nine Tails. Having activated his Susanoo, he remained unscathed, while Hashirama, shielded by wooden shields resembling masks, was also unharmed. Would release, the Great Barrier technique? Madara murmured. Hashirama, observing the scene before him, wore a resolute expression, yet smiled. To encase the tailed beast with Susanoo? What an intriguing idea. The entire Nine Tails was enveloped by Susanoo, wielding two colossal swords. Without hesitation, it unleashed a fierce slash. Hashirama stepped forward and clapped his hands together. Would release, the Great Bag technique. A pair of enormous wooden hands firmly intercepted the blow from the Nine Tails. Subsequently, more wooden hands emerged from the depths of the chasm created by the tailed beast bomb, reaching out from all directions towards the Nine Tails. However, with a single strike, the Nine Tails severed all the wooden appendages, sending splinters and chunks of wood flying in all directions. Hashirama leaped about, searching for a suitable foothold. This place is too close to the village. I must distance myself. He then sprinted away, leading Madara to believe that Hashirama intended to flee, prompting him to control the Nine Tails in pursuit. Upon reaching a large river, Madara could no longer contain his impatience. While chasing, he commanded the Nine Tails to unleash the tailed beast bomb. He fused the blades formed by Susanoo into the tailed beast bomb. A massive sphere brimming with destructive energy began to coalesce. Now you shall not evade this, Hashirama. The tailed beast bomb shot forth, obliterating everything in its path into mere dust. Even the legendary Senju Hashirama, hailed as the god of shinobi, appeared minuscule in the face of this jutsu. Hashirama sensed the impending danger behind him, having distanced himself adequately from the village. He then bit his finger and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique, Five-Headed Gate. The earth before him trembled violently, and a portal rose from the ground like a hellish demon. The other four gates soon followed, emerging from the earth. Amidst the battlefield, Smoke billowed, and Hashirama's long hair danced in the wind. The tailed beast bomb pierced through the five-headed gate in an instant. However, its trajectory was altered, passing beside Hashirama and striking the land on the opposite bank. This was followed by a tremendous explosion, the blast radius rivaling that of the Hidden Leaf Village, obliterating the land and trees in an instant. You altered the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb with the gates. You never ceased to impress, Hashirama. While his words bore admiration, his expression remained inscrutable, betraying no joy or sorrow, leaving one to ponder his true thoughts. All our efforts thus far, do you wish to render them futile, Madara? As the situation escalated, Hashirama continued to attempt to awaken the remnants of compassion within Madara, fully aware of his nature and the profound love he once held for the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, at this juncture, what significance did such sentiments hold? Beneath their feet, the Nine Tails emitted a fierce roar, and Madara, previously devoid of expression, erupted in a fit of rage. Hashirama, I have already reached the other shore. There is no turning back. Hashirama clapped his hands together, and the visage symbolic of sage mode instantly appeared upon his face. Would release, true thousands. Just as both prepared for an all-out confrontation, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. The tumultuous shall be met with retribution. The tone was frigid, yet it invoked an involuntary awe within them, leaving Hashirama and Madara momentarily bewildered as to the source of such a voice. They ceased their actions, and the feeling of reverence deepened, evolving into a sense of dread. Madara, in disbelief, murmured, how absurd. I, Uchiha Madara, am filled with fear? Before he could utter another word, a colossal white sword, adorned with bizarre patterns, cleaved through the clouds, descending with the force of divine punishment towards Madara. The rapid descent ignited the sword's tip in a blazing inferno, as if it could incinerate all the impurities of the world. What is this? Madara roared at the sword plummeting from the sky. Hashirama stood in stunned silence, acutely aware of the overwhelming power of this jutsu, far beyond his own capabilities. As the sword continued its descent, the weight of fear bore down upon Madara, threatening to plunge him into an abyss. Hashirama felt an unsettling familiarity with the sword. Yet in this critical moment, he could not recall its origin. Get away, Madara. Hashirama's urgent words seemed to awaken Madara from his paralysis, and his fear-stricken body began to move. However, the sword's enormity exceeded Madara's imagination. Even with the full power of the Nine Tails, escape from its range of attack was impossible. How can I die here? In a fit of rage, Madara leapt into the air. The Susanoo detached completely from the Nine Tails, and Madara activated his complete Susanoo, resembling a giant as he gazed up at the descending sword, finally grasping the essence of helplessness. His hands, tightly gripping a fan and a scythe, trembled slightly. The sword continued to absorb clouds, growing larger. In the presence of the colossal sword, even Madara in his complete Susanoo appeared as insignificant as an ant, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Just then, several white chains suddenly emerged from the horizon, hurtling towards the Nine Tails. In but a fleeting moment, the formidable chains ensnared the Nine Tails, tightening their grip and lifting the creature into the heavens, disappearing into the clouds. Concurrently, the wrath of the deity descended upon the earth, allowing the frail beings to experience, for the first time, the fury of the divine. Chapter 49. The earth crumbles. Although Uchiha Madara felt powerless beneath the overwhelming might of the colossal sword, the instinct for survival compelled him to act. In his complete Susanoo form, Madara unsheathed the great blade at his side, striking fiercely at the giant sword. The clash ignited sparks, with flames dancing like meteors, scattering in every direction, igniting the ground into a blazing inferno. Madara summoned every ounce of his strength, his chakra depleting at an alarming rate. Yet, ultimately, it proved futile. Under the deity's wrath, all resistance was in vain. Just as an ant, no matter how it flaunts its formidable fangs and immense strength, is destined to be crushed. A crack resounded, as immense fissures spread from the crown of the complete Susanoo. In mere moments, the entire form was riddled with fractures. Tobirama realized he could alter nothing, forced to witness his old friend struggle against this cataclysmic blow. Should Madara perish here, it would undoubtedly benefit the Hidden Leaf Village. However, the mysterious being's motives eluded Tobirama's comprehension. With a single strike, it nearly obliterated one of the strongest ninjas in existence. What tremendous power! Tobirama sighed, reflecting on how the title of the ninja god seemed somewhat ludicrous in this light. Yet, should he dare to attack the Hidden Leaf Village, I shall ensure he does not succeed, even at the cost of my own life. His gaze resolute, Tobarama spoke these words with a determination to face his fate. At that moment, Madara could no longer withstand the descent of the colossal sword. Susanoo shattered into fragments. As Madara plummeted through the air, he gazed at the impending sword that would seal his fate, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. To consider oneself a god, yet be no more than an ant, there are always greater forces beyond one's comprehension. Slowly turning his gaze towards Tobarama, he closed his eyes. The giant sword, embodying the force of a tempest, plunged into the earth, effortlessly cleaving a massive gash into the ancient, unyielding ground. Countless fissures radiated across the terrain, which began to collapse as torrents of river water surged into the crevices. At that moment, the land beneath Tobarama trembled and fractured, compelling him to retreat lest he be caught in the devastation. Just as he leaped away, the previously minor cracks suddenly gave way, forming a vast, dark chasm. Shortly thereafter, Tobarama felt an intense heat, and from the site where the giant sword had struck, a crimson glow erupted, accompanied by billowing black smoke. In an instant, a torrent of molten lava surged forth from the depths of the earth. Spreading across the earth, everything in its path was utterly consumed by flames. Neither trees nor rocks were spared, and the inferno continued to extend into the distance, showing no signs of cooling. That direction led to the village. This was dire. The flow of lava was not slow. Although the location was far from the village, Hashirama could not predict when the lava would cease its advance. Without hesitation, Hashirama immediately set off to intercept the molten threat. His chakra was still abundant, and he was in sage mode, so he should be able to manage. Just then, the previous voice echoed once more, "Disperse." With that command, the enormous white sword embedded in the earth suddenly shattered, transforming into a mist that enveloped the land for miles around. In an instant, all the mist seemed to be drawn upwards, pouring into the sky. Hashirama, standing atop a small hill, gazed at this astonishing spectacle, his eyes filled with disbelief. Such a wonder was something few would ever witness in their lifetime. Seeing this manipulation of mist, Hashirama's apprehensions began to wane. Once all the mist had flowed into the clouds, he noticed that the area was now cloaked in a veil of white, starkly contrasting with the greenery in the distance. The lava, land, mountains, and trees were all frozen, as if time had crystallized every form of life, forever enshrined in their last moments. The myriad fissures in the bottomless chasms formed by the colossal sword testified to the terror of this assault. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the chasm below. As Hashirama looked up, he beheld a young man leisurely strolling through the air. It appeared he was toying with something in his hands, but from afar, Hashirama could not discern what it was. What puzzled him was the absence of the nine tails. How could such a colossal creature have been so easily captured and vanished into the clouds? The clouds above were billowing in the wind, yet the beam of moonlight remained unobscured. Under the force of the wind, however, the man's robes remained utterly undisturbed, as did his hair. This individual was none other than Kage, who had utilized the ancestral experience card. Was this not a bit excessive? After all, this was their homeland. The technique just employed was none other than the family's inherited cloud ninjutsu cloud sword, with the blessing of his ancestors. This art of the cloud sword shattered mountains and rivers with a single strike. If unleashed with full force, 1,000 swords would return to their source. The entire land of fire would likely be laid to waste. Of course, Uchiha Madara was not so easily vanquished, as he still possessed his Anaji. Although it remained uncertain whether today would truly see the end of Uchiha Madara, Kage was determined to give it a try. Perhaps he could indeed alter the course of history. With his left hand grasping at the void, countless flowing clouds converged before Kage, forming a pristine white spear. With a gentle wave of his hand, the spear shot towards the position where Uchiha Madara had just stood. In the blink of an eye, it pierced once more into the chasm. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, causing the land surrounding the rift to collapse entirely, forming a profound pit. At that moment, however, countless anguished wails emanated from the depths of the chasm, resonating like sounds from the very bowels of hell. Upon hearing these mournful cries, Shizijian initially thought that the celestial beings above had inadvertently opened the gateway to the underworld. Not only Shizijian, but even the Wind Taker himself was bewildered by the situation. Having resolved to abandon all hope, believing that the place was irrevocably doomed, he intended to indulge recklessly. Yet, the haunting cries persisted. Was there still life lurking beneath? At present, Zhongqufeng remains uncertain whether Uchiha Madara is truly deceased. The incessant wails echoing from the depths of the pit send shivers down one's spine. However, The lack of any definitive circumstances leads Zhongqufeng to ponder if the sounds are merely the result of wind traversing through the subterranean caverns, creating an eerie symphony. Just then, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, a figure emerged from the abyss, utterly devoid of clothing. Its body was an ethereal white, lacking any trace of color, adorned with sharp spines upon its back, while green hair danced gently in the breeze. The sight of this entity took Zhongqufeng by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering White Zetsu at this hour. The creature, having crawled up from the depths, flashed a grin toward Zhongqufeng, who was gazing up at the sky. Subsequently, a multitude of White Zetsu began to emerge from the chasm, a staggering number that surely exceeded tens of thousands. Chapter 50. The Array of 10,000 Immortals. Rise. The wind, high above in the heavens and distant, appears akin to maggots, evoking a profound sense of revulsion. It is now fairly apparent to Chief Feng what these white absolutes intend to do. It is nothing less than the Otsutsuki Kenshiki aiming to cleave the moon in a bid to rescue his mother. Moreover, finding another eternal kaleidoscope in this world is akin to an insurmountable challenge, compelling one to take desperate measures. I must assert that altering the narrative is not as straightforward as it may seem. The gentle whispers of the wind carried the weight of an overwhelming number of White Zetsu, who were undoubtedly there to restrain him. Uchiha Madara had certainly been taken away by Black Zetsu long ago. There was no alternative. One could only hope that this interlude would not adversely affect his Kage. Once the White Zetsu reached a certain quantity, they ceased their relentless ascent, which must have been the maximum Black Zetsu could sacrifice. After all, the remaining numbers were needed to maintain appearances when rallying allies to join the Split Mountain to rescue Mother Chat. Look, my dear brother, I command such a multitude of White Zetsu soldiers, all at your disposal. You will surely achieve great things. Black Zetsu, being an extraordinary being who had endured for so long, was adept at deceiving these young ones. What of Uchiha Abido or Uchiha Madara? In the end, they merely served as stepping stones for Black Zetsu, nothing more than pawns in his grand game. Meanwhile, Hashirama, observing from the mountaintop, remained unaware of what these white figures truly were. Their identical appearances suggested they were anything but ordinary beings. Hashirama felt a twinge of concern. Should these white monstrosities be allowed to roam freely, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the entire land of fire. Yet, should he intervene now, he might provoke the celestial entity above, leaving Hashirama in a dilemma. However, it was not long before the heavens stirred. The wind began to ascend slowly into the clouds, eventually vanishing from sight. Just as Hashirama thought this great Buddha had finally departed, preparing to eradicate the white creatures, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The clouds in the sky began to swirl, converging in one direction, affecting the atmosphere for hundreds of miles around as they gathered towards a focal point. As the clouds coalesced into a minuscule white dot in the sky, an explosion erupted. The amassed clouds surged forth wildly, expanding outward from the center of the wind. Simultaneously, layers upon layers of clouds began to rise, forming a total of 9 ethereal rings, the grand array of 10,000 immortals. As the proclamation echoed, the 9 cloud rings instantaneously transformed into 9 celestial palaces, each tier adorned with pavilions and towers, cranes soaring amidst the clouds, and rare beasts gazing down upon the earth. Soon, every celestial level illuminated with countless beams of light, each radiating an overwhelming pressure that swept across the ground. As the beams dispersed, silhouettes began to manifest upon the cloud tops, some stout, some slender, male and female alike, yet all adorned with jade crowns, draped in white garments, wielding sharp swords. They embodied the essence of celestial beings. The multitude of White Zetsu could scarcely stand against such overwhelming might, while Hashirama stood stupefied, entirely oblivious to why he remained unaffected. The resplendent heavenly palace was a sight Hashirama had neither witnessed nor heard of before, let alone the fact that each layer harbored thousands of individuals. Each one possessed strength far beyond his own comprehension. This night was reshaping his understanding of the world, while he never considered himself arrogant. It was undeniable that he was the strongest ninja in the current shinobi realm. Yet, above him, at least 10,000 individuals wielded power surpassing his own. They all seemed to obey the man standing tall in the heavens. Everything is for the sake of the common people. The array of 10,000 immortals. Rise. With a deft gesture, the wind caller conjured forth countless clouds, swords that descended like a torrential downpour, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the white absolutes. Simultaneously, all the celestial beings atop the 9 heavens joined in unison, unleashing a tempest of thunder, storms, raging fire, extreme ice, gold, stone, and rain upon the white absolutes below. If the colossal sword previously wielded represented the power to annihilate worlds, this subsequent assault transcended any words of description. Thunder and ice shards struck the white absolutes with the precision of divine retribution, each blow capable of extinguishing dozens of their lives. The ensuing flames consumed the fallen entirely, while gold and rain continuously mended the earth's fissures and quelled the spreading inferno. As the onslaught of the myriad celestial beings wreaked havoc upon the land, the wounds of the earth began to mend. Aside from the scorched earth left by lightning and fire, the deep pits and cracks previously inflicted had been smoothed over, vanishing without a trace. With but a few trees planted, the landscape would return to its former glory. After an unrelenting cleansing, not a single white absolute remained upon the ground. Indeed, employing such formidable techniques against these tens of thousands of foes proved to be an extravagant use of power. Yet for the wind caller, who had saved for an entire year, this moment was a long-awaited thrill. How could one refuse such ecstasy? Through the techniques of the ancestral lineage, the wind caller had come to a profound realization. The ancestor was not of this world. For every technique he utilized required no hand seals, and the energy wielded was not chakra. What this energy precisely was, the wind caller could not articulate, as he was entirely ignorant of his ancestor's training methods. The myriad celestial beings dissipated into mist along with the 9 heavens and the sacred cranes, while the thousands of celestial beings vanished into the ethereal light. It was only then that Hashirama regained his senses, realizing the battle had concluded, though it seemed his turn was now upon him. A sense of apprehension stirred within him as he observed the figure in the sky, appearing more as a friend than a foe. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. In an instant, the wind caller transformed into a shooting star, swiftly appearing before Hashirama, startling him and leaving him momentarily flustered. After regaining his composure, he hurriedly bowed in greeting. "I am Hashirama Senju, a junior to you, esteemed elder. May I inquire your name?" The wind halted the approach of the pillar, preventing him from offering a respectful bow. After all, no matter how one utilized the experience card, he remained fundamentally the same as the wind from the clouds. Should he bow to his master, it might very well shorten his lifespan. "There is no need for such formalities. I am aware of your thoughts," spoke the wind, his voice imbued with a subtle enchantment that gradually calmed the pillar's tumultuous heart. In truth, the wind had infused his words with a calming incantation, and it appeared to have a remarkable effect. "I am the ancestor of the Cloud Clan, born from the essence of the clouds." Indeed, the pillar had initially speculated whether this individual might belong to the Cloud Clan, yet he had not anticipated that he was the very progenitor of the clan. Surely, he must be several hundred, if not 1,000 years old. Yet, how could he appear younger than himself? "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed elder of the clouds for your assistance today." The pillar's words were sincere. Although he had seemingly done nothing, he had resolved everything. The Hidden Leaf village had suffered no damage, and although Madara had perished, it was a gamble they had both taken with their lives. And fortune had merely favored him a touch more. With a gesture that belied his age, he waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. It was that person who disturbed my solitary peace, merely a form of retribution. Speaking of which, it seems I still have a descendant in this world." The protagonist does not pursue immortality. The protagonist does not pursue immortality. Chapter 51. Peace has never truly existed. Speaking of which, it seems I still have a descendant in this world. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's face broke into a smile. "Indeed, esteemed elder. Though I am unaware of which generation of your lineage it belongs to, the Yunzong clan still possesses a trace of its bloodline in this realm." The calm and tranquil figure nodded slightly, saying, "So be it. I have taken your descendant as my disciple. I hope you will not take offense." With a look of deep respect, Hashirama understood that in the presence of such a formidable being, one must adopt the appropriate demeanor. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Qifeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It matters not. In this world, you are undoubtedly the strongest, and there is no better teacher than you." Speaking to his master in a didactic manner was an entirely novel experience for Qifeng, who was accustomed to receiving stern guidance and corrections from his master. Today, however, the roles were reversed. "With your presence, how could I claim to be the strongest? Please, esteemed elder, do not jest with me." With a demeanor that feigned profundity, Qifeng shook his head, stating, as I mentioned earlier, "I am merely a wisp of a solitary soul, long departed from this realm." For a moment, Zuzian was taken aback. he had initially believed that the term solitary soul, as uttered by the venerable ancestor, was merely an esoteric title adopted by the strong. To his astonishment, it was indeed a reference to his spirit. If even a soul possessed such formidable power, how formidable must the true being be? Zhuxian found himself engulfed in despondency. The thought that he could not even surpass a mere specter haunted his mind. However, this was merely an excuse Zhongqufeng had conjured to evade responsibility. The truth of the ancestor's demise remained uncertain. In any case, it bore no relevance to him. It was merely a grand pretext for undertaking a task. Yet, it appeared that he had inadvertently struck a blow to his master, triggering a hidden vulnerability within Zhuxian. Young one, your future path is still long. There is no need to compete with a deceased soul like me. Observing his master in such a state, Zhongqufeng felt compelled to offer words of solace. It was then that Zhuxian, having regained his composure, replied, though I may never attain the prowess of your esteemed self, I shall devote myself to imparting knowledge to your descendants with unwavering diligence. Zhongqufeng, understanding his master's character, would never resort to falsehoods under pressure. Thus, he felt a profound warmth in his heart at that moment. Come, allow me to present you with a gift. As the wind caressed and palms opened, a swirl of mist enveloped the air, revealing a cube seemingly sculpted from white jade, gracefully hovering within the palm. Adorned with an intricate pattern of a nine-tailed fox, it radiated an exquisite allure. Esteemed elder, what is this? Zhongqufeng inquired, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Despite its unparalleled beauty, he found himself unable to fathom the intention behind the artifact created by the ancestor of the clouds. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He recalled that the nine-tailed fox had vanished into the sky, never to return. Could it be that the venerable ancestor had ensnared it to transform into a mere ornament? Witnessing the shift in Zhongqufeng's expression from confusion to enlightenment and back to bewilderment, Zhongqufeng resolved to elucidate. This is a sealing technique of my own creation, capable of encapsulating any object or living being within this jade stone. However, each stone can only seal once. What if one were to attempt another sealing? Zhongqufeng queried. His curiosity piqued. An explosion would ensue. At last, Zhongqufeng grasped the gravity of the situation. He gingerly retrieved the sealing jade from the elder's hand. Its touch was cool at first, but as he lingered, it warmed to a gentle radiance, confirming its worthiness. Esteemed elder, does the seal possess a time limit? He asked. Though this artifact is remarkable, if its sealing duration is not prolonged, it would be more practical to encapsulate it within a living being. With a gentle smile, he reassured. Rest assured, as long as no one of equal strength attempts to forcibly disrupt, this seal can remain intact indefinitely. Thus, Hashirama felt a profound sense of relief. The Nine Tails, being the most formidable of all tailed beasts, had long been pursued by various nations, despite the tailed beasts never inflicting harm and striving for coexistence with humanity. The insatiable greed of people compelled them to hunt these creatures relentlessly. Over time, all tailed beasts had become increasingly irritable and aggressive. Within this jade, there existed a small space ample enough for the nine-tails fox to reside comfortably. With a flourish of his hand, 8 perfectly square blocks of white jade materialized. Unlike the previous ones, these new blocks bore no patterns whatsoever. They were entirely pristine. Hashirama hesitated to reach out, casting a cautious glance at the elder from the clouds, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did he accept the 8 blocks of white jade along with the one sealing the nine tails. You should know that aside from this nine-tails fox, there are 8 other such extraordinary beasts in the world. Hashirama nodded, realizing that the elder was referring to the remaining 8-tailed beasts, now scattered across the globe, some already under control. The sealing jade I provide can merge with the human body, granting the ability to manipulate the powers of the entities sealed within at will. Hashirama's mouth fell open in astonishment. What astonishing revelations this elder shares today. Each statement leaves me more astounded than the last. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. For this venerable figure had bestowed such a precious gift upon him, clearly affirming his worth. Capture the remaining 8 extraordinary beasts, seal them away, and designate suitable individuals to wield their powers. Thus, your village will endure for generations. Upon hearing this, Hashirama hesitated, for it contradicted his own vision. He aspired to capture the tailed beasts and distribute them equitably among the villages to achieve a balance of power, ensuring that no village would dare to engage in reckless conflict. Naturally, he comprehended the essence of Hashirama's intentions. However, this very decision made by Hashirama nearly obliterated the promising situation that had been previously cultivated. It is only by wielding one's own strength that one can instill fear in others. If I lacked strength, would I still be able to stand here and converse with you? Peace has perpetually eluded existence. One may command the ninja world and achieve a fleeting tranquility. Yet one's successors may not possess the same capability. The words of the ancient ancestor from the clouds resonated profoundly within Hashirama. Indeed, it was his prowess that allowed him to establish a village alongside Madara, intimidating the Uchiha clan into submission. And it was through his victory over Madara that he could genuinely convey his intentions. The peace within the ninja world was also a product of the formidable strength shared between him and Madara, rendering the other villages impotent in their ambitions. Hashirama chuckled to himself, realizing that perhaps his prolonged elevation in status had led to somewhat idealistic notions. Every individual experiences moments of being blinded by a single leaf. This is inconsequential, provided one awakens to the truth in a timely manner. The sound of the wind is chilling, still imbued with the effects of the purifying heart incantation. Zhu Jian respectfully bows to the esteemed elder from the Yunzhong clan, but is gently halted. Today, I am grateful for your enlightening guidance. It is of no consequence. I acted solely for the benefit of my junior. Remember my words. True strength must lie within oneself. Zhu Jian reveals his characteristic smile. The junior shall remember. Meeting with a young friend today is indeed a delightful occurrence. Thus, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian hurriedly bids farewell, his heart heavy with reluctance. Yet before him stands only a wisp of ethereal mist, dispersed by a mere breeze. Having received such a precious gift after a mere meeting, and having gained enlightenment, how could he ever repay such kindness? At this moment, Zhongqufeng has returned home. The Elder's experience card is still active, allowing him to indulge a while longer. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the Chaos event, Uchiha Madara's Rebellion. Completion level, S. Reward, Chapter 52, the Uchiha Clan Rebellion. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the Chaos event, Uchiha Madara's Rebellion. Completion level, S. Reward, Bloodline Limit, Ice Release, 20,000 Tranquility Points, 5 Chakra Cards. Oh, the rewards are quite commendable. It seems my arduous toil over the past year has borne fruit. The Ice Release and 5 Chakra Cards assimilate into Zhongqufeng's body without causing any discomfort. Akin to savoring a refreshing ice pop. He feels significantly cooler. Name, Yunzhong Zhongqufeng. Age, 7 Strength, Elite Yearning Chakra, 10 Cards Bloodline Limits, Crystal Release, Cloud Release. Ice Release Talent, All Attribute Chakra, Prodigy Tranquility Value, Chaos Value, 343,004. Gazing at his attribute panel, Zhongqufeng is in high spirits. Yet, he is still within the duration of the Elder's Experience card, and yet he is able to summon his own panel? Zhongqufeng, feeling indifferent, did not dwell on the matter any longer. His prowess had ascended to the level of an elite jonin, with an immense reservoir of chakra. In the current ninja world, apart from the shadow-level powerhouses, no other ninja posed a threat to him. Exhaling softly, Zhongqufeng had successfully resolved the formidable issue of Uchiha Madara's rebellion, bringing him one step closer to a truly tranquil life. During the experience with his ancestor's card, Zhongqufeng grasped the essence of what it meant to be a genuine powerhouse. Capturing the Nine Tails was as effortless as a child's game. With a mere technique, he could seal the beast securely. It is worth noting that even a Jinchuriki experiences moments of vulnerability, allowing tailed beasts to escape their seals. Furthermore, the 10,000 Immortals formation, a cataclysmic assault, could still be unleashed thousands of times in Zhongqufeng's current state. His chakra reserves were so abundant that they seemed inexhaustible. There were numerous techniques that he had yet to find the opportunity to deploy, as he was reluctant to see the land of fire vanish from the map of the ninja world. The 10,000 Immortals formation was merely a relatively weaker technique. The more he pondered, the more curious he became about the origins of his ancestor. Previously, his speculations were mere whims, yet they held some semblance of truth. However, only his ancestor truly knew the reality of it all. Regrettably, the elder had likely long since turned to dust or returned to the world beyond. Merely 3 hours had passed since he exchanged for the ancestor's experience card. He had anticipated that confronting Uchiha Madara would require considerable effort. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer power of his ancestor, who swiftly dispatched Madara with a single blow, though he was saved by Kage. The event was rated S, and with no unexpected complications, Zhongqufeng felt quite satisfied. It must be said that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was indeed magnificent, exuding the aura of a true, formidable warrior. However, when it came to his own life and well-being, no matter how much he admired the spectacle, he would shatter it without hesitation. It is better for others to perish than for oneself to meet the same fate. As the saying goes, a dead friend is preferable to a living enemy. Furthermore, since Uchiha Madara intended to strike against the village, Zhongqufeng, as a disciple of the Hokage, had compelling reasons to intervene. Indeed, without him, Konoha was destined for ruin. Zhongqufeng initially wished to take advantage of the remaining time on his experience card to venture out and enjoy himself. However, after much contemplation, he realized there was truly nowhere appealing to go. Perhaps he could simply conquer the other 4 nations? Once this thought crossed his mind, it became difficult to suppress, and his imagination began to weave intricate details. Just as Zhongqufeng was about to burst into laughter and step outside, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding chaos event triggered, the Uchiha clan's rebellion. How could this possibly be attributed to me? Zhongqufeng inquired in confusion, yet the system offered no response. This left Zhongqufeng feeling as though he had struck a blow against cotton, his frustration only intensifying. Wretched system, do you comprehend the magnitude of my thoughts? I am on the brink of single-handedly achieving a grand conclusion, yet you insist on assigning me tasks. At this moment, Zhongqufeng is consumed by a singular thought. This system must be surveilling his intentions. Otherwise, how could a mission manifest immediately after he has just devised a battle plan? It seems they are apprehensive that he might inadvertently bring about a grand conclusion. Zhongqufeng clenched his teeth fiercely, forcing out a few words through the gaps. I'll do it. Is that not enough? He could not show his face just yet. If Hashirama, who had returned to the village, discovered him, it would be a complete disaster, necessitating a cumbersome explanation. Moreover, tasks involving numerous individuals often risked inadvertently increasing the chaos value. Thus, for nearly 12 months, Zhongqufeng had approached the completion of chaotic events with utmost diligence. With a flick of his sleeve, a small white bird, seemingly tangible, materialized before the window and subsequently flew towards the Uchiha clan's territory. He decided to assess the situation first. If Chiri heeded his advice, there should be no issue. Zhongqufeng had long anticipated that an event would transpire this evening, thus advising Zhili to remain close to the mirror. This precaution was intended to thwart any collusion between the obstinate members of the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Madara. To his surprise, while the battle on Madara's front had already concluded, the conflict on this side was only just commencing. The events surrounding the Uchiha clan are indeed marked by their utter disregard for timing. It seems that Hashirama is nearly at the village gates. This is nothing short of courting death. However, these musings of Kage seem to neglect his own external influence in the matter. What should have been a prolonged battle lasting through the night was resolved in a mere 2 to 3 hours. To whom can one appeal for justice? In the sky, a white feathered bird soared, relaying all it observed into Kage's mind. Before long, it reached the Uchiha clan's territory, where a few members of the Senju clan had gathered, drawn by the commotion, yet were barred from entering by the Uchiha. Inside the clan grounds, the Uchiha were clearly divided into 2 factions, the hawkish and the pacifist. Both sides stood armed and ready to confront one another, but Kage was taken aback by an unexpected sight. The ostensibly weaker pacifists now outnumbered the hawks. Kagami stood behind his father and grandfather, one hand gripping Chiri's tightly. At such a moment, it was imperative that Chiri not be left alone in the house, as she could easily be taken hostage. Uchiha Kai's eyes widened as he bellowed in a frenzy, Elders 5 and 6. How dare you betray us at such a critical juncture? Have you considered the consequences? The 2 elders, named, cowered under Kai's gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Though they were aligned with the hawks, their motivation stemmed merely from a desire for greater influence and wealth. Just 2 days prior, when Uchiha Kai contemplated treachery, they hesitated, ultimately succumbing to coercion to join him. Yesterday, however, through various means of persuasion and intimidation, Kagami successfully swayed them to the pacifist side. They had become the epitome of opportunism, shifting allegiances wherever profit beckoned. Uchiha Hikari regarded the 2 trembling elders with disdain. Were it not for the need for familial stability, he would have little interest in these worthless elders. To eliminate 5 elders in a single night would only sow discord among the clan. Thus such an action was not feasible. The elder, Uchiha Jintaro, activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, chakra surging around him as a wave of pressure enveloped Uchiha Kai. In response, Uchiha Kai activated his own kaleidoscope, summoning a pale skeletal claw to strike at Jintaro. Prepare to meet your end, Jintaro. Chapter 53. The second elder prepared to meet your end, Jintaro. Uchiha Jintaro smirked condescendingly, standing with arms crossed as a dark skeletal claw met Uchiha Kai's attack. The 2 Susanu's claws collided, creating a powerful shockwave, prompting Uchiha Hikari to shield Kagami and Chiri, fearful for the children's safety. Playing with Susanoo? You are still inexperienced, Kai. Uchiha Jintaro had awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan in his youth, while Uchiha Kai had only been able to use his for a mere year, lacking the mastery that Jintaro possessed. After a few brief exchanges, Uchiha Kai found himself at a disadvantage. Fire style, great fire destruction. In the instant that Uchiha Kai initiated his attack, Shintaro likewise unleashed the great fire annihilation, torrents of flames erupting from both of their mouths. In that moment, the surrounding trees were reduced to charred remnants. And even the rocks could not withstand such searing heat, shattering under its intensity. Fortunately, this venue could be considered a training ground for the Uchiha clan, devoid of any structures. Otherwise, the entire clan's territory would likely have been set ablaze to ashes. As the strike concluded, both combatants emerged unscathed. Yet the flames began to spread ominously. Uchiha Hikari promptly commanded the clan members skilled in water release to extinguish the fire, preventing the inferno from encroaching upon any buildings. Uchiha Kai, I once believed you possessed some prowess, but it appears you are not as formidable as I anticipated. Having lived many years, Shintaro excelled at striking where it hurt. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Uchiha Kai's temper flared. Do not presume that your few years of experience with the Mangeki Sharingan guarantee you victory. With a fierce roar, layers of white bones enveloped Uchiha Kai, forming a colossal skeletal framework around him. Through the eyes of the white-feathered bird, the fierce battle at the Uchiha clan's territory unfolded before the wind. The Susanoo of Uchiha Kai was utterly incomparable to that of Madara. They existed on entirely different tiers. Madara's Susanoo was in its complete form, while Uchiha Kai's was merely a skeletal framework. Uchiha Kai manipulated the claws of the Susanoo, directing them towards Shintaro. Yet, the latter showed no sign of fear. Shintaro leapt into the air, a tremendous surge of chakra enveloping him, and layers of bones encircled him. The blood vessels swiftly spread across the entire skeletal structure, followed by the donning of a layer of jet-black armor, with a long sword gripped firmly in his hand. He struck down upon the advancing bone claws of Uchiha Kai, slicing through them as effortlessly as if cutting through tofu, severing the claws cleanly in two. Damn it! A complete Susanoo. Uchiha Kai gasped, covering his eyes with his hand, his expression one of agony. Elder 8, Elder 9. Why do you hesitate to act? Uchiha Kai's furious shout roused the two elders, who had been merely spectators. Alas, Elder 8 and Elder 9 were eager to intervene. Yet they found themselves utterly incapable of participating in such a clash of Susanoo. Ninjutsu would bear little effect. After all, one cannot simply use kunai against a Susanoo. Could they? Nevertheless, having chosen to side with Uchiha Kai, there was no turning back. While Shintaro and his companions were outmatched, Uchiha Kai's presence kept them entangled for the time being. Thus, they resolved to target Uchiha Hikari. In unison, they unleashed two great fireballs directly at Hikari. Father. He wished to step forward to shield against the fireballs, but was halted by Hikari. No need. Lightning release, lightning slash. In an instant, a flash of blade light flickered. Following a deafening crack of thunder, the two fireballs were cleaved apart, vanishing amidst the lightning. An elderly man clad in a deep blue robe, wielding a long knife, appeared before Hikari. It was the second elder. Upon seeing him, Q, Chiri, and the clan members behind them all bowed in respect. This man was the second elder of the Uchiha clan, not aligned with any faction, yet compelled to intervene due to the internal strife within the family. Thank you. Second elder, Uchiha Hikari expressed with reverence. The elder waved his hand dismissively, no need for thanks. His sharp gaze, akin to that of a hawk, fixed upon elders 8 and 9. Dare you raise your hand against the clan leader? Have you considered your fate? At that moment, the two elders felt a profound regret. Their rear molars nearly ground to dust. One failed strike was one thing, but they had never anticipated provoking such a formidable presence. Must you truly intervene today? Would it not be better for us to rebel against Konoha and establish a new village? The second elder regarded them with disdain, as though they were simpletons. Among you drunken fools, who possesses the capability to lead a village effectively? As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the two elders, 8 and 9, stand in stunned silence, but even the younger generation behind them was taken aback. The second elder continued, back in the day, Uchiha Madara sought to lead his clan away from the village. Had you departed then, there might have been a glimmer of hope for establishing a new village. But now, without Uchiha Madara, you are nothing, yet you still dare to dream of founding a village. The second elder unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Elder 8 and 9, as well as the clan members who were misguided by the notion of creating a new village. Let us not even discuss whether you can escape from Konoha. Even if you were to evade capture, you would not make it out of the land of fire. Your eyes would be gouged out in the process. At that moment, Elder 8 was consumed with fury, not for any other reason than the undeniable logic in the second elder's words. Even they found themselves swayed. Silence. Elder 8 drew his longsword, aiming a strike at the second elder. Yet, the response was merely a dismissive derision. What do you believe your strength to be? Do you dare challenge me? With a swift flash of lightning, the technique lightning release, lightning slash was unleashed. In a blinding white light, the ground was left with a charred corpse. In a single blow, an elder was vanquished. Before the trembling ninth elder, who seemed on the verge of death, his eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the second elder would truly resort to lethal force. Have you chosen to join them? The ninth elder's frail voice carried confusion and doubt. I am merely an Uchiha, came the retort. Merely an Uchiha, the ninth elder mused with a resigned smile. Were he endowed with such power, he would be free to choose as he wished. Yet he lacked that strength. A frail old man who not only had to consider his own fate but also that of his descendants. He had simply made the wrong choice. Of course, perhaps this was merely an excuse for the ninth elder's disloyalty to the clan. With remarkable speed, he formed the hand seals for fire release, great fireball. But it was futile. A flash of white light appeared, and with a resounding clap of thunder, the ninth elder was reduced to ashes. The electric shock from the lightning release paralyzed him, ensuring that death came without pain. After all, despite the mistakes of their old age, they were still members of the Uchiha clan, and their contributions to the clan could not be erased. The second elder clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards the corpses of the two elders, then departed from the scene. Chapter 54. Am I to die? The second elder clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the lifeless forms of the two elders before departing from the scene. The Uchiha clan members standing behind the 8th and 9th elders trembled uncontrollably, some unable to steady their weapons. In the face of such formidable strength as the second elders, resistance held no significance for them. Fortunately, the second elder showed no intent to seek retribution, granting them a moment of relief. However, the grim reality loomed. With the death of the two elders, the fourth elder was unlikely to last much longer, and defeat was all but assured. They could only await the nature of their impending punishment, hoping it would not extend to their wives and children. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was still engaged in battle with Jintaro, yet as time progressed, it became evident that they were losing ground. Jintaro, calm and composed, effortlessly countered each of Uchiha's attacks, occasionally striking back with precision. Much like a frog in gradually heated water, he wore down the Uchiha's chakra and stamina. Uchiha understood the dire situation, yet there was no recourse. He had believed that awakening the Mangeki Sharingan would at least allow him to contest Jintaro evenly, only to find himself sorely mistaken. Balancing the drain of his Susanoo while fending off Jintaro's unpredictable counterattacks left him utterly exhausted. Every time he sought a moment's reprieve, Jintaro's strikes would descend, their force precisely within his threshold of endurance. Uchiha cursed that old man countless times, yet Jintaro remained impervious to his foul language, further inciting Uchiha's fury, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Jintaro, are you so cowardly as to cower like this? If you dare, face me in a true battle to the death, Uchiha bellowed, dragging his weary body towards Jintaro in defiance. He was acutely aware that his demise was inevitable this night. But as an awakened Uchiha, he refused to meet his end in such an undignified manner. Oh, are you ready to embrace death? Uchiha said nothing. Gathering the last remnants of his chakra, the overuse of his Mangeki Sharingan caused blood tears to flow from his eyes. Rapidly, veins and muscles surged on his skeletal white Susanoo, transforming it into a formidable white warrior wielding a sharp blade in mere moments. Two colossal, complete Susanoo forms manifested within the Uchiha clan, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, the villagers had been forewarned by the Senju clan not to leave their homes, leaving only a handful of prominent clan ninjas to witness the spectacle. Senju Tobarama had noticed the emergence of Susanoo when Jintaro activated his own, but recognizing it as a conflict within the Uchiha clan, he refrained from intervening while keeping a vigilant watch on their every move. Whenever there arises even the slightest threat to the village, Tobarama would immediately take action. Forcing the complete body of Susanoo exacts a tremendous toll on Uchiha Kageme's physique. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming agony coursing through his entire being, as if every single bone were being ruthlessly shattered. The frailty of his age nearly drove him into unconsciousness. Nevertheless, he persevered through sheer willpower, regrettably realizing that he could no longer seek vengeance for his grandchildren. He had overestimated his own capabilities while underestimating those of others, a manifestly foolish misjudgment. Yomi slash! Jintaro unsheathed the long sword at his waist, striking towards Uchiha Kagami. Instantly, a multitude of grotesque specters manifested upon Jintaro's blade, brandishing their claws as if to drag their victim into the abyss of hell. Faced with this tremendous onslaught, Uchiha Kagami did not hold back. He wielded his great sword with all his might to confront Jintaro. The two forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the surrounding clansmen flying, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris throughout the battlefield. The ground itself cracked under the intensity of their clash. The ghastly claws on Jintaro's sword viciously tore at Uchiha Kagami's Susanoo. As the multitude of claws exerted their strength in unison, they managed to rend a small opening in the Susanoo. Countless claws surged through the breach, frantically clawing at Uchiha Kagami's body from within. With Jintaro's Yomi slash assaulting from the outside and the unknown claws attacking from within, Uchiha Kagami was utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength to resist. As a claw pierced his heart, the white Susanoo shattered with a thunderous crash. Uchiha Kagami plummeted from the heavens, lifeless and irrevocably defeated. Jintaro also dispelled the Susanoo, gradually descending to the ground, momentarily unsteady before regaining his balance. Uchiha Q promptly approached to offer support, but Jintaro waved him off, saying, "It's fine. I am uninjured, merely fatigued." He cast a glance at the fallen Uchiha Kagami, shaking his head in lament. What a shame that such a kaleidoscope-wielding Uchiha has met his end. If only he could have been of use to the clan. Alas, he was a fool who did not recognize his circumstances. Burn him, scatter his ashes wherever you please. Those who betray the clan do not deserve to rest in the ancestral tomb. With that, Jintaro prepared to retreat to his quarters for rest, having expended considerable energy in today's battle and feeling utterly drained. Before departing, he reminded Q, "You may deal with those hawkish clan members as you see fit. No one will dare to object." His son understood. For those who participated in the rebellion, punishment is undoubtedly warranted. However, they have not committed any egregious acts. One could merely say they were misled. Their crimes do not merit death, but they will certainly face discomfort. After witnessing his grandfather retire to rest, Uchiha Kagami approached his father to inquire about the fate of these individuals. Their thoughts were remarkably aligned, and their discussion transpired with great swiftness. Before long, they arrived at a preliminary conclusion. At that moment, Kagami caught a glimpse of Uchiha Q's body lying on the ground. Did it just move? A terrifying thought surged through his mind as he shouted, "Chiri, get away from Uchiha Q. Quickly!" But it was too late. Uchiha Q sprang up from the ground with astonishing speed, extending his hand towards Chiri's throat. "Little Chiri, your life is now mine." At that instant, Chiri's mind was a blank slate, her gaze fixed on the impending danger, as a voice echoed in her thoughts. "Am I going to die? Kagami." Uchiha Kagami's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as he frantically pushed aside the surrounding clansmen, recklessly dashing towards Chiri. Witnessing Chiri's bewildered expression and the imminent threat posed by Uchiha Q, an overwhelming sensation flooded Kagami's eyes and mind. The three tomo in his eyes twisted and transformed, giving rise to a pinwheel-like pupil. Yet, he could not afford to ponder the changes in his eyes. The mere distance of a dozen meters felt insurmountable, as if it spanned a lifetime. "Chiri!" A sudden shattering sound echoed, reminiscent of a broken mirror. But at that moment, Uchiha Q's hand had already grasped Chiri's throat. Squeezing tightly, Chiri struggled, clawing at Q's arm in desperation. Yet, Uchiha Q merely flashed a grim smile towards Kagami, and in the next heartbeat, he crushed Chiri's neck. Chapter 55. Whispers in the mist. In an instant, he had shattered Chiri's neck. Her head drooped limply. Uchiha Q erupted into maniacal laughter, reveling in the thought of how devastated Teru would be at the loss of this little girl. He intended to make Teru experience the anguish of losing a grandchild in his twilight years. But just then, the Chiri he held tightly in his grasp transformed into a pile of fragments, collapsing to the ground. How could this be? Clearly, Uchiha Q exclaimed in confusion, as Chiri reappeared several meters away from him. Uchiha Q lunged for Chiri once more. It was as effortless as before. He crushed Chiri's neck again. Yet, just like before, she disintegrated into fragments, only to re-emerge in the distance. Time and again, he struck her down, only for her to reappear anew. Was this an illusion? Due to the utilization of Izanagi, Uchiha Kai suffered blindness in one eye, leading to a significant diminishment of his ocular prowess. It was only after succumbing to an illusion that he realized what had transpired. The chaos within his chakra, disrupted by the Uchiha lineage, caused it to backflow, and the ensuing pain jolted him back to lucidity. Yet, where was Uchiha Chiri? Turning towards the mirror, he beheld a youth with a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, watchfully observing him. Chiri stood unscathed behind the mirror. Haha, I never imagined I would fall to a mere child. Jintaro, sensing the turmoil outside, stepped out to investigate, only to witness Uchiha Kai brandishing white bone claws in an assault on the mirror. Damn it, he has learned forbidden techniques. Not a single one of this cursed lineage is virtuous. Jintaro cursed vehemently, then dashed forth with great swiftness. However, Uchiha Kai was not far from the mirror, and the bone claws were already poised to pierce his heart. Having anticipated the attack, Uchiha Kai was impervious to the illusion. At that moment, a streak of white light swept past the top of the mirror's head, effortlessly penetrating the Susanoo to reach Uchiha Kai. In the blink of an eye, he discerned a small white bird flash before him, only to have his head pierced moments later. He collapsed heavily to the ground, blood pooling around him. Am I saved? The mirror was momentarily bewildered, having just escaped an imminent fatal strike from the Susanoo. Yet, the next instant, Uchiha Kai lay lifeless. Turning back, he saw only Chiri, who was weeping as she clung to him, alongside their rushing grandfather. With no time to ponder, the mirror swiftly retreated with his sister until they reached the safety of their grandfather's side. You two stay behind me, Jintaro instructed, activating his Susanoo to envelop his grandchildren in its skeletal embrace. Approaching Uchiha Kai's corpse, Jintaro scrutinized it closely, finally exhaling in relief. His eyes had been plucked out. He can no longer wield Izanagi. Rest assured. Although Chiri remained unaware of what Izanagi entailed, her grandfather's tone suggested they were no longer in peril. Meanwhile, the mirror felt a pang of dread. Had he not suddenly awakened, Chiri might have faced dire consequences. That despicable wretch dared to employ such forbidden arts. Jintaro expelled a torrent of flames, reducing Uchiha Kai to ashes, instructing his clan to dispose of the remains in any filthy gutter. Grandfather, were Uchiha Kai's eyes taken by the one who saved me? Most likely. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan is highly valuable in the ninja world, but since they spared your life, let them take what they will. Jintaro gently caressed the heads of Kagami and Chiri, expressing heartfelt gratitude towards the one who had intervened. Had he known the identity of this benefactor, he would have surely conveyed his thanks in person. A mere kaleidoscope Sharingan paled in comparison to the life of his cherished grandson. To awaken such a power at such a tender age filled him with pride. Jintaro gazed at Kagami, his face beaming with joy. The process of his grandson's awakening was far more fortunate than his own. Devoid of any sacrifice from loved ones, a stark contrast to his own past, which he preferred to leave unmentioned. Kagami, however, did not share in the elation of unlocking the kaleidoscope. If given the choice, he would have preferred to forego the awakening altogether, wishing to avoid reliving the harrowing feelings associated with it. Chiri, having overcome her initial fright, found the night to be truly unforgettable, as she had teetered on the brink of death several times. Thankfully, all ended well. All right, children, it is time to return and rest. We shall discuss the remaining matters tomorrow. Jintaro personally escorted his grandchildren back to their rooms, feeling reassured before departing. Having assigned several trusted aides to guard them, loyal companions of many years, the internal strife within the Uchiha clan gradually began to settle. Meanwhile, Zhongqufeng gazed at the kaleidoscope Sharingan suspended in the cultivation fluid, pondering its potential purpose. He knew it was beyond his reach, for he lacked the Uchiha bloodline. Moreover, he believed that with his current abilities, he may not necessarily be inferior to the Sharingan. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss on how to proceed, ultimately deciding to leave the matter for another time. After all, the cultivation fluid had been exchanged from the store, boasting an impressively long shelf life. As the wind collected the Sharingan into the spatial ring, one could not help but marvel at the utility of such an object. Concealed within the ring, the Sharingan, an item best kept from prying eyes, was undoubtedly secure. A chime echoed, announcing the completion of a chaotic event, the Uchiha clan's rebellion, with a completion rating of B-. The reward was a commendable 5,000 tranquility points. Indeed, this was a substantial sum, especially since during this chaotic event, the wind had done little more than rescue Uchiha Kagami at the last moment. It could be deemed a mere act of seizing an opportunity. Such easily acquired tranquility points were hardly a cause for complaint. After all, he had merely observed the unfolding drama from above. Yet, the wind harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan, which prompted him to decisively pluck the old man's eyes in the end. How audacious of that ancient fool to dare act against Chihiro. Clearly, he had grown far too complacent, surviving through the effects of his Anaji. Had he chosen to unleash his wrath upon the Uchiha clansmen when dragged for cremation, he might have lived to escape Konoha. However, such a course of action could have deprived the wind of his hard-earned 5,000 points. It seemed that the old man was destined for demise. With the additional 5,000 tranquility points now credited, the wind's total had ascended to 39,300, affording him the ability to procure a plethora of items. Among these, the one that piqued his interest most was the summoning seed. Possessing such an item would grant him a formidable summoning beast. Judging by the quality of products issued by the system, it would surely rival the strength of the Monkey King, initially intent on annihilating the four nations. The wind found his enthusiasm waning in light of the Uchiha clan's recent upheaval. It seemed unlikely that any further events would transpire, prompting him to deactivate the ancestral experience card and revert to his original form. With his power abruptly diminished to his natural level, the wind found himself momentarily disoriented. Just as he prepared to adjust and visit the shop to exchange for the summoning seed, a thick fog inexplicably enveloped the entire room. Within this haze, whispers began to arise, and soon the wind felt a sudden dizziness, losing consciousness amidst the fog and collapsing to the ground. Chapter 56. Dissolution in the Clouds. In a moment of dizziness amidst the swirling mists, Zhongqufeng lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself surrounded by an astonishing spectacle. At that moment, Zhongqufeng was immersed in a vast galaxy, where countless stars twinkled and innumerable celestial bodies were born and perished. He floated along the currents of the cosmos, narrowly escaping the clutches of a black hole. The wonders he beheld overwhelmed his senses. The splendor of the galaxy was something one could never truly appreciate from the earthbound perspective. Only by being enveloped in such grandeur could one truly experience its essence. Yet, amidst all this, Zhongqufeng was left questioning the nature of his reality. Was it authentic, illusory, or merely a figment of his dreams? To discern the truth, Zhongqufeng resorted to the most straightforward method. He pinched his own cheek, albeit gently. The sensation of pain confirmed that this was not a dream. Yet, the surrounding spectacle remained extraordinarily surreal. With a blink of his eyes, how had he found himself in the cosmos? Could it be that he had been ensnared by some malevolent system? However, after contemplating, he found no rationale for such an abduction. He possessed nothing of value at this moment. Just then, a colossal meteor hurtled toward him, and in a flurry, Zhongqufeng raised his hands in defense. Yet upon contact with the meteor, the scenery around him shifted once more. When he opened his eyes again, the galaxy had transformed into a mist-enshrouded courtyard. The interior of the courtyard was obscured by clouds, while outside, 3 verdant pines stood tall, and several cranes danced gracefully in the air, occasionally emitting their melodious calls. "Come in, my child," a familiar voice resonated, soft yet cool, dispelling all of Zhongqufeng's distracting thoughts. After tidying his attire, he stepped forward into the courtyard. As he traversed the mist encircling the outer edges, he finally caught sight of the courtyard's true form. Its layout was simple, featuring a small dwelling and a modest pond adorned with a few azure lotuses. Beside the pond, a stone table held a steaming cup of tea. The owner of the voice sat at the stone table, beckoning Zhongqufeng to approach and take a seat. With a sense of trepidation, Zhongqufeng hastened his steps towards the stone table, where he bowed respectfully to the venerable figure before him. The younger generation, Zhongqufeng of the Yunzhong clan, pays his respects to the esteemed ancestor. "Ah, dear child, please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea," the ancestor replied warmly. No wonder Zhongqufeng had entered the courtyard without hesitation upon hearing that voice. It belonged to none other than the progenitor of the Yunzhong clan, Zhongqufeng. Just a few hours prior, Zhongqufeng had been boasting about his ancestral lineage to Zhu Jian outside. It seemed the ancestor had learned of this incident. Otherwise, how could he have summoned him here? Earlier, he had merely claimed to be a wandering spirit, and perhaps he had inadvertently angered the venerable one. "Haha, dear child. Do not be anxious. Savor your tea." This marked the second occasion the ancestor had invited Zhongqufeng to partake in tea. Without hesitation, Zhongqufeng lifted the teacup and took a small sip. As the warm liquid flowed into him, he felt an invigorating surge of energy, as if his chakra was expanding. Despite recognizing the effects of the tea, Qifeng did not gulp it down recklessly. Instead, he savored each sip delicately. To behave disrespectfully in front of his ancestors could jeopardize his return. However, if he were truly unable to go back, he would have nearly fulfilled his dream of living a tranquil life on a small hill in this unknown place. Observing Qifeng's demeanor, Zhongqufeng nodded approvingly. If his descendants could not withstand such a minor temptation, it would be a grave disappointment. After savoring the tea for a while, the elder, sensing the silence, took the initiative to speak. What brings the younger generation here? Observing the somewhat apprehensive demeanor of Qifeng, Zhongqufeng couldn't help but smile. You, young lad, were quite bold when you impersonated me earlier, leaving your master utterly bewildered. Upon hearing the words of the elder, Qifeng felt his face flush with embarrassment. Surprised by the elder's forthrightness, such matters were typically approached with more subtlety. The younger generation was due to. As Qifeng was about to finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhongqufeng. The reason for this interruption was something I had already come to understand. He then continued, however, your fortune is indeed remarkable, as you have managed to capture a fragment of my consciousness that remains in this realm. This realm? Qifeng took note of the words spoken by the ancestor, perhaps confirming his suspicion that the ancestor hailed from another world. Indeed, I am not a native of this realm. I inadvertently arrived in this world many years ago and encountered a woman, subsequently remaining here for over 100 years. As Zhongqufeng recounted this, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. After her passing, I severed the void and returned to my original world. Taking a tentative approach, he inquired, from the words of the ancestor, it seems you hold a deep affection for your wife. Why then did you not bring her back with you? Zhongqufeng shook his head, letting out a sigh as he replied, the beings of this realm possess insufficient strength. Their bodies cannot endure the pressure of crossing dimensions. At that time, I also lacked the power to take her with me. Qifeng felt a profound sense of regret. Yet he mused that having a beloved companion to traverse life with must have brought solace to the ancestor's wife, leaving her with no lingering regrets. I could only return her soul to my original world, reshaping her corporeal form. Alas, what a waste of emotions. Couldn't he have simply conveyed everything in one breath? Why the need for such labored gasps? At that moment, Qifeng realized that the ancestor, with his rambling discourse, had yet to specify the purpose of summoning him. Ancestor, you have not yet elucidated the matter for which you called upon your junior. Zhongqufeng smiled faintly. A year ago, a fragment of my consciousness was captured by your fortuitous encounter, and only just now have I been liberated. However, my spiritual energy has been depleted, which is why I summoned you here. At that moment, Qifeng found himself at a loss for words, contemplating that the ancestor had been confined to a prison since arriving from the system. It was only after the expiration of the experiential card he had exchanged that he was released. However, the ancestor did not appear to harbor any intentions of punishment. This fragment of divine consciousness existed solely to avert the annihilation of the clan. Having resolved your crisis, it could be deemed a fulfillment of purpose. As Zhongqufeng spoke, he retrieved 2 white eggs from his sleeve, their shells as translucent as jade, occasionally emanating glimmers of radiant light. These were the eggs of the celestial crane, suitable for summoning spiritual beasts to serve you. The wind gazed intently at the celestial crane eggs in the hands of the ancestral figure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had long expressed a desire to find a spirit beast, and now the ancestor had presented him with not 1, but 2 celestial crane eggs, no less. Once matured, they would undoubtedly possess the power to effortlessly vanquish even the most formidable of foes, such as the ape demons. Zhongqufeng discerned that this descendant was quite pleased with the gift, yet he still offered a word of caution. Though these celestial crane eggs possess extraordinary potential, their ultimate growth will largely depend on your own nurturing efforts. Upon receiving 2 celestial crane eggs, Qifeng nodded in understanding, expressing gratitude to the elder. Zhongqufeng returned the nod, his gaze lingering on the surroundings with a hint of reluctance. Gradually, his form began to dissolve into wisps of cloud and mist, fading away. Without this strand of consciousness to guide me, I would be unable to locate this realm again. The future of the Yunzhong clan rests in your hands. With those words, he vanished into the void. Chapter 57. An important plan. After Zhongqufeng's consciousness dissipated, the entire courtyard gradually faded, leaving only an expanse of darkness. After a brief moment, Qifeng slowly opened his eyes, sitting up to survey his surroundings, realizing he was indeed in his home. Uncertain whether the preceding events were a dream or reality, he then noticed 2 luminous eggs beside him, a smile spreading across his face. It was not a dream. The two celestial crane eggs remained intact. Cautiously, he cradled the eggs, inspecting them for any damage, and he felt a sense of relief. However, a pressing dilemma confronted Zhongqufeng. While the celestial crane eggs were unharmed, the question remained, how would he incubate them? It is certainly not feasible to take care of the wind by oneself. One cannot simply kick them to the chest and carry them around every day, can one? A thought flickered in the recesses of the mind. Why not seek out an old hen? Perhaps it could assist me in a small endeavor. I recall that Mrs. Cat possesses a hen at her residence. Perhaps I could borrow it tomorrow. Given the amicable relations between our families, Mrs. Cat would likely not mind, especially since it merely involves allowing her hen to incubate some eggs. This hen would have the opportunity to hatch a crane, thus fulfilling its existence with purpose. Yes, it is settled then. At this moment, the hen at Mrs. Cat's home is leisurely strolling in the yard, blissfully unaware that it is soon to become a mother. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "You must be jesting, putting such a burden on this old hen." Zhongqufeng opened the system marketplace once more, hoping to discover something akin to experience cards. However, much to his dismay, nothing of the sort could be found. Perhaps, as the ancients have stated, such items exist solely to confront familial crises. Nevertheless, Zhongqufeng finds himself in a position where such items are no longer essential, for he has already surmounted the most pressing challenges. With several years remaining until the next, there is ample time for Zhongqufeng to enhance his abilities. Zhongqufeng expended 20,000 tranquility points to exchange for 2 spirit seeds from the system store, resulting in a tranquility balance of 19,300. With nearly 20,000 remaining, he felt adequately prepared to confront unforeseen circumstances. A flash of blue luminescence dazzled the air as the 2 pulsating crimson seeds materialized in Zhongqufeng's hands. Their appearance was undeniably unsettling. Had it not been for the system's description, Zhongqufeng might have believed he had acquired some forbidden artifact. The wind carried 2 mystical seeds, resembling hearts, and placed them upon 2 celestial crane eggs. Instantly, the seeds unfurled tendrils akin to blood vessels, enveloping the eggs in a delicate embrace. Gradually, they melded into the eggs, leaving behind only a withered, shriveled shell. Zhongqufeng, with an expression of disdain, picked up the withered skin of the seed and discarded it into the trash bin. He then proceeded to examine the changes in the 2 eggs. Zhongqufeng initially believed that using seeds to evolve the 2 crane eggs would provoke a dramatic transformation. However, the eggs remained unchanged. There was no discernible reaction. Yet Zhongqufeng could now clearly observe several faint crimson lines gracing the shells. The ethereal light emanating from them appeared to glow even more auspiciously. For now, all seemed well. These were, after all, crane eggs, and through the infusion of the seeds, they had undergone a fundamental evolution in their very essence of life. It was reasonable to anticipate that their matured strength would undoubtedly astonish Zhongqufeng. Everything was in place. And now he awaited the morrow when he would borrow a hen from Aunt Kato. After carefully placing the 2 eggs on the inner side of his bed, Zhongqufeng extinguished the light, preparing to indulge in a restful slumber. Despite the lengthy duration of combat due to the experience card, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. However, he surmised that his master would likely summon them in the morning, and to avoid appearing with dark circles under his eyes at the assembly, he resolved to rest well. In order to rise with the wind, one must retire early. The following morning, the familiar chime of the system's alarm clock once again served as the herald of wakefulness for Zhongqufeng. Although the temptation to indulge in a few more moments of slumber lingered, Zhongqufeng felt sufficiently refreshed and thus proceeded to rise and attend to personal grooming. After refreshing himself, he partook in a modest breakfast and spent some time at home perusing the scrolls of ninjutsu until it was nearly time for the gathering. As Zhongqufeng stood in the courtyard, he assumed a poised stance, and in an instant, clouds swirled, propelling him skyward. Ever since he mastered this ninjutsu, Zhongqufeng had not ascended the mountain by foot. Not only did it save him a considerable amount of time, but it also afforded him an exquisite view from above. The early risers of Konoha had grown accustomed to witnessing Zhongqufeng's aerial feats, well aware that he was the esteemed apprentice of the Hokage. Such exceptional prowess was hardly surprising. Occasionally, they would wave at Zhongqufeng, exchanging morning greetings, but his swiftness left little room for responses. What should have been a journey of 10 to 30 minutes, Zhongqufeng completed in a mere 5, arriving at the summit while others were yet to arrive. However, the early arrival had its merits. From the mountain's peak, he could witness the sunrise. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, the others began to gather at the top. Upon seeing that Zhongqufeng had arrived early, they expressed their envy. Who wouldn't relish the sensation of soaring through the skies? Yet, the number of ninjas capable of mastering flight ninjutsu was exceedingly rare. For the ordinary ninja, the only means to achieve flight was to summon a bird as a spirit beast. Once everyone had gathered, they engaged in conversation, sharing insights about the disturbances from the previous night. However, with both Q and Chiri present, the discussion around the matter remained rather subdued. Zhongqufeng could clearly observe that Ji Li bore two heavy dark circles beneath her eyes. After such a harrowing event last night, it was only natural for anyone to struggle with sleep. Zhongqufeng, you appear remarkably spirited, Ji Li remarked, her voice tinged with fatigue, as she had hardly closed her eyes the entire night, leaving her in a rather poor state. Indeed, upon hearing from the members of the Qinsho clan about the turmoil, I decided to retire early. The gentle breeze inquired, "How are you?" Ji Li shook her head, forcing a faint smile. "I cannot say that I am well. Merely being alive to see you today feels like a stroke of fortune." Although Ji Li had accompanied her brother on several missions over the past year, it was only yesterday, when confronted with the imminent threat of death, that she truly experienced fear. In that moment, she became acutely aware of her own frailty and helplessness. Zhongqufeng gently patted Ji Li on the shoulder, offering some words of solace, uncertain if they would alleviate Ji Li's distress. At that moment, Hashirama and Tobarama suddenly appeared above Yen Yen, prompting everyone to halt their conversations and line up in an orderly fashion. "You all seem quite spirited, children," Hashirama chuckled heartily. Upon returning to the village the previous day, he had been met with the troubling news of internal strife within the Uchiha clan, which weighed heavily upon him. Just as the turmoil caused by Uchiha Madara's betrayal was barely resolved, another conflict had arisen within the clan. Fortunately, he learned from Tobarama that the situation had since been quelled. In light of this, Hashirama had summoned Uchiha Shintaro and Uchiha Hikari for a discussion, which yielded a commendable outcome, garnering high praise and affirmation from Hashirama for both individuals. "Master, you have arrived," Zhongqufeng greeted with a beaming smile. Perhaps due to last night's events, there was a certain indefinable meaning in Hashirama's gaze as he looked at Zhongqufeng. He nodded at Zhongqufeng before addressing the assembled group. In the near future, the village will undertake a highly significant initiative. Chapter 58, Capturing the Tailed Beasts with Hashirama's announcement. Curiosity peaked among the crowd, speculating whether it was connected to the previous night's upheaval. Hashirama, however, wasted no time in revealing the matter directly. In the upcoming period, the village will embark on a mission to capture the tailed beasts. This proclamation stunned everyone. They had anticipated a connection to the recent turmoil, but were taken aback by the mention of capturing tailed beasts. According to the texts, the tailed beasts possessed formidable power, with 9 distinct entities, each exhibiting unique abilities. Moreover, even if vanquished, they would resurrect after a certain duration. Was Hashirama truly intending to capture such beings? Risen, Danzo, and Akimichi Zhongqufeng will accompany Saratobi Sasuke to capture the 8 tails. Jing, Xiaochun, and Yin will assist Uchiha Hikari in capturing the 7 tails. Risen and his companions did not hesitate and promptly accepted their orders, aware of the mission's gravity as designated by their commanding ninjas. Sasuke and Hikari were both clan leaders, their prowess and status immensely significant. That such high-caliber ninjas were tasked with this mission underscored Hokage's seriousness regarding the matter. As for Zhongqufeng, Hashirama found himself conflicted about assigning him a role in this endeavor. Undoubtedly a powerful ninja, sending the mere 7-year-old Zhongqufeng to capture a tailed beast felt daunting. Hashirama grappled with the moral implications, perhaps wary of unforeseen mishaps that would make it difficult to justify to the venerable ancestor from the previous day. After all, this ancestor had bestowed a great gift upon Konoha, and now sending his descendant on such a perilous mission felt somewhat inappropriate. The wind, too, perceived the predicament of his master. Should the master assign him a task, it would contradict his own principles. As a disciple, it is only fitting to share in the burdens bestowed by the teacher's guidance and care. Moreover, having faced the formidable Uchiha Obito, what could possibly instill fear? "Master, I have already become a ninja." Indeed, he had long since embraced the path of a ninja, having been personally bestowed with the forehead protector. He had stated from the outset that the wind was unlike the other children, yet why was he now exhibiting such hesitation? Reflecting on this, Hashirama resolved without further delay. "Kage, accompany Tobarama to capture the 6 tails. We shall depart next week. Chiri, your strength is still insufficient. You need not partake in this mission." Upon hearing this, Chiri felt no overwhelming disappointment, as she possessed a clear understanding of her own capabilities. Although she had made significant progress over the past year, to suggest she could capture a tailed beast was akin to a fanciful dream, merely a pretext for delivering snacks to the beast. Of course, Chiri felt a pang of envy at the prospect of Kage accompanying Lord Tobarama on the mission to capture the Six Tails. Yet, given Kage's evident prowess, even in sparring with the likes of Izuna, victories were rare. As for herself, she had never tasted victory. Ding. Mission accepted. Capture the Six Tails. Mission rank, S. One can discern the nature of the system by the wind. An S-level task must surely yield a considerable amount of tranquility points, wouldn't it? Zhongqufeng harbored a hint of personal ambition in his desire to embark on the mission. Given his current prowess, accompanying a formidable ninja to capture a tailed beast would likely pose no significant challenge. Moreover, joining forces with Tobarama would render the endeavor even less daunting. Though Tobarama's strength may not rival that of his master, he is certainly second only to him. Furthermore, the Six Tails' capabilities are rather average among the tailed beasts, undeniably easing the difficulty of the task. Nonetheless, vigilance is imperative, for not a single-tailed beast is to be underestimated. Even the weakest among them is not easily provoked. After the tasks were assigned, Hashirama offered a few more words of guidance before dismissing Hisashi and the others. Now that they have reached the age of 17, there is little left for them to learn from Tobarama, rendering further training unnecessary. Thus, Zhongqufeng and Chiri commenced their training for the day. Over the past year, Hashirama had not solely focused on teaching the two ninjas martial arts. Rather, he tailored their training to their individual strengths. This approach significantly enhanced their abilities. Unfortunately, Hashirama was not particularly skilled in Jinjutsu, so Chiri could only learn that art from her father or grandfather at home. As the morning training session concluded, both Zhongqufeng and Chiri were drenched in sweat. Hashirama's training methods were precisely calibrated to their limits, ensuring that their bodies were not overburdened while maximizing their potential for improvement. They bore no complaints. Although fatigued, they could distinctly sense their growing strength. "Let us go. Chiri, it's time for a meal," Zhongqufeng said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chiri shook her head, feeling nearly exhausted from last night's lack of rest and the morning's rigorous training. "Zhongqufeng, I think I'll pass today. I wish to return and rest for a while." Understanding the situation, Zhongqufeng decided to escort Jilly home, fearing she might faint along the way. Only after she had entered her family's grounds did he turn to leave. With Jilly absent, there was no reason to visit the barbecue restaurant. He casually sought a small eatery to buy some food before returning home. Just as he stepped through the door, he remembered he needed to borrow the old hen to hatch some eggs. Thus, he stepped back out, heading towards the Kato household, which was a neighbor to his own. It wasn't long before he arrived. In the yard, the 3-year-old Dawn was playing, and upon seeing Zhongqufeng, he dashed inside. Shortly after, Mamiko emerged with a smile, while Dawn timidly followed behind, peeking out with his little head. "Zhongqufeng, how have you been these past few days?" The wind brushed against the face, and with a cheerful smile, he said, "Not bad, Aunt Kato." He then continued, "Today, I came to borrow a hen from you." Upon hearing this, Mamiko felt a twinge of confusion. What could be the purpose of borrowing a hen? Was he perhaps yearning for chicken meat? Did he wish to feast upon it? "Come inside. Annie will prepare the chicken for you," she offered. Realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly clarified, "No, Aunt Kato, I accidentally stumbled upon 2 eggs. I feel a certain connection to them and wish to incubate them as pets." Upon hearing this, Mamiko finally understood. He intended for her hen to assist in hatching the eggs. What a comical mix-up. "Ah, so that's the case. Just wait here. I will fetch you a robust one." With that, she turned and headed towards the chicken coop in the yard. The young Kato stood frozen in place. Takefumi attempted to crouch down to play with him, but to his surprise, the child ran away in tears. Why is this child so afraid of me? Ever since their first encounter, Kato had exhibited a certain trepidation towards Takefumi, a mystery even Mamiko couldn't comprehend. Alas, children often have their own aversions. However, in a short while, Mamiko returned, holding a sturdy white hen that appeared to be twice the size of an ordinary chicken. "Here, Takefumi, see if this one is suitable." Chapter 59, Departure to the Land of Soup. Mamiko had specifically chosen a hen that had been raised for several years and had successfully hatched several broods. Boasting considerable experience in incubation, the wind does not discriminate, for he is oblivious to such matters. All he desires is the ability to incubate the eggs. Grasping a hen in his hands, he expressed his gratitude to Mamiko before returning home. Upon arriving at the ancestral grounds, he sought out an empty room, strewing some straw upon the floor before delicately placing the crane egg atop it. He then tossed the hen into the space as well. The old hen, suddenly thrust into this new environment, was somewhat disoriented and incessantly clucked within the confines of the room. Ignoring it altogether, Zhongqufeng turned and walked away. The shell of the crane egg was remarkably sturdy. Even when dropped from the table, it would not shatter. Thus there was no need for concern about it being pecked by hens. After a busy half-day, the lunch Zhongqufeng had purchased on the way had grown cold. And feeling too lethargic to venture out for a new meal, he settled for what he had. A week later, it was time to embark on the mission. Before departing, Zhongqufeng checked on the crane egg's condition, but it remained unchanged from a week prior. Perhaps there would be a delightful surprise awaiting him upon his return from this task. The wind swept into the Hokage's office. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged with a few others, Hiruzen was still lamenting something to the middle-aged ninja beside him. The gust of wind suggests that this must be Sarutobi Sasuke, the current head of the Sarutobi clan, a formidable ninja, in this endeavor to capture the tailed beasts. The Sarutobi clan has dispatched numerous ninjas to ensure the task is executed flawlessly. This is true for every clan that has taken on the mission of capturing a tailed beast. Given the formidable strength of the tailed beasts, relying on just one or two ninjas could easily lead to unforeseen complications. This marks the first collective mission since the establishment of Konoha. Any clan that falters at this moment would undoubtedly face ridicule from the others. The Sarutobi clan is responsible for the capture of the 8 tails. The Uchiha clan for the 7 tails, the Senju clan for the 6 tails, the Hyuga clan for the 2 tails, and the Yamanaka clan for the 1 tail. Meanwhile, the Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi clans are collaborating to capture the 3 tails. As for Hashirama himself, he has dispatched wood clones to capture the 4 tails and 5 tails, ensuring all tailed beasts will ultimately belong to Konoha. Each team includes a wood clone of Hashirama, primarily tasked with sealing the tailed beasts, refraining from engaging in battle. This operation aims to foster a sense of unity and belonging among the various clans of Konoha, which is why Hashirama entrusted it to them. Otherwise, with just a few wood clones, the tailed beasts could have been dealt with effortlessly. Lord Sasuke, Hizashi, Danzo, and Brother Akimichi, you are all set to undertake the mission. Correct? Sarutobi Sasuke certainly recognized the name of the person before him, Zhongqufeng. After all, he is a disciple of the Hokage, and it is said that his strength surpasses that of Sasuke's own son, even if the little monkey refuses to acknowledge it. Yes, that's correct. We are preparing to depart to capture the 8 tails, Sarutobi Sasuke replied with a smile, appearing to be quite amiable and easy to get along with. Wishing you all the best, Lord Sasuke. I must take my leave to report now. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Sasuke realized that this young man was also going to participate in the capture of the tailed beasts, which he found unsurprising. After all, he possesses considerable strength, and gaining more experience is beneficial. He himself had honed his skills through trials and tribulations in the ninja world. He then patted Zhongqufeng on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. After watching Sarutobi Sasuke depart, Zhongqufeng knocked on the door and entered the Hokage's office. Tobarama had been waiting there. Aside from him and Zhongqufeng, there was no one else involved in the capture of the 6 tails. Zhongqufeng was not surprised by this. He was well aware of Tobarama's strength, and the environment where the 6 tails resided was notably humid and abundant in water. Truly, it was Tobarama's domain. Zhongqufeng has arrived, Hashirama remarked with a smile. Indeed, Master, Zhongqufeng replied, then turned to Tobarama and inquired, Lord Tobarama, when shall we depart? Other clans have already begun their actions. Tobarama nodded. Let us proceed at once, but this operation must remain clandestine. We must avoid drawing the attention of other villages. However, it may not be possible to keep it under wraps, as so many ninjas have suddenly vanished from the village, including the heads of various clans. It is evident that something significant is afoot, so we must act swiftly to capture the tailed beasts before word spreads to other villages. Hashirama produced a pristine square of white jade from his robe, the very gift he had received from Zhongqufeng in his guise as the Cloud Ancestor. Take this, Tobarama. Brother. What is this? Tobarama asked in confusion, not understanding why his elder brother would present him with a piece of white jade. This is a sealing technique that can easily confine a tailed beast. Without outside interference, it is nearly impossible to break, not even by me. Tobarama felt as though his brother was still half asleep, dreaming. How could a sealing technique be so formidable? Even his sister-in-law's sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan would have its weaknesses. This matter is too complicated. We shall discuss it further when you return. With skepticism, Tobarama accepted the white jade and tucked it away. Then we shall set off, brother. Hashirama waved his hand, his expression still gentle. Go. And take care not to get hurt. Tobarama smiled. thinking to himself that it was merely a tailed beast and could not harm him. Before he departed the office with Zhongqufeng, "I hope they can remain subdued," Hashirama murmured, though he wished to avoid rekindling the flames of war. Capturing the tailed beasts was imperative for the lasting peace of Konoha. He pondered the Cloud Ancestors' words, finding them quite sensible. Power must reside in one's own hands to instill fear in others. Hashirama hoped that the various ninja villages would turn a blind eye to Konoha's actions this time, or else. "Lord Tobarama, where is the Six Tails located?" Zhongqufeng genuinely did not know, as the anime did not mention where the Six Tails resided prior to its capture. In the land of hot water, the Six Tails lived within an underground cavern. Brother has long harbored intentions of capturing the tailed beasts, so he has already conducted thorough investigations. The land of hot water? Does that not mean there are many hot springs there? In the distant future, the kingdom of soup flourishes through its thriving tourism industry, nestled on a tranquil island, far removed from the tumult of the world. Due to its secluded location and modest land area, no great powers have shown interest in conquering it. Over time, the inhabitants have grown accustomed to a peaceful existence, rendering even ninjas unnecessary. Nonetheless, this is still a time of the future. At present, Kufu merely hopes that the ninjas of Yuin village do not seek unnecessary conflict, as they come only to capture tailed beasts, harboring no intentions of hostility towards the soup ninjas. "Lord Tobarama, what can you tell us about the strength of Yuin village's ninjas?" Without much contemplation, Tobarama provided his assessment. There are no particularly renowned ninjas, and their overall prowess is somewhat lacking. Although Kufu had not conducted a thorough evaluation, his thoughts aligned with Tobarama's. If the village possessed considerable strength, they would likely aspire to expand their territory rather than remain confined to a small island. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobarama swiftly transported Kufu to the mountains behind the village. Engaging in a covert mission, it was imperative to avoid making an ostentatious exit through the main gate. Subsequently, Tobarama leapt onto the branches, navigating through the forest with agility and grace. Zhongqufeng, unfamiliar with the path, could only trail behind Tobarama. Fortunately, Tobarama intentionally reduced his pace, ensuring that Zhongqufeng did not fall behind. After approximately half an hour, the two had departed from the boundaries of Konoha, at which point Tobarama came to a halt. The land of water was situated across the sea, necessitating a boat for the journey. Zhongqufeng nodded thoughtfully. While it might be feasible to traverse ordinary rivers or vast rivers using ninjutsu, attempting to cross the sea with such techniques seemed utterly fanciful. Unless one possessed a spirit beast adept at flight or a large aquatic creature, it would be wise to take a boat. But where could we find a vessel? The coastline of the Land of Fire is considerably distant from the Land of Soup, and given the current shipbuilding technology, long-distance navigation appeared rather unreliable to Zhongqufeng. The village of Konoha typically only had exchanges with the nearby Land of Whirlpool, where the distance was manageable for vessels to reach. Their plan was to first head to the Land of Iron, then take a route to the Land of Soup. Smaller nations generally maintain some form of correspondence. The name of the Land of Iron was familiar to Zhongqufeng, recognized as the future neutral territory and the last sanctuary of the samurai. With the establishment of the ninja village system, an increasing number of samurai transitioned into ninjas, joining these villages. However, the warriors of the Land of Iron steadfastly upheld their samurai code. The mass transformation of samurai into ninjas and the subsequent erasure of countless samurai traditions bred significant animosity towards ninjas among the samurai. Would a nation composed entirely of warriors like the Land of Iron truly forge an alliance with the Land of Soup? Zhongqufeng remained skeptical. Nevertheless, since Lord Tobarama had expressed confidence, one could assume there was a basis for that assurance. After discussing their forthcoming actions, Tobarama and Zhongqufeng resumed their journey towards the Land of Soup. The journey was relatively smooth, devoid of any unexpected events. However, due to the lengthy distance, the pair had to spend several nights in tree hollows. The forest was expansive, and throughout their travels, Zhongqufeng kept a keen eye out for any creatures that could serve as spirit beasts. After all, possessing such spirits was invaluable, as long as one had a spirit seed. They could nurture a formidable spirit beast. Regrettably, as they approached the border of the Land of Fire, Zhongqufeng had yet to encounter any promising animals. Alas, fortune played a crucial role in such matters. If luck was not on your side, even traversing the entire world would yield but fleeting encounters. Gradually, the hues of the surrounding trees deepened, and their trunks grew increasingly majestic. Upon noticing a tree in the wind, one recognizes it as a species known as the black iron tree, whose trunk is as resilient as steel. This type of timber serves as an excellent material for crafting knife sheaths and handles, being exceedingly difficult to fell, which renders it quite expensive. Upon encountering a multitude of black iron trees, Toby paused, declaring that they had arrived at the borders of the Iron Kingdom. With that, he struck the nearby black iron tree with his fist, producing a sound akin to that of metal. Toby chuckled softly, lamenting the agony of possessing such a treasure yet being unable to exploit it. In the hand of Zhongqufeng, a crystalline blade materialized, and with great force, he struck the trunk of the tree. A sharp crack echoed, yet the blade shattered, leaving only a pale mark upon the bark. Indeed, it was remarkably sturdy. Tobarama gently ruffled Zhongqufeng's hair and urged, "Let us proceed towards the coast." Before departing the confines of Konoha, both Tobarama and Zhongqufeng had donned casual attire. Tobarama even altered his appearance, as his renown in the shinobi world could lead to unwanted recognition. "Very well, Lord Tobarama," Zhongqufeng replied, and thus, the duo resumed their journey. As dusk approached, they arrived at a quaint village. The population was sparse, predominantly comprising the elderly, the weak, and women and children, with the little ones playfully wielding wooden swords. It appeared that the path of the samurai was instilled from an early age. After a brief discussion, Tobarama and Zhongqufeng decided to seek shelter for the night in the village, confident that, given its remoteness and Tobarama's disguise, they would remain unnoticed. However, just as they stepped into the village, a small boy of about 8 or 9 bravely blocked their path. His voice, though youthful, was resolute. "Halt. Who are you?" Tobarama addressed the boy. "I am Ikeda Chijima, and this is my son, Ikeda Rya. We are merely travelers seeking a place to rest for the night." Tobarama's fabrication flowed effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation, as if rehearsed. The boy remained vigilant, insisting, "Open your packs." Upon hearing this, Tobarama complied without delay, revealing only a few garments, a modest sum of money, and some biscuits within their belongings. After scrutinizing their possessions and confirming their status as mere wayfarers, the boy's demeanor softened, and he spoke with less severity. "Welcome to Gantian village. My name is Mifyun, and I am the guardian of this village." Zhongqufeng was astounded. He nearly uttered an exclamation of surprise. How fortuitous it was to encounter such a significant figure in a humble village within the land of iron. Though merely a glimpse of the future, this boy would one day become the leader of the land of iron, the foremost samurai in the shinobi realm. In his presence, even a shinobi would find no opportunity to weave hand seals, a testament to his formidable prowess. The breeze suppressed his expressions remarkably well, evading detection by Fei Jian. "Sanchuan, where are the adults from your village? Why is everyone absent?" Fei Jian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Although the village was small, it seemed unthinkable to entrust a child with guarding the entrance. Upon hearing Fei Jian's question, Sanchuan visibly displayed a sense of disappointment and resignation. "They have all embarked on their pursuit of the warrior's path. Is this your first visit to the Iron Country?" Fei Jian nodded. "No wonder," he mused. "The Iron Country, being a realm of warriors, naturally attracts both the gifted and the unremarkable to aspire to become warriors. The warrior's path is a relentless journey of pursuit and breakthroughs. Consequently, many who have become entranced abandon their families in quest of the warrior's way, leaving the elderly and children unattended, who then congregate here." After speaking, Sanchuan appeared quite desolate, suggesting that he, too, was a child abandoned by his father. Fei Jian gently patted Sanchuan's head in a comforting manner, only to have it evaded. "Don't underestimate me. I have already slain many bandits. I will protect this village." Fei Jian had sensed from the very first glance that Sanchuan was no ordinary child. Despite his tender age, his awareness and understanding were commendable. If he were not to face an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable individual. Perhaps he could guide this somewhat lost nation back onto the right path. Who knows? "So, do you wish to become a warrior?" Chapter 61. The Port. "Do you wish to become a warrior?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sanchuan replied, "Of course. I long to become a warrior. When I grow a bit more, I will journey to the capital to study the warrior's way." Fei Jian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, as his identity was merely that of a traveler. "Come, I shall take you to my home for the night. You must depart at dawn." The two did not take offense at Sanchuan's attitude. After all, they were mere strangers meeting for the first time, and being offered a place to stay for the night was already generous. Moreover, even if Sanchuan had not spoken, Fei Jian and Zhongqufeng intended to leave the next day regardless. As they walked from the village entrance to Sanchuan's home, they encountered several villagers who regarded Fei Jian and Zhongqufeng with caution. San Chuan explained their origins, which alleviated the villagers' concerns. The village consisted mostly of the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Even those who had some martial prowess in their youth could hardly muster a few techniques now. San Chuan's rudimentary martial skills were taught to him by the villagers. Though basic, they served as a foundation. San Chuan led Fei Jian and Chu Feng to a small courtyard, where a few scattered fowl were kept. "This is my home. It may be a bit messy, but please don't mind." Fei Jian nodded in acknowledgement, indicating it was of no concern, and followed San Chuan into the yard. As Qifeng gazed upon the chickens in the courtyard, his thoughts drifted to the hen at home that was currently incubating eggs. Before his departure, he had entrusted Aunt Cat with the task of caring for them, and he wondered if any of the eggs had hatched by now. Upon entering the house, Qifeng placed his bundle on the table and took a moment to rest. He then surveyed his surroundings. The room was modest in size and sparsely furnished, yet it had been tidied up quite impeccably by Sanbian. "Why don't you two rest here for the night? I shall prepare some food," Sanbian said before turning to leave. "Master Tobira, when shall we set off?" asked Qifeng. The village was still a considerable distance from the seaside. "Let us rest for now. We shall depart at dawn," he replied. The two spoke in hushed tones, inaudible to outsiders. Although no one in the village could challenge Tobira and Qifeng, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Before long, Sanbian returned, carrying a platter of unfamiliar dishes along with several flatbreads. "These are wild vegetables unique to the Iron Country. They are quite delectable. Do give them a try," he encouraged. Accepting Sanbian's kindness, Qifeng took a small portion. Upon tasting, he found them to be indeed more flavorful than ordinary vegetables. For several days, Qifeng had been subsisting solely on military rations to avoid revealing the existence of his space-time ring. The anguish of this predicament was ineffable, prompting him to resolve that upon his return, he must diligently study space-time ninjutsu. Such knowledge would enable him to claim the creation of a technique for storing objects, thereby evading suspicion. After the meal, Qifeng offered to assist Sanbian with the cleanup, but his offer was graciously declined on account of his status as a guest. The wind gently waved its hand, and without any tasks at hand, it was undoubtedly for the best. As the sky gradually darkened, Mitsukawa chose to relinquish the sole bed in the house to Tobamatsu and the wind, opting instead for a makeshift sleeping arrangement on the floor. Tobamatsu gestured for the wind to take the bed, but after a prolonged refusal, the wind ultimately conceded. Thus, the night passed. Upon awakening the next morning, Mitsukawa discovered that he was alone in the room. He abruptly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Where is everyone?" His gaze soon fell upon a pristine samurai sword resting on the table. The morning sunlight gleamed upon the blade, casting a chilling radiance. "What a magnificent sword!" Instantly captivated, Mitsukawa grasped it and began to wield it, finding that its weight was just right. Enchanted by the splendid weapon, he momentarily forgot about the mysterious traveler's disappearance. After regaining his composure, he pondered and concluded that the identities of those two individuals must be quite extraordinary. They were certainly not mere travelers. He had only offered them shelter for a night, and in return, they had left him such a remarkable sword. This was, after all, the first sword he had ever owned. In addition to the sword, there lay a deep blue pouch on the table. Upon opening it, Mitsukawa discovered it was filled to the brim with wealth. Atop the pile was a small note, which he immediately set down the sword and pouch to unseal. "Stay true to your path, and keep moving forward." This succinct message inspired Mitsukawa greatly. It was the first encouragement he had received from someone outside his village. If they were to meet again, as long as they were not enemies of the Iron Nation, they would be eternal friends. However, in this vast world, encountering one another again seemed a daunting prospect. Meanwhile, Tobamatsu and the Wind had arrived at the port village of the Iron Nation, from where they could take a boat directly to the land of water. Naturally, it was the Wind who had left behind the samurai sword and pouch at Mitsukawa's home. Tobamatsu, being merely a child, had little concern for such matters, as whether he could mature into something significant remained uncertain. But the Wind was different. He recognized the potential greatness Mitsukawa was destined to achieve. At this stage, Mitsuhashi is still in its nascent phase, and the act of gathering wind can be seen as a form of modest support, leaving a somewhat favorable impression. This village, in contrast to Mitsuhashi's, is situated in a more prosperous region of the Iron Country. The population is noticeably greater, and it does not consist solely of the elderly, weak, and women. After a brief inquiry, the guards at the village entrance permitted passage, as many individuals embark on boats here daily. making thorough inspections impractical. Upon entering the village, the first order of business is to gather intelligence, which is acquired from an elderly fishmonger. It is revealed that samurai exist within this village, safeguarding its security. The vessels heading to the land of water will not set sail until the afternoon, necessitating a wait. Consequently, Kif suggests finding a modest eatery to satisfy their hunger. Tobarama, having no objections, notices that Kif truly detests the taste of military rations. However, this is of little consequence, as even he finds the flavor of military rations rather intolerable. Merely manageable. While awaiting their meal, Tobarama engages Kif in discussions regarding the swiftest means to subdue and seal the Six Tails. Yet, these remain mere speculations, as true combat is ever-changing and cannot be meticulously planned in advance. The duo can only analyze the abilities of the Six Tails and devise corresponding countermeasures. At this juncture, Kif also informs Tobarama of his development of a new bloodline limit, Ice Release. He believes that Ice Release may prove advantageous in the impending battle. Ice Release, is it akin to that of the Mizuki clan? Chi-Feng shook his head, indicating his confusion, yet he lifted a cup and poured himself a drink. As his fingers lightly brushed against the glass, a wispy vapor began to rise from the chalice. The liquid within had already solidified into ice. Chapter 62. The six-tailed rhinoceros dog Tianjian glanced at the wine glass and confirmed. Indeed, it was the ice release technique, indistinguishable from that of the Mizuki clan. Chi-Feng scratched his head, recounting the unintentional creation of a new technique during his development of ninjutsu, lamenting the scarcity of corresponding ice-based jutsu. Fei Jin smiled faintly, asserting that there was no cause for concern, as adaptability would suffice. Shortly thereafter, their ordered dishes arrived, and the two began to indulge in both their meal and conversation. Time seemed to pass swiftly, with their vessel to the land of soup set to depart shortly. Having settled their bill in advance, they found a relatively quiet spot aboard the ship. Remarkably, this marked Chi-Feng's inaugural experience of sailing, in both his previous life and this one. He had never embarked on a boat, a minor regret now rectified. Before long, the ship commenced its journey, the weather splendid and devoid of storms upon the sea. Standing on the deck, he gazed at the endless expanse of the ocean, the gentle sea breeze offering a refreshing comfort. Above, an array of unidentified seabirds circled around the vessel, occasionally pausing to rest upon the ship's mast. "Excuse me, how long until we reach the land of soup?" Chi-Feng inquired. The sailor cheerfully replied, "Our departure port is not far from the land of soup. We should arrive by evening." "Thank you, kind sir," Chi-Feng responded. The sailor, dismissing the gratitude with a wave, returned to his tasks. To Chi-Feng's surprise, their journey, which he initially thought would last another night, concluded in merely half a day. Since departing from the village, they had endured an extensive period of travel. Previous missions typically wrapped up within a day or two. Yet this round trip was likely to span around half a month. With a clear understanding of their arrival time, Chi-Feng refrained from inquiring further, opting instead to sit quietly beside the door. Throughout the journey, no unexpected incidents arose. The pair had intentionally sought out a relatively tranquil location, free from disturbances. They encountered no audacious bandits seeking trouble, and thus arrived safely in the land of soup. Upon touching the ground, Chi-Feng could not help but stretch, exclaiming, "At last, we have arrived." They planned to rest for the night before embarking on the quest to locate the cavern where the six-tailed fox was concealed. With only a general direction in mind, the precise location remained elusive, indicating that the real challenges were just beginning. In a nation abundant with hot springs and volcanoes, the underground caverns were numerous. Even possessing a vague orientation would save them considerable time. The wind did not voice any complaints, for his purpose was not to seize the tailed beasts from the land of hot springs, but rather to apprehend them. Upon disembarking, individuals from the land of hot springs arrived to conduct inspections, yet the identities of the two had been flawlessly crafted. They were not discovered and effortlessly made their way into the land of hot springs. The duo casually selected a seemingly fine inn to settle in for the night. Subsequently, the wind procured some provisions for their journey from a village near the port. Although this added some weight, he deemed it preferable to consuming military rations. Thus, at the break of dawn the next day, they embarked towards the region where the Six Tails resided. The land of hot springs, as expected, was abundant with bubbling ponds along the way, and the air was permeated with a distinct scent of sulfur. Nevertheless, the steam generated by the hot springs invigorated the wind. If there were similar vapors or mists within the caverns, locating the Six Tails would be a breeze. Indeed, Upon reaching the cavern area, the wind noticed that although there were no hot springs, the early morning had cloaked the entire region in delicate wisps of morning mist. As the wind gathered, it expelled a breath of vapor that mingled with the morning mist, swiftly mastering its essence. Under its command, the vapor seeped into every cave entrance. However, after a considerable duration, no presence infused with chakra was detected by the wind. The Six Tails, a colossal slug, is not limited to merely the larger caverns. In truth, it can burrow into any crevice. Observing that the wind had made no significant discoveries for an extended period, Tobirama felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. With the wind guiding his senses, he maneuvered through the mist into a medium-sized cave for exploration. This time, he indeed discovered some traces. Master Tobirama, I have found a trail imbued with chakra, presumably left by the Six Tails during its movement. Tobirama nodded. Direction? Northwest, towards a medium-sized cavern. Having pinpointed the location, the two promptly set off towards the mouth of the cave where the Six Tails traces were detected. The cavern was saturated with water, exuding a damp atmosphere. Their entrance startled a swarm of bats, which flitted chaotically within the cave. Following the directions sensed by the wind, they navigated through the labyrinthine passages without losing their way. Soon, they arrived at the location where the wind had perceived the traces. Tobirama scooped up a handful of the liquid on the ground. It felt slippery and viscous, likely a bodily fluid left by some creature. It must have been the Six Tails. The slime led deeper into the cavern, compelling them to follow the trail. The wind consistently sent its mist ahead to scout the path, for the terrain within the cave was intricate, and a moment's inattention could lead to a bottomless pit. As Tobirama and the wind ventured further into the cavern, the light diminished, the previously visible cracks in the ceiling no longer allowing any illumination. They could only rely on their senses and torches for navigation. Just as they turned a corner, the wind's expression suddenly changed, and he forcefully pushed Tobirama aside. Yet he himself was engulfed by a waterfall of pale yellow acidic liquid. Humans, leave my territory, a shrill voice echoed from around the corner. Soon, a massive white slug with six tails emerged, clawing its way along the wall. Wind, seeing his companion consumed by the acid, Tobirama disregarded the Six Tails' words and charged forward. Humans, how dare you ignore me? The Six Tails spewed a thick mist of acid from its small mouth, which rapidly corroded the walls of the cavern upon contact. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A ferocious water dragon took shape beneath Tobirama's feet, lunging towards the Six Tails and dispersing the acid mist in its path. However, the water bullet merely caused the Six Tails to sway slightly, inflicting no substantial damage. Crystal release, crystal poison. From the river of acid, a crystalline serpent surged forth. Opening its jaws wide, it sank its fangs into the Six Tails. The poison swiftly spread across its body, crystallizing half of its tails. Yet, to their astonishment, the crystalline portions began to quiver and twist before transforming into a puddle of slime that fell away. The Six Tails' core remained unharmed. Arrogant humans, remain here. It then expelled countless bubbles that quickly filled the entire cavern. Upon contact with the walls, the bubbles erupted in tremendous explosions. In an instant, the sound of an explosion reverberated throughout the cavern. It threatened to collapse the cave, burying us alive. Chapter 63, The Crane's Song Dispels the Fragrance. It aimed to bring down the cavern, entombing us. The tailed beast, immense in stature with tough skin and thick flesh, was largely unfazed by the cave's collapse. However, humans were a different matter. The frail human form could hardly withstand the descending boulders. Yet, these two individuals clearly did not belong to the realm of the weak. Crystal manipulation, crystalline hexagonal pillar. A colossal hexagonal crystal column surged upwards, enveloping the falling rocks above. Subsequently, countless smaller crystal pillars erupted from the ground, propping up the cave on the verge of collapse. Crystal manipulation, one arrow lotus. With a sweeping gesture, the wind manipulator conjured an innumerable array of flower buds upon the crystalline pillar. These buds surged forth, hurtling towards the Six Tails like a torrential rain of arrows, rendering evasion impossible. The massive form of the Six Tails was akin to a living target, and soon, its body was adorned with countless buds. Just as it attempted to employ a familiar tactic, oozing out a viscous substance from the impacted areas, a multitude of flower buds erupted simultaneously. The razor-sharp petals pierced deeply into the Six Tails' flesh, inflicting excruciating pain that even a tailed beast could scarcely endure, eliciting a piercing roar. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. As the wind manipulator's assault concluded, Tobarama immediately took action. With a series of hand seals, a colossal vortex materialized beneath him. An immense quantity of water began to converge above, forming a gigantic water sphere. Water release, water dragon bite. In an instant, the sphere shattered, unleashing a ferocious water dragon that roared as it lunged towards the six tails, still reeling from the torment. The beast was caught off guard as the dragon clamped down on its body. Desperately, it flailed its short limbs, striving to sever the water dragon. But the opportunity had slipped away. With a thunderous roar, the water dragon detonated violently, sending the six tails reeling backward until it collapsed against the wall. Humans, you have gone too far. The six tails lifted its head high, as red and blue chakra coalesced before its maw, forming a small black sphere that grew ever larger with the influx of chakra. This was the tailed beast bomb, the most formidable technique of a tailed beast. Be cautious. Tobarama shouted urgently to the wind manipulator behind him. Chiefing nodded slightly. He was certainly aware of the tailed beast ball, having captured even the nine tails himself. However, in his current state, he lacked the experience card and could only rely on his own capabilities to face the challenge. I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to take you out of here. After the tailed beast ball detonates, we can deal with the six tails, Tobarama declared, placing his hand on Chiefing's shoulder, ready to unleash the technique. Please wait, Lord Tobarama. The explosion of the tailed beast ball will alert the land of water. I am confident I can handle the tailed beast ball, Chiefing asserted. Tobarama gazed at him with a serious expression. Do you understand what you are saying? You have never witnessed the power of the tailed beast ball to make such a claim. Rest assured, Lord Tobarama, I possess ample confidence. And I certainly do not wish to perish. I will not act recklessly, Chiefing replied, his expression resolute. After observing Chiefing's demeanor, Tobarama reluctantly nodded. If you find yourself unable to cope, I will immediately take you away. Tobarama held significant confidence in himself. The speed of the tailed beast ball's explosion could not possibly surpass his Flying Thunder God technique, which was why he dared to let Chiefing attempt this. Otherwise, he would have departed long before Chiefing had the chance to speak. As their conversation concluded, the tailed beast ball had fully formed, emanating a despair-inducing aura of deep purple and black. Any life caught in the tailed beast ball's assault would be reduced to mere dust. The six tails swallowed the tailed beast ball and then violently expelled it. The tailed beast ball shot forth from the six tails' mouth at high speed, radiating an orange-yellow glow akin to a miniature sun. The wind catcher stood resolutely on the path to the tailed beast orb, exhibiting not a trace of anxiety. At this moment, the wind catcher could even perceive the searing heat emanating from the tailed beast orb. Ordinary individuals would not only be incapable of withstanding the power of the tailed beast orb, they would be unable to endure even its intense temperature. Rising Wind extended his left hand towards the tailed beast orb, and in the next moment, the orb, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, made contact with his outstretched hands. Cloud release, reverse, crane song dispersing blossoms technique. With a resounding boom, a thick mist of clouds erupted. 3 pristine cranes, their feathers immaculate, soared from the clouds, calling out melodiously before vanishing without a trace. The hand of the wind taker remained unscathed, while the tailed beast orb vanished without a trace. Not only was Tobarama bewildered, but even the six tails was taken aback. It had never witnessed a mere mortal so effortlessly withstand the tailed beast orb throughout the years. Wind taker, what is this? Tobarama knew full well that this must be a new technique developed by the wind taker. Yet despite his frantic pondering for an extensive duration, he could not fathom the underlying principle of this jutsu. Originally, it was a travel ninjutsu within the realm of cloud release, allowing the practitioner to transform their body into a cloud crane. One day, out of sheer boredom, I attempted to reverse the technique, and to my astonishment, it yielded such remarkable results. With a hint of embarrassment, Chiefing confessed that, in essence, this technique was not originally of his own creation. However, it could certainly be regarded as an enhancement, transforming a traveling ninja art into a new technique capable of shattering an opponent's ninjutsu. Undoubtedly, this represented a significant advancement. Upon hearing this, Tobarama nodded repeatedly, having grown weary of expressing his admiration for Chiefing's brilliance. After all, he had already said enough. Periodically, Chiefing would devise some novel contraption that never failed to earn Tobarama's praise. In ancient times, I had encountered individuals skilled in the manipulation of clouds. Yet I never anticipated witnessing such prowess again today. The voice of the six tails was shrill, reminiscent of an infant's wail, sending shivers down one's spine. That must have been one of my family's elders. The six tails did not respond, Instead, it endeavored to recall the moment it had seen that person. Back when it was merely a small slug, it had trailed alongside the Sage of Six Paths, having once observed a man adept at controlling clouds and mists engaging in jovial conversation with the sage. Now, it found itself face to face with his descendant. How swiftly time passes. What brings you here? The Six Tails inquired calmly, no longer exhibiting the rage and volatility it had shown upon their first encounter. My village requires your strength, Chiefing replied nonchalantly, uncertain as to why the Six Tails' demeanor had suddenly shifted. Nevertheless, it was destined to be sealed. So, the other tailed beasts face a plight similar to mine? The Six Tails then asked, can you tell me who else has been captured by you? Upon hearing the news, Chiefing merely revealed the capture of the Nine Tails. But he managed to restrain himself by biting his tongue. Tobarama stepped forward and addressed the Six Tails, saying, the Nine Tails. The Six Tails was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the mightiest among them, the Nine Tails, had indeed been captured. It seemed that the ninjas from this village possessed formidable strength. Not only the Nine Tails, but all the tailed beasts could potentially be seized, thereby augmenting the power of our Hidden Leaf village. In response, the Six Tails unleashed a furious roar, releasing a thick mist of acid that corroded the crystal pillars conjured by Chiefing, producing a hissing sound as they began to dissolve. Now, let us see if you possess the capability. Chapter 64. Mutual detonation of explosive tags. In that instant, acid, mist, and foam erupted simultaneously, indiscriminately assaulting the entire cavern. A dense cloud of corrosive gas enveloped the area, causing tremors and the continual collapse of stones from above. While Chiefing's crystal pillars were resilient, they could not withstand the relentless barrage, and one by one, they shattered, leaving only the largest pillar still standing, albeit covered in a network of fine cracks. The wind hastily summoned forth additional crystal pillars to support the cavern, while Tobarama resorted to ninjutsu to assault the very essence of the Six Tails. Confronted with the tailed beast, physical techniques appeared particularly feeble. Blades clashed against the Six Tails, yet failed to pierce even its viscous exterior. Instead, they were corroded by the acidic fluid, thereby diminishing their inherent might. Lord Tobarama, use this. From the space ring, he withdrew the Yiming sword and tossed it to Feijian. Ordinary blades could not harm tailed beasts, yet the Yiming sword might prove different. Feijian unsheathed the sword, scarcely taking a moment to admire its craftsmanship before delivering a swift strike. The sharp blade met the skin of the Six Tails, effortlessly carving a wound. However, no blood flowed from the injury, and in the blink of an eye, it had healed. What a troublesome creature, Feijian remarked casually, initially believing that the Six Tails would not possess remarkable strength, which turned out to be true. Yet, this slippery slug was remarkably resilient, despite their efforts. They had not inflicted any significant damage. The Six Tails shared this sentiment, having unleashed its tailed beast ball, only to find it ineffective against the two intruders. This irked it, for having grown accustomed to freedom, it had no desire to be captured and restrained. With this thought, the Six Tails once more gathered red and blue chakra in its mouth. But unlike before, this time the tailed beast ball was notably diminutive. The black-purple tailed beast ball was merely the size of an egg, yet the speed at which it was expelled had doubled. Moreover, it came forth in rapid succession, akin to a hailstorm of bullets. The Wind Chaser found it utterly impossible to dismantle so many tailed beast orbs, resorting instead to evasive maneuvers in search of an opportune moment. Even as the Six Tails gained a slight advantage, it remained vigilant, continuously unleashing miniature tailed beast orbs to assault both Tobarama and the Wind Chaser. Being a creature of chakra, its reserves were sufficient to sustain such expenditure for an extended period. However, Tobarama and the Wind Chaser could not boast the same level of chakra, rendering them at a disadvantage against the tailed beast. They needed a strategy to turn the tide. Seizing a fleeting opportunity during the Six Tails' release of tailed beast orbs, Tobarama swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With the incantation echoing in the air, 4 coffins gradually emerged from the earth before Tobarama. The coffin lids crashed heavily to the ground, revealing 4 figures, their bodies marred with cracks, stepping forth with hollow gazes and devoid of expression. Were it not for their open eyes and ability to walk, they would be indistinguishable from the deceased. With a fleeting glance, Zhongqufeng caught sight of Tobarama. This sight was astonishing. Goodness, he employed the reanimation technique even to capture a tailed beast? It seems that Lord Tobarama possesses quite a stubborn disposition. Such forbidden ninjutsu must have been strictly prohibited by his master. Yet, it appears that he has stealthily captured 4 living individuals. Tobarama commanded the 4 reanimated ninjas to assault the Six Tails. Upon witnessing the ninjas emerge from their coffins, the Six Tails recognized them as beings not of this realm. Exuding an odor it found repugnant. Its supply of tailed beast balls was limited, so it aimed at these 4 human forms. The tailed beast balls detonated, effortlessly annihilating them. And the Six Tails shifted its focus to Tobarama and Zhongqufeng. At that moment, the 4 ninjas, previously reduced to mere dust by the tailed beast balls, began to coalesce once more, restoring their human forms. They utilized explosive tags, surrounded by the 4 ninjas under Tobarama's control. The Six Tails found itself ensnared as they plunged their hands into their chests, extracting a myriad of explosive tags. They incessantly repeated their previous actions, with one explosive tag igniting a chain reaction that set off the others. The 4 reanimated ninjas continually produced new explosive tags, creating a relentless series of targeted detonations. Their power rivaled that of a small-tailed beast bomb. The viscous substance on the Six Tails' body ensured that the explosive tags adhered firmly, resulting in explosions before it could even separate. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. The myriad of flying explosive tags caused the entire cavern to tremble precariously. Were it not for Zhongqufeng's continuous generation of crystals for support, this cave would have collapsed long ago. The current mood of Zhongqufeng is indescribably exhilarating. Witnessing the second Hokage utilize the reanimation jutsu with explosive tags within the realm of animation was already astonishing, but now, he experiences it firsthand. Humanity. The Six Tails is subjected to a relentless barrage of explosive tags, rendered incapable of articulating coherent speech, yet Zhongqufeng can perceive its profound resentment. Tobarama, however, pays no heed to the Six Tails and continues to command the reanimated ninjas in their onslaught. Should the Six Tails display any signs of attempting to flee, he would swiftly intervene. The initial encounter with the Six Tails at the cavern S-corner has long since been obliterated, transformed into a gaping hole through which a vast pool of water is visible, likely the resting place of the Six Tails. Regrettably, for it, the proximity seems deceiving, as the opportunity to return may never present itself again. The onslaught of explosive tags persists for a full 20 minutes. During this time, the Six Tails endeavors to escape repeatedly, only to be thwarted by Tobarama or ensnared by Zhongqufeng's crystalline barrier. Ultimately, the creature endures the relentless bombardment for 20 minutes, succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing heavily. As the smoke dissipates, the Six Tails' form is charred, and its once glossy mucus now resembles a dry, flaking skin that could easily peel away with a gust of wind. Tobarama sighs, acknowledging that capturing a tailed beast is essential for the village's future. Despite their seclusion and reluctance to inflict harm, such formidable power inevitably attracts covetous eyes. Tobarama retrieves the white jade piece given to him by his elder brother. Before he can ponder its application, the jade piece miraculously takes flight, gracefully ascending above the Six Tails. A gentle radiance envelopes the creature, and in an instant, its massive form vanishes from sight. With the task complete, the jade piece returns to Tobarama's hand, now inscribed with the image of a white slug adorned with 6 tails. This signifies the successful capture, and he marvels at the potency of his brother's gift. There is no urgency to decipher its workings. He knows his brother will elucidate everything upon their return to the village. Between them, there are no secrets. After securing the jade piece, Tobarama gestures with a flourish, and 4 coffins reappear, swiftly drawing the reanimated ninjas back within their confines. The lids close slowly, sinking into the earth. Noticing Zhongqufeng's rapt attention, Tobarama signals for silence. Hush, this remains our secret. Let's not inform our brother. Chapter 65, The Eight Tails, GYK. Zhongqufeng nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that engaging in such self-destructive actions offers no benefits whatsoever. Master Tobarama, shall we consider this mission concluded? Tobarama, in a delightful mood, wore a faint smile as he replied, Indeed, it has come to a most satisfactory conclusion. However, the commotion we just caused was rather significant. We must depart from this place promptly. As Zhongqufeng surveyed the shattered walls of the cave, what was once a beautiful cavern now lay in ruins. The relentless bombardment from the 6 tails, combined with Lord Tobarama's precise detonations, had completely stripped the cave of any aesthetic appeal. It was merely a landscape of broken stones. With a hand placed reassuringly on Zhongqufeng's shoulder, Tobarama transported them both outside in the blink of an eye. Inhaling the fresh air brought Zhongqufeng considerable relief. For the cave had been suffused with a dense, acrid atmosphere due to the 6 tails, causing discomfort in his lungs from the noxious fumes. Lord Tobarama, shall we return to the village now? Zhongqufeng inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Tobarama shook his head and replied, having come to the land of hot water. We must procure some gifts for Tsunade. But Lord Tobarama, Tsunade was just born a month ago. What could you possibly buy for her? Just a month prior, Konoha village had celebrated a momentous occasion, the birth of a daughter to Hashirama's son. This joyous event had prompted cheers throughout the Senju clan and the entire village. Lord Hashirama was particularly enamored with his granddaughter, having personally named her Tsunade Senju. The heads of various clans had visited to extend their congratulations. For she was indeed the princess of Konoha, the granddaughter of the god of ninjas and the first Hokage. Such nobility was unparalleled. Tobarama, who had never taken a wife, cherished Tsunade as if she were his own granddaughter, his face lighting up with uncontainable joy whenever he beheld her. I wonder, do little girls prefer dolls? Perhaps I should buy the finest one? The more he spoke, the more uncertain he became, for having never raised a child. He was utterly unaware of the needs of infants and young children. The wind, feeling somewhat resigned, mused that under such circumstances, one could only acquire what caught their eye. If something was appealing, it was best to seize it, especially since money was not a concern. Shall we explore the capital of the land of soup? The wind proposed. Toby nodded in agreement. Very well, but we must not linger too long. We shall return to the village immediately after our purchases. With that, the two set off towards the capital of the land of soup. Along the way, the wind received a notification from the system. Ding. Host has completed S-rank mission. Capture the six tails. Reward. 10,000 tranquility points. The gentle breeze reveals a smile, making the arduous journey to fulfill this mission worthwhile, as the rewards have been quite satisfactory. However, I remain curious about the circumstances of the other teams. Each group is led by a formidable presence, either at the near shadow or shadow level, so significant issues should be unlikely. Yet, when confronting tailed beasts, it is inevitable to sustain injuries. I can only hope that everyone returns safely this time. After departing from the Six Tails Cavern, the group of ninja squads arrived, scouring the area in vain before venturing deeper into the cave. However, aside from crumbling walls, they discovered nothing. Even the crystals had been removed by chiefing. With no other recourse, they left, attributing the incident to a sudden upheaval from the Six Tails. Once Chiefing and Tobarama reached the capital, they wandered between various shops, collecting an array of delightful items. Eventually, their burdens became too great to carry, prompting their return to the village. Lord Hokage, we must be approaching the habitat of the Eight Tails, Sarutobi Sasuke inquired. Although Lord Hokage would not engage directly, his presence in the team offered a sense of reassurance. Indeed, we are nearing it, came the reply. This place was a veritable paradise, replete with mountains, rivers, forests, and seas. Not only suitable for the Eight Tails, but it appeared fit for the survival of any creature, a land of unparalleled abundance, comparable to the land of fire. Hearing the conversation between Lord Hokage and his father, Nichiren felt a swell of excitement. A battle with a tailed beast was imminent. This would mark his first encounter with such a creature. How different would it be from the descriptions in his books? Meanwhile, Danzo remained his ever-composed self, maintaining his calm demeanor even in the face of impending combat. Danzo, aren't you even a little excited? We are about to meet a tailed beast. Nichiren struggled to comprehend Danzo's excessive calmness. At their age, they should be brimming with passion, yet Danzo always seemed so cold. Regardless of the tailed beasts, they will ultimately serve as weapons for Konoha. There is little to be astonished about. They are but tools to be wielded, Danzo replied nonchalantly. Nichiren's fervor bewildered him, though it was also a quality that shone brightly. He rarely witnessed Nichiren in a state of despondence, as he was typically full of enthusiasm. Hashirama, listening to the conversation of the two youngsters, couldn't help but chuckle. Although their personalities differed, their words rang true. Suddenly, 3 colossal octopus tentacles surged forth from behind the mountains, appearing without warning or sound, as if conjured from thin air. They were less than 50 meters away from the group when they were spotted. Fire style, great fireball technique, Sarutobi Sasuke exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed one of the tentacles, causing it to hiss as it recoiled in distress. Meanwhile, Danzo, Nichiren, and Akimichi Chiefing directed their attacks at another tentacle, while a ninja from the Sarutobi clan faced the remaining one. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A blast of wind erupted from Danzo's mouth, shooting towards the tentacle like a bullet. However, the tentacle's tough skin rendered the attack ineffective, as it effortlessly dispersed the vacuum sphere with a sweeping motion. Yet, the strike seemed to enrage it, and it lunged fiercely towards Danzo. Multiplication technique. As the autumn wind swirled, the figure of Shikado transformed into a formidable giant, gripping the octopus's tentacle with unwavering strength. Yet, even with such might, he found it arduous to contend with the beast of tails. Nonetheless, he managed to restrain the tentacle for a fleeting moment. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. A ferocious fire dragon erupted from the mouth of Hisashi, while Danzo unleashed an unrelenting barrage of wind blades directed at the octopus's appendage. The tentacle, singed and shriveled by the fire dragon, suffered countless gashes from Danzo's wind blades, causing it to recoil in pain. At that moment, a massive and robust purple arm clung to the side of a towering mountain, followed by the emergence of a colossal bull's head. Sarutobi Sasuke smirked. At last. I have found you, Eight Tails. Without uttering a word, the Eight Tails immediately launched an assault, spewing forth a torrent of ink that surged like crashing waves toward the gathered crowd. The mountain walls on either side contained the ink's spread, directing it straight toward the shinobi of Konoha. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A thunderous rumble echoed as an immensely thick earthen wall arose from the ground, encircling the shinobi within. The ink struck the wall with a resounding crash. Yet the earth remained steadfast, not yielding a single crack. Quite impressive, Sasuke. It seems you have not grown complacent, Hashirama jested from the side. Sasuke responded with a grin. I must continue to contribute to the village. I cannot allow anyone to underestimate the Sarutobi clan. With a swift motion, he struck the ground. Invoking the technique, earth release, rising platform. The earth beneath their feet began to rise slowly, soon surpassing the height of the earthen wall. At that moment, the shinobi of Konoha found themselves in a tense standoff with the Eight Tails, neither side daring to strike prematurely. Ultimately, however, the Eight Tails could not contain its impatience and charged toward them, its 8 tentacle-like tails launching forward to assault Sarutobi Sasuke. Summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing a towering ape atop the earth platform. Sasuke, it seems you have encountered a formidable adversary. The summoning, the Monkey King, spoke in a deep, resonant voice. There was no time for further banter. The battle was upon them. The Monkey King, spotting the incoming tentacles, let out a fierce roar, transforming into a massive black staff adorned with eyes. Sarutobi Sasuke grasped the black staff and swung it with all his might, instantly enlarging it to a size surpassing that of the Eight Tails' tails, repelling all 8 appendages in one powerful blow. He then leapt high into the air, moving with the agility of a monkey among the rocky outcrops. As he landed near the Eight Tails, the black staff grew colossal once more, crashing down upon the beast's head with a resounding thud that reverberated throughout the valley. Despite the Eight Tails' thick, tough hide, enduring such a strike was undeniably jarring, causing it to stagger backward, momentarily dazed by the impact. The remaining individuals seized the opportunity and immediately launched an assault on the Eight Tails. Various ninjutsu struck the creature indiscriminately, inflicting considerable damage and leaving it with several wounds. However, the resilience of a tailed beast is extraordinary, and within mere minutes, the Eight Tails had fully recuperated. Following this restoration, it promptly retaliated. Red and blue chakra amassed in its mouth, slowly forming a dark sphere. Observing this, Sarutobi Sasuke's expression grew grave. This was the tailed beast's most formidable technique, demanding his utmost effort. He commanded the Monkey King to revert to its original form to directly attack the Eight Tails' essence, while he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Earth release, Earth Dragon technique. Fire release, Fire Dragon bullet technique. Wind release, Violent wind destruction. In an instant, he unleashed 3 ninjutsu. A massive earth dragon erupted from the ground, sprawling across the unending mountain range, entwined by a fire dragon. The mere sparks generated ignited the mountainside in a fierce blaze. Following this, a powerful gale swept in from behind, fueling the flames. This tempest caused the fire dragon to swell to twice its size, its flames soaring like the sun, blindingly bright. At that moment, the tailed beast ball that the Eight Tails had condensed was also unleashed. Everything in its path, rocks and trees, was reduced to dust, leaving behind a hollow trail. The clash between the earth and fire dragons and the tailed beast ball resulted in a tremendous explosion, yet both dragons remained steadfast, resisting the tailed beast ball with an equal force. The 2 dragons spiraled around the tailed beast ball, ultimately biting fiercely at its surface. An explosion reminiscent of the apocalypse ensued. In that instant, It seemed as though everyone's sight and hearing had vanished. They could neither see nor hear. Had it not been for the searing wind brushing against their faces, they might have believed they had perished. Fortunately, there were no casualties from this strike, though some ninjas were injured by falling debris, losing their combat capabilities. Truly, the tailed beast ball is formidable. My ninjutsu barely held its ground. Sarutobi Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration. At first, he had underestimated the tailed beast. Merely defending against a single tailed beast ball had consumed a significant amount of his chakra. If 10 or 20 more were to come, he would likely be unable to withstand them. Hisashi, Danzo, and the others could only watch helplessly, seizing any opportunity to release a jutsu during the gaps in the Eight Tails' onslaught. Yet, in the face of such high-level combat, they found themselves utterly outmatched. Do not be discouraged, children. You are still mere sprouts, Hashirama remarked, noticing the visibly low spirits of the zealous Hisashi. I understand, Lord Hokage. That is reassuring. However, just as Hashirama was engaging in heartfelt conversation with the children, a tailed beast ball suddenly veered off course, hurtling directly towards him. Oh, is it targeting me? As soon as Hisashi and Danzo noticed the situation, they hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Hashirama, only to be brushed aside with a smile. Truly, you have an uncanny knack for selecting your adversaries, Eight Tails. Hashirama suddenly leaped into the air, invoking with style, wooden golem technique. Instantly, a colossal wooden giant, adorned with a mouth full of sharp fangs, materialized in the valley. Hashirama skillfully manipulated the wooden figure, grasping the tailed beast bomb that was hurtling towards him with his bare hands. He then took 2 great strides towards the Eight Tails, forcefully pressing the tailed beast bomb against its body. Without delay, he jumped away from the Eight Tails. An explosion erupted, accompanied by the anguished wails of the Eight Tails, which had spent its life attacking others with the tailed beast bomb. This was the first time it had ever been struck by one, let alone captured and thrust back upon itself by a mere human. The intertwining sensations of humiliation and pain compelled it to howl incessantly. Seizing this opportunity, Sarutobi Sasuke unleashed another composite ninjutsu. Once again, the earth and fire dual dragon struck the Eight Tails with relentless force, igniting a roaring inferno. Even the Eight Tails' remarkably sturdy skin began to char and peel away. As the thick smoke dissipated, the Eight Tails was left marred with wounds. Yet it stubbornly clung to a nearby mountain peak, desperately attempting to rise from the ground. It understood the dire consequences of being captured as a tailed beast. It had long cherished its freedom. The thought of enduring confinement, especially at the hands of feeble humans, was unbearable. Just as it managed to rise, ready to gather chakra once more, a deep male voice resonated. Let it end here, Eight Tails. You belong to the Hidden Leaf Village. With style, birth of the tree world. Countless trees, thicker than its own tails, spiraled up its form like vines, encasing it completely. The Eight Tails struggled to break free. But despite pouring all its strength into the effort, it was in vain. It finally realized its defeat. It was about to become a mere pawn for others to wield. Hashirama retrieved a sealed white jade block from his robes, and a warm, radiant white light enveloped the Eight Tails. The wounds inflicted during the battle vanished instantly, and it felt its strength returning to peak condition. However, in the next moment, the colossal Eight Tails was drawn into the white jade block, vanishing from sight. Chapter 67, All-Tailed Beast Captured. In an instant, the immense Eight Tails was absorbed into the white jade block, disappearing completely. Sarutobi Sasuke sighed in relief, secretly admiring the strength of the Hokage. To release wood clones to accompany various squads while capturing 2-tailed beasts required an astonishing amount of chakra. Had he been in Hashirama's position, he would have perished from excessive exhaustion long ago. He also felt a renewed sense of gratitude for his decision to lead his entire clan to join the Hidden Leaf Village all those years ago. There exists a leader whose vision assures a luminous future for the village. The Eight Tails has been successfully sealed, and the ninjas are converging towards Hashirama's direction. Sarutobi Sasuke cast a cursory glance, and, upon confirming that no one was missing, allowed a smile to break across his face. Remarkably, this operation to capture the tailed beast has resulted in no casualties. This can largely be attributed to the Eight Tails' own recklessness, as it chose to act against the esteemed Hokage, perhaps weary of its prolonged stay in this realm, yearning for a change of scenery. After all, the mindset of a tailed beast differs fundamentally from that of humans, rendering it unpredictable. All right, let us return to Konoha, Hashirama commanded, prompting everyone to swiftly adjust and commence their journey back. The location of the Eight Tails was considerably distant from the Hidden Cloud Village, even if discovered. Reinforcements would not arrive in time. Furthermore, With Hashirama Wood clones among the ranks, it is unlikely they would dare to engage. After all, Hashirama's reputation resounds throughout the ninja world, and to act against him would be to invite one's own demise. With the operation to capture the Eight Tails concluded, other teams gradually wrapped up their battles, successfully sealing their respective tailed beasts, and returned to Konoha without any losses among their ranks. This was largely due to Hashirama's timely interventions, as he would neutralize any fatal threats. As Hokage, he could not permit his villagers to perish before his eyes. Approximately 10 days later, in the Hokage's office, Hashirama gazed at the 9 white jade blocks on his desk, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, with this, all 9 tail beasts belong to Konoha. The heads of the various clans present also wore expressions of joy. The strength of the village must grow for the clans to flourish. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that Konoha stands as the foremost village in the ninja realm. Everyone had worked diligently during this mission, and all medical expenses for the injured over the next year would be covered by the Senju clan. We shall ensure their care, they assured the Hokage, well aware of his deep concern for his people. Although no ninjas perished, numerous were injured, and the combined costs of medical treatment and sustenance amounted to a significant burden. The Hokage's generous commitment to cover an entire year's expenses undoubtedly alleviated some of the clan's financial strain. After discussing future development plans for Konoha with the clan leaders, Hashirama rose to see off the head of the Uchiha clan. Opportunities for all the clan leaders to gather in one room are rare, and they capitalized on this occasion to forge connections with families they were less familiar with. Phew, this matter has reached a conclusion, Hashirama exhaled, relieved. He had been anxious about other nations potentially seizing the opportunity to cause trouble. However, it seems his concerns were unfounded, as no response had been forthcoming from other countries thus far. Brother, you still haven't told me what these white jade blocks are? Unlike others, Tobirama personally employed the sealing of the white jade, and the extraordinary sensation remains vivid in his memory to this day. On his way back, he occasionally fiddled with the piece of jade, attempting to uncover its underlying principles. Haha. No need to rush, he chuckled. It seems my younger brother's excitement over encountering new ninjutsu has yet to fade. Over the years, a myriad of ninjutsu had been developed, yet only a handful proved truly useful. It is perplexing how such remarkable talent could be misapplied. In response to his brother's persistent inquiries, Hashirama recounted the events of that fateful night when Uchiha Madara rebelled. What? Brother, do not jest. The progenitor of the Cloud clan would actually intervene to assist you? Tobirama gazed at his elder sibling with an expression of disbelief, struggling to accept Hashirama's words. Indeed, I have said it before. They acted because of the wind's influence in our village. Hashirama replied, exasperated. Seeing that his brother genuinely did not seem to be fabricating a story, Tobirama continued. So this piece of white jade was bestowed upon you by the ancestor of the Cloud clan, and they instructed you to capture tailed beasts to enhance your power? Hashirama nodded affirmatively, precisely. Tobirama squinted, stroking his chin. Then what was your initial intention, brother? Upon hearing this question, Hashirama's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Haha. What intention could I have? Of course, it was merely that. But who was Tobirama? He was Hashirama's younger brother, and Hashirama's demeanor clearly indicated he was concealing something. Surely you do not intend to capture tailed beasts to curry favor with others, do you? Tobirama inquired. Hashirama vigorously shook his head. How could that be possible? I would never do such a thing. Ah, caught red-handed. You truly did contemplate capturing tailed beasts to offer as gifts. I cannot fathom your reasoning. Not to say, brother, how could you possibly capture tailed beasts to give to other villages? Wouldn't that bolster our enemies? Hashirama, as the Hokage, was suddenly burdened with such an accusation and quickly countered. My intention was indeed misguided, but I have come to understand that strength is the foundation of peace. So let us put this matter to rest. After much effort, he finally clarified the situation, and Tobirama ceased to label his elder brother, the first Hokage, as a traitor. What a joyous occasion. Haha. Now, brother, let us hasten home. Leave a wooden clone here. Tobirama urged. I must visit Tsunade. I have brought her many gifts upon my return, but Tsunade is still quite young. Gifts won't amuse her. I have insisted. Let us depart quickly. Suddenly, Tobirama shouted, which instantly dampened Hashirama's spirits, stripping him of the dignity expected of an elder brother. Unable to resist his younger sibling, Hashirama reluctantly complied, for he had but one brother. He hastily tidied the disordered documents on the table and placed them in the drawer. However, the 9 white jade pieces used for sealing tailed beasts could not remain there. They must be taken home for constant vigilance by Mito. Although Mito's strength did not rival Tobarama's, she was the most adept at sealing techniques in the village. As Hashirama's trusted partner, he had immense faith in her abilities. To avoid drawing attention, he casually found an old cloth bag to stow away the sealing jade. The two then departed from the Hokage office and returned home. Meanwhile, upon just arriving at the clan's territory, Taku's first action was to rush to the room where the old hen resided to check if the crane egg had hatched. Before he could even push the door open, the sounds of chirping chicks filled the air from within the room. Filled with joy, Zhongqufeng pushed open the door and was delighted to discover two fluffy little cranes nestled beneath the hen. They were significantly larger than the chicks and appeared to be in robust health. It was unclear when they had hatched, and Zhongqufeng felt a pang of regret for having missed the initial moment. Nevertheless, the old hen seemed exceptionally adept at caring for her young, as both little cranes were snugly sheltered under her wings. Upon noticing Zhongqufeng's entrance, the hen immediately became alert, clucking protectively and drawing her chicks closer to her. Upon confirming that the little crane had successfully hatched and was in good health, Zhongqufeng decided not to intrude further. It seemed prudent to wait until the creature had grown before formalizing any contracts. Zhongqufeng also intended to purchase the hen from Aunt Cat, as she could be considered the mother of the two young cranes. As evening approached, Zhongqufeng had no intention of venturing outside. Instead, he rummaged through his home for something to satiate his hunger. After a modest dinner, the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the conclusion of the day. The following morning, Zhongqufeng rose early, even before the system's designated time. After fetching a generous handful of grains to feed the hen, he began to contemplate new techniques. While he possessed numerous ninjutsu for both groups and individuals, he realized he had very few large-scale destructive techniques. Moreover, the handful he did possess were merely inherited from the legacy of Cloud Release, rather than inventions of his own. Before retiring for the night, Zhongqufeng experienced a fleeting spark of inspiration, which compelled him to rise early the following morning, eager to bring his ideas to fruition. After a couple of hours, breathless and fatigued from the relentless expenditure of chakra, he finally paused. Fortunately, today his master had granted the team a day of respite from their usual training regimen. With a semblance of clarity regarding his new technique, Zhongqufeng took a moment to rest and nourish himself. He understood the importance of balance, recognizing that excessive training could be counterproductive. Today, he intended to seek out Chiri, as it had been several days since their last encounter. He was eager to share his recent experiences with her. Chiri had expressed considerable regret for her inability to participate in the tailed beast capture mission, a significant undertaking that had engaged nearly the entire village. Had it not been for the turmoil within her family the previous night, she would have certainly sought to contribute. However, that turmoil had forced her to reevaluate her own capabilities. During Zhongqufeng's absence on his mission, Chiri had diligently trained alongside Hashirama, making substantial progress due to her dedication and ambition. Although Hashirama was pleased with her advancements, he harbored concerns for her well-being, often instructing Mizuhito to prepare nutritious meals to bolster her strength. It was nearly noon when Zhongqufeng finally departed from his home. The timing was fortuitous, as it coincided with lunchtime, allowing him to enjoy a meal at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant with Chiri. "Zhongqufeng," Chiri exclaimed from a distance, leaping and waving her arms in an attempt to catch his attention. Taking advantage of the wind, he swiftly ran before Zhili and came to a steady halt. "It has been a while since we last met, Zhili. Indeed, if we count the days, it has been nearly a month since you ventured out, hasn't it?" Zhongqufeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Zhili had remarked. However, much of the time had been squandered on the journey, and the actual apprehension of the tailed beast was completed in merely a few hours. "Do tell me, are the tailed beasts formidable? What do they look like? Are they as described in the books?" Zhili's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly posed 3 questions to Zhongqufeng. "Patience, Zhili. Let us first dine, and we may converse over our meal." "Ah, indeed. Kage, then let us proceed." Observing Zhili's spirited demeanor, Zhongqufeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had previously feared that Zhili might feel disheartened for not participating in the mission, but it appeared his worries were unfounded. "Ah, is that not the god of wealth from the little shop?" the proprietor exclaimed upon seeing Zhongqufeng and Zhili enter, promptly approaching to greet them and guiding them to the most favorable spot in the establishment. Such generosity from the owner, Zhili remarked with a faint smile. "Shall we stick to the usual fare today?" the owner inquired tentatively. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongqufeng glanced at Zhili, who returned his gaze with an expression of affirmation. "Ah, as expected." The proprietor then boisterously called out, "Bring all the dishes for table 1. and follow up with 20 plates of meat. The surrounding patrons marveled at the prodigious appetite of the guests at table 1. Yet Zhongqufeng and Zhili appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such attention. What harm is there in indulging a bit more during a growth spurt? The onlookers, merely spectators, resumed their own activities upon noticing the two remained indifferent. The proprietor returned to the kitchen, urging the staff to expedite the service, lest they delay the feast of the god of wealth. Zhongqufeng, do share your tales with me. Seeing Zhili's enthusiasm still ablaze, Zhongqufeng recounted all his experiences from the journey, including their arrival at Gantian village and their stay at the Sambian household. Oh, a warrior. You say? I have yet to encounter one. Zhongqufeng waved his hand and remarked, it is said that most samurai today are merely half-hearted and easily defeated. Upon hearing this, Zhili pouted and replied, who knows, perhaps that Sambian could revive the samurai in the future? Do you hold him in such high regard? I am merely speculating. However, based on your description, this individual possesses commendable resolve. One can never be certain. Zhongqufeng refrained from adding further comments, merely appreciating Xi's commendable judgment. What shall we do next? Xi inquired while grilling meat. Let us pay a visit to Tsunade. I have a gift for her. Oh, I haven't prepared anything. Xi immediately grew flustered. It would indeed be rather inappropriate to visit the beloved granddaughter of her master empty-handed. Do not worry, I have taken care of that for you. Zhongqufeng retrieved a delicate wooden box from within his garments and placed it before Zhili. She picked it up and examined it closely, gently shaking it. What is this? How much does it cost? Can I afford it? You'll know once you open it. It's merely a trinket, worth perhaps around 1,000 taels, he replied. Zhili nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that 1,000 taels was indeed a trifling sum for her. What an air of mystery. Placing the box on the table, Zhili slowly lifted the lid. Instantly, a soft, warm green light illuminated her face. She felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if the soreness from her relentless training had vanished. The surrounding individuals were captivated by the radiant green glow, turning their heads in unison. Alarmed, Zhili hastily closed the lid once more. Chapter 69, A Gift. Zhongqufeng, what is this? Zhili whispered cautiously, wary of drawing attention. It is a family heirloom, said to possess the ability to ward off illness, he explained. Upon hearing this, Zhili promptly pushed the box back towards him. A family heirloom should not be gifted to others. That is out of the question. Zhongqufeng chuckled softly, remarking that this must have been crafted by an elder in the family, and there were many of them. If you like it, I can certainly give you one, he offered. Despite Zhongqufeng's assurances, Zhili remained somewhat skeptical. However, after a series of Zhongqufeng's persuasive entreaties, he ultimately accepted the box. Of course, this so-called heirloom was merely a fabrication conjured by Zhongqufeng to deceive Zhili. In truth, it was nothing more than a healing necklace obtained from the system store, costing 200 tranquility points each, with a duration of around 5 to 6 years. It could only provide basic recovery from minor injuries and help avert common ailments. Yet it was still considered quite valuable. The other onlookers, noticing the lull in activity at Zhongqufeng's side, resumed their meals, indifferent to the exchange. After settling accounts with Zhili, Zhongqufeng set off for the land of the Qinsho clan. The words of the barbecue shop owner, "Come again next time," resonated with a warmth that felt familiar. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at their destination. Both Takakaze and Haruki had visited multiple times, and thus the members of the Senju clan were quite familiar with them, greeting them with warmth and enthusiasm. After all, they were the apprentices of their clan leader, which made them akin to family. Master, Mistress, Lord Tobarama, we have arrived, they announced. Mistress Mito stepped outside to welcome Takakaze and Haruki, gesturing for them to enter the house. Ever since the arrival of her granddaughter, Mito had been perpetually smiling, her demeanor noticeably brighter. Master, is Tsunade at home? We have brought her gifts, they inquired. Before Mito could respond, a voice rang out from within. Why do you bring gifts like Tobarama? Just come as you are, Hashirama remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Since his brother returned from the land of hot water, he had been laden with gifts of all sorts. It wasn't just him. Other clan leaders had also sent an abundance of presents, leaving them with little space to accommodate them all. Come in quickly. No need to linger outside. Also, lend me a hand with tidying up, Hashirama called out. Upon hearing his voice, Takakaze and Haruki promptly removed their shoes and entered the house, while Mito followed with a gentle smile. As they pushed open the door, they beheld Tobarama holding little Tsunade, while Hashirama busily organized the scattered gifts around them. In a moment of confusion, it became difficult to discern who truly was the benevolent grandfather. Master, we are here to assist you. With that, The two began to help Hashirama tidy up the scattered belongings in the room. The pace of their collective efforts was significantly expedited. Before long, they had meticulously categorized and arranged all the gifts. At last, they completed the task. Hashirama collapsed onto the floor, wiping the sweat from his brow. In truth, he need not have endured such toil, as his curiosity had driven him to inspect the gifts bestowed upon Tsunade by the clan leaders. He had sat in that very room, unwrapping each present, resulting in a chaotic disarray throughout. It was only then that Mito reprimanded him, imposing the task of restoring order to the space. Upon his brother's arrival, he merely cradled young Tsunade, offering no assistance, and instead watched with an air of indifference. In that moment, Hashirama came to understand the warmth and chill of human relationships. It was clear that his two disciples were the ones he could truly rely upon. Elder brother, do not blame me. It is my sister-in-law who forbids me from helping you. Upon hearing this, Hashirama was poised to express his frustration, but was met with Mito's countenance, which radiated benevolence. Instantly, he adopted a serious demeanor. Ahem, the responsibility lies with me. Your refusal to assist is indeed justified. Only through this experience can I truly appreciate the challenges Mito faces, enabling me to care for her better in the future. Mito leaned against the doorframe, silently observing her husband perform his charade. She held no faith in the words Hashirama spoke. After all, she knew him better than anyone. When he was unreliable, he could be even more vexing than a child. Once everything is in order, feel free to converse. I shall prepare some fruit. As Mito exited, Hashirama slowly rose, muttering indistinctly to himself. His voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. Zhongqufeng and Zhili were both witnessing this side of Hashirama for the first time, feeling a sense of novelty. After all, Hashirama was typically imbued with an unparalleled dignity. Master, where is elder brother this morning? Why is he not here? Hashirama approached the table and seated himself, pouring a cup of tea. As he sipped, he remarked, he has gone to visit his father-in-law this morning and shall return after some time. Feeling a tinge of regret, Zhongqufeng lamented that it had been quite some time since he last saw brother Zhaojian, and he had hoped to meet him this time. Indeed, those who are married tend to be exceedingly busy. At that moment, Zhongqufeng produced an exquisitely crafted cloth doll from his sleeve, a trinket he had purchased in the land of hot water alongside Lord Fajian. Though it was not costly, it was a token of goodwill. As for why he did not exchange for one at the system store, naturally, it was a matter of frugality. Zhili had exchanged for a gift because he had not had time to prepare, whereas Zhongqufeng had already secured his, and thus had no need. Hashirama glanced at the doll, feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was identical to the one Fajian had gifted. Let's place it over there, so it can accompany Fajian's. Hashirama evidently harbored some resentment towards Fajian, but the latter chose to ignore it, wandering around with Tsunade in his arms. Master, Lord Fajian, I present to you the gift I have for Tsunade. As he spoke, Zhili retrieved a small box that Zhongqufeng had given her, placing it on the table. Oh, what is this? Zhili mimicked Zhongqufeng's tone, saying, you'll know once you open it. Hashirama took the box and opened it, reminiscent of their time at the barbecue shop. A radiant green light flickered, warming their very souls. Gradually, the glow became more subtle, allowing everyone to discern the nature of the object. It was a necklace. A delicately crafted necklace adorned with a pale green gemstone lay quietly within the box. Zhili meticulously described the necklace's functions as Zhongqufeng had instructed her. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's face lit up with joy. He deemed it the most practical gift imaginable. Children are prone to illness and accidents, and with this necklace, Tsunade would be well equipped to navigate a comforting childhood. His little princess must grow up healthy and happy. Anything she wished to learn, Hashirama would gladly teach her. This gift is splendid. Zhili's thoughtfulness is commendable, he remarked, clearly pleased. Zhili felt a twinge of embarrassment at the praise from her master and Lord Fajian, as the gift was not originally her own creation but rather a treasured heirloom of Zhongqufeng's. She cast an apologetic glance at him, only to be met with a smile. Zhongqufeng winked and reassured her, do not dwell on it. I merely stepped in this time. Next time, you should select a more exquisite gift. Chapter 70, The Distribution of Tailed Beasts in the 5 Kage Summit. Zhili nodded with a smile in response. Hashirama carefully took the necklace and adorned Tsunade's neck with it. The emerald continued to emit a gentle green glow, akin to fireflies. The still naive little Tsunade giggled, reaching out to grasp it, yet she could not manage to catch it. At that moment, Mito returned to the room, having cut up some fruit. Noticing everyone gathered around Tsunade, she approached them curiously. What is everyone doing? Mito spoke gently, Tobarama presented Tsunade before Mito, saying, "Sister-in-law, take a look. This necklace suits little Tsunade perfectly." Mito examined it closely and nodded in agreement. Tobarama explained the necklace's purpose to Mito, who appeared quite pleased. Subsequently, she held the emerald from the necklace and cast a sealing technique upon it. This would ensure the necklace's powers were more enduring, providing Tsunade with additional protection for a time. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "With Tobarama and me around, who would dare lay a finger on Tsunade? And we are here too." Kurama and Jiraiya chimed in unison. Mito embraced Kurama and Jiraiya, affectionately ruffling their hair. "You are all such good children." Fortunately, both the Senju and Uzumaki clans are known for their longevity. I believe I shall live to see Tsunade blossom into an exceptional kunoichi. Watching the spirited little Tsunade attempt to grasp the shimmering light, Mito couldn't help but smile. What kind of person will you ultimately become? I hope you don't inherit your grandfather's unfortunate gambling habit. After some lighthearted conversation, Kurama and Jiraiya took their leave from the Senju clan's residence. Having presented their gifts and fulfilled their purpose, there was no need for them to linger. After all, they could see their master every day. And with this rare day of rest, it was only natural to relax. Once Kurama and Jiraiya departed, the remaining three began discussing another topic. Tobarama gently placed Tsunade back in her cradle and then inquired, "Brother, how shall we arrange the 9-tailed beasts we have captured?" Hashirama pondered for a moment before revealing a hidden compartment in the wall, extracting 2 sealing white jade stones. "I have no need for tailed beasts myself, so I would like to distribute these 2 among you." He placed the white jade stones on the table, their surfaces intricately carved with the likenesses of the 9 tails and the 3 tails. Even though the 9 tails, the most formidable of the tailed beasts, was sealed within the jade. "We must remain vigilant." Hashirama looked earnestly at his wife. "Mito, as the princess of the Uzumaki clan, I feel assured handing it over to you." His concerns were not unfounded. They had yet to truly test their ability to control the tailed beast through the sealing jade. Should an unexpected situation arise, only Mito, skilled in sealing techniques, could contend with the chaos of the 9 tails within. "If you are unwilling, I shall not press you." Mito gazed at Hashirama with deep affection, caressing his face. "We are husband and wife. There is no need for further words." Hashirama nodded solemnly, feeling grateful for such a wife. "Tobarama, your proficiency in water style aligns most harmoniously with the 3 tails. It should significantly enhance your strength." Tobarama nodded and reached for the white jade block that sealed the 3 tails. Utilizing the power of a tailed beast would surely be a novel experience for him. Perhaps he could draw inspiration and insights regarding ninjutsu from it, thereby developing new techniques. As for the distribution of the remaining tailed beasts, had his elder brother formulated a plan? Indeed, he had. Subsequently, Hashirama elaborated on his thoughts in detail. "I intend to allocate the tailed beasts according to the strengths and bloodlines of our clan. The 1 tail shall be entrusted to the Shimura clan for the time being, as their proficiency in wind release aligns perfectly with its nature. The 2 tails will be assigned to the Uchiha clan, the 4 tails to the Sarutobi clan, the 5 tails to the Hyuga clan, while the 6 tails currently lacks a suitable candidate. The 7 tails will be given to the Oil Woman clan, and the 8 tails will be set aside for now." Upon hearing this, Tobarama nodded in agreement. His brother's allocations were entirely based on the expertise of each clan, devoid of any personal bias. The 2-tailed beasts that did not find a fitting match would simply await their future masters. Konoha was abundant in talent, so it would not be long before suitable candidates emerged. The following noon, Hashirama summoned the heads of the various clans to the Hokage's office, where Tobarama announced the tailed beast distribution plan. There were no objections, as each clan had received their due rewards upon returning to the village after completing their missions. Hashirama instructed the clan leaders to select individuals to merge with the tailed beasts, promising to personally review their choices. The clan heads had already considered potential candidates, mostly their exceptionally gifted descendants. With the matter settled, the clan leaders departed. "Perhaps you should also attempt to merge with a tailed beast. It seems quite extraordinary," Hashirama suggested. Tobarama had already fused with the white jade block containing the 3 tails the previous night. He now perceived the jade as an organ of his own body, controllable at will. However, the greater one's strength, the more tailed beast chakra one could manipulate. For a ninja of Tobarama's caliber, it felt akin to possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra. Should another ninja attempt the same, the enhancement may not be as significant. Nevertheless, as one continually grows, the ability to harness more tailed beast chakra would improve overall capacity. "It is unnecessary," The tailed beasts do not enhance my abilities, he remarked. In truth, Hashirama had contemplated providing a tailed beast to the Wind Country. Yet none of the 9 were suitable for them. He had inquired about their needs, but upon learning that they required none, he ceased further consideration. Have there been any developments in other countries? Tobarama glanced at the intelligence report in his hand and swiftly replied. The Land of Lightning has expressed strong protest and condemnation regarding our seizure of the 8 tails. Both the Land of Earth and the Land of Water have voiced their discontent, while the Land of Wind has remained notably silent. After a moment of contemplative silence, Hashirama anticipated the situation. The clandestine maneuvers of the Land of Lightning had always been numerous. Several spies had already been dispatched to Konoha and apprehended, yet Hashirama had previously chosen to disregard them. Delegating their resolution to Tobarama. Is it possible to contact the Kage of the other villages? I wish to convene a summit, Hashirama proposed. Tobarama, evidently caught off guard by his elder brother's request, pondered the notion of engaging in discussions with the Kage of the other 4 villages. However, the Hokage's command was unquestionable, and thus he acquiesced. Very well, I shall extend an invitation to the Kage of the other villages in your name. Hashirama nodded in agreement, feeling reassured by Tobarama's support, which alleviated some of his burdens. Let us set the date for 3 months hence. This will afford us ample time for preparation. Upon hearing this, Hashirama emphatically struck the table. Excellent. Inform them that they are to gather in Konoha for the inaugural 5 Kage Summit in 3 months. Chapter 71. The Assembly of Missions. Hashirama, invigorated by the prospect, reiterated his command with fervor. Excellent. Inform them that they are to gather in Konoha for the inaugural 5 Kage Summit in 3 months. Tobarama nodded, ensuring that his elder brother had no further matters to address before departing the office. Engaging in discussions with the Kage of the other ninja villages was a solemn affair, as it represented the collective authority of the 5 most formidable individuals in the world. Indeed, the very quintessence of dominion over the realm. Although the elder brother possesses overwhelming strength compared to the other 4 shadows, he should not be overly arrogant. It is essential to extend due respect to the other 4 shadows to avoid unnecessary conflicts. After drafting the letters to the other 4 villages, Tobarama entrusted them to Hashirama for review. Once Hashirama confirmed their accuracy, the letters were given to the village's ninjas to deliver to the other 4 villages. Although he had not yet decided who would undertake this task, it was imperative to finalize the decision within the next 2 days. The mission was not particularly difficult, as Konoha intended to convene the 5 Kage Summit with the goodwill of discussing peace. It was unlikely that any village would be foolish enough to harm the messenger. Once all these arrangements were made, Tobarama began to organize the venue for the 5 Kage Summit and the welcoming ceremony. It could be said that as soon as Hashirama issued a command, Tobarama became busily occupied. However, he never complained. He endeavored to execute any task that would benefit the village to the best of his ability. Simultaneously, while fulfilling each of Hashirama's directives, he contemplated the future of Konoha. Currently, the village was merely in its infancy, with both the ninja system and the educational system significantly underdeveloped. Tobarama had conceived an idea regarding these issues, though it was still nascent and required further refinement. Much like the development of ninjutsu, one must weigh the pros and cons and strike a balance between gains and losses. While wandering the streets, Takafumi encountered Sarutobi Hizashi and others. Since the execution of the mission to capture the 6 tails, nearly a month had passed. The unexpected reunion after such a long separation felt particularly warm. Hizashi, Danzo, Hyuko, it's been a while. What brings you here? Ah, it's Takafumi. It's truly been ages. Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed, immediately enveloping Takafumi in a hearty embrace. The days spent capturing the 8 tails had indeed been challenging, especially being so far from the village for the first time. Hizashi engaged Takafumi in lively conversation, but he failed to address the main point. Noticing Hizashi's digressions, Danzo interjected. We were hoping to see if there are any missions available. After 2 days of rest, we cannot afford to remain idle. Kyuko approached, ruffling Takafumi's hair. Indeed. We are all a bit restless. Would you like to join us in exploring? Having already received an invitation, Takafumi could not decline, especially since they frequently executed missions together, exhibiting a remarkable synergy. It was unfortunate that today Chiri was absent. Should we invite her? Takafumi suggested. Kyuko smiled slightly. Chiri mentioned to me that she would like to accompany us on the mission. Rest assured. Upon hearing such words from Jing, Zhongqufeng found little reason to deliberate further and decided to accompany Rizens and the others to the task acceptance location. Notably, 6 months prior, Tobarama had designated this place as the task assembly hall, overseen by esteemed ninjas within the village. This establishment rendered the entire process of task acceptance, submission, and remuneration significantly more professional. A dedicated building was constructed for this purpose, earning unanimous acclaim from the village ninjas. This enhanced professionalism in task management promised greater protection of the ninjas' interests, representing a considerable advancement for the village of Konoha. Everyone eagerly anticipated further actions from Lord Tobarama in the future. Upon arriving at the task assembly hall, Rizens immediately noticed a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, animatedly discussing various matters. "Are you going to take on a task?" one asked. "I'm a bit hesitant. It's quite far, and I fear I might not return." Another replied. "Me too. My child has just been born. Perhaps we should choose safer tasks," said another. "Relax. If we lack the ability, let the stronger ones handle it. We should focus on what we can manage." Intrigued by the lively discourse, Rizens, like a nimble monkey, weaved through the throng until he reached the front row. "Wow, this is truly remarkable," Rizens exclaimed in awe. A familiar ninja next to him remarked, "Rizens, why don't you take it?" There seemed to be only 3 left. Hearing that only 3 tasks remained, Rizens was eager to accept one. However, considering his teammates, he refrained from making a hasty decision and gradually retreated to join them. Seeing Rizens return with a hint of hesitation on his face, Danzo inquired, "What is the matter, Rizens? What are they all discussing?" "The Hokage is convening a summit of the 5 Kage, and they require ninjas to deliver messages to the other villages," Rizens replied. The gravity of this announcement astonished everyone. They had not anticipated such a significant matter. "This task must surely be classified as S rank, right? I would love to participate, but it depends on your willingness." "Absolutely. Let us go." Rizens' words prompted an enthusiastic chorus of agreement from the group. This is the first summit of the 5 Kage in history. By accepting this task, we too shall be part of it, Kobayashi remarked. "You're right. Such an important mission is one we must undertake." Rizens was pleasantly surprised that his companions shared his sentiments. He had thought they might be reluctant to journey far so soon after their recent mission to capture the tailed beasts. It seemed his companions were indeed exceptional. "What are we waiting for? Let us accept the task before it's gone." Danzo reminded them with a hint of urgency, hoping Rizens wouldn't falter. Oh. In an instant, Sarutobi Hizashi rushed to the task acceptance area. As everyone was engrossed in the information displayed on the bulletin board, the queue was surprisingly short. "Sir, I wish to undertake the mission of delivering a letter for the 5 Kage Summit." Upon recognizing Hizashi, the middle-aged ninja nodded in acknowledgement. Had it been another ninja, they would certainly have reviewed past task experiences given the significance of the assignment. However, who in the village was unfamiliar with the esteemed disciple of Lord Tobarama? Hizashi had garnered considerable respect within the village, standing as a pillar of the new generation of ninjas. "You've arrived a bit late. Currently, there is only one task available, which is to the Land of Wind," the middle-aged ninja continued. "Due to geographical constraints, few are eager to venture there, so it remains unclaimed. Will you accept it?" "Yes, absolutely," Hizashi responded without a moment's hesitation. "This is the inaugural 5 Kage Summit. If I miss this opportunity, it will be lost forever. It's merely the Land of Wind. It's nothing to fret about." Chapter 72, Delivering the Letter to the Land of Wind. This is the inaugural 5 Kage Summit. If I miss this opportunity, it will be lost forever. It's merely the Land of Wind. It's nothing to fret about. After completing the necessary procedures, the mission to deliver the letter to the Land of Wind was entrusted to Sarutobi Hizashi's team. However, the letter had to be collected from Tobarama first. Returning to his companions, Hizashi waved the mission certificate in his hand. "Ha! I snagged the last task." Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of his teammates, who had earlier been concerned about the possibility of having all tasks snatched away. "What country is it?" asked Koharu eagerly. Hizashi scratched his head. "It's the Land of Wind. We arrived a bit late." Upon learning it was the Land of Wind, no one appeared particularly surprised, as it had been a consideration. The Land of Wind, despite its harsh environment, was not particularly daunting. The Land of Wind is just the Land of Wind. Think of it as a desert excursion. Akimichi Torafu chimed in while munching on snacks. Torafu was not one to dwell on matters excessively. He would go wherever the group went. Koharu merely complained about getting sunburned again, without further comment. Overall, the group was quite satisfied. As anticipated, this mission was yet another S-rank task. Ding! Task detected. 5 Kage Summit. Delivering the letter to the land of wind. Task level S. With a heart brimming with joy, Zhongqufeng deemed this S-rank mission as a serendipitous gift. Upon completion, it would add a substantial amount to his tranquility points. Currently, his tranquility points stood at 21,900, which was quite sufficient. After a thorough discussion, the group formulated a preliminary plan for their upcoming journey to the land of wind, recognizing the likelihood of unexpected events along the way. And thus they aimed to prepare accordingly to avoid any chaotic situations. Once their deliberations concluded, Risen spoke up. Let us first retrieve the letter from the teacher. Indeed, the teacher should be in the office, came the consensus. The group then made their way to the Hokage's office to collect the letter they were to deliver, while also hoping to glean the teacher's perspective on their mission. Upon reaching the office door, they knocked and entered. Both Hashirama and Tobarama were present, and upon seeing the children, they momentarily set aside their tasks. What brings you here, children? Asked Hashirama. Lord Hokage, we have accepted the task of delivering a letter to the land of wind and have come to collect it from the teacher, Risen replied. Hearing this, Hashirama's face glowed with satisfaction. Excellent. Youngsters must gain experience. It is essential for becoming pillars of our community. Tobarama, equally pleased, smiled as he retrieved a delicate wooden box from his robes and handed it to Risen, gently patting him on the shoulder. Inside is the letter for the wind shadow. Handle it with care. Risen flashed a confident smile. Rest assured, teacher, we are no longer children. At this remark, both Hashirama and Tobarama paused momentarily. Indeed, they were no longer children, they had become the very backbone of their community. Yet, every time Tobarama looked at Risen, he was reminded of that mischievous little monkey who would climb trees at the slightest opportunity. You are the future of Konoha. Give it your all. The group nodded in agreement, their smiles reflecting the teacher's affirmation of their growth. They had been training under his guidance for nearly a decade, arduous and exhausting, yet immensely rewarding. Zhongqufeng, are you joining us? Hashirama inquired, tilting his head. There's nothing pressing at the moment, and since I ran into Brother Risen, I thought I'd accompany him. Zhongqufeng replied. Hashirama sighed in response. Well, it goes without saying that Chiri will surely tag along as well. Why are you all so eager to venture out? You are still just children. At times, Hashirama could not help but acknowledge that Zhongqufeng surpassed many of the village's ninjas in strength. He never had to worry about Zhongqufeng when it came to missions. Yet, he was merely a 7-year-old child. Where had he been at that age? Most likely playing in the mud. The comparisons were disheartening. If Zhongqufeng continued to grow at this pace, he might soon surpass him. However, this was also a source of joy for Hashirama. What master would not wish to see their disciple exceed them? All right, do as you will. When do you plan to depart? Looking towards Sarutobi Hizashi, who was the captain, Kaifeng realized he could not decide the departure time for the squad. Hizashi understood and promptly stated, Our plan is to depart the day after tomorrow in the morning, taking the route we previously used to eliminate the bandits, heading straight to the land of wind. Hashirama pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, that route should be familiar to you. Hizashi briefly shared his plan with Hashirama and Tobarama, hoping that the two esteemed leaders would offer their insights. Thus, the group lingered in the office for a while longer. And as Hashirama and Tobarama finished their discussion, the sky gradually darkened. Haha, we've talked quite a bit today. You should head back now. Hashirama and Tobarama have always placed great importance on the safety of these young ninjas. For previously challenging missions, powerful ninjas would accompany them. However, this time they would be on their own, prompting the two to express a bit of concern, akin to parents worrying if their children are dressed warmly enough. Well then, Lord Hashirama, Sensei, we shall take our leave, Hizashi said. Sensei, I will also be returning, Tobarama added. Hashirama waved his hand, indicating they could depart. Only then did they leave the Hokage building. Sensei really is quite worried about us, Hizashi mused. After all, this is our first time undertaking an S-rank mission without anyone accompanying us. Since they had successfully accepted the mission, he decided to inform Chiri, who he imagined was still waiting eagerly. Kagami suddenly spoke up, wanting to gauge the sentiments of his companions regarding whether to include Chiri in this mission. It's true that this task is classified as S-rank due to its significance, but it should not pose much difficulty, so there is no need for excessive concern. Since Hizashi had already voiced his thoughts, the others naturally had no objections, recognizing Chiri's growth over the past year. If there were any real concerns about her slowing them down, they would not have allowed her to come. Then let us all disperse, return home, and rest well for the day, they agreed, nodding before each departing. Once again embarking on a long-distance mission, Kaifeng vowed to bring enough provisions this time. He would absolutely avoid relying on military rations. Consequently, he began to scour the streets for dried meats and other long-lasting food items. As this journey to the Land of Wind could potentially take some time, anticipating that others would also want to partake in the food, Kaifeng decided to buy a portion for each person, storing it within his ring. Satisfied with the ring full of provisions, he returned home. After having a meal and tidying up, he took a moment to check on the condition of the two little cranes, and by the time he finished, night had fallen. As the wind began to settle, Zhongqufeng lay on his bed and succumbed to slumber. He eagerly anticipated his journey to the Land of Wind the following day. Chapter 73, Departure. Sunagakure, Land of Wind. With the dawn of the next day, Zhongqufeng rose early. Completing his morning rituals and donning the attire of a Konoha ninja along with his forehead protector. After partaking in breakfast, he checked the provisions within his spatial ring, ensuring that he had ample supplies. Satisfied that everything was in order, he felt a sense of relief. Regarding the potential exposure of the spatial ring, Zhongqufeng had devised a strategy. He had been diligently practicing space ninjutsu with Tobarama over the past few days. Should his companions inquire, he could simply claim that it was an unintended result of his training in ninjutsu, unaware of how to replicate it. Given that he was embarking on a journey, he entrusted his two little cranes and the hen to Aunt Kato for care. Notably, Zhongqufeng had purchased the hen just yesterday, officially integrating her into the Yuzukuni clan. Although Kato Mamiko initially hesitated to accept payment for merely a chicken, Zhongqufeng's resolute demeanor compelled her to acquiesce. As he made his way to the village gate, he estimated that it was nearly time for their agreed-upon assembly. From a distance, he spotted Saratobi Hizashi and Danzo, two inseparable companions. Hizashi appeared to be in high spirits, a broad smile adorning his face. "Hey, Zhongqufeng, you're up early." "Good morning, Hizashi and I, Danzo and I," Zhongqufeng replied cheerfully. Danzo also greeted Zhongqufeng with a morning salutation, but then fell silent, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhongqufeng did not mind, for he had been acquainted with the character of Danzo for a year. "Brother Hizashi, you seem quite pleased. Is there some good news?" Zhongqufeng inquired. "Hiki." Upon hearing Zhongqufeng's question, Saratobi Hizashi immediately retrieved a small bento box from his ninja gear. "Look. This is the bento that Lake Biwa prepared for me. Quite delightful, isn't it?" Only then did Zhongqufeng comprehend the situation, after much deliberation. His progress in courting People Lake had finally seen a slight improvement. He recalled a year ago when Saratobi Hizashi had approached him, requesting a crystal to present to People Lake, yet here they were, still unable to secure her affections. Indeed, there was merit in their endeavors, but dear Hizashi, might I suggest that your pace is rather languid? Saratobi Hizashi, with a finger brushing against his nose, retorted, "What do you understand? I simply refuse to rush into a romantic entanglement." He spoke with such earnestness that, had Zhongqufeng not known him to be a notorious lecher, he might have been swayed by his words. At that moment, Danzo could no longer contain himself. "Come now, Hizashi. Had you not been caught peeping at the ladies' bath by People Lake, you might have already succeeded." Before Danzo could finish his sentence, Saratobi Hizashi swiftly covered his mouth, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he insisted, "You didn't hear anything." Deep down, he couldn't help but curse Danzo for his loose lips. Why must he divulge every matter? He regretted ever asking how to win People Lake's affection. Zhongqufeng gestured for silence with a hand, signifying his intention to keep a secret. After all, the incident of the young clan leader from the Saratobi family peeping at the women's bathhouse was indeed quite disgraceful. Amidst the playful banter among the three, Xiaochun, Yin, Chiodao, as well as Jing and Jili, arrived. "What are you doing, Rijan, under broad daylight?" Xiaochun immediately criticized Rijan's behavior upon their meeting. Only then did Rijan release his hand from covering Danzo, saying, "It's nothing. You haven't seen anything." Xiaochun expressed her helplessness. "Zhongqufeng, you arrived quite early," Jili remarked as he approached. He had merely intended to join everyone in executing a task. The night before, when her brother returned, he informed her that this mission involved delivering a message to Sunagakure in the Land of Wind. It was a matter of great significance concerning the 5 Kage summit, and she had been so excited that she hardly slept that night. Even now, she felt slightly disoriented, which made her appear rather exuberant. "I am accustomed to it. I usually rise around this time every day," Jili said with a sweet smile. "We get to undertake a mission together again. This is my very first S-rank mission, and such a momentous one at that. I must present my utmost effort." Observing Jili's confidence filled Zhongqufeng with joy. Jilly was not a pessimistic girl by nature. The regret of missing the last tailed beast capture had transformed into motivation, leading to her significant improvement. It seemed that this journey to the land of wind would allow her to truly shine. Now that everyone is present, if there are no other matters to attend to, shall we set off? Everyone had settled their personal matters yesterday and was ready to embark at any moment. With a commanding call from Risen, the entire team departed the village, heading towards the land of wind. The path they traversed had been walked a year prior, and the passage of time had not altered the terrain, allowing for a considerably swifter journey. As they walked, Risen discussed strategies for handling unexpected situations. Leading the way were Risen and Danzo, with Kage and Chiri flanking the sides, while In, Q, and Akimichi brought up the rear, and Kokono, as the medical ninja, occupied a central position within the group. Although Kokono's water-based ninjutsu was formidable, any misfortune befalling a medical ninja could prove catastrophic for the entire team. Fortunately, they encountered no unwise individuals along the way. Perhaps due to the numerous missions they had undertaken over the past year, most bandits had been eliminated. The Land of Fire was now remarkably peaceful, devoid of external threats or internal strife, with the nation experiencing a phase of flourishing development. As dusk approached, the group arrived once more at the small village they had visited a year ago. This mission allowed for a more leisurely timeline, so they decided to rest for the night. This might well be their last opportunity for a comfortable night's sleep. As they were expected to reach the borders of the Land of Wind the following day, an area characterized by swirling sands, far from comfortable. It seemed that the proprietor of the inn had changed. Upon inquiry, they learned it was the son of the previous elderly owner. The former proprietor had retired due to age and poor health, opting to spend his remaining years at home, with no familiar faces remaining. Risen and his companions refrained from further conversation, securing a few pleasant rooms for the night and indulging in a relaxing soak in the hot springs. Though the day had not been excessively tiresome, it had still left them somewhat fatigued, and the bath alleviated much of that weariness. The following morning, after settling their expenses, Risen and the others resumed their journey towards the Land of Wind. This time, they resolved to increase their pace, aiming to reach the borders of the Land of Wind by nightfall. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at the valley where they had previously vanquished the bandits. The ruins were now overrun with weeds and saplings, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. With no time for sentimentality, they pressed on, circumventing the valley, and a short distance ahead lay the entrance to the Land of Wind. They remained vigilant, aware that they were about to enter a foreign territory, uncertain of the presence of rogue ninjas. Chapter 74. Encounter with a rogue ninja. Everyone remained on high alert, as they were about to enter another nation, uncertain of whether rogue ninjas would be present. With a sharp command from the leader, the group immediately heightened their vigilance, alert to their surroundings. As they traversed the valley, the sandstorms intensified and the trees dwindled in number. The Land of the Wind country was barren, predominantly covered in yellow sand, with scarcely any arable land. Water sources were also scarce, primarily emerging from oases. Surviving in such a resource-deprived nation was undeniably a formidable challenge. "There's something ahead," Miru whispered to his companions. "Behind that massive rock, there are chakra life forms, likely ninjas." His voice was barely audible, intended solely for his teammates. Among them was a ninja possessing the Sharingan, which undoubtedly would alleviate some of their troubles. However, the group did not take any immediate action but continued onward. Just as they were about to enter the enemy's attack range, Tenzu swiftly performed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp blade of wind erupted from his mouth, effortlessly slicing through the massive rock, along with the ninjas hiding behind it. The wind blade was remarkably fine, even though it cleaved the rock. It did not cause it to collapse. As the group advanced to the rear of the rock, they discovered 2 headless corpses, blood spraying in all directions, with the heads nowhere in sight. Yet, none of the members displayed any signs of discomfort. They had witnessed such gruesome scenes far too often, having encountered even more horrific sights before. This was merely childish play in comparison. "They don't appear to be from Sunagakure," remarked Nikon, as they lack headbands and traditional ninja attire. Tenzu nodded in agreement. "They are likely rogue ninjas." Rogue ninjas existed in every country, but they were most prevalent in the Wind Country. The villages were so impoverished that even arduous labor yielded meager earnings, making it impossible to support a family. Some of these wild and undisciplined ninjas, unwilling to endure such indignities, resorted to desperate measures, ambushing passers-by along the borders. If fortune smiled upon them and they encountered a wealthy merchant, A single successful raid could suffice for a lifetime of sustenance. Unfortunately for these two, they had encountered Kif and his team. These two were feeble, though it remained uncertain whether stronger adversaries lurked behind them. In response to Kif's inquiry, Tenzu continued his analysis. It is likely there will be more. Such weak ninjas are often sent to deplete the enemy's stamina. He added, however, it cannot be ruled out that they are merely two foolish individuals willing to risk their lives for money. Zhongqufeng waved his hand dismissively, feeling no pity for such individuals. Engaging in perilous endeavors like dancing on the edge of a blade necessitates a vigilant awareness of potential repercussions. Enough, he declared, urging the group to press onward with heightened alertness. The company lingered only briefly before departing, continuing their journey toward the land of wind. Approximately an hour later, the trees had vanished, leaving behind an expanse of endless golden sands. The sun scorched the earth, transforming the entire desert into a colossal furnace, relentlessly baking Zhongqufeng and his companions. Brother Rijan, how much longer until we reach the village of Sandhidden? Rijan pulled out a map and examined it closely. We can expect to arrive in roughly a day and a half. However, since this is our first visit, it is prudent to estimate 2 days for safety. Zhongqufeng nodded slightly, having underestimated the formidable power of the desert. Today's sun was particularly merciless. Were it not for the ample provisions of food and water stored within his spatial ring, the group would have surely succumbed. All the exquisite bento from Peepa Lake and high-grade military rations would be rendered futile without water. The water they had prepared at the village had long since been consumed on the journey, leaving everyone parched and dry-throated. Noticing the poor condition of his companions, Zhongqufeng waved his hand and conjured barrels upon barrels of water. The sight intrigued the onlookers, filling them with curiosity. Subsequently, Zhongqufeng presented the explanation he had prepared in advance, and the group, without excessive skepticism, accepted it. He then utilized ice techniques to create ice cubes, tossing them into the water, which chilled it and aided in their rapid cooling. After this series of actions, his companions were sufficiently nourished and had nearly regained their vigor, shedding their earlier pallor. One could hardly fathom how the Oil Woman clan managed to engage in combat against the One-Tail in such a desert. With renewed spirits, Risen began to voice his complaints, questioning how long they had been in the Wind Country and expressing his impatience. All right, now that we've rested, let us hasten our journey and not waste any more time. Under Xiaochun's urging, Risen reluctantly rose to continue onward. At that moment, Zhongqufeng began to swiftly form hand seals, cloud technique, cloud garment. The wind gathered and expelled a large mass of cloud, transforming it into garments resembling capes, which flew before everyone. They donned the attire, and it significantly improved their comfort. At that moment, they recalled how the mist from the wind had enveloped them, providing a refreshing chill. They quickly adorned the clothing made of white clouds, which felt as soft as cotton but retained a coolness. Once clothed, a wave of comfort washed over them, revitalizing their spirits. Once again they felt invigorated. The wind's reliability shone through, unlike certain individuals. In response to Xiaochun's subtle jabs, Risen chose to remain indifferent. As long as I possess no morals, you cannot hope to coerce me. Enough. Let us continue our journey. With the cloud garments, their speed increased considerably, unimpeded by the sun's rays. The longevity of the garments relied entirely on the chakra of the wind, consuming only a third of a card's worth of chakra over a full day. Fire release, great fireball technique. Jing and Jilly unleashed their ninjutsu towards a distant sand dune. The two fireballs fused into an immense fireball, crashing onto the dune and igniting a violent explosion. Instantly, shadowy figures emerged from the sand dune, surrounding the group. Risen quickly noticed a scratch on the forehead protector of one, a mark of a rogue ninja. Rogue ninjas from Sunagakure? Danzo remarked coolly. You are from Konoha. Have you come to incite war in the land of wind? The leading ninja bellowed at them. No need for idle chatter. Kill them. Danzo's tone was frigid, clearly considering it a waste of breath to converse with such fools. Swiftly, he launched an attack on the leading ninja, with Risen following suit. Thus began the battle. Ice release. Ice assault. The wind struck the ground, sending a barrage of sharp ice spikes toward the enemy. The opponent, evidently unaccustomed to such ninjutsu, faltered momentarily. Wind release. Wind break. The adversary wielded a fan, unleashing a powerful gust that dispersed the ice spikes. However, the wind also stirred up sand and dust, drastically reducing visibility. At that moment, a massive crystalline serpent surged forth from the swirling dust, ensnaring him tightly. Crystal release. Shining crystal, strangling formation. Surrounding the ground, countless crystalline spikes erupted, piercing through his limbs and binding him firmly in place. The crystalline serpent coiled around him, tightening its grip. His complexion darkened to a purplish hue. And while his comrades attempted to rescue him, they were thwarted by Risen and his companions, rendered powerless. With a sickening crack, his head drooped lifelessly, devoid of any vitality. After eliminating that foe, the wind immediately rushed to assist Zhili, only to discover that he had already vanquished the enemy. Zhili turned to him, flashing a radiant smile. With a subtle glance, Qifeng signaled Zhili to launch an assault against the rogue shinobi leader of Sunagakure. Zhili nodded slightly, swiftly drawing his long blade to strike. Wind release. Wind pressure. The rogue leader unleashed a powerful tempest from his mouth, causing the surrounding sand to hinder their movements considerably. Ice release. Ice wall. Qifeng struck the ground with his hand, summoning a colossal ice wall that effectively shielded them from the raging sandstorm. Although he could have employed earth release, he wished to experiment with his ninjutsu instead. Such opportunities rarely arose, and today fate had presented him with a few sandbags. Ice release, eternal freeze ring. Suddenly, Qifeng unleashed a tremendous surge of chakra, and with a forceful stomp upon the ground, a brilliant blue and white aura rapidly spread from his feet. In an instant, everything in its path was encased in frost and snow. A vast expanse of sand dunes became blanketed in ice, resembling a majestic snow-capped mountain from afar. The rogue ninjas from Sunagakure who had attacked Qifeng and his companions were transformed into exquisite ice sculptures, forever frozen in their final moments. Conversely, Rizeo and his allies remained unscathed, even feeling a refreshing chill in the air. As Saratobi Rizeo took a step forward, he inadvertently slipped, nearly losing his balance. Qifeng, your ice release is truly remarkable, an artifact of the desert. Qifeng remained silent. While Zhili prodded the frozen body of the traitorous ninja, are we just going to leave the corpse here? The wind swayed gently as Qufeng shook his head, reminding himself that a ninja ought to leave no trace in their endeavors. He began to form hand seals, invoking the technique of wind release, wind thousand needles. A dense sphere of wind erupted from his mouth, subsequently bursting apart to generate a multitude of wind needles. The ice-encased corpses were exceedingly fragile, and each needle that pierced them left behind a gaping hole. Before long, nothing remained in the vicinity. To ensure thoroughness, Zhili spat a mouthful of fire onto the ground, allowing everyone to depart with ease. Having barely arrived in the land of wind, they were already confronted by rogue ninjas, an indication of the tumultuous times. However, for Qufeng and his companions, this was a mere trifling encounter. The team comprised entirely of Jonin and elite Jonin, with the exception of Zhili. As long as no Kage-level adversary approached, they had little to fear. According to the map, they were drawing ever closer to Sunagakure. At their current pace, they anticipated reaching the village within 2 days. It was worth noting that they had yet to visit any other ninja villages and were curious about the differences from Konoha. It was likely that the distinctions were minimal, as most ninja villages were established in emulation of Konoha, and given that only a few years had passed, it would be challenging to encounter anything particularly novel. As they continued their journey, they encountered little in the way of significant threats, aside from the occasional wandering rogue ninja. Fortunately, their fortune held through the night, as they stumbled upon an oasis, an ideal place to rest. The temperature fluctuations in the desert nights could be severe, potentially leading to illness. Thankfully, before their departure, Rijan had inquired about coping strategies, and they managed to pass the night without incident. At dawn on the following day, the group set forth once more. At Rijan's urging, they quickened their pace, hoping to reach Sunagakure by afternoon. After nearly half a day of rapid travel, a valley-like formation appeared on the distant horizon. Look, that must be it. Let us hasten our steps. Rijan encouraged his companions. With their stamina still robust, they pushed forward, their excitement mounting as they closed the distance to the valley, which they were now certain was Sunagakure, exactly as Lord Hashirama had described, to withstand the desert storms and swirling sands. The village had erected towering sand barriers, marking the unique emblem of Sunagakure. When they were merely 1,000 meters from the village, the group slowed their pace to catch their breath, mindful to avoid displaying any superiority towards the inhabitants of other villages and to steer clear of unnecessary trouble. Sunslash repeatedly advised his companions that venturing outside the village is unlike staying within its confines. It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Everyone understood this principle well. Before they could reach the village gates, a ninja emerged from the shadows, hurling shuriken that landed at Sunslash's feet, indicating that further movement would invite an attack. It seemed the assailants were aware that Sun Slash and his companions were from the Hidden Leaf Village, hence the warning. "We are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, sent by Lord Hokage to invite Lord Gaara to attend the 5 Kage Summit," he declared. A voice echoed from the shadows, questioning their legitimacy. In response, Sun Slash retrieved a letter drafted by Tobirama, penned in the original by Hashirama himself, although it was merely a copy. A sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying the letter from his grasp, yet Sun Slash made no effort to pursue it. Moments later, a group of Sand Village ninjas materialized from the swirling sands, encircling Sun Slash and his companions. Among them, a young man stepped forward, clearly the leader, holding the blown-away letter in his hand. "I am Aobozu, a Jonin of the Sand Village. Please follow me," he stated, turning to lead the contingent back to the village. Sun Slash and his team immediately followed, successfully entering the Sand Village, thus completing half of their mission without conflict, which delighted everyone who relishes constant strife. It is preferable to resolve matters through dialogue rather than combat. As Sun Slash's group approached the Sand Village entrance, they finally grasped the true thickness of the defensive walls, tenfold thicker than the previous meager valley, and traversing through them took considerable time. As esteemed guests from afar, "I shall arrange accommodations for you to rest," Aobozu announced, his tone warm and inviting, almost as if they were old acquaintances. "When shall we meet Lord Gaara?" Sun Slash inquired. Aobozu smiled gently. "You will be arranged to meet Lord Gaara tomorrow. Please be patient." Sun Slash understood and refrained from pressing further, as haste would only appear impolite and tarnish the image of the Hidden Leaf Village. Having finally crossed the Sand Village's defensive walls, they were presented with the village's full visage. The architecture appeared as though it had been constructed from sand itself, resembling peculiar little dunes. Aobozu turned to Sun Slash and his companions, saying, "Esteemed guests from the Hidden Leaf Village, welcome to the Sand Ninja Village." The group expressed their gratitude and continued to follow Aobozu through the village, while the large contingent of ninjas that had accompanied them earlier had vanished. After all, they had entered the heart of the enemy's territory. What fear could they harbor now? The wind swept across the village, revealing a layout reminiscent of the Hidden Leaf Village. At its heart likely stood the office of the Wind Shadow. The residences were scattered throughout, and the pedestrians on the streets all bore sun-kissed brown skin, a testament to years of exposure to the relentless sun. The inhabitants, regardless of gender, donned long robes and scarves, their attire quite rudimentary. In comparison to the Hidden Leaf, one might even deem it unattractive. However, one could argue that wearing fine clothing here would be futile, as the relentless sandstorms would soon wear down any semblance of style. The customs developed over generations by the desert dwellers to coexist with the sandstorms are undoubtedly the most practical. Kakashi led the group, including Hisashi, to a relatively exquisite small building. "This is the accommodation for our esteemed guests. Please take a moment to rest before the Wind Shadow summons you tomorrow," he instructed before departing. Upon entering, the group was greeted by a remarkably tidy and elegant interior, distinctly different from the architectural style of the Hidden Leaf. The building exuded an air of exotic charm, with numerous clean and orderly rooms, just as Kakashi had indicated, intended for hosting distinguished visitors. However, a minor drawback was that, despite the presence of bathing facilities, there was no water. The group understood, of course, in the desert, even drinking water was scarce, let alone the luxury of bathing. The young men were not particularly concerned, as long as they had shelter. However, Hinata and Chizuru meticulously examined every detail of the room, finding it all quite fascinating. "What do you think the Wind Shadow is like?" Hisashi suddenly inquired without preamble. Hearing his question, Hinata replied promptly, "Why should we care? We're not here to follow his orders. We merely came to deliver a message." "I was just curious, since we have some free time," Hisashi retorted. After a moment of contemplation, Tens remarked, "To establish a village and govern it so effectively is no small feat. However," he added, "when compared to Lord Hokage, the difference is like heaven and earth." The acknowledgement of the truth in the words spoken by the first Wind Shadow was not misplaced. In comparison to the initial generations of shadows from other villages, it could be surmised that my master could easily crush one with a mere finger. When it comes to the shadows of Sunagakure, few of them truly stand out. The first Wind Shadow, during the 5 Kage Summit, relinquished the tailed beasts in exchange for a substantial sum of wealth and a generous expanse of land from Hashirama. Remarkably, Hashirama acquiesced to his request. However, it seems that due to lax management, the village eventually became independent and transformed into the Land of Rivers. The second, with the invention of the puppet technique, provided Sunagakure with a foundation to stand upon, finally granting them a hidden skill worthy of note. The third and fourth wind shadows, however, were the most outrageous. The third sent the parents of Sasori to ambush Konoha, only for them to be slain by Tsukumo Hatake. In a twist of fate, Sasori, upon maturing, stealthily took his revenge on the third, turning his corpse into a figurine. The fourth, who happened to be Gar's father, colluded with Orochimaru in a scheme to bring about the downfall of Konoha, resulting in his own demise at Orochimaru's hands. It is no wonder that Sunagakure is regarded as the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages. With such flawed leadership, how could the village possibly thrive? Kohara stretched languidly, remarking that once they delivered the letter to the Wind Shadow the next day, they would be able to return to their village. These past few days had been utterly exhausting. Everyone shared in the sentiment. Traveling to the Land of Wind proved far more taxing than capturing tailed beasts. Yet, the thought of having participated in the historic First 5 Kage Summit rekindled their spirits, allowing them to cast aside all weariness. As the Wind and his companions contemplated a leisurely stroll, they were weighed down by the unfamiliarity of their surroundings. The prospect of losing their way was undeniably embarrassing. After all, a ninja from Konoha wandering aimlessly in Sunagakure would be too conspicuous. It was best to maintain a low profile. Thus, they remained together, deliberating on their upcoming audience with the Kage and strategizing on how to handle any unforeseen events. This continued until nightfall, when they finally retreated to their quarters for rest. Remarkably, the adobe structure provided commendable insulation, ensuring a comfortable night's sleep devoid of the chill. On the following day, as noon approached, the esteemed arrived at the modest abode where Saratobi Hizashi and his party were resting. He gently rapped on the door thrice and announced, "Guest from Konoha. The Kage request your presence." A response from Saratobi Hizashi echoed from within, prompting to patiently await outside. Before long, the group was fully attired. Hizashi opened the door and nodded to, "Please, lead us." Following, they made their way to the central edifice of the village. Notably, during the previous night, the Wind had successfully unlocked character card, earning a reward of 500 tranquility points. It remained uncertain how many tranquility points the first Kazekage, Redo, could bestow upon him. By this time, Redo would likely have wed Chiyo, perhaps presenting an opportunity to unlock her character card as well. Under his guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the Kazekage Tower, approached the sentinels stationed at the entrance and articulated their purpose. Upon learning of their intent to meet the Kazekage, the guards promptly escorted them inside. Once within, they discovered that, despite its imposing exterior, the Kazekage Tower's interior space was merely half that of the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the office on the top floor, knocked on the door. "Kazekage, the guests from Konoha have arrived. Come in," a deep, resonant voice beckoned from within. Promptly opened the door, and the others followed suit. Entering the office, as the wind rustled, I looked up to confirm that it was indeed the Wind Shadow, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that depicted in the anime. Behind her stood a woman with short hair styled in a bun, clad in a flowing gray-black robe, her face adorned with a subtle smile. "We have met Lord Wind Shadow," said Ryzen and the others, offering a slight bow rather than a grand gesture of respect, mindful that she was a leader from another village. Seeing Ryzen and the others enter, Redo immediately broke into a warm smile. "Welcome to the Sand Village. Did you find your stay last night to your liking?" Ryzen returned the smile, expressing his gratitude. "I must thank you, Lord Wind Shadow. I rested quite well." "Oh, that is splendid to hear. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Please, elaborate on your intentions," Redo urged. Upon hearing this, Ryzen proceeded to elucidate the Hokage's desire to convene a meeting of the 5 shadows to discuss peace. After listening attentively, Redo furrowed his brow slightly. Everyone aspires for peace. Yet it cannot simply be achieved through a casual conversation among 5 individuals, he remarked. "I comprehend your intentions and recognize the sincerity of the Hokage. I shall indeed attend the meeting of the 5 shadows," Redo affirmed. Upon hearing Redo's words, smiles spread across the faces of those present, and Ryzen then retrieved a handwritten letter from his robe, penned by Hashirama himself. "This is a personal greeting from the Hokage to you, Lord Wind Shadow, along with the agenda for our discussions. Please take a moment to peruse it." Redo glanced at the woman behind him, who promptly understood and stepped forward to accept the letter from Ryzen's hands. Rather than opening it immediately, Redo placed the letter on the table and continued to engage in light conversation with Ryzen, merely passing the time as they prepared to bid farewell. Ryzen, content to oblige, thought little of the task at hand, knowing that the mission had been delivered in participation in the meeting agreed upon. Should Rado later retract his promise, it would surely spell misfortune for someone. Let us pause our conversation for today. Feel free to explore the Sand Village. And simply inform Kaizoku when you are ready to depart, Rado suggested, his smile enigmatic, concealing his true thoughts. Ryzen, eager to conclude the exchange with this cunning fox, readily acquiesced. Chiyo, please see our guests off. Hearing that name signified the arrival of a minimum of 500 points of tranquility, bringing him considerable joy. Chiyo was not particularly beautiful as a kunoichi. She possessed a rather ordinary face, certainly not regarded as attractive among the ninja of Sunagakure. However, her strength was undeniably formidable. Perhaps this very quality drew Rado to her, elevating her status to the most esteemed woman in Sunagakure. Chiyo had seen everyone off from the Kazekage building before returning. Konoharu and Chizuru wished to explore the village, while Kagami intended to protect Chizuru, so the others returned to their quarters to rest. There was little to explore in Sunagakure. It was predominantly sand, although there were quite a few handicrafts, which paled in comparison to those from Konohagakure. The locals did not purchase them, and outsiders rarely visited Sunagakure, leaving little room for development. After several rounds of browsing, Konoharu and her companions managed to select a few modest porcelain jars to buy. They were small and did not take up much space, thus not becoming a burden. In the Kazekage's office, Rado studied a letter pinned by Hashirama, his expression increasingly troubled. Chiyo stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. What did the Hokage say? She inquired. Rado sighed, placing the letter on the desk. It was similar to what that young ninja conveyed. Discussions for peace in the ninja world. There is hope that trade relations between the villages can be established. Chiyo was somewhat perplexed. Weren't these positive developments? Why the lingering anxiety? Previously, no one had mentioned it. And now with the strongest figure in the ninja world leading the charge, it should be much easier. I certainly desire lasting peace in the ninja world. But for Sunagakure to thrive, it requires resources. He then rose and walked to the ninja world map affixed to the office wall. The land of wind was awash in yellow sand, with scarce water resources, let alone arable land. I had intended to annex 1 or 2 neighboring small nations, transforming them into resource-rich territories, but that now seems unlikely. Chiyo then comprehended the depth of her husband's considerations. The outcome of the talks remained uncertain. Perhaps we still had a chance. Rado shook his head, believing Chiyo was still viewing the situation too simplistically. Even if peace talks failed, the ultimate result would likely be a maintenance of the status quo, with everyone willing to give the Hokage face. Should Sunagakure initiate war to annex other nations at this juncture, it would undoubtedly provoke Konohagakure. The strength of Senju Hashirama was well known throughout the ninja world. Even the combined might of the 4 Kage might not be able to harm him, let alone one individual. Alas, we can only take one step at a time. If all else fails, we may have to resort to purchasing land. I just wonder who would be willing to sell. Born amidst the swirling yellow sands, his sole aspiration throughout life was to lead his kin in enduring the harsh desert environment. Now that a village has been established, the weight of responsibility has increased, as he must protect countless families. With resources scarce and food in short supply, and being the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages. If it were not for the peace maintained by Hashirama Senju, Sunagakure would likely have long been targeted and devoured by others. How is the new technique developed by the Sand Sages progressing? It should be nearing completion. Finally, a piece of good news has emerged, and Rita has exhaled a sigh of relief. Splendid. If this technique can be successfully developed, the strength of Sunagakure will see a significant enhancement. Observing her husband's spirits lift, Chiyo too felt a surge of joy. Let us return home early today. Little Suna has been clamoring for her father. As dusk began to settle, Keiharu, Chizuru, and Kagami had already returned to their lodgings. They all gathered in the living room to discuss when to prepare for their return journey. Ultimately, it would hinge on whether Keiharu and Chizuru had had their fill of amusement. If they still held any interest in Sunagakure, they might stay another day. Oh, never mind, let us hasten back to the village. Both Keiharu and Chizuru expressed their desire to leave simultaneously. After their afternoon of exploration, aside from sand that had blown into their pockets, they had merely acquired a few small porcelain bottles. The food was not particularly palatable, and everything paled in comparison to Konohagakure. The initial novelty had worn off, and by the second day, they longed to return home. Very well. If you are satisfied with your adventures, we shall set forth for the village tomorrow. With the return date established, the group resolved to retire early that night, replenishing their energy to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Upon returning to the room, Qifeng opened the character encyclopedia, and the avatars of Ridu and Chio illuminated. Ding, congratulations, host. You have unlocked the encyclopedia entry for the first generation Wind Shadow Ridu, earning 1,000 tranquility points. Ding, congratulations, host. You have unlocked the encyclopedia entry for Chio, earning 700 tranquility points. Quite impressive, accumulating a total of 1,700 tranquility points. Coupled with the tranquility points earned from the recent sign-in rewards, Qifeng now possesses 24,400 points. Completing this task is likely to yield an additional 10,000 points. It is indeed remarkable, an S-rank task that poses little challenge, effortlessly netting a reward of 10,000 tranquility points while also allowing for a leisurely journey. Once everything was completed, Qifeng reclined on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The moonlight casting a serene glow by the window, enhancing the tranquil atmosphere. The ceaseless howling of the fierce wind continued, yet with the sand barrier in place. The dreams of the residents of Sunagakure would remain undisturbed. On the following morning, Qifeng and the others prepared their belongings, ready to return to the village to report. This mission had proceeded exceptionally smoothly, aside from encountering a few minor adversaries along the way. It seemed that HZ had sensed their imminent departure and knocked on the door early. Chapter 78. Oasis esteemed guests, are you departing today? Will you not linger a while longer? Upon seeing HZ had come to them, Nikazane took the opportunity to approach him. No. We are returning to the village to report. We hope Lord Wind Shadow will honor us with his presence as promised. HZ squinted with a faint smile. That is only natural. Upon receiving the invitation to peace, Sunagakure will surely respond. Nikazane nodded. That is well. Please convey our gratitude to Lord Wind Shadow for his hospitality over the past few days. We shall take our leave now. Safe travels to you all, HZ replied, as the group nodded in acknowledgement and departed from the small building where they had stayed for 2 days. The recent days spent in the Wind Country have left a profound impression on me. Unlike the initial vibrancy of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Sand Village has truly emerged from humble beginnings. Amidst the swirling golden sands, it has established a community that reflects a deep affection among its inhabitants, regardless of what the future may hold. However, for the entirety of the ninja world, history has begun to shift subtly with my arrival. The ultimate outcome of the 5 Kage Summit remains a mystery to all, including myself. Will it lead to the outbreak of war, or will true peace be maintained? The fate of these decisions lies solely in the hands of the Kage, who govern the entire ninja realm. As we traversed the formidable sand barriers, we were once again engulfed by the tumultuous storms of the desert. The tempest stirred up clouds of dust, diminishing visibility, yet we had a general sense of direction. As long as we continued along our current path, we would eventually reach the oasis from that fateful day, where the winds and sands would likely lessen. However, we could not dismiss the possibility that it might already be occupied by others. In the midst of the sandstorm, we communicated solely through gestures, for even the slightest utterance would result in a mouthful of sand. We walked for what felt like an eternity, unable to discern the passage of time as the sun was obscured by the relentless gust of sand. The wind did not dare to recklessly soar into the sky, lest it risk scattering its companions. Thus, the group could only continue their aimless journey, yet the direction led by Ryujian remained largely accurate. Even if they could not reach the oasis, traversing onward would eventually lead them to the borders of the Land of Wind. As they walked, they noticed the sandstorms gradually subsiding, and the long-awaited oasis began to materialize before their eyes. The fierce winds and sands were nearly suffocating. Throughout the journey, conversation had been sparse, leaving Xiaochun feeling increasingly stifled, with sand lodged in her hair and ears. After a moment of complaint, she promptly began to tidy herself up. Impressive. Ryujian. To navigate accurately to the oasis amidst such a sandstorm is quite a feat. Jing could not help but praise Ryujian. Had we failed to find the oasis, I shudder to think how we would have spent the night in this tempest. Oh, it's merely a small technique passed down through my family, Ryujian replied modestly. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their inquiries. While he referred to it as a small skill, accurately locating a place amidst the swirling sands was anything but simple. After a while, Xiaochun and Zhili had managed to clean themselves up, appearing considerably tidier. The male ninjas, however, seemed indifferent to such matters, merely shaking their heads to dislodge most of the sand without a second thought. Let us proceed deeper into the oasis and remain vigilant, Ryujian instructed. The oasis, capable of shielding against the sandstorms, was undoubtedly vast, approximately the size of half of Konoha village. It would be unrealistic to assume no one resided within. They could only hope for the best. As anticipated, when the group reached the heart of the oasis, they discovered that the water source had already been claimed by a band of individuals. They appeared akin to a traveling merchant caravan. But such a ruse would be futile against Ryujian and his companions. However, until they understood the intentions of these individuals, it was prudent not to expose their suspicions, as this would prevent the adversaries from becoming wary. Brothers, the sandstorm outside is quite fierce. We seek to rest here for the night. Would you be amenable to this? One of the leaders, a scarred-faced man, responded, Ah, young brother, you needn't worry. This is not our territory. We are merely seeking refuge from the storm. He then added, I am Hei Luo. May I inquire your name? Seeing that the bait had been taken, Sarutobi Ryujian responded with a composed smile, I am Fujimoto. It is a pleasure to meet you, brother Hei Luo. This nonsensical name, Hei Luo, was surely a facade, and this group was no merchant caravan but rather ninjas. They were likely affiliated with the rogue ninjas who had previously attacked them, though their true strength remained uncertain, necessitating caution. You do not appear to be from the land of wind. What brings you so far from home? Hei Luo inquired. After leaving Sunagakure, Ryujian and his companions had removed their forehead protectors and donned ordinary clothing, making travel easier and allowing them to mislead potential foes. Oh, we hail from the land of fire, hoping to conduct a small trade in the land of wind, but we seem to have lost our way, Ryujian replied. As he spoke, Ryzen casually glanced at his satchel. This moment was perfectly captured by Hei Luo, who immediately broke into a smile. He draped his arm around Ryzen's shoulder and said, Come, little brother, take a seat. He then beckoned to Chi Feng and the others, generously offering meat and wine. If they were indeed mere merchants from the Wind Country, they would have surely been beguiled. Ryzen and his companions pretended to be tipsy, struggling to articulate their words. Seeing the opportune moment, Hei Luo decided to drop the pretense, eagerly exclaiming, Little brother, I'm in a tight spot. Could you lend me some money? As he spoke, a kunai appeared in his hand, plunging directly into Ryzen's abdomen. Ha ha ha, brothers, we have more wine to drink. With his ploy successful, Hei Luo called out, seemingly having forgotten how to be a proper ninja amidst his frequent ambushes on civilians. A sound like shattering glass echoed, and Hei Luo suddenly realized that Tengbin beside him had disintegrated into dust. He quickly looked up to find Tengbin standing a short distance away, wearing a mocking smile. To his shock, the man beside him had eyes of crimson hue. The Sharingan. You are ninjas from Konoha, Hei Luo shouted, but no one responded. When he turned around, he found all of his comrades lying on the ground, clutching their throats, their faces pale and marked by a faint frost. It was then that he noticed the wisps of mist surrounding him. How could there be mist in the green oasis at dusk? You still have some wits about you. I see, Chi Feng remarked lightly. With a wave of his left hand, all the mist gathered into his palm. At the very moment we met, you fell victim to the genjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan, Jing stated coldly. Hei Luo gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he was about to meet his end here. He felt regret for his brothers who had fought alongside him, now dying without understanding the circumstances. That ninja could manipulate the mist, such an enigmatic ability. You think you have me cornered? Hei Luo suddenly laughed. I, Hei Luo, have not survived all these years for nothing. Even if I must die, I will take one of you with me. The others remained extremely vigilant against Hei Luo's desperate struggles, not daring to let their guard down. Wind release, sandstorm. Hei Luo unleashed a powerful gust, whipping up the sand from the ground to form a mini sandstorm. The swirling sands obscured their vision, but it did not hinder Jing and Ji Li. With the Sharingan, they could clearly discern the enemy's movements. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Like a flame resembling a blossoming flower, the shuriken was enveloped and plunged into the yellow sands, followed by the resonant clash of metal. The crowd swiftly pinpointed the source of the sound and collectively unleashed their ninjutsu towards that direction. Yet, it appeared that nothing had struck its mark. Ice release, ice sword slash. Summoning the wind, a colossal blade of ice was forged, striking fiercely towards the ground. The ice sword shattered, scattering countless tiny ice crystals that merged with the swirling sandstorm. Gradually, these crystals coalesced into a formidable ice wall, which, in turn, caused the tempest to wane as it met the barrier's resistance. Chi Feng glanced around, but found no trace of Hei Luo. He did not expect him to have escaped. Rijan, clearly a bit disgruntled, remarked. Jing smiled softly. After all, he is someone who has survived through the hardships of the desert. His skills are not particularly surprising. As long as he does not provoke us, Everything will be fine. The wind is indifferent to these matters. The fact that he has managed to escape signifies his fortune. As long as he is no longer provoked, all will be well. The surroundings have become chaotic due to the battle, littered with lifeless bodies. It would indeed be ill-fated to awaken in the dead of night and behold such a gruesome sight. Therefore, a solution must be devised. The most straightforward method would be to incinerate the remains, yet this might attract other foes. Employing the technique of crystal manipulation, clustered growth, he gently taps the ground with his foot, causing it to tremble slightly. Small crystalline sprouts begin to emerge beside each corpse, swiftly growing in mere moments to envelop all the remains in glistening crystals. Ultimately, they coalesce into a vast cluster, gradually sinking into the earth. With so many bodies encased in crystal beneath the surface, perhaps they will remain an unsolved mystery for centuries to come. With everything resolved, he can finally rest in peace, rekindling the fire to raise the ambient temperature slightly, as the wind gathered some water and food for everyone. It was understood that the provisions within the ring were intended for communal sharing, as one could hardly consume such an abundance alone. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, darkness enveloped the land, and in order to avert a reckless midnight assault from Hei Luo, Mizuki took it upon himself to keep watch during the first half of the night, while Akiyato took over for the latter half. Trusting one's comrades while away from home is essential, allowing everyone to rest peacefully. The night passed in tranquility. Hei Luo, having narrowly escaped death, chose not to seek vengeance for his fallen brethren. Perhaps this reflects the true nature of the ninja world, where bonds of brotherhood are scarce, and self-preservation reigns supreme. Once one is gone, nothing remains. At dawn, Hisashi roused everyone, emphasizing the importance of returning to the land of fire that very day. Thus, at the break of dawn, they set forth on their journey. The group pressed on tirelessly, maintaining a swift pace, only slowing slightly when fatigue set in. After 2.5 days of relentless travel, they finally reached the gates of Konoha. Upon sighting the village gates, cheers erupted among them. Although the mission had not been particularly arduous, the journey had proven exhausting, prompting everyone to declare that they would not venture to the land of wind again unless absolutely necessary. Upon their return to the village, the first order of business was to report their mission to the Hokage. Without delay, they made their way to the Hokage's office. Hashirama was already aware of the children's return and awaited them in his office. As the door knocked, a smile broke across his face. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Hiruzen and his team. "Hokage-sama, the mission to deliver a message to Sunagakure has been successfully completed," Hiruzen announced. Hashirama nodded, acknowledging their efforts. "You must have faced quite a few hardships along the way." Hiruzen responded with a hearty laugh. "For the sake of fulfilling our mission, we would endure any hardship." Hiruzen replied with a bright smile. "Tell me about your experiences. What insights did your journey to the land of wind provide?" The group began to speak excitedly, with Sakura and Hiruzen sharing the most stories, seemingly in friendly competition. Their anecdotes elicited hearty laughter from Hashirama. Overall, this journey had broadened their horizons, revealing the disparities between their village and others, as well as offering a glimpse into the lifestyles of the people in Sunagakure. Hashirama inscribed the names of Hiruzen and his team on the S-rank mission scroll, signifying the successful completion of their task. With another S-rank mission reward secured, the group rejoiced, but none more so than Chiri, as this was her inaugural S-rank mission, marking her as a true ninja. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the S-rank mission, 5 Kage Summit, message delivery to the Land of Wind. Reward, 15,000 peace points. Zhongqufeng discreetly nodded, satisfied with the figure before him. It made the long journey worthwhile. From the tranquility points awarded from the last 2 missions, he speculated that the highest reward for an S-rank task would be 15,000 tranquility points. However, this was merely conjecture, as his experience with such missions remained limited, necessitating further engagement with S-rank tasks for practical understanding. "All right, children, you've all worked hard these days. Go collect your mission funds, and then return home for a good night's sleep," he instructed. Following this, Hashirama added, "Also, there's no need for an early assembly tomorrow. Consider it a day off." Upon hearing about the holiday, delight spread among the group. The prospect of an entire day of rest was indeed refreshing. Xiaochun and Zhili even began to quietly discuss their plans for tomorrow's outing, subtly inquiring about Zhongqufeng's participation. Yet, Zhongqufeng preferred the comfort of his home and declined their invitation. Conversely, Jing was more than happy to wander about with his sister, perhaps an inherent trait of a devoted brother. After departing from the Hokage's office, everyone returned to their homes without any lingering farewells. After all, having spent so much time together recently, they had grown somewhat weary of each other's company. Now, with the prospect of personal space, they were keen to relish the quietude. Chapter 80. The crane chooses its master. The contract is established. Upon returning home, the first thing Chiefing did was to check on the condition of the two little cranes. Coincidentally, Aunt Cat seemed to have just finished feeding the chickens and was preparing to head home. "Oh my, is that you, Chiefing? Have you been on a mission for such a long time?" Mamiko, unaware of the nature of Chiefing's task, merely felt that his absence had been excessively prolonged. Her husband typically returned within 2 or 3 days, whereas Chiefing had been away for nearly half a month on his recent missions. "Indeed, Aunt Cat, there have been some matters in the village lately, and as a disciple of the Hokage, I must share the burden." Mamiko chuckled softly, patting Chiefing on the shoulder. "You've grown up, Chiefing, and have become a capable ninja. You must surely be more formidable than Uncle Cat now." Chiefing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "No, I still have much to learn. Uncle Kato is a seasoned ninja." He then added, "By the way, Aunt Kato, how are the two little cranes doing?" It was then that Mamiko recalled, looking conflicted as she addressed Chiefing. "Just in time for your return. Come with me to take a look." I too felt uncertain about whether this was indeed normal. With Aunt Kato's assurance, Chiefing was filled with doubt. Logically, under her careful watch, nothing should have gone awry. Nevertheless, it was best to investigate first, and if any mishaps had occurred, they would address them then. Thus, Chiefing and Mamiko made their way to the room where the old hen and the two little cranes resided. Upon opening the door, Chiefing was met with a scene that left him astonished, finally understanding the meaning of Aunt Kato's words regarding what was normal and what was not. There was the old hen, leisurely strolling about the room, occasionally pecking at the feet on the ground, utterly content. Yet, the two little cranes that should have been in their nest were perched atop the beams. Upon closer inspection, what a sight to behold. This is no longer a mere little crane. Its stature nearly rivals that of its larger kin, adorned in pristine white plumage. It is only the few black feathers on its wings that add an alluring touch of grace. This. Chiefing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The little crane he had seen just half a month ago, still covered in downy feathers, had matured so rapidly. The confines of this small room were intended for the old hen, yet the two cranes, now nearly his size, perched on the beam, creating an overwhelming sense of constriction. Mamiko sighed and placed a hand on her forehead, lamenting, "Ah, they have grown far too quickly. I wonder what breed they are. I had intended to relocate them. But with your prolonged absence, I could not take it upon myself to move them. Now that you have returned, it is imperative that you find them a more spacious abode." Chiefing shook his head to dispel the lingering distractions, forcing himself to regain focus. "All right, Aunt Kato, I shall relocate them at once. I appreciate your assistance during these past few days." Mamiko waved her hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. Merely a matter of a few minutes. However, witnessing such a remarkable species has indeed broadened my horizons. You are nurturing them as spirit beasts, aren't you? I must say, that talent of yours is quite impressive." Only then did Chiefing recall that Aunt Kato was also a ninja. Yet, she had chosen the path of family after marriage. With a hint of playful banter, she remarked, "Indeed, I do intend to form a contract with them. I must express my gratitude to Aunt Kato for nurturing them to such a size, making the contracting process seamless." "Haha, well. You must be exhausted after being out for so many days. I shall not disturb you any longer. Do take a good rest." Chiefing hurriedly escorted Mamiko to the entrance of the clan's territory. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, he returned to the abode of the old hen. With Mamiko's presence, the two cranes had previously been somewhat reserved. Despite her feeding them over the past few days, they had not paid her much attention. However, upon seeing Chiefing, they became lively, flapping their wings and descending gracefully from the beams. Both in form and appearance, they exuded an exquisite elegance, truly embodying the essence of celestial cranes. Even in such a confined space, they radiated an ethereal charm. The two cranes seemed to have recognized their master long ago, displaying an extraordinary intimacy with Chiefing. Despite having met only a couple of times, it felt as though they were long-lost friends reunited after many years. The gentle breeze, naturally, brings great joy to the two cranes, for they are destined to stand side by side in the battles that lie ahead. Nurturing their bond from a young age will undoubtedly lead to a deeper understanding in the future. I wonder when you will learn to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Chifeng realized that the formidable summoning beasts in Naruto possessed the ability to speak and exhibit remarkable intelligence. These two cranes, having originated from an alternate realm, are undoubtedly endowed with greater wisdom than their local counterparts. However, there is no need for haste, as it is essential to remember that these two little beings have only been born for less than a month. Zhongqufeng gazed intently at the two elegantly postured cranes before him and earnestly inquired, "Would you care to enter into a pact with me?" The cranes responded with a soft call, gently nudging their heads against Zhongqufeng's cheek. Though they did not utter a word, he understood their sentiments. He then retrieved an ancient summoning scroll from his spatial ring, a cherished heirloom of his family, imbued with a sense of antiquity. Following his previous venture of capturing the tailed beast and returning to the village, Zhongqufeng had taken the liberty of storing all his family's treasures, tomes, and weaponry within the confines of his spatial ring for safekeeping. As he unfurled the scroll, its exterior bore the marks of age, yet within, it remained pristine and untouched. With a breeze, Zhongqufeng sliced his finger and inscribed his name in blood upon the first square of the summoning scroll. The crane, too, pecked at its own leg, allowing its crimson essence to flow onto its talons, which it then pressed onto the mystical parchment. Another crane mirrored this act. Thus, the binding contract of summoning was successfully sealed, and from that moment on, these two cranes became Zhongqufeng's ethereal companions. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhongqufeng longed to soar through the heavens upon their backs. However, recognizing their youthful size and age, he decided to wait for them to mature further, understanding the responsibilities that lay ahead for them all. Moreover, Zhongqufeng sensed an extraordinary connection with the two cranes, as if their minds were intertwined. His intentions could be perceived without utterance. This bond was indeed advantageous, particularly during battles. With the contract established, it was time to release them from the confines of his modest dwelling. He allowed them to roam freely throughout the Cloud Tribe's territory, choosing any perch that pleased them. Perhaps it was the influence of the cranes that had sharpened the old hen's gaze, rendering her more astute. Since they were now part of the household, Zhongqufeng established a few rules for the hen and the cranes, such as refraining from indiscriminate elimination. Uncertain if they comprehended his words, he nonetheless spoke. And then he and the hen were set free to wander within the Cloud Tribe's domain. Suddenly thrust into the vast expanse of the world, the hen was hesitant, cautiously crouching at the threshold of the house, reluctant to venture far. In contrast, the two cranes were spirited, taking to the skies and circling above the territory. Villagers passing by on the streets paused in wonder, captivated by the rarity of such avian creatures, eager to observe them closely. The wind has been taken and the two cranes have entered into a covenant. Thus there is no fear of them straying. They are free to frolic as they please. After all, when they tire or feel hunger, they are likely to return on their own accord. Meanwhile, the old hen has also begun to relax somewhat, wandering hesitantly around the vicinity of the house. Disregarding the wind, he allowed the hen to acclimate to its surroundings. At this moment, he realized that in the past few days in sand-hidden village, the relentless wind and sand, coupled with a lack of water sources, had left him unwashed for an extended period. He was now quite filthy, covered in dust, devoid of any semblance of his noble status, resembling more a beggar than the master of the house. Upon returning home, he resolved to cleanse himself thoroughly. Thus, he made his way to his quarters and commenced his bathing ritual. Once refreshed, he had a modest meal and then settled onto his bed to peruse the system shop. His current tranquility points had reached a commendable 39,900, sufficient for a minor indulgence. However, he found that enhancing his chakra no longer significantly boosted his abilities. Therefore, he focused on seeking means to augment his external prowess. After an exhaustive search, he discovered nothing particularly satisfying. Most items were peculiar or exorbitantly priced, far beyond his means. Alas, it seemed that finding affordable and worthwhile items was indeed a challenging endeavor. Zhongqufeng initially sought to discover products akin to the spirit seeds, affordable yet remarkably effective. However, the plethora of items in the store rendered his search rather futile, as he found scant offerings of utility. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unusual item. Its name seemed utterly unrelated to his quest. Yet, inexplicably drawn to it, Zhongqufeng paused. The image displayed in the store depicted a blood-red skeletal figure, marred by a gaping hole in the region of its heart. The reason for my fascination with this wind-taken entity lies in the striking resemblance between its skeletal design and that of the spirit seed. Moreover, the exterior of the spirit seed resembles a heart, leaving one to ponder the potential connection with the heart that is conspicuously absent from this skeletal figure. Rather than merely contemplating, I chose to take action and promptly delved into the detailed description. The native puppet, when any flesh and blood is introduced into the damaged heart, it activates the puppet, which then decomposes the energy genes within the flesh to generate abilities identical to its own. The puppet exists devoid of consciousness, fully reliant on the host for control. After reading the explanation of chiefing, I can only express one word: marvelous. Indeed, it is as if a Froki has consumed a crispy treat and entered the enchanting world of Mickey Mouse. Simply exquisite. Upon glancing at the price, I noticed it is equivalent to that of the spirit seeds, and the 10,000 tranquility points are also sustainably purchasable. They do not vanish after a single acquisition. With this item in hand, I could potentially amass all bloodline abilities. According to the introduction, by placing flesh and blood into the heart of the puppet, one can activate it, granting the puppet the same powers as its flesh and blood master. This signifies that, as long as the tranquility points are sufficient, one could even assemble an army composed entirely of bloodline limits or bloodline eliminations. Zhongqufeng could not help but admit that this product had truly astonished him. Indeed, there is merit in flipping through items, for he had stumbled upon a new treasure. Without further ado, Zhongqufeng promptly clicked to redeem it. In a flicker of crimson light, a skeletal figure, bearing remnants of flesh, materialized within Zhongqufeng's chamber. The skeleton was exceedingly eerie, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Why do I feel as though I have unwittingly stepped into the realm of a nefarious scientist conducting experiments on humanity? Zhongqufeng initially assumed that the scent of blood would be overwhelmingly pungent, which deterred him from approaching. However, after a while, he was unexpectedly greeted by a hint of fragrance, reminiscent of spices, fresh and exquisite. As the breeze gradually approached the skeleton, the enchanting fragrance intensified with each step, until it enveloped the skeletal figure entirely. It was then that the source of the alluring scent was confirmed to emanate from the very bones before him. However, the myriad of peculiarities left the wanderer in a state of bewilderment. From whence had this extraordinary phenomenon arisen? What enigmatic source had this dogged system procured such a marvel? As the wind swirled, a sense of curiosity enveloped me. The skeletal figure before me bore an unsettling resemblance to a human stripped of its skin and much of its flesh. An intriguing thought crossed my mind. Could it possibly belong to some unknown race within the cosmos? It was as if the system had dissected it, reminiscent of a fragment of my ancestral spirit. Soon, I realized that I was unnecessarily troubled. Truth be told, I had little of significance for the system to concern itself with. Even if it were indeed an extraterrestrial being, what relevance did it hold for me? It was solely the system's predicament. With this realization, I ceased my inner turmoil and began to examine the skeleton with a newfound sense of calm. The skeleton towered over that of an average adult male, its bones more robust. Apart from that, it bore a striking resemblance to humanity, save for the gaping hole where the heart once resided and the shattered ribs. It seemed the heart had been removed for sale. Perhaps it was the very heart utilized by the two little cranes. While the sight was indeed macabre, one could grow accustomed to it. The eerie sensation gradually faded away. However, as dusk approached, the notion of toying with a skeletal frame in my own abode felt rather ominous. I needed to devise a plan for utilizing it. As my inaugural puppet, it was imperative to find a suitable ability to activate it. Fortunately, I had access to an abundance of blood and similar substances. Both my teacher and his wife possessed impressive abilities, particularly the wood release and the formidable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Nonetheless, deploying a puppet for missions could pose risks. Should another wood release user emerge in the ninja world, it might lead to complications. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from attempting activation at this time. Additionally, there were the Uchiha and Akimichi clans to consider. However, it was reasonable to surmise that the Akimichi clan's ability to multiply might be classified as a secret technique, leaving its efficacy for puppet activation uncertain. Each member of the Uchiha clan possessed unique Sharingan and ocular techniques. Utilizing the blood of either Kakashi or Shursui to activate the puppet could result in similar abilities, raising the likelihood of detection and exposure. After considerable contemplation, I concluded that my own blood would be the most reliable option, as I possessed several bloodline techniques. There were 3 distinct types at my disposal. As long as I ensured the puppet employed only one, it would not attract undue attention. Just as I was about to commence the process of bloodletting, a sudden thought struck me. Promptly, I focused my consciousness to delve into the spatial ring, beginning to search through its contents. Chapter 82. The Golden Kaleidoscope. Upon entering the spatial ring with my consciousness, I began to sift through its disorganized contents. a result of having accumulated all of my family's wealth over countless generations. After a prolonged search, I finally unearthed that item. Haha, I nearly forgot about you. In his hand, Zhongqufeng held a small glass vial, a smile gracing his features. Within that vial resided the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. After having captured it, Zhongqufeng had kept it tucked away in his ring, gathering dust. Without the Uchiha bloodline, harnessing the power of the Sharingan proved to be rather challenging. Although his own strength was formidable, there was no necessity to transplant this precious kaleidoscope. Unable to either implant or discard it, he decided to preserve it in nurturing liquid, awaiting a future opportunity for its use. Initially, Zhongqufeng had nearly forgotten about it, merely considering it a collectible. Little did he expect it to prove useful today. Utilizing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to activate the original puppet was exceedingly fitting, and the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan possessed an impressive allure. In summary, Zhongqufeng was thoroughly satisfied. A gust of wind summoned forth a crystalline spoon, into which the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was poured. The spoon was then carefully inserted into the hollow cavity of the skull's heart, and the Sharingan was gently poured inside. At the moment the Sharingan entered the void, the flesh and blood of the entire skeleton seemed to come to life, writhing incessantly. The previously empty space in the chest began to sprout fleshy buds, gradually enveloping the Sharingan. A rhythmic pulsing commenced, as it astonishingly took on the role of a new heart. With each beat of the Sharingan's heart, golden veins began to sprout across the skeleton's body, intricately covering it in a dense network. As Zhongqufeng gazed upon the scene before him, he was momentarily overwhelmed by an awe-inspiring spectacle, a sight that others could scarcely hope to witness in their lifetime. Subsequently, the muscles enveloped all the meridians, revealing a discernible human form. Yet, this was far from the conclusion of the transformation. Tendons, skin, and hair began to grow gradually, and the vacant eye sockets and mouth commenced the emergence of eyeballs and a tongue. However, the hue of these eyes diverged from that of an ordinary person. They were not the crimson of the Sharingan. The pupils retained the shape reminiscent of shurikens, akin to those of the Uchiha clan, yet their color was a striking gold. The influence of this phenomenon on one's abilities remains uncertain, as does the distinction between this and a genuine kaleidoscope. However, the system has yet to present any substandard products, suggesting an enhancement in strength. The pale yellow complexion finally aligns with that of an ordinary person, yet the hair remains a striking shade of pure white. The wind-touched white hair bore a hint of gray, yet the puppet's white hair was a pristine hue, devoid of any other shade. This discrepancy left Zhongqufeng feeling quite uncomfortable. Moments later, all transformations ceased, and the puppet remained activated. Its eyes opened. Two golden kaleidoscopic Sharingan lay quietly within their sockets. Zhongqufeng attempted to manipulate the puppet with ease, experiencing no sense of repulsion, as if guiding his own limbs with effortless dexterity. There was no need for any blood oath of allegiance, for Zhongqufeng was the sole master of the puppet. The wind manipulator could even project consciousness into this puppet for long-distance control. This implies that certain tasks requiring travel could be delegated to the puppet, allowing one to merely issue a command and then recline comfortably at home. Upon attempting to control the puppet, the wind manipulator realized it was devoid of clothing, leading to a hurried search for a robe that would fit its physique. Notably, the puppet possessed no gender, alleviating any potential embarrassment. However, its unclad state was ultimately aesthetically displeasing. It must be said that once adorned in the attire of the Cloud tribe, the puppet appeared even more exquisite. Its features leaning towards a male visage, strikingly handsome, its golden irises further accentuated an ethereal quality. Unfortunately, the puppet lacked the capability to deactivate its Sharingan like the Uchiha clan, prompting the wind manipulator to find a white silk ribbon to cover its eyes. With the wind, I directed my consciousness into the puppet, perceiving the various states around me. The chakra was identical to my own, and the puppet would not suffer from chakra depletion or blindness due to the perpetual activation of the Sharingan. In this regard, it surpassed many members of the Uchiha clan. This evening, I felt an unparalleled sense of joy, as even the fatigue from my travels to Sunagakure vanished entirely. Acquiring a puppet endowed with the Mangeki Sharingan significantly enhanced my strength. Moreover, this puppet possessed a particularly satisfying ability. It could transform into a mark that attached itself to a person. This feature allowed for easy portability, enabling a 2-on-1 advantage in times of danger, a remarkably user-friendly design. Multiple puppets could share a single mark, thus circumventing the inconvenience of numerous marks resulting from an increased number of puppets. With 29,900 tranquility points remaining, I would soon reach 30 000, allowing me to purchase 3 puppets in one go. However, the crucial decision lay in selecting the appropriate bloodline for activation. After a moment of contemplation, it became evident that there are numerous clans within the Hidden Leaf Village possessing secret techniques. However, should one attempt to activate these with the blood of such clans, it would likely yield nothing more than a mere puppet akin to an ordinary ninja. The number of bloodline clans in Konoha is rather limited, with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans being the most prominent. Perhaps tomorrow, one might seek out a ninja from the Hyuga clan to procure a sample of their blood. The Kage clan is not particularly familiar with the Hyuga clan. Their interactions were limited to casual conversations during the handover of the tailed beast capture mission. However, he does not know the name of the individual in question, and approaching them directly for blood samples might be too intrusive. It would be wiser to first cultivate a relationship with them before making further plans. Besides the Hyuga clan, Kage has also set his sights on the abilities of his mentor's wife, Mito. The unique vitality and adamantine sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are highly coveted by Kage. Alas, this is one of the shortcomings of Konoha. It possesses too few bloodline traits. The village is predominantly composed of secret technique families and ninjas, with the only notable bloodlines being the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. In the future, the Moonlight Gale did develop a technique for intangibility, but unfortunately, he met an untimely end. To seize the power of the wind, one must resort to abducting individuals from other villages, where a plethora of different bloodline limits exists. If the opportunity arises, I shall undoubtedly strive to acquire the dust release. Among the 2 bloodlines that have been eliminated in this world, I have already mastered wind release. And with the aid of puppetry, I could effortlessly harness the dust release. However, acquiring flesh or blood poses a considerable challenge. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within me. Tobarama Senju. How could I have overlooked him? He is, after all, the progenitor of dust release. Yet, I began to ponder. It seems that he had previously sought an alliance with Konoha but was repelled by Uchiha Madara. His impression of Konoha must not be particularly favorable, which complicates matters. Chapter 83. A rare holiday. His impression of Konoha must not be particularly favorable, which complicates matters. If it comes to a confrontation, I could likely match him evenly, but I would gain little advantage. Merely evading the dust release would demand immense energy, aside from the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu. There seems to be little that can withstand its onslaught. The capacity to reduce objects to their atomic state is utterly terrifying. For this very reason, my desire for dust release intensifies. According to the narrative, he should have perished at the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War. Perhaps I could retrieve his remains? It is rather tragic how he met his end. He had intended to launch a surprise attack on Konoha while the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was occupied with the fall of the second Raikage in Kumogakure. Yet, the second Mizukage, Yagura, harbored a similar intention. These 2 adversaries fortuitously encountered each other in the Land of Fire. When foes meet, the tension escalates, leading to an immediate clash. Ultimately, they perish together. A poignant conclusion. Following the demise of Yagura, Kirigakure has experienced a decline. During the tenure of the third Mizukage, only a few policies initiated by Yagura were implemented, such as the formation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but overall, there were no particularly remarkable achievements. In contrast, Iwagakure has thrived since the death of the second Tsuchikage, with his apprentice, Anoki, ascending to the position of the third Tsuchikage. His succession is both rightful and justified. Being the disciple of the second Tsuchikage and the grandson of the first, his strength is formidable. Even during the Fourth Shinobi World War, despite his advanced age, he remained the most powerful among the 5 Kage. With merely 2.5 months until the Kage summit, I shall have the opportunity to meet him in person. After all, he was a bodyguard for the first Tsuchikage and is certain to visit Konoha. There is a possibility that I may even have a chance to engage him in combat. Zhongqufeng glanced out the window, realizing it was time to extinguish the lights and retire for the night. He carefully stored the puppet within the golden leaf-shaped mark on his arm, then gave it a gentle shake. Feeling no discomfort, he settled into bed for the night. The following morning, the system awakened Zhongqufeng, crediting him with another 100 points of tranquility. At this moment, his tranquility points had reached an impressive 30,000. Zhongqufeng rubbed his eyes and rose from his bed, preparing to freshen up. The excitement of the previous night had left him rather restless, resulting in a night of poor sleep. At present, he found himself in a hazy state, rising solely through muscle memory. Splashing cold water on his face invigorated him, and he rolled up his sleeves to inspect the golden leaf mark on his arm. Thankfully, It was not merely a dream. After completing his morning routine, he released the puppet, studying it intently for a while. One must admit, although this puppet was activated by the eyes of that old Uchiha, its appearance far surpassed that of the old man by a multitude of times. However, he had yet to find a practical use for it, and his current strength was still inadequate, making it unwise to wield such a thing. It could invite calamity upon himself. Yet, when undertaking missions alone, there would be fewer reservations, as the dead cannot speak. Having finished his grooming, Zhongqufeng stepped outside, where the morning sun warmed his face, promising a splendid day. His mother appeared to have risen early, strolling leisurely in the yard, occasionally catching insects with a carefree demeanor. Since the old hen had successfully hatched 2 cranes for Zhongqufeng, he resolved to care for this heroic mother diligently. The 2 young cranes, though bonded to him through a contract and quite affectionate, still regarded the old hen as their mother upon first sight, often snuggling beside her at night. Despite their considerable size, the cranes were still young, and having the old hen accompany them through their formative years was beneficial. Who knows, once they reach adulthood, they might even learn to speak, considering that many summoning beasts in the ninja world possess the ability to converse. Surely, these cranes from another realm would be no exception. After feeding the old hen, Zhongqufeng departed from home and wandered the streets. The early morning thoroughfare was sparsely populated, with only a few vendors busily setting up their stalls before the townsfolk awoke. On a leisurely day, I ventured into a familiar establishment to procure some sustenance, savoring each bite as I strolled along the path. Today, I planned to accompany Xiao Chun on a shopping expedition, and with no pressing matters to attend to, I pondered the possibility of encountering some familiar faces in the village of Konoha to enrich my character compendium. According to my estimations, Tsunade has been born for nearly 2 months now. I wondered if her contemporaries, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, had also made their entrance into the world. Since I had time to spare, I thought it prudent to embark on a quest to seek them out. In the Tale of Wind, it is remembered that both Orochimaru and Jiraiya hail from humble origins, having lost their parents at a tender age. This time, let us extend our assistance to them, if only to grant them the semblance of a complete childhood. The wind of change remains oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the demise of their parents, thus resolving to locate them first before devising a plan. However, it is highly probable that they perished on the battlefield, as the original narrative foretells the onset of the First Shinobi World War in merely 5 years. Although certain aspects of the story's trajectory have been altered, the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. Judging by the events surrounding Uchiha Madara's rebellion, it appears that significant occurrences are unlikely to be modified. Only the sequences of events may be subject to change. For instance, despite the wind of change employing ancestral experience cards with a high likelihood of vanquishing Uchiha Madara, they were thwarted by Kage's intervention. The overarching themes of the world are not drastically altered by the mere existence of an individual. At present, the wind of change possesses sufficient strength to survive the impending Shinobi World War. Hence, the objective has shifted towards ensuring the survival of their master. Despite having spent only a little over a year together, Hashirama is exceedingly generous with his teachings. He imparts knowledge freely, whether it pertains to ninjutsu, taijutsu, or insights on life, offering guidance without reservation, akin to a devoted father safeguarding his child. The thought of his master potentially passing away unexpectedly in 4 years induces a profound ache within the wind of change's heart. Yet, the cause of Hashirama's demise remains an enigma. The notion of cellular division reaching its limit is merely conjecture on the wind of change's part. Determining how to ensure Hashirama's perpetual existence presents a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the wind of change is equipped with a system. Once the root cause is identified, a comprehensive solution shall be attainable. As Zhongqufeng meandered lost in thought, he found himself unknowingly arriving at the entrance of the Hokage building. Although Zhongqufeng had the day off, the other ninjas were still adhering to their usual work schedule. However, it was still early, and the building remained devoid of any presence. Zhongqufeng had no intention of lingering here any longer, so he turned to prepare for his departure. It would be quite unfortunate if he were to be conscripted by Lord Tobarama. After all, Tobarama was always keen on imparting his ninjutsu teachings to Zhongqufeng. Chapter 84, Hyuga Kizuna. After all, Tobarama was always keen on imparting his ninjutsu teachings to Zhongqufeng. At first, Taki was quite eager, for Tobarama was indeed a master in the art of ninjutsu. However, as time passed, Taki began to realize that the techniques Tobarama sought to develop were rather unconventional. Although he had no qualms about such ninjutsu, as he was the one wielding control over it rather than being subjugated by it, He understood that should his master discover these techniques, they would surely be sealed away. If they were to fall into the hands of future generations, causing chaos and upheaval, he would be condemned as a historical villain. Consequently, aside from inquiring about space-time ninjutsu, Kage refrained from discussing other techniques with Tobirama. A moment's inattention could lead to his own techniques becoming unfamiliar to him. Just as Kage was preparing to depart, a figure emerged from the distance. As the gentle breeze swept through, Zhongqufeng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with a figure in the distance, yet could not quite identify who it was. He decided to wait until the figure drew closer for a clearer view. As the silhouette approached, Zhongqufeng abruptly slapped his thigh in realization. I mentioned wanting to get to know you better last night, and here you are today. The individual was none other than Hinata's esteemed young clan leader, Hinata Kizuna, with whom he had exchanged pleasantries during a prior encounter while capturing a tailed beast. Their conversation had been brief, conducted out of mutual respect and courtesy. Despite being a disciple of the Hokage, Zhongqufeng recognized the significant stature of Kizuna. As the young leader of the Hinata clan carried considerable weight and reputation, Hinata Kizuna possessed exceptional eyesight and, from a distance, spotted Zhongqufeng awaiting his arrival. He recalled Zhongqufeng's identity, knowing him as a disciple of the Hokage, a fact well known among the prominent families. Initially, Kizuna had not given him much thought, considering the 11-year age gap between them. However, upon learning that this mere 7-year-old had collaborated with Lord Tobirama to capture the Six Tails, Kizuna could not help but regard him with newfound respect. It was remarkable that 2 individuals alone had managed to capture the Six Tails, and Kizuna was certainly skeptical of any claims that Zhongqufeng had played no significant role. The Hinata clan had mobilized a substantial portion of its ninjas to successfully capture the One Tail, making Zhongqufeng's prowess all the more impressive. Kizuna's father, the clan leader, had often advised him to cultivate a friendship with Zhongqufeng, yet before Kizuna could act on this advice, he learned that Zhongqufeng had departed the village to deliver a message to the Land of Wind, thus postponing any interactions. Little did he expect to find Zhongqufeng waiting for him today, prompting Kizuna to quicken his pace. Zhongqufeng-kun, are you waiting for me? Kizuna inquired as he approached Zhongqufeng. Zhongqufeng chuckled. Indeed, brother Shijin, I spotted you from afar and thought it would be nice to reminisce. Hearing this, Shijin felt a surge of joy. Naturally, he was open to forging connections with others, yet it was imperative that he maintained a certain dignity. He could not simply cater to others' whims. As the young clan leader of the Hinata, he could not afford to present his warm face to an indifferent counterpart. I had contemplated this as well. But given your recent sojourn in the Land of Wind, I had to abandon that notion, he continued. By the way, how did your recent mission in the Land of Wind fare, Lord Zhongqufeng? The warmth exuded by Feng Jinshi was undeniably comforting, and I had initially planned to engage in a rather bold conversation. To my surprise, however, my counterpart displayed an exceptional enthusiasm. Fortunately, the day prior to our departure, Brother Jean had sought intelligence regarding the Land of Wind from the ninjas in your clan. Otherwise, our progress would not have been so seamless. The journey was relatively effortless, save for the occasional encounter with a few ruffians, yet the Wind Shadow graciously welcomed us with great hospitality. The gentle breeze carried tales of Sunagakure, a village not easily accessible, even for Hinata Shurjin, who had ventured to the Valley of the Wind. Listening to the experiences of the wind served to fill a void. And upon learning that Sunagakure's circumstances were incomparable to those of Konoha, Shurjin smiled once more. Fortunately, our Land of Fire is blessed with abundant resources, sparing us from such hardships. The wind also signifies agreement, and in any case, the two engaged in a lively exchange of words, gradually transforming from mere acquaintances into friends indistinguishable from one another. Indeed, sincerity and openness are the finest means of forging friendships. By the way, Brother Shijin, what brings you to the Hokage building at such an early hour? Surely, it isn't yet time to commence work? Zhongqufeng was indeed somewhat intrigued by this situation. The building was completely deserted, and there wasn't even a way to enter. What purpose did arriving so early serve? I intended to head to the task assembly hall, as this route would be more convenient. The assembly hall is usually quite crowded every day. Thus, I plan to arrive early to accept tasks, allowing me to select some favorable ones. Upon hearing this, Zhongqufeng comprehended that the reason for rising so early was to facilitate a more efficient and comfortable working experience. Although Zhongqufeng was greatly shocked, he still expressed understanding. After all, the more missions a ninja completes, the more esteemed they become. As the young clan leader, Shijin undoubtedly must excel beyond others and put forth greater effort, a fact that is beyond dispute. And what of you, Zhongqufeng-kun? To my knowledge, The Hokage granted you a day off today, did he not? This information was acquired from Nikizan, and since they are of the same age, they are quite familiar with one another. Zhongqufeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled. I simply bought some food and walked while eating. And before I knew it, I ended up here. Haha, Zhongqufeng is quite an intriguing individual, he added. The two then recounted various tales of their adventures in capturing the tail beasts, deliberately selecting the most thrilling and extraordinary incidents to share. Their conversation resembled a storytelling session, and they continued to engage in dialogue until the crowd around them gradually increased, prompting them to finally conclude their exchange. Upon raising his head, Zhongqufeng discovered that nearly an hour had elapsed. It was astonishing how someone he had met only a few times could engage in such an extensive conversation. Nonetheless, Zhongqufeng hoped that this individual would share even more, as it would pave the way for a deeper friendship, allowing him to broach the subject of blood. The day when the white-eyed puppet would be within reach was indeed drawing near. Apologetically, Zhongqufeng addressed, Brother Shijin, I truly regret the delay today. You should hasten to undertake your tasks. Shijin waved his hand dismissively. Today, my conversation with you, Zhongqufeng, has been immensely rewarding. Is it truly just one or two tasks that matter? I never anticipated that despite your youth, your insight would be so remarkable. I find myself humbled. The two exchanged a lengthy discourse of mutual compliments, leaving Zhongqufeng feeling a tad embarrassed. Eventually, they parted ways. As Shijin departed, he appeared reluctant to leave. Yet he recognized the importance of patience, thus he took his leave. Watching Shijin's retreating figure, Zhongqufeng wiped the sweat from his brow. The heir of the Hyuga clan bore no heirs. Interacting with him was quite pleasant, akin to his rapport with Brother Risen. He had expected such a scion of a prestigious family to be exceedingly proud, yet he was taken aback by the amiable demeanor exhibited. Of course, Zhongqufeng's status as a disciple of the Hokage may have influenced this cordiality. Otherwise, it is unlikely that someone of Shijin's stature would engage in casual conversation with an ordinary person for such an extended period. Time ought to be reserved for those of merit or significance. Chapter 85. Risen and People Lake. As the village gradually became lively, Zhongqufeng continued his aimless wandering. Today was indeed a day of respite, and he had accomplished the minor task of fostering relations with the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Now, the time was his own. Regarding the search for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Zhongqufeng chose to let events unfold naturally. After all, there was ample time before the onset of war. A gentle nudge would suffice without the need for haste. Nevertheless, considering that both Orochimaru and Jiraiya hailed from common backgrounds, perhaps inquiring with Muruksan Gujia could yield fruitful information. However, Gujia was likely occupied with his studies, and Zhongqufeng felt it inappropriate to seek him out at the academy. Moreover, he had been engrossed in completing tasks and had not seen Gujia and his companions in quite some time. Indeed, patience was key. Zhongqufeng resolved to wait until their next encounter to inquire further. Thus, as noon approached, Zhongqufeng found himself still meandering through the streets, having nearly traversed all of Konoha. Almost everyone in the village recognized him. Hence, walking while exchanging greetings proved to be quite exhausting. As the hour drew near, Zhongqufeng decided against dining out and prepared to return home. At that moment, he unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces, Sarutobi Risen and People Lake. This revelation surprised Zhongqufeng, for it appeared the two had reconciled. Previously, Risen's indiscretion of peering into the women's bathhouse had led to a fierce reprimand from People Lake, resulting in 2 months of silence between them. Risen had exhausted every flattery and charm to mend their relationship, and it seemed they had finally reached a resolution. Zhongqufeng had initially intended to avoid intruding upon their intimate world, yet he found himself caught when Rizanshin called out to him just as he was about to turn away. Hey, Zhongqufeng, where are you off to? Reluctantly, he pivoted to engage in a bit of idle conversation, though the truth was, he had no desire to partake in their romantic banter. It was none other than Rizanshin and People Lake. He had been planning to head home for a meal. People Lake, having encountered Zhongqufeng on several occasions, always held a favorable impression of him. Hello, Zhongqufeng. Rizanshin has the day off today, and we were just about to go for lunch. Would you like to join us? People Lake clasped Rizanshin's arm, exuding a sweet demeanor. Although their invitation was polite, Zhongqufeng understood it was merely a formality. Even if it were a genuine invitation, he would decline, for he had already had his fill of witnessing their affectionate display. No, I wouldn't want to intrude on your little world. I'll just head home for a meal, he replied, with playful rejections. Upon hearing the term two-person world, a faint blush graced the cheeks of People Lake. Risen scratched his head and said, it's rare to have a day off today. So I brought People Lake out for a meal. Do you have any recommendations? Usually, Rizin dined at home, as the family cook was not inferior to any restaurant. However, this time, he was at a loss regarding what to eat with Peepalake, who kept insisting that anything was fine. This left Rizin somewhat perplexed. But upon seeing Zhongqufeng, he felt a glimmer of hope for salvation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongqufeng conjured the image of the barbecue restaurant owner in his mind. There exists a barbecue establishment run by the Autumn Path clan, which Ji and I frequently visit, renowned for its delectable offerings. I couldn't help but wonder if the owner would be moved to tears upon hearing their own beloved patron promote the establishment. I then proceeded to share some of my favorite barbecue dishes with Rizin, the mere mention of which was enough to make one's mouth water. This piqued the interest of Lake, who, though remaining silent, was clearly eager to join. All right then, let us choose this barbecue restaurant. I expressed my unwavering confidence in Zhongqufeng. Lake smiled faintly, her mood evidently brightened. Hearing your description has made my mouth water as well. Let us give it a try. With Lake's enthusiastic affirmation, Rizin finally felt at ease. Grateful to Zhongqufeng for ensuring that this rare outing would not be spoiled. After all, it had taken quite some time for Lake to forgive Rizin. Any misstep could jeopardize their budding relationship. Rizin cast a grateful glance at Zhongqufeng, who, understanding the gesture, nodded in acknowledgement. The three of them then engaged in light conversation, and before long, noon was upon them. Reluctantly, Rizin and Lake bid farewell to Zhongqufeng and hastened towards the barbecue restaurant, anxious about securing a table. Zhongqufeng couldn't help but chuckle at their eagerness. At this pace, it seemed likely that they would be tying the knot within the next 2 or 3 years. The only thing that can be derived from the wind is a blessing. After parting with the two, Zhongqufeng prepared to return home for dinner. Were it not for the 3 mouths at home that required nourishment, Zhongqufeng would undoubtedly have chosen not to dine at home. The old hen, however, had no such concerns, as it could peck at insects in the yard, but the 2 young cranes were quite different, with their astonishingly large appetites. Zhongqufeng had no choice but to procure 5 or 6 pounds of fresh small fish to feed them, hoping this would facilitate their growth. Spending time with the 2 young cranes was invigorating, perhaps owing to their celestial nature. Upon returning to the clan grounds, the cranes, still soaring in the air, descended gracefully. They affectionately nudged Zhongqufeng's face, resembling 2 playful kittens. All right, I know you are hungry. He promptly retrieved 2 large bowls of small fish from his spatial ring to feed them. The 2 cranes devoured the fish with remarkable enthusiasm, clearing both bowls in no time, as if swept away by the wind. After their meal, they indulged in a moment of affection with Zhongqufeng before soaring off to play, granting him the opportunity to observe them closely. It appeared that one crane was male and the other female. Could they possibly reproduce? If so, he could leave their offspring for his descendants or disciples to form contracts with. The lifespan of these cranes would surely be prolonged, and perhaps in the future, they might even evolve into beings akin to the great toad sage. Zhongqufeng shook his head, realizing he had perhaps jumped to conclusions. The exact situation remained uncertain. Yet he found himself contemplating the future. The 2 little cranes were well fed, but Zhongqufeng himself still felt the pangs of hunger. Fortunately, he had just purchased some vegetables from the market, allowing him to prepare a simple meal for himself. The pursuit of culinary satisfaction is not overly demanding, especially considering the limited array of seasonings available. Both home-cooked and restaurant dishes share a singular taste. In truth, the culinary diversity and richness of Earth cannot be matched here. Thus, the primary aim is merely to satiate one's hunger. Chapter 86, the Otsutsuki style. After filling his belly, there is little else to occupy his time. So he has resumed the development of ninjutsu. To be candid, Zhongqufeng finds himself quite bored. Although it is vacation time, there is little to do beyond wandering the streets. On Earth, one would have access to mobile phones, televisions, and video games, but here, such amenities are non-existent. While it is possible to exchange for items through the system, the current technological level has yet to attain even the most basic advancements. Even if a mobile phone were to be created, it would merely be a block of stone, utterly devoid of utility. Zhongqufeng himself is entirely unversed in technology, and such endeavors must be left to the specialists. In the world of Naruto, there are indeed televisions, air conditioners, and refrigerators, but the identity of their inventor remains a mystery. If one could locate this individual and nurture their talents, it would enable rapid technological advancement in Konoha through the numerous blueprints available in the system. At that point, mobile games would no longer be a distant dream. Yet, as always, one must let things unfold naturally. After all, While Orochimaru and Jiraiya have discernible paths, this potential scientist remains an enigma. Furthermore, Orochimaru is a biologist, and his expertise does not necessarily extend to technology, which further compels Chiefing to adopt a laid-back approach. Nevertheless, these matters are for another time and can be set aside for now. Previously, he had intended to develop a large-scale destructive ninjutsu, but progress halted midway. Subsequent missions have further delayed his efforts, leaving Chiefing with little opportunity to advance this technique. Today, however, being a day of rest, he shall see if he can achieve success at last. As several hours passed, the training ground of the Uzuki clan was strewn with shards of crystal. Under the sunlight, they sparkled brilliantly, and a smile crept across Chiefing's face as he surveyed the scattered fragments. Clearly, he is quite pleased with the outcome. Yes, it merely requires further refinement to complete my first large-scale destructive ninjutsu. The complexity of this technique has reached an S level, and its potential power will be immense once unleashed. While it would undoubtedly be wasteful to use such a technique on lowly minions during missions, in the context of war, it could serve to intimidate enemies, dissuading them from reckless assaults, while also symbolizing strength. One can only hope that the technique of summoning the wind is not employed prematurely, for once unleashed, it is certain to result in a deluge of blood. Chiefing did not wish to instigate such immense bloodshed, provided that no one dared to offend him. A tranquil existence, akin to the present moment, would indeed be delightful. As he gazed upward, he noticed the sun gradually descending in the western sky, realizing that an unexpectedly long span of time had elapsed. Thus, the day slipped away, and tomorrow would herald another day of cultivation. The training between the pillars remained as exhausting as ever, consistently pushing them to the very limits of their endurance. This arduous routine was hardly endearing. However, both Chiefing and Zhili found their strengths burgeoning at a visibly rapid pace. Consequently, neither of them lamented the rigors of their practice, for each was driven by personal aspirations and resolute will. They were not the type to be overwhelmed by such exertion. After tending to the 2 cranes and feeding the old hen, the twilight had completely enveloped the surroundings in darkness. As the evening drew near, Zhongqufeng prepared to retire for the night, reflecting on a day that had been quite fulfilling for himself. He lay contentedly in bed, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a new day. Meanwhile, in a temple nestled somewhere within the shinobi world, a man clad in monk's robes sat upon a stone chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest. The temple was dimly lit by a few flickering candles, yet this did not hinder the man's ability to see. Over a month had passed since a certain individual's presence had completely dissipated from this realm. The man spoke to himself, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. It seemed that someone had arrived in this world even before the Otsutsuki clan, a being whose strength was likely beyond even Kage's prowess. The mere mention of Kage's name ignited a flicker of anger and confusion in his tone, but it quickly subsided. He then let out a soft chuckle, reflecting on the irony that those who betrayed him were ultimately forsaken by their own flesh and blood. After a brief moment of contemplation, the man regained his composure and declared, "Now that the formidable being from another realm has departed, I may commence with my plans." This body was far too frail to withstand his formidable power. If it weren't for Kage, I would not be in this predicament. This man was none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had been betrayed by Kage. Together, they had descended into the shinobi world, where Kage, of lower status, was meant to be sacrificed to the Ten Tails to yield chakra fruit. However, Kage, unwilling to meet such an end, had rebelled unexpectedly, gravely wounding Ishiki and casting half of his being into the maw of the Ten Tails, thus producing the coveted chakra fruit. Yet, Ishiki did not perish. Instead, he inhabited the body of a monk named Jigen. Due to his weakened state, it took him considerable time to suppress and usurp the consciousness of this ordinary man. He could resurrect himself at any moment using a vessel, but Jigen's body was too fragile to endure the might of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even upon revival, he would only possess a mere 2 days of life. Thus, Ishiki was compelled to seek a more suitable host. However, the lingering consciousness of Yamakata had deterred him from acting hastily. Now, sensing the complete absence of Yamakata, Otsutsuki Ishiki began to devise his schemes in secrecy. Yet, he was not the sole architect of plans. In a cavern elsewhere, a being of duality, half black and half white, adorned with a structure reminiscent of a pitcher plant on his shoulder, gazed with amusement at a figure unconscious upon a stone bed. This was Kurizetsu and Uchiha Obito. the latter still in a stupor after being effortlessly obliterated by divine power during their recent confrontation. Surely he isn't truly dead, is he? Why hasn't he awakened? White Zetsu queried. He should be fine. Perhaps his pride has taken a blow, and he seeks to escape reality, came the response. These individuals always possess such delusions of grandeur regarding their strength. White Zetsu then posed another question. Is it truly worth offending that individual? Is he really that significant? Black Zetsu, unfazed, responded with a smirk. He possessed the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the key to unlocking the Rinnegan, rendering him immortal. He continued, indeed. It is unwise to offend that individual. After all, even his mother cannot rival him. However, he seems to have departed from this world. Oh, I can no longer sense his presence, White Zetsu remarked, seemingly relieved. Perhaps he is dead, but his descendants still walk the earth. Should we eliminate them? Black Zetsu recalled the jet-propelled boy from a year prior and replied, no need, for he is not the reincarnation of Yintang Huaqin. Chapter 87. A mundane day reflecting on the jet-propelled boy from a year ago, Black Zetsu reiterated, no need, for he is not the reincarnation of Yintang Huaqin. Since he has departed from this world, my plans may now commence. Black Zetsu dismissed Yuntang Qifeng, as every member of the Yuntang clan could utilize Cloud Ninjutsu. Yet, none could compare to Yintang Huaqin. To him, Qifeng was merely a gifted child, a type he had encountered many times before. Black Zetsu did not believe that Qifeng's existence could thwart his meticulously crafted scheme that had been in the making for a millennium. Success was within his grasp. Turning to Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu mused that once he manipulated this individual, his plan would be half fulfilled. What he truly required was simply Uchiha Madara's Sharingan to activate the Rinnegan. They were all mere pawns. It was nearly time for awakening, wasn't it? The following morning, Qifeng was roused by the system. He was blissfully unaware of the covert actions taken by the two ancient figures in the ninja world the previous night. He swiftly completed his morning routine, rising, washing up, and having breakfast. The rest he had enjoyed the day before had revitalized him significantly, dispelling his fatigue. Now, he brimmed with energy. However, the thought of training dampened his spirits. Observing the two little cranes, he noted their remarkable transformation. They had grown considerably overnight. In just a few days, they would likely be able to soar alongside him in the sky. After ensuring they were in good condition, he found no abnormalities. Both cranes appeared lively. He wondered whether their rapid growth was due to their celestial lineage or the spirit summoning seeds. Regardless, their swift development was beneficial, signifying that they could become formidable allies sooner. However, since they had grown so much, it was no longer appropriate to call them little cranes. It would be best to bestow them names. Yet, he could not think of anything at the moment, so he resolved not to pressure himself. As it was nearly time for assembly, he decided to contemplate their names while practicing his skills. Cloud Ninjutsu, Crane's Call Scattering Blossoms Technique. A dense fog erupted, transforming into three pristine white cranes that soared towards the direction of the Hokage, Yin Yin. This marked a rare occasion for Qifeng to unveil this technique within the village, a sight the villagers had never before witnessed. However, some familiar with Qifeng's gathering times discerned his presence and waved in acknowledgement. It is worth noting that the Cloud clan shares a profound connection with cranes. Not only is the crane emblematic in their insignia, but it also features prominently in their ninjutsu. Much like the Nara clan's long-standing tradition of raising deer, the crane has undeniably become a symbol of the Cloud clan. It is believed that the ancestors kept several cranes by their side, leading the descendants to think that the design of the family crest was inspired by the ancestors' fondness for these majestic birds. According to the family's records, it seems that cranes are notoriously difficult to tame as spiritual beasts, owing to their inherent pride and desire for freedom. The cranes that served as spiritual companions for the elders of the family were mostly raised from a young age, fostering deep emotional bonds that enabled them to become spiritual beasts. Coincidentally, the two cranes belonging to Zhongqufeng were also nurtured from a young age, thus fitting this description. In the state of Cloud Crane, Zhongqufeng's speed remains remarkably swift. For this technique serves not only as a means of travel, but also as a crucial tool for escape and retreat. The three Cloud Cranes that emerged can each coalesce back into Zhongqufeng's original form, ensuring that as long as one Cloud Crane survives, he can successfully evade danger. As he spoke, Zhongqufeng had already arrived above Yin Yin, where the three Cloud Cranes converged, swirling clouds enveloping him as his figure gradually took shape. He cast a glance around, noting that no one had arrived yet. It seemed he had come a bit too early. After waiting for about 15 minutes, everyone gradually gathered. The rest the previous day had evidently allowed everyone to relax, and their spirits today were notably high. At that moment, Tobarama, accompanied by Hashirama, arrived at the mountain peak using the flying thunder god technique. "Good morning, children. Did you all rest well yesterday?" Daytime smiled broadly. And any discerning eye could tell that he had good news to share. "Good morning, Lord Hokage, Master. We all rested quite well," came the collective response. Hashirama nodded, clearly pleased to see that the children were full of vitality today. "That's wonderful. I have no pressing matters, so you may converse with Tobarama," he said, almost ushering Sarutobi and the others towards Tobarama. Meanwhile, he observed Zhongqufeng and Chiri, contemplating how best to tailor today's training regimen for them. Both children's abilities were steadily increasing, and the avenues for improvement were becoming more limited. Therefore, Hashirama resolved to have them repeatedly solidify their foundational skills, ensuring that whatever they pursue in the future would yield greater results with less effort. "Let us maintain our usual routine today. No stopping until before noon." "Understood." At this moment, Hashirama had transformed from his previous amiable demeanor into a stern master. He had become markedly rigorous, unrelenting in correcting any improper movements or signs of complacency. During these moments, one could often observe Sarutobi Hiruzen and others seated beside Tobarama, engaging in casual banter or solemn discussions, creating an atmosphere of leisure that left Takef envious. Despite possessing superior strength, he found himself compelled to continue training, all while witnessing their relaxed conversations, which felt quite disheartening. As they chatted, Hiruzen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he discovered Takef intently staring at him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Finally, the training session concluded, marking the arrival of noon. The morning had been consumed entirely by either training or sparring with Hashirama, leaving no room for idleness. Meanwhile, Hashirama's spirits soared as he observed his disciples making gradual progress, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. In a few years, these children would become the pillars of Konoha, allowing him to enjoy a measure of ease. In truth, Hashirama was beginning to yearn for a respite from the burdens he carried. Yet, with numerous responsibilities still at hand, he contemplated that if the 5 Kage summit proceeded smoothly, he might be able to step down from the position of Hokage, entrusting it to his brother Tobarama. Tobarama had shared various policies beneficial for the village's development, which Hashirama believed he could not implement. If his brother were to assume leadership of Konoha, there was no doubt it would ascend to new heights, allowing Hashirama to focus solely on ensuring the village's stability, thus lightening his load considerably. However, he was uncertain whether Tobarama would be willing to accept the role of Hokage. "Master, will tomorrow's training be the same?" Chiri inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hashirama pondered for a moment, realizing he had yet to devise a training method better suited for his 2 disciples. With a resigned nod, he affirmed, "Indeed, tomorrow will be the same." Chapter 88. Everything is for Konoha. Time continues to flow ceaselessly, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 months have passed. Today marks the day of the 5 Kage summit in the Hidden Leaf Village, and as the apprentice of the Hokage, Zhongqufeng is permitted to attend. Naturally, he eagerly accepted the opportunity to participate in such a grand event, while Geely accompanied Jing to entertain the guests from other villages. Their roles merely differ in function, without any implication of superiority. Over the past 2 months, the village has been fervently preparing, as everyone is determined not to allow outsiders to underestimate their home. Thus, every detail has been meticulously attended to. Under Tobarama's guidance, rehearsals have been conducted every few days to ensure that they do not falter when it truly matters. The leaders from the other villages are expected to arrive at noon, so Zhongqufeng is not particularly anxious. After dressing and freshening up, he proceeded to feed his 2 little cranes. A month ago, he had named them. The male is called Qingyun and the female, Lufeng, names that resonate well with their dignified essence, and the little cranes seem to adore them. Over the course of these 2.5 months, Qingyun and Lufeng have grown to surpass the typical size of cranes, reaching nearly twice the standard size. Adult cranes appear diminutive next to Qingyun and Lufeng, akin to mere fledglings. Their impressive size is enough to lift Zhongqufeng into the skies, and he has attempted this several times, finding it quite exhilarating. However, he acknowledges the need to adapt further to better control them, as Qingyun and Lufeng have yet to engage in battle alongside him, and thus lack the necessary synergy. The pursuit of harmony cannot be rushed. Such understanding is not achieved overnight, but rather through sustained and gradual accumulation. Time is abundant, and there is no urgency in this endeavor. After feeding, Qingyun and Lufeng took to the skies to frolic, often absent for the entire day, their whereabouts a mystery. Yet, as dusk approached and mealtime arrived, they would invariably return, much to Zhongqufeng's bemusement. Seeing them off, Zhongqufeng departed from the clan grounds. Upon stepping outside, he noticed an unusual increase in foot traffic on the streets. Most of the passers-by were villagers concealing their true feelings. For this was the first time Konoha village engaged in negotiations with other villages. Should any detail falter, they needed to be prepared for any potential collusion by rival clans seeking to undermine Konoha. However, such occurrences were nearly impossible. The village's precautions were merely a formality. With Hashirama, the mighty Buddha, standing guard, even if the other 4 Kage possessed 100-fold courage, they would not dare to disrupt Konoha. Having acquired some provisions from a familiar shop, Zhongqufeng proceeded to the Hokage building to report in. For the summit of the 5 Kage, he had donned a striking black and gold robe, befitting such a significant occasion. To his surprise, upon entering the office, he found Hashirama and Tobarama dressed in remarkably casual attire, as if they were in their everyday lives, exhibiting no signs of formality. In contrast, Zhongqufeng appeared like a flamboyant peacock, distinctly conspicuous. Should he stand behind Hashirama in his attire, all eyes would be drawn to him. "Master, Lord Tobarama, why are you both dressed so simply?" Upon seeing Zhongqufeng, Hashirama set aside his speech notes and chuckled. "It is nothing of great import. Merely a casual chat among the village leaders. Tobarama's formality is already quite out of character for me. Donning armor would feel overly constricting." "Ah. So even the master experiences moments of nervousness, perhaps concerned that his demeanor might affect the village's image during the talks. Very well. I shall change back into simpler attire shortly, lest I feel out of place myself." Hashirama nodded in agreement, affirming that in their own home, there was no need for ostentation. Today's discussions would not only delve into peace, but also provide you younger ones with insight into the strengths of other villages, thereby laying the groundwork for your future. Understanding the essence of the wind's intent, it signifies a mutual exchange of skills among the ninjas from various villages, through which they can gain a general insight into each other's strengths. Tobarama, with a cheerful demeanor, gazed at the wind and placed his hand on his shoulder, saying, "Young one, do not strike too fiercely." Qifeng responded affirmatively, as it was only natural. After all, one had invited guests to convene in one's own village. How could one allow the meeting to commence with the host's son already sporting bruises on his face? This hardly seemed fitting. The conference was set to take place on the 2nd floor of the Hokage building, where the space had been deliberately arranged to ensure that all the leaders would feel at ease. Meanwhile, Hashirama picked up his notes once more, muttering something under his breath. The act of gathering the wind feels akin to an opening statement, devoid of any remarkable eloquence. Seizing the moment, I changed into another set of attire in a nearby room. Dressed in customary garments akin to my master's, a white robe adorned with golden threads. This was the most ordinary outfit for me, as I am the leader of my clan and my attire must reflect my status. I then returned to the office, where Tobarama was busy organizing the matters to be discussed in the meeting. Among these were not only issues of peace, but also concerns regarding the development and trade between villages. These were practical matters, devoid of frivolity. After a brief glance, I was enlisted by Tobarama to assist in the preparations. A short while later, a knock echoed through the room as Chiharu and Kagami entered the office, prompting Hashirama to set down his notes. In truth, he had already committed the content to memory, yet reviewing it once more eased his nerves. "So, Chiharu and Kagami, how did the reception go?" Chiharu nodded, assuring, "Rest easy, master. The reception was conducted strictly according to Lord Tobarama's procedures." He continued, "The Hokage and accompanying personnel will reside in Konoha for 3 to 5 days, with accommodations and meals duly arranged." Hashirama, confident in his brother's meticulous planning and completely reassured regarding these youths, found only himself to be somewhat anxious. "Excellent. Let us strive to avoid conflicts with the ninjas from other villages. However, should they provoke us, we are fully prepared to retaliate." Chiharu and Kagami acknowledged the command, ensuring that Konoha would not appear overly arrogant nor cowardly. They then turned to head towards the village gate to greet the visitors, for in just a few hours, the other 4 Kage would arrive in Konoha. "How are the defenses coming along?" Tobarama promptly replied, "I have entrusted this task to Hizashi and Danzo. They should have already initiated the preparations." Hashirama sensed the presence of numerous ninjas throughout the village, dressed in inconspicuous attire, undetectable by the average onlooker. These were elite ninjas with strong counter-surveillance skills, difficult for even the Kage to discern. Excellent work, everyone. Your efforts are all for the sake of Konoha. Chapter 89. The First Water Shadow. By Lien. All efforts are for the sake of Konoha. Hashirama turned to gaze out the window, and the tension within him dissipated. Indeed, everything was for Konoha. The pursuit of peace was merely a desire for this great tree, Konoha, to thrive in the world of ninjas. It was a wish for the children of Konoha to grow up safely, and for the villagers to wear smiles each day. With this understanding, what was there to be anxious about? Had I not toiled for this cause for many years? Even Madara could not thwart my progress. What then could the mere four Kage pose as a challenge? If they consent to peace, it would indeed be a cause for universal joy. However, if they refuse, they shall become the adversaries of Konoha. Although Hashirama yearns for peace, he is acutely aware of the sacrifices that true tranquility demands. The gentle breeze carried a palpable shift in the atmosphere surrounding the master, transforming his previous state of uncertainty into one of resolute determination. This was a hallmark of his character. He would often ignite with fervor unexpectedly, a phenomenon to which he had grown accustomed. Approximately every so often, Hashirama would succumb to a spell of melancholy, only to be revived by a sudden surge of passion once more. It appeared that this occasion was no different. At this moment, Hashirama set aside his manuscript and called upon Tobarama, intending to explore the village together. Tobarama, naturally, had no objections, and as the devoted disciple, Chiefing felt compelled to accompany them. Upon exiting the Hokage building, the plainclothes ninjas on the street, upon spotting the Hokage, yearned to salute him. However, bound by their duties, they could only feign normalcy and exchange casual greetings with the Hokage. "Good day, Hokage-sama." Hashirama, in turn, responded graciously to each salutation, warming the hearts of those around him. Although the ninjas were well aware of the Hokage's inherently warm nature, the experience of greeting him as an ordinary citizen was profoundly enchanting. The absence of hierarchical boundaries fostered a familial atmosphere. During their stroll, Hashirama moved at a leisurely pace, taking the time to acknowledge each person who greeted him. He relished this sensation immensely. Tobarama, too, found himself enchanted, lost in the chorus of villagers calling out to him with respect. This was largely due to the myriad of mundane affairs that Tobarama had diligently managed in the village, earning him the unwavering trust of its residents. Aside from the Hokage, the villagers placed their utmost faith in Tobarama. As Chiefing gazed upon the scene before him, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. This brought to mind the saying, "It is not by becoming Hokage that one earns the recognition of the people, but rather it is through gaining their acknowledgement that one ascends to the role of Hokage." Undoubtedly, Hashirama was a revered and beloved Hokage among the villagers. Tobarama, too, held a similar esteem. Perhaps it was their untainted affection for Konoha, a love devoid of selfish motives, that led them to dedicate their entirety to the village. Had Hashirama and Tobarama not established Konoha, it is conceivable that they could have lived to a ripe old age, given their formidable prowess. Yet, it was precisely the bond forged by Konoha that emboldened them to confront death without fear. In the face of pursuing foes, they could relinquish their lives without hesitation, entrusting the village to the tender shoots of the next generation. They had traveled a considerable distance, and upon hearing that the esteemed Hokage was on the streets, the villagers emerged to extend their greetings. Hashirama greeted nearly every villager, and with the impending 5 Kage summit, they offered a brief salutation to the Hokage before hastily returning home, lest they impose upon him. As Hashirama, Tobarama, and Chiefing approached the village gates, they found Izumi, Kyo, and other ninjas responsible for the reception awaiting them. In a matter of 2 hours, visitors were expected to arrive. Hashirama chose to remain there. As he was also meant to make an appearance, he understood that the first impression of Konoha should not be one of arrogance. After more than an hour had passed, the sun was nearing its zenith, casting a merciless glare, yet no one voiced complaints. Suddenly, Chiefing sensed a notable increase in humidity in the air. Before he could react, a colossal water dragon surged forth from the distant horizon, hurtling toward the gathering with ferocity. Taking a glance at his master, Kakashi noticed that Hashirama wore a smile without making any movements. The water dragon fell approximately 50 meters from the group, erupting into a colossal splash. However, it seemed to be under control, as not a single drop of water splashed onto the inhabitants of Konohagakure. As the water settled, it transformed into a dense mist. As the wind swept through, a vast expanse of mist came into view, stirring a restless urge within to exhale a breath of cloud. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Gradually, a procession of figures emerged from the fog, led by an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard, adorned with a water shadow hat. His left eye was blind, marked by a scar that traversed its surface. A smile graced his face, revealing teeth as sharp as a shark's. This man was none other than the first water shadow of the Mist Village, Bai Lian. With sheer determination, he had unified the myriad islands and ninja clans of the Land of Water, earning his reputation as a battle-hardened shinobi. Trailing behind him was a man with long black hair and squinting eyes, exuding an air of wisdom. Following them was a cadre of ordinary ninjas, unremarkable in their appearance. "How fares the esteemed Hokage?" Bai Lian inquired with a broad smile, extending his hand, which was met by Hashirama's grasp. "Quite well indeed. You too seem to be in good spirits, Water Shadow," Hashirama replied amicably. The two engaged in light conversation, despite having never met before. "I may not match your prowess, esteemed Hokage. Being an old man now, yet I believe I still have a few years left in me." At this, Hashirama chuckled softly. "Life and death are dictated by fate. We must focus on what we can control, leaving the rest to the younger generation." Bai Lian nodded in agreement, though he lamented the absence of his most promising successor, who would have surely gained invaluable experience from this encounter. He found himself curious to see the individual capable of matching his heir, who could potentially emerge as a formidable rival to the Mist Village in the future. After some time of idle chatter, the sun's relentless heat became increasingly oppressive, prompting Hashirama to direct the ninjas to escort the Water Shadow and his entourage to a more suitable resting place. Bai Lian, feeling the weariness of the journey, chose to cease his conversation with Hashirama and followed the ninjas away. As Zhongqufeng observed Bai Lian's appearance, particularly those sharp fangs, he couldn't shake the feeling that he might belong to the Dry Persimmon clan, though there was no evidence to support this notion. Nevertheless, Bai Lian could contribute 1,000 points of tranquility, and the individual behind him was likely the third Hokage, who should also provide some value. The upcoming 5 Kage summit was advantageous in that each Kage would bring their successor, which would essentially yield tranquility points for everyone involved. Merely unlocking the character catalog could potentially grant nearly 10,000 tranquility points. Furthermore, there was likely to be a chaotic event. But why had it not yet been indicated to commence? Uchiha Madara had announced it a year in advance, after all. Chapter 90. An influx of visitors. Moreover, there was probably a chaotic event forthcoming. Yet, why was there no indication of its beginning? Uchiha Madara had indeed given notice a year prior. The triggering of the chaotic event coincided with Konoha's hosting of the 5 Kage summit. Well, it seemed that this insipid system had reached a point of silence, not even offering reminders. Perhaps it would be rendered obsolete in a few years. However, this task appeared relatively straightforward. The primary discussions would be handled by his master, while he merely needed to secure victories during the sparring sessions. This would allow other villages to witness the strength of Konoha. I wonder how much tranquility this endeavor will yield. The current tranquility value of Chiefing stands at 21,000 points. A stark contrast to the over 30,000 it once was. Recently, he exchanged for a puppet and approached his mentor to request a small vial of blood, successfully activating the original puppet. It seems that the characteristics of the bloodline's owner are reflected in the puppet, turning golden. For instance, the puppet activated with the eye of the Uchiha clan possesses a golden Sharingan. In this instance, the puppet's hair has transformed to gold, a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, marked by their signature red hair. It was indeed quite audacious and unreasonable for Chiefing to request a vial of blood from Suibuto, especially considering she is his elder. However, Suibuto appeared unperturbed and did not inquire about its intended use, likely due to her understanding of Chiefing's character. She did not mention this matter to Hashirama. Regardless of the circumstances, Chiefing has now acquired puppets from both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans, possessing these two formidable trump cards, which grants him considerable leverage within the ninja world. Chiefing has also made significant progress with Hinata Kizuna and plans to broach the subject of blood in due time. The Hyuga clan treasures their Byakugan dearly, yet a mere vial of blood should not pose much of a problem. In summary, should all proceed smoothly, Chiefing will be able to possess a Byakugan puppet. Nevertheless, he does not place excessive importance on this matter, choosing instead to leave it to fate. If he encounters a suitable bloodline, he will consider acquiring it. Otherwise, he will not actively seek it out. There remains some time before the discussions commence, and Mizuki Hakurin has arrived relatively early. After Hakurin has settled in the village for a while, The other Kages began to arrive in succession. Suddenly, a fierce storm materialized, sending dust and debris swirling at the entrance of Konoha. Moments later, as the tempest subsided, a group emerged from its midst. "Honorable Hokage, it is a pleasure." Redo extended his hand in greeting to Hashirama. It was his first encounter with the Hokage, and he was taken aback by his youth. Hashirama appeared to be of a similar age, yet he commanded such respect in the ninja world, while Redo felt somewhat unaccomplished. Hashirama, smiling, grasped Redo's hand. "Honorable Kazekage, the pleasure is mine. I hope my disciples did not cause you any inconvenience during their delivery of the message." Taken aback, Redo realized he had not known that the young ninjas who came to deliver the message were, in fact, disciples of the Hokage. Not at all. Those young ones were exceedingly courteous. It is just that Sunigakure may not have extended the best hospitality. Indeed, one could not underestimate those who have founded a village. Their discourse reveals no flaws, nor do they betray any emotion, rendering their true thoughts inscrutable. The wind stood nearby, listening to the mutual flattery exchanged between the two shadows, finding it rather uninteresting, and thus began to rise cautiously. This time, the wind shadow seemed not to have brought his wife, Chiyo, along, but instead accompanied by a robust man adorned with a tattoo resembling a coiling dragon on his face. If all goes as expected, this should be the second wind shadow. Sabaku, the progenitor of both the puppet technique and sand manipulation. These two ninjutsu have significantly elevated the strength of Sunigakure. Otherwise, it might not even deserve the title of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Furthermore, sand manipulation appears to have become a standard skill for every generation of wind shadows, whether it be iron sand, gold sand, or ordinary sand. Mastery of at least one form is essential to attain the position of wind shadow. To take control of the wind is to be indifferent to the art of puppetry. No puppet, no matter how exquisite, can compare to the one held in one's own hands. The wind merely concerns itself with the tranquility value of the sand ninja. While Hashirama and Ryudo were engaged in an animated discussion, a colossal figure composed of earth suddenly rose from the ground. However, this giant paled in comparison to Hashirama's wooden constructs, being only half their size, rendering it easily tierable by hand. Above the head of the earthen giant floated a diminutive elder, looking rather like a small potato, adorning a hat characteristic of the first Tsuchikage. It was evident that this was Ishikawa, the first Tsuchikage and grandfather of Onoki. Ishikawa gracefully descended from above, landing before Hashirama and Ryudo, and proceeded to greet them with a handshake. "Honorable Hokage, esteemed Kazekage, how is your health?" he inquired jovially. "Haha, the Tsuchikage is as concerned about health as the Mizukage." Upon hearing this, Ishikawa chuckled. "As an old man like myself and the Mizukage, every additional day is a gift. Naturally, we must pay greater attention to our well-being." Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. "I do not place much importance on such matters. I prefer to follow fate." Ryudo refrained from engaging in this topic, believing discussions of life and death to be rather inauspicious. Instead, he chose to redirect the conversation. "Tsukikage, why have you come alone? Where are your guards?" Ishikawa glanced behind him, realizing with a start that he was indeed unaccompanied. "Where on earth have they gone?" he exclaimed, then suddenly clapped his hands together in realization. "Haha, it must be that I walked too swiftly, leaving them behind. I noticed the dust stirred by the Kazekage from afar and hurried to meet him, inadvertently losing my guards in the process." With a hearty laugh and a playful tug at his beard, he appeared quite amused by his own oversight. Hashirama and Ryudo found Ishikawa's demeanor rather unremarkable. After all, as one ages, a more carefree perspective often emerges, akin to that of a playful old man. Indeed, after about 10 minutes, Ishikawa's guards finally arrived. The leader among them was a tall figure, entirely wrapped in bandages. Donned in a gray vest with a black long sleeve on his left arm, an unmistakable attire of the Iwagakure. He bore 2 katana on his back, which, in the eyes of the wind, seemed merely ornamental. After all, how could one wield dust release in close combat? Upon seeing Mu, the wheels in Wind's mind began to turn. How might he procure a piece of flesh or a vial of blood from him? Opportunities such as this are fleeting. It would likely be the only chance to encounter Mu in several years. If he failed to acquire dust release this time, he would have to seek Onoki, which could take an eternity. However, this matter cannot be approached recklessly. Opportunities must be sought through sparring. Chapter 91. The First Raikage, AI. If I fail to obtain dust release this time, I shall have to seek out Onoki, but who knows when that will be. Nevertheless, this matter requires caution. I can only look for opportunities during our exchanges. My lord Suchikage, why the haste? We are struggling to keep pace with your speed. Wu knelt before Shurha, apologizing for not being able to protect the Suchikage at all times. He had only arrived after Shurha had been engaged in casual conversation with the other Kage for over 10 minutes, which was nothing short of dereliction of duty. With a gentle wave, Shurha lifted Wu back to his feet and sighed softly. There is no need for such dramatics. What danger could I possibly face? It was merely a casual chat with Lord Hokage and Lord Kazekage. In Shurha's eyes, Wu was an admirable young man, albeit somewhat rigid and inflexible, insisting on achieving what he set his mind to. This stubbornness led him to insist on sparring with a ninja from the Hidden Mist village, resulting in what was once a rather handsome young man being reduced to a state reminiscent of a mummy. When he was carried back to the village, Shurha was greatly concerned, but fortunately, he proved to be resilient and recovered. It is said that the young man from the Hidden Mist is still in a coma. I wonder if he will bring this incident up when we meet the Mizukage later. Shurha thought it best to avoid the topic. Let the younger generation resolve their disputes among themselves. Disregarding Wu, Shurha resumed his light-hearted conversation with the two Kage at the village entrance. I trust one am not the last to arrive. I set out several days in advance. Hashirama shook his head. The Reikage has yet to arrive. He shall be the last. Shurha stroked his beard, chuckling. Ah, that is a relief. I had a feeling I would not be the last one here. As the wind took a moment to eavesdrop on the conversation of the shadows, he perceived the earth shadow as akin to a child in an adult's guise. Unsure whether this demeanor was a deliberate fade or an innate characteristic. Regardless, he appeared quite approachable. After conversing for nearly half an hour, the lightning shadow had yet to arrive. At this juncture, Hashirama suggested that the wind shadow and earth shadow enter the village to rest, so they could present their best selves when the meeting commenced. Both the wind shadow and earth shadow readily agreed, eager to witness the true nature of Konoha village and to ascertain how their own village measured up. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the atmospheric pressure plummeted, evoking a sense of calm that precedes a tempest. A thunderclap erupted from the horizon, lightning unfurling like tendrils across the heavens. A formidable bolt of lightning hurtled toward the ground, scorching the earth and releasing billowing smoke. From within the haze emerged a towering figure, a man with dark skin, thick lips, clad in a simple yellow robe, adorned with a purple scarf, and crowned with the iconic hat of the lightning shadow. His dramatic entrance was fitting for his role, as amidst the thunder and lightning, the first lightning shadow, finally arrived at Konoha village. Seeing the lightning shadow arrive as promised, Hashirama felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that the discussions could finally commence. The inhabitants of the Cloud Village were often perceived as arrogant and ambitious, and Tobarama had reported multiple instances of espionage from Cloud Village directed at Konoha. Nevertheless, Hashirama turned a blind eye for the sake of peace. However, if the lightning shadow were to abstain from attending the 5 Kage summit, it might signify that the Cloud Village no longer belonged to the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages. Yet, despite the lightning shadow's pride and ambition, he dared not act recklessly in Hashirama's presence. Upon his arrival, he promptly approached Hashirama and extended his hand, stating, "Hokage-sama, it is a pleasure to meet you." Hashirama grasped his hand in return, replying, "Likewise, Lightning Shadow-sama, I appreciate your efforts in journeying here." The Lightning Shadow nonchalantly remarked, "It was nothing. Merely encountered a few rogue ninjas along the way, which consumed a bit of time." Hashirama smiled and, noticing the absence of guards behind him, similar to the Earth Shadow, queried, "Are your guards on the way?" The Lightning Shadow shook his head and feigned confusion, saying, "What need is there for so many guards? I brought only one." Just then, another thunderclap reverberated through the sky, and a figure landed gracefully on the ground. After a careful observation, it became evident that the individual before him was undoubtedly the second Reikage. During this convening in the Hidden Leaf Village, the other Kage had brought along their most trusted successors, seemingly to flaunt their prowess amongst the other villages. After all, where there are people, there will inevitably be conflict. And as the representatives of their respective villages, the Kage could not engage in direct confrontations themselves. Thus, they resorted to having their disciples act on their behalf, leading each of them to bring along their most loyal confidants. The Reikage played his role exceptionally well, leaving Hashirama momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If Hashirama were to become truly irate, bringing more guards would only result in a greater loss of life, from a certain perspective. The Reikage displayed a degree of wisdom. With the Rakich's presence, all 5 Kage were now accounted for, prompting Hashirama to allow everyone to step away from the sunlit entrance of the village. He arranged for a group of ninjas to escort the Kage to their temporary quarters for a brief respite, intending to convene the meeting later in the afternoon when the heat had subsided. With little else to occupy his time, Kage took a moment to examine his character encyclopedia, and, as anticipated, it confirmed his suspicions. Aside from Ryudo, who had already been unlocked, each character had provided him with 1,000 points of tranquility. His tranquility points had now returned to 30,000, and he anticipated that he would garner even more upon the conclusion of the summit of the 5 Kage. The atmosphere in the Takafu region is tranquil, while the administration is quite busy, meticulously arranging personnel and preparing provisions such as meals and clothing. After all, this gathering is convened by the esteemed Konoha organization, and it is essential to exhibit a sense of generosity rather than being overly frugal. Initially, the administration was in a state of disarray, unsure of where to begin, but as familiarity grew, the task became considerably less burdensome. Nonetheless, it still does not compare to the serenity experienced in Takafu. Within the Hokage's office, I inquired, "Have you had the opportunity to meet the leaders of the other shinobi's guard teams?" Chiefing nodded, for he had indeed perceived the implications. In the future, they would all become shadows of the village, and should war arise, they would be formidable adversaries. "Fear not, master. Should they dare to infringe upon the village of the leaves, I shall show them no mercy," he declared. To an outsider, this might seem like the fanciful bravado of a mere 7-year-old, audaciously proclaiming the intent to eliminate heirs from rival villages. Yet, Hashirama understood that Chiefing possessed such potential, having trained under his tutelage for this extended period. When the meeting convenes shortly, stand behind me without uttering a word, but remain vigilant to the discourse of the other shadows. Upon receiving the command, he understood that the summit was not a forum for his indiscriminate utterances. However, why had his master instructed him to heed the speeches of the other Kage? Was it to learn the art of negotiation and deliberation with representatives from other villages? Chapter 92, The 5 Kage Summit. Upon receiving the command, Kage took note that the meeting was not a venue for idle chatter. However, he pondered the reason behind his master's instruction to pay attention to the statements from the other Kage. Was it to learn how to negotiate and deliberate with representatives from other villages? After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for answers, deciding to cast aside his thoughts and simply follow his master's guidance. Hours later, the summit of the 5 Kage commenced, appearing merely as a gathering of 5 middle-aged ninjas. Every action taken during this assembly could profoundly influence the entire shinobi world, with the balance between war and peace resting on a knife's edge. For the 5 great nations, war merely represented a drain on resources and lives. Yet, for smaller nations, it could signify the peril of obliteration. Thus, these smaller countries often found themselves vacillating between the major powers, akin to a leaf caught in the wind. Ultimately, lacking sufficient strength, they depended on alliances for survival. A single misstep could render their homeland a battlefield, a truly tragic fate. The Kage entered the meticulously prepared conference room, where a pentagonal table awaited them at the center. The atmosphere was gravely serious. Aside from the Hokage, flanked by Tobarama and Kaze, each Kage was accompanied by but a single aide, primarily their designated successors. A group of seasoned tacticians discerned that Kaze was a child, the disciple or heir apparent of the Hokage. Yet, they were left to question whether a 7 or 8-year-old was too inexperienced for such a crucial assembly, especially since discussions would inevitably lead to sparring sessions. Nevertheless, the Kage refrained from voicing their doubts, recognizing that as the Hokage's disciple, Kaze must possess some merit. Yet, in comparison to their own successors, he was undeniably lacking, given the age disparity. Thus, he posed little threat. Once all the Kage were seated, Hashirama, as the host, initiated the proceedings with welcoming remarks. The other Kage expressed their intentions to contribute to the peace of the shinobi world. Each declaration was steeped in noble righteousness, yet the true thoughts harbored within remained shrouded in mystery. Since all attendees yearned for peace, it was hoped that the discussions would unfold amicably. Hashirama then directly presented his proposition. "I hope that we can collectively sign a treaty for peace within the shinobi realm, ensuring that the flames of war will no longer be ignited frivolously." Upon hearing this, the previously vociferous Kage fell into a contemplative silence, each harboring their own hidden agendas. For instance, Some may have contemplated the annihilation of a smaller nation to bolster their strength. Indeed, many potential conflicts had been averted solely due to Hashirama's call for dialogue. In a sense, he had indirectly spared the lives of those smaller nations. Is everyone reluctant to agree? Hashirama observed the Kage's response, feeling a sense of discontent. They had appeared so resolute just moments ago, yet now they were enveloped in silence. At that moment, the Wind Shadow spoke up calmly. Lord Hokage, Sunagakure is willing to sign the peace treaty. Upon hearing Lido's words, Hashirama felt considerably uplifted. Had there not been a shadow to sign the treaty, this meeting would have been in vain. However, Lido continued, yet, everyone is aware of the circumstances surrounding Sunagakure. The endless yellow sands yield no arable land. Water resources are scarce, and the villagers' livelihoods remain uncertain. He shook his head and sighed. I can sign a treaty to ensure peace for the ninja world. But who will safeguard the lives of my villagers in Sunagakure? Lido's sentiments resonated with truth. What Taki saw in Sunagakure reflected this harsh reality. The villagers endured great hardships, but had not lost hope. With scarce clothing and food, even bathing had become a luxury, yet they continued to live vibrantly. Hashirama, upon hearing this, felt deep sympathy for the plight of Sunagakure. The situation in the Land of Wind was well known among the shadows. It had historically been a barren land where crops could scarcely be cultivated. Simply providing food would only serve as a temporary fix, sustaining the villagers for months or perhaps years. Hashirama sought a more profound solution to this dilemma, yet he worried that Sunagakure might eventually turn against them. At that moment, Taki leaned close to Hashirama's ear, whispering a suggestion that only he could hear. Upon hearing it, Hashirama nodded, his face reflecting newfound resolve. He then proclaimed, I can utilize wood release to create a forest for you. With diligent fertilization, in a few years, you will possess a substantial expanse of arable land. Lido's face lit up with joy. This indeed seemed an excellent solution. If the Hokage's words were to be believed, then Sunagakure would finally have a foundation upon which to thrive. Even if the yield were modest, it would be infinitely better than nothing. Once Sunagakure could stabilize its grain production, their strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Thank you, Lord Hokage. On behalf of Sunagakure, I shall sign the peace treaty. While expressing gratitude, Lido's mind was already calculating the future. However, how could Taki's proposed solution lead to the rapid prosperity of Sunagakure? After all, every shadow coveted the resources of a flourishing land, and once they gained strength, they might desire conflict. If Hashirama's plan succeeded, it could inadvertently provide the means for potential adversaries. The forest created through wood release could indeed sustain crops for a few years, with initial yields being quite promising. Yet, that would only be for a limited time. As a ninjutsu, wood release would gradually diminish in effectiveness. The land would inevitably decline, and while cultivation could continue, the yields would certainly dwindle. It might suffice to merely stave off hunger, but the notion of stockpiling resources for warfare seemed overly ambitious. Observing the Wind Shadow hastily sign the treaty, the other shadows were left in a quandary. Signing would undoubtedly diminish the potential for exploiting a small nation's development. Yet refraining from signing left them uncertain of the Hokage's reaction. Should their hesitation lead to significant repercussions for their village, the cost could be dire. Would the Water Shadow, Earth Shadow, and Lightning Shadow choose not to sign the treaty? Did everyone not just speak of maintaining peace in the ninja world? Hashirama's calm words sent a chill through the shadows present, who had been specifically mentioned. Despite their equal status, they dared not act arrogantly before the Hokage, for their powers were not of the same caliber. The Tsuchikage was the first to speak, stating no demands or grievances, but simply signing the treaty. Reluctantly, the Mizukage followed suit after much hesitation, likely compelled by Hashirama's formidable strength. At this juncture, the Raikage interjected. Might I inquire if you have captured the 8 tails from the Land of Lightning? This matter warrants clarification. The Tsuchikage and Mizukage sighed in unison. It was evident that nearly all tailed beasts had been captured by Konoha within a matter of days. Though they all understood the situation, none dared to vocalize it, as it was futile to discuss what had already transpired. Without the power to back his words, the Raikage's inquiry appeared utterly absurd. Indeed, the 8 tails had been seized by Konoha. However, I find no obligation to explain myself to you. Tailed beasts are without masters, and the Land of Lightning has previously attempted to capture the 9 tails residing in the Land of Fire. It seems your efforts were not successful. Upon uttering these words, the Raikage realized he had been somewhat foolish, yet it was too late to retract his statement, which only served to infuriate Hashirama further. Nonetheless, The truth of the matter remained unassailable. AI had believed his plan to capture the Nine Tails was shrouded in secrecy, only to discover that the Hokage was well aware of it. This was indeed a significant embarrassment, having already offended Hashirama with his previous remark. He knew that failing to propose the signing of the treaty at this moment might provoke Hashirama's ire. The village of Kumogakure also signed the treaty, thereby committing to jointly uphold peace in the ninja world. However, Takov believed not a word of the Raikage's assertions, for it was the village of Kumogakure that had instigated the First Ninja World War. They had mistakenly thought that with Hashirama's death, Konoha would be left defenseless, only to find themselves defeated by Tobirama's might, ultimately compelled to retreat and seek peace. The Raikage harbored similar thoughts, believing that only Hashirama could sustain this peace treaty. Once he was gone, the agreement would naturally become void. While it was true that no one could vanquish the god of shinobi, time itself could. The position of Raikage was passed down through generations, and one day they would surely bring Konoha to its knees. Ha ha, now that we have all signed the treaty, we must adhere to its provisions. Otherwise, Konoha shall remain our eternal adversary. Everyone has signed the treaty, and naturally, the atmosphere has become quite amiable. With the most significant matters concluded, conversations have shifted to lighter topics, such as the village's development and the growth of children. It resembles a gathering of elderly gentlemen, relaxed after dinner, exchanging pleasantries. During this casual discourse, several villages seized the opportunity to establish trade relations, which will undoubtedly expedite the early development of their communities. With the leadership of Konoha, everyone feels a sense of reassurance. Previously, there was little interaction among the villages, leaving them unfamiliar with one another. Now, the ninja world enjoys a temporary peace, fostering a budding spirit of communication. After nearly 2 hours of dialogue, the conversation evolved from the peace of the ninja world to personal anecdotes. The guards behind them repeatedly reminded them to stay on topic. But the enthusiastic Kages paid little heed. Only when the sky darkened did they conclude the inaugural 5 Kage Summit. It was truly an honor to engage in such lengthy discussions with esteemed colleagues, and there is hope for similar opportunities in the future, regardless of others' sentiments. Hashirama's mood today was exceptionally bright. The successful signing of the peace treaty signified that, during his lifetime, war should be averted. Haha, the same goes for me. Though I fear my years may be numbered, and parting might be near, he mused. The ever-cheerful Byakuren spoke candidly about life and death, clearly having come to terms with it. The playful old man, Ishikawa, chimed in, "Here, I and Mizukichi are the eldest. You three are likely to live for many more years." Hashirama smiled, reflecting that matters of life and death are beyond human control. What matters is not to squander the present, as even the arrival of tomorrow remains uncertain. As the meeting adjourned, the Kages departed to their quarters for rest. Their time initially intended for sparring now consumed by conversation. Thus, they would have to wait until the morrow. This afternoon, Takafumi felt quite fatigued, standing immobile behind his master, feeling as if his bones were stiffening. Upon returning to the office with Hashirama, he noticed Chiri and Kagami waiting, seemingly for a report. "Master, Takafumi, Lord Tobirama. You are finally done," exclaimed Hashirama with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, we inadvertently became engrossed in conversation, which extended our time considerably," he continued. "Even the sparring has been postponed until tomorrow." Seizing the moment while Kagami reported to Hashirama, Takafumi briefly relayed the happenings of the summit to Chiri. Knowing she relished such gossip. After all, the tailed beast had once insisted he recount tales for half the day. I'm grateful I didn't accompany my master. Otherwise, with such a tedious meeting, I might have dozed off." She spoke in an exaggerated manner, yet the meeting indeed lacked substance. By the end of this gathering, Zhongqufeng was left with nothing but the treachery that lurked in the shadows, along with a weary body and soul. After completing their task reports, Jing and Ji bid farewell to Zhongqufeng before departing. Hashirama, after discussing the upcoming sparring session with Zhongqufeng, encouraged him to return home to rest. However, he himself appeared to have some documents to organize, and Tobirama accompanied him. Zhongqufeng took a moment to gaze around, only to realize his presence was unnecessary, prompting him to return home. He should have employed his ninjutsu. However, with outsiders in the village and a sparring session scheduled for the following day, it was prudent to remain discreet. Upon arriving home, the two younglings, Qin Yun and Lu Feng, returned to the family nest, snuggling beside their mother hen. The hen, embodying maternal affection, tenderly preened the feathers of Qin Yun and Lu Feng with her beak. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Zhongqufeng chose not to intrude further. After feeding them, He quietly departed. Once in his room, he indulged in a hot bath, alleviating the weariness of his body and revitalizing his spirit. The wind felt a peculiar sensation, as it was unlike the usual training sessions. Perhaps it was the oppressive atmosphere that occasionally enveloped them. After all, they were all figures of tremendous stature, their presence imposing and overwhelming. Such scenes, once concluded, would be difficult to witness again. For the Five Shadows Summit was not a commonplace event that could be convened at will. After a soothing bath, the wind retired to bed, aware that tomorrow held a competitive match, and he needed to restore his condition to its optimal state. This was not merely a matter of honor for the Hidden Leaf Village, it also pertained to his own tranquility. The night passed seamlessly, and by the break of dawn, the system roused him. The competition was scheduled for the afternoon, allowing him ample time to rest, as there were no training sessions planned for the day. After refreshing himself and dressing in a single, fluid motion, he hastily consumed a couple of bites of a meager meal he had salvaged from his ring before stepping outside. "Hey, Chiefing, you're up so early again, even on your day off this morning." As the wind whispered, he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he found Chiri gazing at him with a cheerful smile. "I've grown accustomed to this. At this hour, I simply cannot sleep," he remarked. "Neither can I, otherwise I would not have ventured out so early," Chiri replied. "By the way, do you feel confident about this afternoon's sparring? The ninjas from other villages are significantly older than you." Chiefing replied with a hint of jest to Zhili, saying, "It's merely a piece of cake." In Chapter 94, first, "Let us fill ourselves to 80%. Zhili then inquired, "Do you feel confident about this afternoon's sparring session? The ninjas from other villages are considerably older than you." Chiefing, with a hint of jest, remarked to Zhili, "It's all rather effortless." Zhili responded with a playful grimace. "Humph, there you go boasting again. If you choose not to believe it, so be it. The truth shall reveal itself this afternoon." However, to speak candidly, the forthcoming sparring session seemed rather lackluster. The other 4 participants were all second-generation shadows or successors nurtured by the village, and it was uncertain whether they would engage with their true strength and techniques. At best, it would resemble a friendly match, offering little insight. Yet, the shadows might glean some understanding from the encounter, should everyone refrain from showcasing their genuine abilities. Xufeng would naturally adopt a more relaxed approach, employing only the most fundamental of ninjutsu. Nevertheless, his opponents were seasoned ninjas, possessing far greater combat experience than he. Caution was imperative, otherwise, a misstep could lead to disaster. "So make sure to give it your all this afternoon and bring glory to the village," Zhili exclaimed, brimming with excitement as if he were the one about to engage in the sparring. Qifeng smiled lightly and remarked, "I find myself rather unoccupied this morning, with no tasks at hand. How about you? Do you have any assignments this morning?" Zhili responded with a sweet smile, "Hee. My task for this morning is to guide the other shadows on a tour of Konoha village, which does not require my presence, so I'm enjoying a break." Qifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, such tasks were ill-suited for Chiri, primarily due to his tender age. Youth often conveys a sense of immaturity, which is why older ninjas are typically preferred for these responsibilities. Among them was Q, who had been summoned early that morning to the Hokage's office for task assignments. After awakening, Chiri felt rather aimless at home and decided to venture outside for a leisurely stroll. What plans did he have for the morning? Perhaps indulging in grilled meat? Upon hearing the mention of barbecue, Chiri immediately declared, "I'm in." Grilled meat was unquestionably his favorite, and training alongside Hashirama allowed him to maintain his physique without gaining weight. Thus, he felt even more liberated. Whenever Chiefing brought up barbecue, he would agree without a moment's hesitation. It had been quite some time since they visited that particular restaurant, and rumors suggested that the owner had demolished and rebuilt the establishment. This was news to me. I only cared about the quality of the meat. Indifferent to the owner himself, as long as the restaurant remained in business, the two wandered through the village of Konoha several times, even engaging in lengthy conversation with the undercover ninja, Hizashi. However, as Chiefing remarked, this notion of an undercover ninja seemed rather absurd, possessing little utility. Hizashi had discussed such matters extensively with Rado during his time in Sunagakure, and even if memories faded, the visage of the Kazekage would remain familiar. To masquerade as an ordinary villager felt somewhat hasty. Nevertheless, given the orders in place, Chiefing had no intention of voicing his dissent. After all, existence itself lends to justification. By noon, Chiefing and Chiri arrived at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. "Ah, you two have finally graced us with your presence. I've reserved a private room just for you. Please come in." The owner welcomed them with his customary warmth, while the barbecue establishment had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from a modest single-story abode into a charming two-story building. In truth, even if Chiefing and Cheery were to visit daily, the owner would not have achieved such success solely from their patronage. The primary factor lay in the celebrity effect of Chiefing and Cheery. A restaurant frequented by the disciples of the Hokage was bound to flourish. It has been quite a while since your last visit. Have you grown tired of grilled meat? The owner inquired. Cheery quickly waved his hands in protest. No. We've simply been occupied with numerous missions. Upon hearing this, the owner felt reassured. As long as Chiefing and Cheery remained, the barbecue restaurant would continue to thrive. Following the owner upstairs, he promptly instructed the staff to bring forth over 30 plates of meat, all of which were favorites of Chiefing and Cheery. Being regular customers, the owner had already mastered their preferences, allowing him to provide them with a more pleasant dining experience. Once the dishes were served, the owner discreetly excused himself from the room. Qifeng and Zhi Li have also begun to indulge in exquisite cuisine, after a feast that was devoured with great fervor. Over 30 plates of meat were completely cleared away. As I am currently on a diet, I shall settle for a modest fullness. Just enough to satisfy 8/10 of my appetite. In a moment of speechlessness, he found himself at a loss for words. Should the guests outside overhear this remark, they would surely be left astounded. Plates of barbecued delicacies flowed into the private room like a cascading stream, and yet, to claim one was merely 8/10 full, it would seem one would need to consume an entire person to satiate such an appetite. As long as you find joy in it, that is what matters. By the way, at what time is your sparring session scheduled? Qifeng realized that he couldn't quite recall the exact time, but it should be similar to yesterday. After all, how long can a sparring match last? Victory and defeat can be determined in the blink of an eye. He had also forgotten. So he decided to keep a watchful eye on the time. As the wind blew, a few clouds soared out of the window, circling within the village of Konoha, keenly observing all movements. Last night, Master was genuinely joyous. It was said by Lord Tobarama that Master had indulged in drink to the point of inebriation. It was only this morning that Master's wife administered a bowl of sobering brew to remedy his condition. Surely, it was through Kakashi's words that Tobarama learned of this. Yet Takafumi could comprehend, for after all, what Hashirama has always sought is peace. Now that it has been achieved, how could he not be elated? Although the current peace may not be entirely stable, it nonetheless represents a small step forward. It offers the entire shinobi world an opportunity for development, preventing the devastation wrought by endless warfare. After the two had satiated their appetites, they engaged in casual conversation in the private room until the cloud birds reported a stir, prompting Takafumi and Tobarama to set forth towards the training grounds of Konoha. The purpose of participating in the sparring session was for the sake of honing skills, while the intent behind observing was to enjoy the spectacle of combat. After all, such an opportunity is indeed rare. Upon arriving at the training ground, they discovered that members such as Nijan, Tens, and others were already present, with Tobarama engaged in conversation nearby. Tufeng has arrived, remarked Hashirama, affectionately ruffling Tufeng's hair. The two indulged in light conversation, primarily regarding the upcoming spar, where Tufeng would be the sole participant. Although Hashirama had hoped to have Sarutobi Nijan take the stage, Tobarama had declined this notion, citing a breach of decorum. Consequently, Tufeng was left with no choice but to take the field himself. As a mentor, Hashirama was well aware of Tufeng's capabilities and felt no apprehension. However, the ninja from other villages were not to be underestimated. Should Tufeng sustain serious injuries, it would be imperative to halt the spar immediately. Pushing through could lead to lasting repercussions. Qifeng nodded slightly. Yet he did not believe that he would be unable to overcome them. At present, the prowess of Tufeng is roughly at the level of a quasi-shadow. Yet he has not ascended to the ranks of a true shadow primarily due to his insufficient physical techniques. This aspect has seen considerable improvement through his training with Hashirama. While Hashirama and Tufeng were engaged in conversation, Uchiha Kagami arrived at the training grounds accompanied by the Wind Shadow. After exchanging a handshake with the Hokage, he let out a slight sigh, remarking, it is indeed delightful to stroll around Konoha this morning without the onslaught of wind and sand. Haha, do not be hasty. Following the conclusion of our discussions, I shall dispatch a wood clone to accompany you back to the land of wind. This way, Sunagakure will also have its share of greenery. Upon hearing this, Redo clasped his hands in gratitude once more. Regardless of whether his sentiments were genuine or otherwise, his concern for his people mirrored that of Hashirama. Thus, Hashirama paid special attention to Reto, for he was the only one among the other four shadows with whom he could engage in meaningful dialogue. The others were either elderly or insufferably arrogant, making it impossible for Hashirama to connect with them. As the two exchanged words, the remaining shadows soon arrived, accompanied by their respective heirs. Each heir radiated confidence, as if victory were already assured. Well then, since everyone is present, let us commence today's sparring a little earlier, Hashirama declared as the host. The other shadows readily agreed, taking their seats in the stands to observe the forthcoming contest and discern which heir would ultimately prevail. Shaman, AI, Mu, and Tsukiyaki took to the stage, followed closely by Zhongqufeng. While the audience pondered the identity of this young child, Hashirama interjected, "This is my disciple, Zhongqufeng. He is still quite young, so I hope you all will show him some leniency." Upon hearing Hashirama's words, the heirs in the audience were somewhat perplexed. After all, even if he were a disciple, was it truly appropriate for a mere 7-year-old to engage in such a contest? Was this not akin to offering one's life? Some even emitted faint chuckles, perhaps believing that Konoha had fallen to such a degree that it could not even produce a competent ninja. The breeze paid no heed to the gazes of those around, for words seemed futile in such a situation. It sufficed to subdue them through strength. Yet, the elder ninjas upon the stage cast sidelong glances, for even if they had not witnessed the might of the Yunchong clan, they had certainly heard of its renown. They wondered when this clan had allied with Konoha and even become disciples of the Hokage. Such news was far from auspicious. Yet the shadows had already signed a peace treaty, and with the Hokage present, none dared to instigate conflict. However, even if a confrontation were to arise, it would be no easy feat to vanquish the breeze, for he possessed formidable hidden cards. Today's sparring consisted of 2 matches, the first being a one-on-one bout determined by drawing lots, and the second a 5-man free-for-all. Those who were fortunate enough to receive a bye in the first match could conserve their energy and advance directly to the second contest. The victor of the latter would be awarded a prize, and the hope was that all would present their utmost prowess. Hashirama announced the rules from the stage, while those in the audience were already brimming with eagerness, with AI being the most exuberant among them, practically itching to commence battle, his entire being thrumming with anticipation. Jing approached with the box of lots, inviting each participant to draw their fate. Upon turning the bamboo sticks over to catch the wind, it was revealed that one bore the letter A. Everyone proceeded to flip their drawn bamboo sticks, and the characters inscribed upon them became apparent. On the bamboo sticks inscribed with the characters of wind and nothing, the letter A is etched, while the names of Shaman and AI bear the letter B. In contrast, Yueji appears to be the most fortunate of all, for the letter C graces her stick, allowing her to forego the initial battle and conserve her strength for the ensuing melee. With her eyes perpetually narrowed, Yueji offered a faint smile before turning to take her seat in the viewing area. "Today, I sense an unsettling stroke of fortune, as I have unexpectedly encountered Will. Is this the fated confrontation? 2 individuals bearing the burden of bloodline elimination must engage in a duel to ascertain who possesses greater strength. However, in such a trivial setting, surely we would refrain from employing dust release? That technique is capable of inflicting fatal consequences." As the wind whispered with boundless imagination, Wu remained indifferent, unaware of Zhongqufeng's possession of a bloodline limit, and thus, he paid him no mind. He merely felt a twinge of regret that the man from the hidden mist village had not arrived, for they were destined adversaries. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami announced, "The participant who draws A, please step forward." Without hesitation, Wu strode confidently onto the field, closely followed by Zhongqufeng. The remaining spectators retreated to the stands. On the training ground, Wu and Zhongqufeng positioned themselves on opposite sides, awaiting the commencement of their match. Begin. Earth Release, Ultra Lightweight Rock Technique. At the very instant Kagami declared the match's start, Wu soared into the air, gazing down at Zhongqufeng from a lofty height. The Ultra Lightweight Rock Technique, a signature jutsu of the Tsuchikage from the Rock Village, was one of the few techniques in the shinobi world that allowed flight. However, Zhongqufeng, having anticipated Wu's move, remained unperturbed. He had foreseen this tactic. While he possessed his own flight jutsu, it was not yet available for use. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhongqufeng bit into his fingertip and invoked Summoning Technique. A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, obscuring Zhongqufeng from view for a brief moment. Soon after, a crane, twice the normal size, emerged from the smoke, carrying Zhongqufeng as it soared toward Wu. Clearly taken aback by Zhongqufeng's unexpected response and the formidable size of his summoning beast, Wu quickly retaliated. Earth Release, Rock Rain. In an instant, small rocks coalesced around Wu, tumbling down like a sudden deluge toward Zhongqufeng. Yet, Zhongqufeng's hands moved deftly, forming seals at a rapid pace. Wind release, wind pressure. He exhaled a gentle breeze, which, upon contact, subjected the descending rocks to an immense force, causing them to shatter into fine dust. Interesting, Wu remarked casually, seemingly underestimating the 7-year-old ninja before him. With no unnecessary words, the wind took advantage of the moment, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp gusts from its mouth, moving with unparalleled swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it severed the throat of the void. However, the void then crumbled into a pile of earth, revealing it to be a mere decoy. Glancing around, the wind found no trace of the void's whereabouts, and neither did the celestial crane perceive any anomaly. The ability to manipulate chakra in a manner undetectable to others is a terrifying skill possessed by Zhongqufeng, particularly when combined with his dust release technique. The inability to perceive this power necessitates a cautious approach. Water release, gentle rain. Countless droplets coalesce around him before cascading down, resembling a soft rain that nourishes all it touches. There is no grand spectacle, as it appears to be merely an ordinary shower. Yet, unbeknownst to others, each drop of rain is infused with Zhongqufeng's cloud essence upon impact. Even the slightest touch can have profound consequences. The wind can also be utilized to locate the enemy's position. The extent of this rain is vast, enveloping the entire training ground, ensuring that none shall escape its grasp. Seated atop the back of the azure clouds, Zhongqufeng closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the surroundings. Before long, a smile graced his visage. "I found you," he declared. "Water release, water dragon bullet, fire release, fire dragon bullet." The speed at which he formed the hand seals was so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Flames and water swirled around him, coalescing into two fearsome dragons of fire and water, their furious roars directed toward the synth's location. With a resounding boom, the ground of the training field was blasted into a large crater by the water and fire dragon bullets. At that moment, Wu revealed his form. Although unscathed, he appeared somewhat disheveled, covered in dust. He had suspected that the rain was suspicious. Had it been a battlefield, he could have undoubtedly escaped its range. However, the sparring had stipulated a fixed distance, leaving him with no means of evasion. Thus, the two advantages Wu possessed were rendered ineffective against Zhongqufeng, compelling him to confront the young adversary directly. From their earlier encounter, it was clear that this 7-year-old child was anything but ordinary. The mere fact that he could execute the water and fire dragon bullets was beyond the capabilities of a ninja at such a tender age. Konoha truly has its share of prodigies, Wu mused lightly. Though the situation was quite formidable, the outcome remained uncertain. Earth release, earth spike. As Wu completed the hand seals, the ground began to tremble. Accompanied by a deafening roar, countless earthen spikes erupted from the earth, shooting skyward. Should these spikes strike their target, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Chiyun's reflexes were swift. He seemed to sense the impending danger early on. As the ground quaked, he took to the air, soaring and spiraling, rendering Wu's aim futile. Indeed, while the multitude of earth spikes was a spectacular sight to behold, none found their mark on Zhongqufeng. The nature of Chiyun's ability remained a mystery even to Zhongqufeng. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. A massive dragon's head emerged from the earth spikes, its gaping maw spewing forth boulders like a relentless machine gun. Upon witnessing the circumstances, it became evident that Wu had a clear intention. Both individuals were suspended in the air, rendering many earth-based ninjutsu ineffective. The purpose of the earth spike technique was merely to elevate the ground beneath them. Qingyun skillfully evaded amidst the barrage of projectiles, yet the dragon's head, under Wu's manipulation, continually altered its trajectory, leaving only the option to shatter it. Lightning release, lightning beast charge. The air crackled with the sound of thunder as the winds summoned forth a tempest of electricity. Brilliant blue sparks erupted with each flash of lightning. Moments later, the bolts coalesced into a mysterious beast, armed with fearsome fangs and razor-sharp claws. In an instant, it lunged at the earthen dragon, striking down with a single blow that shattered the creature into fragments. Yet the lightning beast did not dissipate. Instead, it surged forward towards the void. Just as the distance between the beast and the void narrowed to an arm's length, a colossal fist obliterated the lightning entity. A gigantic rock golem floated behind the void like a guardian. Earth release, earth stone dragon. In an instant, four massive dragons sculpted from earth and stone erupted from the ground. Though their forms were crafted from solid materials, they moved with remarkable agility. They swiftly climbed the spike formed by the earthen dragon and opened their gaping jaws to bite down on the wind's bearer. However, Qingyun swiftly carried the wind away to safety, but the length of the earth dragon was such that it nearly spanned the entire training ground. The void chuckled softly at this moment. He too possessed a ninjutsu capable of enveloping the entire arena. Water release, water dragon bomb. With fervent chakra consumption, torrents of water surged around him, creating a ferocious whirlpool beneath his feet. Above him, a massive sphere of water continuously gathered until it erupted, splashing torrents in every direction. A formidable water dragon ascended into the air, and the 4 earthstone dragons, drenched by the deluge, found their movement severely hindered. Like insects caught upon the surface of a pond, they were swiftly crushed by the water dragon's onslaught. Neither of the 2 combatants had fully unveiled their prowess, exchanging blows in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Yet, with 10 chakra points at his disposal, if the void were to prolong the battle without utilizing earth release, defeat was inevitable. Ninja of Konoha, you possess remarkable skill. To have engaged in combat with me for this long, you are the first since that little mustached one. Chi Feng listened quietly, his expression remaining unchanged, yet shortly thereafter, a hint of a smile graced his face. You too. If the wind were to inform him that Uchiha Obito had not even lasted a single round under his command, would he not lose his sanity on the spot? This is assuming, of course, that the experience card is not considered cheating. The sensation of the wind suggests that Uchiha Obito may be haunted by psychological shadows. Even with dust release, he was effortlessly defeated and subjected to humiliation. Anyone would struggle to endure such treatment. Unleash your true abilities. I wish to witness the extent of your prowess. As the azure clouds gradually descended, they transformed into a cloud of dust and vanished from sight. Since Obito seems eager for a proper confrontation, he is more than willing to oblige. However, the youth, still in his formative years, lacks extensive combat experience, and sustaining injuries would be detrimental. With the absence of summon beasts, the skies undoubtedly belong to Obito. Yet he remains cautious. He is uncertain of the true strength of his opponent, but the audacity to abandon flight and return to the ground indicates a profound confidence. Therefore, Obito resolves to seize the initiative. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. A colossal earthen sphere coalesces in his hands, and at the moment of its release, he employs the super heavy rock technique. Instantly, the sphere's weight multiplies several hundredfold, crashing to the ground like a meteorite. Such tremendous weight causes the earth to shatter, debris flying in all directions. Even the spectators nearby are nearly caught in the ensuing chaos. Dust envelopes the entire arena. Obito can see nothing from his aerial vantage. The field falls into a temporary silence, yet Obito knows that this single ninjutsu cannot possibly subdue his adversary. Indeed, before Obito could sense anything, for crystalline vines emerged from the dust, swiftly ensnaring his limbs. Struggling to break free, he discovers that these seemingly soft and fragile vines are, in fact, harder than stone. With no choice left, he commands a rock giant to crush them. Even the most resilient crystal cannot withstand such a blow. With a series of punches, the 4 crystalline vines shatter, dispersing into countless tiny particles that linger in the air. Crystal release, crystal spikes. Under the influence of Obito's chakra, minute crystal dust, smaller than grains of sand, begins to grow in the air, elongating into sharp, pointed forms. Individually, they may seem insignificant, but when multiplied, they transform the entire mid-air into a veritable jungle of crystals. Obito, caught off guard, is pierced in the leg by an overwhelming barrage of crystalline spikes, resembling fine strands of hair. Ignoring the pain, he immediately extricates himself. In the next moment, the spot he had just occupied is consumed by the crystals. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, he would have been assimilated into the crystalline mass. What an enigmatic ninjutsu! The remnants of one technique can give birth to another, an undeniable mark of a bloodline limit. Yet, the understanding of ninjutsu displayed by this 7-year-old is truly astonishing. Your ninjutsu is formidable, capable of intricate and continuous releases. However, today, you face me. Obito extends his hands, striking a signature pose. Dust release, original world severing technique. Chapter 97. Dust release, original world severing technique. Your ninjutsu is indeed powerful, capable of being intertwined and perpetually unleashed. Yet today, you encounter me. With hands extended, he struck a characteristic pose. Dust release, original realm severing technique. From his palms emerged a luminous white point, which swiftly expanded into a semi-transparent white cube. In the blink of an eye, the cube grew immensely large, enveloping all the crystals in midair along with the dust. Then, as the cube vanished, so too did the crystals that had been shrouded within. As Zhongqufeng observed Wu effortlessly dismantling his ninjutsu, a smile graced his lips. This is dust release, indeed. It is formidable. It possesses the extraordinary ability to decompose any object into its atomic state. One could assert that even Hashirama would meet certain demise should he fall victim to a dust release technique. However, its drawbacks are glaringly apparent. The technique lacks flexibility, rendering it nearly impossible to strike shadow-level warriors, thus only proving effective against those beneath that echelon. Wu evidently had no intention of permitting Zhongqufeng another opportunity to unleash his ninjutsu. A radiant light emanated from his hand as a semi-transparent cylinder materialized, which he promptly launched towards Zhongqufeng. Recognizing the impending threat, Zhongqufeng swiftly dodged, yet Wu pursued him relentlessly, carving a deep, smooth trench across the battlefield as though plowing the very earth itself. Zhongqufeng was not inclined to continue evading indefinitely. He casually tossed a handful of crystal seeds into the air. Wu, observing this, initially believed it to be yet another peculiar ninjutsu and intended to employ dust release to sweep them away. However, Zhongqufeng detonated the seeds prematurely, sending countless crystal shards spiraling in all directions. At that moment, Wu realized it was too late to utilize dust release. In an instant, the myriad of soaring crystal fragments began to coalesce, forming a multitude of crystal mirrors. Their sheer number rendered it impossible to completely shatter them, even with dust release. By this time, Zhongqufeng's figure had vanished, leaving only a crystal mirror at the location where he once stood. Wu attempted to sense his presence, but found that each mirror contained an equal amount of chakra, making it impossible to discern which one was the true body. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the crystal mirrors at the perimeter of the training ground shattered and fell to the ground. Yet, in an instant, they transformed into colossal crystal vines that shot upwards into the sky. Countless vines entwined with one another, with branching tendrils binding them securely together. As the last ray of sunlight was obscured, the entire training ground had morphed into a vast prison. You are the second person to witness this ninjutsu. Let us see how long you can endure. The sound of the wind echoed within the confines of the cage, where the only companions were the myriad mirrors surrounding him. He could not shatter the crystal, for doing so would only yield more. Instead, he resorted to the art of dust manipulation. Wu had now acknowledged that Zhongqufeng was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. Having recently overexerted his dust manipulation, his chakra reserves were regrettably low. He had no choice but to remain vigilant to the sounds around him, striving to evade any impending crises to conserve his chakra. Under normal circumstances, their encounter would have been merely a sparring session, a contest to be conducted with restraint. However, both warriors represented their respective villages, and neither wished to bring shame upon their homeland. At that moment, a lotus bud shot forth from one of the mirrors behind him. Wu swiftly sidestepped, watching as the bud vanished into another mirror. Should he use dust manipulation to sever the vines and escape, he would breach the confines of the arena and face inevitable defeat. Thus, he lingered within, unwittingly ensnared in Zhongqufeng's elaborate scheme. The wind has deliberately transformed the crystals into a delicate pink transparency, allowing outsiders to glimpse the interior conditions. However, due to the distortion of the vines, visibility remains somewhat obscured. Nevertheless, several shadows can still perceive the happenings within the arena. Even the seemingly mischievous Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, would feel a surge of frustration upon witnessing his highly anticipated successor being outmaneuvered by a mere 7-year-old child. What an extraordinary display of skill. The apprentice of the Hokage is indeed remarkably talented, remarked Rado, who had previously encountered this young boy in Sunagakure. He had assumed the child was merely part of the visiting entourage, only to discover he was the Hokage's apprentice. Indeed, such vast ninjutsu requires an ample reservoir of chakra to execute. This child possesses boundless potential. Byron, purely an observer of the spar, occasionally interjected his thoughts. Among the 5 Kage, Byron was likely the eldest, lending weight to his insights. Haha, my wayward disciple. How amusing it is to present such a spectacle before you all. Although Hashirama spoke lightheartedly, he was inwardly elated, having long been aware of the emergence of a bloodline-eliminated ninja from Iwagakure. Yet today, it was evident that Kage was dominating the scene, even though this was merely a practice match and not a battlefield. At this moment, within the confines of the cage, Mu had regained a measure of chakra and discerned the secret of the crystalline mirror. There was no singular body, rather, Each mirror represented a manifestation of the same essence. Thus, by shattering all but one of the mirrors, he could compel Kage to reveal himself without risk of collateral damage. Before Mu could unleash his dust release, all the crystalline mirrors began to sink to the ground, blooming with flower buds along the crystalline vines. As the buds opened, they revealed yet more mirrors. Each mirror reflected the figure of Kage. Countless manifestations of Kage emerged from the mirrors, invoking the technique known as crystal release. 1. Arrow Lotus. Each Kage converged a crystal lotus bud in hand, hurling it toward Mu. Faced with an onslaught akin to a torrential rain of arrows, Mu found no sanctuary to evade. He felt an overwhelming urge to question how much chakra the 7-year-old actually possessed. Left with no alternative, he resorted to utilizing dust release to counter the impending assault. Mu unleashed a cylindrical dust release, spinning violently, causing everything in its path to vanish. The vine cage was cleaved open, and the absence of support led to the dome's immediate collapse. Countless shards of crystal refracted the sunlight, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Having successfully averted the crisis, Mu crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. To conserve chakra, he dispelled the lightweight rock technique and recognized that the next strike would determine the outcome of their duel. Once again, Mu scanned his surroundings, still failing to locate Kaze's figure, and could not contain his fury. Will you continue to hide? Face me in a proper duel. No one responded to him, yet the ground beneath his unfeeling feet began to tremble slightly, and an ominous feeling washed over him. He leapt to escape, but it was too late. A vine, twice as thick as the last, erupted from the ground and ensnared him, lifting him into the air. Struggling against the vine, he exerted all his strength to break free, but his efforts proved futile, even his ninjutsu failing to shatter the vine, leaving only a series of cracks. Suddenly, a mirror appeared before him, and from within it, a figure emerged halfway, smiling as he declared, "I have arrived." Chapter 98. A Blend of Sparring. With a swift motion, Zhongqufeng extended his hand, and a crystalline serpent emerged from his sleeve, coiling around Wu's form before viciously sinking its fangs into his arm. Witnessing this, Zhongqufeng was elated, for the serpent was now siphoning Wu's blood, signifying that he would soon possess a puppet capable of wielding the dust release technique. I concede. At that moment, Wu's chakra was entirely depleted. Any further resistance would serve no purpose, leaving him only to endure the blows. Taking back the crystal serpent, Zhongqufeng controlled the crystalline vines to gently place Wu onto the ground. The blood absorbed was sufficient. Activating the puppet posed no challenge. Since the opponent employed ninjutsu, there was no need to continue the confrontation. The ninja, skilled in medical ninjutsu, promptly approached the training ground to assist Wu off the field for treatment. Meanwhile, Jing stepped into the center of the arena to announce Zhongqufeng's victory. Indeed, the apprentice of the Hokage is extraordinary. Although Shurha's words were somewhat begrudging, they were genuine. He had always regarded his successor as the strongest among the young ninjas, believing that he would undoubtedly lead the Iwagakure to glory. Yet today, he found himself defeated by a mere 7-year-old child. Lord Suchikage is too kind, Zhongqufeng humbly replied. I merely took advantage of the terrain, without such limitations. The outcome would surely have been different. While Hashirama spoke comforting words, his thoughts were quite the opposite, for he understood his own land all too well. The technique of wind manipulation has yet to prove useful, let alone his myriad of extraordinary ninjutsu, of which only a fraction has been employed. Even if he were to find himself on the battlefield, the outcome would likely remain unchanged, or perhaps even more dire, culminating in his untimely demise. The conversation between the earth and fire shadows proceeded without interruption from the lightning and wind shadows, as it was not their affair. Speaking out of turn could potentially offend. However, remaining silent was not an option, so they chose to maintain a semblance of impartiality, praising both the enigmatic Wu and the wind manipulator. Meanwhile, the water shadow observed the wind manipulator intently, eager to discern the extent of this young individual's formidable prowess. After all, his successor, the enigmatic Kage Hoshigaki, has remained in a state of unconsciousness since clashing with Wu. Whether he awakens is another matter entirely, whereas this child appeared to effortlessly best Wu. Given his confident demeanor, it is evident that he possesses numerous hidden cards yet to be revealed. Stepping out of the training arena, Zhongqufeng settled into the spectator's seat. The battleground now marred with cracks and craters from the fierce confrontation between the two combatants. A few ninjas skilled in earth manipulation busied themselves with repairs, ensuring the arena was nearly ready for use once more. Shortly thereafter, Jing announced the entrance of the next two competitors. At this moment, Wu's injuries had been healed. Yet the lingering fatigue from insufficient chakra left him appearing somewhat weakened. He sat not far from Qifeng, intently observing AI and Shaman as they prepared to commence their battle on the stage. Qifeng did not deliberately seek to ingratiate himself. Considering he had just delivered a beating to the other party, approaching now would certainly be ill-advised. Thus, he chose to ignore everyone around him. The battle on stage was on the verge of eruption, with lightning release presenting no particular advantage against wind release, resulting in a near 50-50 standoff. One was the heir of the first Reikage, while the other was the heir of the first Kage, representing a clash between two villages. AI Su remarked on the Wind Country's dire poverty, noting the lack of formidable ninjas hailing from there. Thus, he took the opportunity to distract Shaman while engaged in combat. The denizens of Kumogakure were known for their straightforwardness and physical prowess. A cool voice resonated behind Qifeng. As Qifeng turned his head, he discovered Yueji standing behind him, a smile gracing his features. "May I sit here?" he inquired. Of course, Yueji replied without hesitation. Before Qifeng could inquire about his intentions, Yueji continued, "They will undoubtedly aim to deal with me first. Would you consider collaborating with me?" The objective was crystal clear, to find a shield by approaching him proactively. Should the outcome be unfavorable, it was likely that Yueji would make a similar choice. Nevertheless, his assessment was astute. Everyone was fatigued while Yueji was at full strength. In such circumstances, a rational individual would typically opt to activate their abilities and vanquish him, lest they allow a third party to reap the benefits. Therefore, the notion of collaboration would likely be rejected by anyone else. However, Qifeng was indifferent. He had expended merely 2 or 3 chakra units in the previous battle. His chakra reserves remained ample, and he could recover gradually. "Fine, I have no objections." Upon hearing Qifeng's prompt agreement, Yueji's smile widened once more. As the wind gathered, he and his allies inevitably faced the onslaught of 3 adversaries. The plan was to exhaust his chakra, allowing for a well-timed ambush. Success would be his alone. The Mist Ninja cared little for the notion that a sneak attack from behind does not constitute true manhood. After all, the techniques of the Mist Village were predicated on striking decisively from within the cover of thick fog. Meanwhile, the spectators engaged in a sparse dialogue as the battle on the field reached a fever pitch. Lightning crackled around AI, while a tempest swirled around Shaman, forming a protective barrier. Both warriors unleashed their final strikes. With thunder roaring and wind howling, the arena became a chaotic whirlwind, obscuring all visibility. Amidst the flying sand and crackling electricity, a barrage of lightning erupted, deterring any onlookers from approaching. As the dust and lightning gradually settled, the crowd was astonished to see both AI and Shaman collapse simultaneously. Medical personnel rushed onto the scene, initially expecting to expend considerable effort in their rescue, only to discover that both had merely fainted from chakra depletion, with scarcely any external injuries. It was an exhilarating match, undoubtedly requiring significant effort from the Reikage and the Wind Shadow in mentoring their disciples. Upon hearing Hashirama's remark, the Reikage felt a swell of pride, naturally. "I have invested much effort in his training." He then laughed heartily, adding, "However, it seems that further practice is necessary." He cautioned against overexerting the young fighters and emphasized the importance of adequate rest. Bai Lian, resembling a wellness expert, elaborated on the potential hazards to the Reikage. This incessant chatter was intolerable for the hot-tempered Reikage, and just as he was about to erupt, Hashirama interjected, "Let us focus on watching the match." This succinct statement quelled the Reikage's agitation. After approximately an hour, AI, Shaman, and the others had sufficiently recovered their stamina. At that moment, Kagami stepped onto the stage to announce the forthcoming series of rules. The next round would be the final bout, conducted in a mixed-style format. The 5 participants could choose to form temporary teams or engage in solo combat, but ultimately, only one victor would emerge. The triumphant fighter would be awarded a prize from the Hokage. AI, unable to contain his eagerness for battle, felt aggrieved by the earlier stalemate with Shaman. "Let us get this started," he urged impatiently. Kagami, however, remained unfazed, continuing to progress at his own pace. This disregard ignited AI's frustration, and just as he was about to unleash a torrent of expletives, he heard a calm voice nearby. It was a member of the Uchiha clan, advising, "You should think twice before provoking them, you big fool." AI scanned the surroundings, but could not identify the speaker. Nonetheless, the Uchiha name instilled a modicum of caution in him, albeit only slightly. Humph. The myriad flames of fury within his heart ultimately transformed into a mere, delicate hum. At last, with the announcement from the mirror, the mixed sparring officially commenced. Shaman, AI, and Wu, as if preordained, launched their assault upon Yueji. Yet, Yueji adeptly evaded their physical attacks, countering with a water release technique, water shuriken. Countless tiny water spheres rained down upon the arena like a relentless barrage from a machine gun, targeting all but Qifeng among the three opponents. However, this maneuver was effortlessly neutralized by Wu's earth release. Are you all conspiring against me? Wouldn't it be more prudent for us to unite and defeat the hidden cloud village together? Yueji's tone remained unchanged, for he had anticipated this targeting. Among us, you are the only one who has not revealed your capabilities. Your true nature cannot be left unchecked. Wind release, wind cutter. A fierce gust of cutting wind erupted from Shaman's mouth, slicing through the air directly towards Yueji. Yet, Yueji stood resolute, showing no inclination to evade. Just as the wind blade was about to strike him, several robust crystal spikes erupted from the ground, dispersing the violent wind. The others quickly realized that this individual had ensnared that 7-year-old child into his ranks, the one known as Qifeng. How could you possibly align yourself with him? Wu inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. With a hint of resignation, Zhongqufeng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. If he is eliminated, you will undoubtedly unite against me. So collaboration is imperative. With the recognition of a mutual adversary, there was no need for further discourse. AI unleashed a violent bolt of lightning aimed directly at Zhongqufeng's throat. However, Zhongqufeng simply performed a backward somersault, and suddenly a crystal mirror materialized, engulfing him and rendering him invisible. Damn it, this evasiveness is truly bothersome, AI lamented loudly. While Wu interjected with a reminder, let us first defeat Yuji before pursuing Zhongqufeng in the clouds. Yuji realized that his teammates had seemingly vanished, and with the enemies plotting his demise, he swiftly attempted to flee. Yet, he was immediately detected by Shaman, wind escape, wind flowing sand. A powerful gust of wind stirred up the sand across the training ground, coalescing into a serpentine form that slithered toward Yuji. The speed of this assault far surpassed that of his own 2 legs. Resolved not to flee any longer, for he had allies, he prepared to counter. Water escape, grand waterfall technique. Chakra coalesced in his throat, and he expelled a massive sphere of water toward the flowing sand. Upon collision, the water sphere erupted, drenching the sand and rendering it immobile under the influence of the wind. The deluge of water also facilitated Yuji's ability to execute jutsu more effectively. As he formed hand seals, countless water arrows shot forth from the puddles, though their power was quite feeble, easily thwarted by a mere earthen wall. Observing the ineffectiveness of their efforts, AI felt a tinge of embarrassment and plunged his hand into the water, unleashing a torrent of lightning. To everyone's surprise, this strike proved effective, as Yuji was incapacitated by the electrical conductivity of the water, significantly hampering his speed. Seizing the opportunity, Wu launched a series of earth-based jutsu that left Yuji with no choice but to counter with his own techniques. Just as Shaman contemplated joining the fray to inflict further damage, a mirror appeared behind him. The wind silently emerged